This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I really want to time travel. Yuning, oh. I really want to time travel. Yuning, oh. My dear friend, give me some reaction. Yuning took a sip of milk tea and mumbled, good luck. I feel like something's not right. Yuning thought. In the blink of an eye, while bending down to pick up a coin, her clothes transformed into a long black silk dress, mysterious sunflower patterns appeared on her arms, and a huge black hat brim blocked her vision, making everything blurry. A medieval witch's outfit? Yuning took off the pointed hat that was obstructing her vision and looked around. She had to admit one thing. She had time traveled. She stood in a dilapidated stone house. The old wooden frame creaked precariously, and a musty, damp smell filled her nostrils. Outside, darkness reigned, and the flickering light amplified the eerie atmosphere. A long-neglected stone chamber. Clang! The wooden frame toppled and collapsed, crashing down at her feet. Yuning quickly took a step back. All right, now it was a long-neglected and utterly chaotic stone chamber. So what was going on? Ding-dong! A faint electrical hum broke the silence, briefly distorting before forming a clear human voice. Following this, deep blue characters appeared in the air. Respected Lady Yuning, welcome to the Crimson Cliff Demon King's castle. You have inherited the legacy of your great-great-great-grandmother, the Sun Witch, a once prosperous town. Manage your town, expand houses, pave roads, and build public facilities to make your town shine on the continent once more. Yuning, She never imagined that the words great-great-great-grandmother and witch would be associated. Ancestor, you're so trendy that you have nothing in common with your generation anymore. The world is in chaos. As the only beacon in this chaos, the ash witch will guide lost sheep towards the abyss. Seeing Yin Ying's strange expression and her hand gripping the doorknob, seemingly ready to burst out at any moment, the system immediately simplified its lines and quickly delivered its dialogue. You choked on the black pearl while consuming it, but don't worry, we can send you back after completing the mission. It won't affect your life in any way. Yuning touched her neck, suddenly feeling a lump in her throat. She cleared her throat, withdrew her leg from its escape, and said, pleasure doing business with you. The system breathed a sigh of relief, then expertly unfolded a dark blue transparent interface displaying a series of data. Your town, Crimson Cliff, Demon King's Castle. Town level, 1/0/100, your identity, Ash Witch. Town agent, His Highness the Demon King. Current points, 100. Current achievements, not yet unlocked. Note, once your town reaches level 100, you can leave this world. Town agent? The exiled heir returns, only to find the family business has been taken over by someone else. After a long period of waiting, he reclaims his family fortune. Please watch the heirs. The returnees battle to reclaim his family fortune. Oops, wrong channel. Yuning pushed open the door, looking at the desolate wasteland outside, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. She had to confirm one thing. This Demon King's castle didn't seem to have anything worth fighting for. This battle for wasteland/humble dwelling/dilapidated property. It's more like exile than inheritance. A system notification popped up. Your town area. A simple stone house. Your town has nothing remarkable about it. Please draw your first item from the wishing pool to improve your life. The wishing pool below lit up. Yuning glanced at it briefly. The draw once and draw 10 times buttons were flashing wildly within reach. Yuning, the unlucky one's pain pool, current points, 100. She clicked draw 10 times, and the system popped up a message, insufficient balance. Please earn points in subsequent tasks. Yuning, 100 points per draw. A minimalist trial card. After mentally cursing the stingy capitalist, Yuning clicked draw once, and her current points instantly dropped to 0. The moment she pressed the button, the flowing starry sky in the wishing pool suddenly stopped. Then, the sea of stars traveled in a reverse time rotation trajectory, finally converging at one point. A plump blue star fell to the ground with a plop, rolled twice, and was covered in dust inside and out. Yuning, so down to earth. What is this? Yuning bent down to pick up the overly round star, wiped the dust off it, and in the next instant, the plump star disappeared, replaced by a bright red cotton quilt with a northeastern print. The system chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained a premium handmade custom blanket X1. Premium handmade custom blanket. Hand-sewn with love by a warm-hearted aunt, bringing you a touch of loving warmth in the cold. Vibrant print. Still retaining the scent of sunshine. Seems like it could be the only comfort in winter. Yuning, But it's summer now. She was silent for a moment, then chose to confront the system directly. Just let me die. System, eh? Under the system's behind-the-scenes manipulation, the thick Northeast cotton quilt was successfully replaced with a thin Northeast printed quilt, truly becoming the only comfort in the summer. Let me discover who my true confidant is, who will stand up for me when others suspect me. Song. Friendship first. To the music played by the system, Yuning completely dismantled the collapsed wooden frame, grabbed 2 handy stones from the doorway, and began hammering and tinkering with the wooden planks. Gurgle. Night deepened, the wind outside grew stronger. She threw out all the excess parts, roughly cleaned the dust off her body, wiped the sweat from her brow, and looked at the results inside the room. A simple wooden bed had appeared in the room. After finishing the furniture by hand, Yuning spread the thin quilt on the newly assembled wooden bed, sat down to test the height, and said with satisfaction, "Perfect. She wouldn't have to sleep on the floor tonight." Ding dong. Your town is thriving, and can officially begin admitting residents. Yun Ying's dust-drenching hand paused. You call a town with only one bed thriving? What? The residents will sleep on the bed, and she sleep on the floor, huh? The system remained silent, only subtly turning up the volume of the Friendship First song. Seeing its host's expression, the system trembled with fear, but unfortunately, the proud code clearly had its own plans. Insufficient room space detected. Construction task initiated. Progress in clearing abandoned bricks and stones. 0%. Reward points. 100. The stone chamber door burst open, and dust and insect chirps rushed in, accompanied by the soft crunching of unknown creatures trampling on fallen leaves. Yuning tried to pry open the door, but it seemed glued in place and wouldn't budge. Well, it seemed she had to go out. Yuning picked up the oil lamp from inside the house and headed towards the pile of ruins that the system had indicated needed clearing nearby. Outside was pitch black, and the small oil lamp, barely the size of a palm, was hardly enough to illuminate the area. After her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Yuning stood at the doorway and looked around. It seemed that there were no other intact buildings in the wasteland besides this stone house. A continuous pile of brick and tile ruins in the distance confirmed the system's description of a once prosperous town. But in this pitch black, who would come up here? Who would she clear the bricks and stones for? The stupid code was illogical, but fortunately, the 100-point task was commensurate with its difficulty. Reaching the task location, behind the stone house, a few bricks and tiles were scattered on the bare ground. Yuning quickly completed the task. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Second stage of the task has been activated. Build a sturdy house. 0%. Reward points, 900. Yuning, First time it was 1+1. Second time it was building an airplane. What? A house made entirely by hand? She laughed in exasperation. Isn't there a town agent? Where's the Demon King? Send him over to help move some bricks. The system said weakly. Ahem. That guy playing in the mud next to you is him. Next to you? Completely oblivious. The pitch-black night hindered her vision, gradually amplifying her fear. Yuning paused slightly, hesitated for a moment, and finally followed the system's directions. Behind the stone house, in a corner piled high with discarded bricks and stones, large and small stones were stacked together, hidden in the dim light. Now, under the faint light, a flickering shadow shifted. He was enormous. Her palms were slightly sweaty. Even crouching in the corner, his size was palpable. Like a giant bat dwelling in the darkness, nestled in the folds of the rock wall, blending seamlessly into the surrounding gloom, the boundary between himself and the shadows indistinguishable. The oil lamp drew closer, and Yuning gradually made out his face. You? The unknown fear paused. Most of the person before her was shrouded in shadow. His exposed face and wrists were frighteningly pale, almost revealing the pale blue veins beneath the skin. He was crouching, examining the soil. Sensing the light, he suddenly looked up, his long eyelashes trembling slightly. His eyes, still filled with lingering confusion, stared blankly at Yuning. But after a moment, a mist of moisture spread through his eyes, instantly coating his silver-gray pupils with a watery glaze. Ugh! Seemingly uncomfortable with the light, he shrank back, trying his best to hide himself in the shadows. Silver eyes, silver hair. Yun Ying's gaze rose, landing on the menacing horn hidden within the hair. Black spiral patterns coiled around the thick horn, curving backward from its tip in a powerful arc, gleaming with a cold, hard edge even in the darkness. A handsome yet menacing aura emanated from the person before her, creating an intense sense of contradiction. Like the fleeting moonlight reflected on a lake, fragile and dying yet alluring. The system promptly displayed an introduction. You have encountered the mentally chaotic Demon King, a figure of destruction and obsession, arrogance and aloofness. As the supreme ruler of Crimson Cliff, he was once a great being who could make even the abyss yield its edges, but now, His Highness the Demon King has inadvertently touched upon an indescribable chaotic substance, and his mind has fallen into an unknown dimension. Now, perhaps only the equally great Ash Witch can save everything. Yun Ying's heart was already as calm as still water. I understand. The system silently played friendship first again. Gurgle. A stomach growled from the shadows. The Demon King's body suddenly froze, his exposed earlobes turning bright red, the blush spreading down his neck and down his fair skin. Yun Ying's eyes flickered slightly. All right, she held out her hand to the Demon King. Now there's a way to get a full meal. Want to try? The Demon King's attention was drawn. He looked up at her, and then hesitantly nodded. Good boy. Yun patted his shoulder, straightened up, and pointed to the open space behind him. Come on, start building yourself a sturdy house. Your Highness, the Demon King. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Current points, 900. Yun Overwhelming shadow tentacles spread from beneath the Demon King's feet, like countless black snakes, slithering between the dark brick cracks. They rolled up the bricks and stones, stacking them neatly, filling the gaps with the mortar they found, and soon, a bright brick house was built on the open ground. The Demon King looked up, gazing at her expectantly. Yun blinked. An innate brick-moving physique? Slippery, cold tentacles moved uncontrollably, repairing every corner of the new house, straightening every brick, smoothing every speck of mortar, and wiping away every speck of dust. The Demon King continued to look at her expectantly. Yun finally spoke. You did a wonderful job. As soon as she finished speaking, the wandering shadowy tentacles all stopped, then hopelessly turned translucent pink, instantly writhing shyly, and shrinking back at the Demon King's feet. The Demon King finally spoke, his cheeks flushed. Thank you. I will try my best to build a house. His voice trailed off, and Yun, not hearing him clearly, leaned closer to ask, What? No. He took a few deep breaths, finally mustering his courage, tears welling in his eyes. Half falling, eat me. Oh! Yun casually remarked, I just like eating those who cry. The Demon King's eyes widened instantly, his lips trembled, and he forcefully held back his tears. Yun, eat those who don't cry too. The Demon King, shock. Chapter 2. She tossed her points into the wishing well. Congratulations. You received 3 compressed biscuits. Congratulations. You received 2 bottles of mineral water. Congratulations. You received 1 piece of white sugar. Congratulations. You received 1 wandering the world item. Congratulations. You received 1 evening gown. Yun picked up the dazzlingly elaborate evening gown with her right hand, and the bottle of beer called Wandering the World with her left. The gown was made of high-quality material, and was extremely luxurious, more than enough for a high-class banquet. The bluekin still had condensation on it, as if it had just been taken out of the freezer. Yun knowing the wishing well is inhumane, it prepared beer in advance for her to drown her sorrows. Huh? That's a bit too humane. She put away the useless gown, and neatly arranged the other supplies. Following the last blue star was a streak of purple, flowing purple light swirling in the air, tiny stardust suspended within its halo, bathing the surroundings in a gentle violet hue. The light faded, and a purple star landed in Yun palm. The star cracked open, revealing a smooth, round seed inside. A precious seed of purple quality. A seed possessing magical power, perhaps it could be tried to plant. Yun touched the surface of the seed. A peculiar metallic feel, more like an iron beam, seemingly unrelated to plants. Although there was land outside, it was all ruins, layers upon layers of broken bricks and tiles. Proper soil was scarce. I plant it when I find suitable soil. Just as she was about to put the seed away, her screen was flooded with system notifications. Please try planting. Please try planting. Forget it, why bother arguing with a stupid program? Yun chose a relatively soft patch of soil, though even that was still hard and uncomfortable compared to normal soil. She dug a shallow hole and planted the seed. Crack. It was the sound of soil cracking. The seed landed, and the hard soil instantly arched upwards. The next second, a tender yellow sprout emerged from the soil, quickly growing taller and turning green under Yun's watchful gaze. It really grew. Congratulations, you have obtained Mendel's pea shooter. There's an old saying, sow a bean and you reap a bean, and now there's, sow a bean and you reap a pea shooter. This is a magical pea plant loyal to a witch, possessing the power to fight against the world. Whether it originated from Mindel is unknown. Yuning, there's a kind of humor that makes you scratch your head. In fact, Mindel never denied that he was Crazy Dave, so could he? Shaking off the jumbled thoughts in her mind, Yuning touched the wobbly pea shooter. The emerald green seedling swayed its head rhythmically, then suddenly turned around, revealing a mouthful of pacifier. Yuning, They even hire child laborers. Pea baby, pop. Pea baby, pop pop. Pea baby, pop pop pop. It swayed its body, facing Yuning at an angle, spitting out projectiles in bursts, but none hit its target. They all grazed her side and fired peas backward. Yuning, can this little cutie, who can't even aim properly, really fight the enemy? She reached out and steadied the unsteady pea baby, then turned back to the Demon King, distributing compressed biscuits and water. It was late at night. Yuning yawned and instructed, now everyone go back to your rooms and sleep. Speak up if you need anything. The Demon King took the item and whispered, thank you. You're welcome. Just as she was about to turn and leave, the Demon King suddenly called out, wait. Yuning turned around and saw the Demon King pointing towards the outside of the stone house. A swaying shadow appeared in his silver-gray eyes. He stammered, there are people. Crunch. The sound of crunching dry leaves accompanied the continuous sound of peas being launched, the sounds of impacts incessant, as if the limbs were clumsy and unable to dodge, perfectly catching every pea seed's cannonball. In the middle of the night, there really are residents out and about. Carrying an oil lamp, they moved forward slightly, illuminating the area ahead. They staggered forward with faltering steps. The leader reeked of a foul stench, as if he hadn't bathed in years. The figure gradually approached, finally revealing a distorted face, features warped, the uncanny valley effect fully activated. Yuning felt the hairs on her arms stand on end. Twisted finger bones stretched forward, seemingly desperate to touch the creature before them. Unknown slime dripped onto the ground, corroding it into dark pits. Yuning, She knew this place wouldn't be anything good. The system started beeping incessantly. You encountered a scavenger humanoid. You encountered a scavenger humanoid. You encountered a scavenger giant lizard. Behind the two figures, a slowly moving giant lizard followed, venom dripping from its mouth, emitting a chilling stench. So it's not actually a management game. This is a Resident Evil, wilderness rescue disguised as a game, with fantasy elements, scavengers, undead creatures. Bloodthirsty monsters transformed from the dead, their instincts retain a fervent yearning for life. To preserve their vitality, they devour living beings. Yuning, no need to emphasize how brutal the opponent is, thank you. She looked around, searching for a suitable weapon. The pea shooters kept attacking, but unfortunately, their damage was zero. She tried throwing a few bricks at them, but they immediately bit and chewed them up, their sharp teeth wriggling, revealing rotting flesh. They continued towards the stone house, emitting chilling roars from their throats. Because of the previous attack, they seemed to quicken their pace. Could throwing the Demon King at them now block it? Right. Those tentacles from earlier, Yuning grabbed the Demon King's arm, staring into its silver-gray eyes. Release them all, quickly. The Demon King nodded blankly. The next second, the overwhelming shadowy tentacles reappeared, slithering like snakes through the crevices, bringing a damp and chilly atmosphere. Ignoring the approaching demon, they instead energetically rolled up bricks and tiles, choosing a spot to begin hammering and banging, seemingly preparing to build a new house. Yuning, She gritted her teeth and asked, can't you control it? The Demon King's clear eyes met hers. Control? What is that? Damn it, she forgot about his insane setting. Yuning immediately pulled up a pea shoot, grabbed the Demon King, retreated into the stone house, and slammed the door shut without hesitation. A rustling sound came from outside the door, heavy objects striking the stone door, producing clear, dull thuds, one after another, growing more rapid as time passed, followed by the scratching sound of sharp fingernails, and sparse stone fragments falling. The heavy stone door was clearly no problem for these creatures. Crack, crack, came the sound of shattering glass. The monitor lizard climbed onto the windowsill, repeatedly pounding against the fragile glass, and in the next moment broke free of its thin restraints, sticking its massive head inside. It struggled to climb further in, but the window's confinement left it temporarily stuck in midair. Black saliva began to secrete, gradually corroding the window frame, trying to melt a space large enough for it to pass through. Yuning put down the pea sprouts, grabbed the oil lamp in her hand, and smashed it over. Lamp oil splattered everywhere, and flames instantly spread across the monitor lizard's body, causing it to tremble wildly. Stinky flesh and flames splattered throughout the room. The monitor lizard lunged forward, most of its body protruding into the room. On the other side, the stone door was smashed open, and two pairs of green eyes stared intently at the people inside, licking their lips, seemingly impatient. Yuning, it's been eaten as soon as it's opened. You leave. The Demon King, who had been silently following beside her, suddenly moved. He stepped forward, blocking Yunying's path, his voice turning cold as he reiterated, you leave. Yunying's eyes flickered slightly. Could he still have some secret weapon he hadn't used? Facing the relentless enemies, the Demon King slowly advanced, his palms slightly raised, his silver-gray eyes radiating icy coldness. You asked for it. He swiftly charged forward, facing the two humanoid carrion eaters, raising his hand with lightning speed and slashing down, only to be sent flying with lightning speed. His head slammed against the corner of the wall, and he instantly lost consciousness. Yuning, Big brother, if you can't handle it, don't go. Seeing three pairs of eyes staring at her from inside, Yuning, holding the pea sprout, stared at the baby pea sucking on its pacifier. Congratulations, you have autonomously completed the construction of your second house. Reward, quick-acting growth serum. It seems the tentacles have built another new house. But growth serum? Having dodged another attack, Yuning paused just as she stepped out of the door. The next instant, a small bottle of liquid appeared in her hand. Without hesitation, she threw the pea sprout into the soil, twisted open the growth serum, and poured it over it. The liquid gushed down the leaves into the soil. The baby pea trembled, perked up, and pulled its beak back to gather strength. In an instant, a series of round pea projectiles were launched. They hit the giant lizard at the front with a bang, and bounced off lightly. Yuning, pulling the speed bar, not the strength bar, huh? The giant lizard opened its mouth wide, roaring angrily. A foul stench mixed with the smell of blood rushed towards them, blowing the pea seedling this way and that, knocking its pacifier to the ground. It froze, glanced back at Yuning, and then burst into tears, throwing itself into her arms. Yuning, my stomach hurts a little. Just as she concentrated all her attention, preparing to run out with the pea seedling, a whooshing sound came from behind. A green missile shot towards them, a huge impact deafeningly loud. The compressed missile sent the giant lizard sprawling, struggling and roaring angrily. Yuning looked back, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. The growth fluid, so that's its purpose. A swarm of pea shooters swayed gently in the breeze, their upright stems glaring angrily ahead. Upon seeing the wailing baby peas, their gaze instantly shifted to the monitor lizard, the abuser of the child. Yunying's fleeing steps halted. The adult pea shooters swung menacingly. It's you who beat up our Zihan. Congratulations, you have killed the carrion eater monitor lizard. Current score, 100. A dense barrage of green peas rained down on the monitor lizard. The projectiles landed on the ground, stuck to the carrion eater's skin, and exploded instantly, shattering the monitor lizard completely. The benevolent parents even took charge of the cleanup, their vines sweeping up the remains, cleaning up even the slime from every nook and cranny, and conveniently installing a door. As if nothing had happened. The last two humanoid carrion were still inside, their earlier arrogance gone, frozen in place, staring at Zihan's parents outside. The adult pea shooter swayed, gradually locking onto a new enemy. You're the one who scared our Zihan? Chapter 3. Before Zihan's parents could unleash their power again, Yuning suddenly heard a notification sound. Congratulations, you have killed 2 humanoid carrion eaters. Current points, 300. A crimson shadow swooped down, instantly devouring the humanoid carrion eater before her, so fast that not even a sound of struggle could be heard. A pale hand gripped the doorframe, the knuckles straining to pull the entire body out. The Demon King swayed, finally regaining his balance, letting out clear breaths. Crimson blood flowed from his forehead down to his eyes, staining his silver-gray eyes like those of a demon. His pale lips parted, uttering meaningless syllables. His equally crimson shadow tentacles, uncontrollably and maliciously exploring every reachable surface. Ding dong. You have encountered a Demon King in extreme mental confusion. The recent impact seems to have had an unknown effect on him. The crimson tentacles, like fresh blood, drew closer, brushing against Yunying's cheek. They were close enough that she could feel their boiling warmth and hear the pounding heartbeat within. Yuning was forced to stop speaking after only one word. The tentacles wrapped around her waist, pulling her forcefully, forcing her to face the Demon King, meeting his hazy, indistinct eyes. His breath was close. Who are you? Yuning, the heir who fought you for your shabby inheritance. Before she could speak, the Demon King gently sniffed her neck, seemingly sensing something, the scent of a witch. What are you doing here? He gripped Yuning's chin, lifting her face. Have you come to attack the Demon King's castle? The waving tentacles gradually wrapped around her dangling legs. The warmth dissipated, and the cool, slippery sensation became clearer. They seemed to have discovered something interesting, touching her unfamiliar skin with varying degrees of force. It felt like half a leg had stepped into jelly. The sensation was strange. Yuning kicked her leg, and the seemingly ferocious tentacles were easily kicked away. They seemed stunned by the kick and stood there dejectedly. Although their color had changed, they still seemed quite docile. Hearing the Demon King's words, Yuning knew that this guy definitely hadn't returned to normal. This damned Demon King's castle still needed to be attacked. She slapped away the Demon King's hand from her chin, and then patted the tentacles that weren't tightly wrapped around her waist. They swayed their bodies and obediently put her down. Go lay bricks. They instantly turned back to their dark color, then scattered in a flash, some laying bricks, some mixing mud, leaving only the Demon King standing there. To think you can control my servants, I underestimated you. The Demon King's eyes darkened. I am Skark, the absolute master of Crimson Cliff. Which don't try any tricks. I have 1,000 ways to bind and imprison you, forcing you to reveal the truth. Yuning ignored the Demon King's threat. She said, I advise you to go inside now, it's not too late. Demon King, ? As soon as he finished speaking, the pea shoots behind him swayed rhythmically, their eyes fixed on everything in front of them. The pea babies, having retrieved their pacifiers, launched another attack. Pea babies, pop! Pea babies, pop pop pop! Pea babies, pop pop pop! Cassius' peas hit the Demon King's feet, easily bouncing away. Then, a barrage of parental cannonballs followed, precisely avoiding Yuning and completely engulfing the Demon King. A powerful shot fired, striking the Demon King squarely in the head. He staggered backward, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground, another bloody gash appearing on the back of his head. Gurgle. The Demon King sat up abruptly, lowering his head to calm himself for a moment before rubbing his stomach. Hungry. Yuning, Whatever the reason, it was clear that His Highness the Demon King had reverted to his approachable normal self, and his tentacles, eager to build houses, lined up for praise after each one was completed. After being patted and praised by Yuning, each tentacle left satisfied, continuing its work with renewed vigor. Yuning, my arms are tired from holding them up. After praising another batch of tentacles, she picked up the compressed biscuits that had fallen in the chaos, unwrapped them, and quickly stuffed them into the Demon King's mouth. The Demon King, His mouth was gagged, preventing him from speaking, but his silver-gray eyes suddenly lit up. After finishing the biscuit, he continued to gaze at Yuning with his watery eyes, anticipating the next piece. After finishing a whole box of compressed biscuits and drinking half a bottle of water, the Demon King finally quieted down. He glanced at Yuning a few times, paused for a moment, and then began searching his person. This. He pulled out a dazzling ruby ring from somewhere and slowly handed it over, his face flushed and head bowed. For you, kind person. Congratulations, you have obtained Skark's blessing. A still, crimson heart, a beating, vibrant gemstone, blood imbuing favor with profound meaning. A wondrous ring condensed in the sea of spirit, breathing in unison with the great Demon King, perhaps possessing extraordinary uses in certain aspects. Before the words no need were fully uttered, the Demon King's silver-gray eyes instantly welled up with tears, as if a single no would bring down large tears in the next second. Yuning, I endure it. After accepting the gift, the other party visibly became happier, even his speech became clearer. I build houses. Build lots and lots of houses. Seemingly trying to figure out Yuning's preferences, he tentatively asked, would you be happy? Of course. Yuning said, there's nothing happier than owning a house. The Demon King's breathing became rapid, and he immediately lowered his head, his neck turning bright red instantly, and he mumbled, I would be happy too. His voice was too soft for Yuning to hear clearly, and she asked, what? Why? Do you want to hear it a second time? The Demon King blushed and ran away instantly. I didn't say anything. Yuning, ? Speak clearly, please. Congratulations. The town now has a total of 5 houses. Current points, 500. Waking up early in the morning, 2 more new brick houses had appeared behind the stone house. Including the original stone house, and the 2 houses the tentacles initially built, there were a total of 5 houses. Your town is now at its peak, ready to officially begin recruiting residents. Yuning, you call this desolate, haunted house-like place, far from any village or shop, at its peak? Shame on you. Clearly, capitalists are shameless. A stupid code flashes on the screen, and a new task is launched. An upgrade task has been tailor-made for you. Please keep up the good work and restore your town to its former prosperity. Recruiting 1 resident, 0%. Countdown, 6 hours 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 500. Punishment points, 1,000. Yuning glanced at her mere 500 points. What? The rewards and punishments are different. Not only do you lose all your points if you can't attract any residents, but you can even turn 0 into a negative 500. Have you never been attacked doing business like this? Yuning pushed open the door, and was greeted by the thick morning fog. The temperature and humidity here were decent, but unfortunately, the fog outside during the day made visibility not much better than at night. Where am I supposed to attract residents now? Seemingly sensing her mood, the system immediately popped up a new page. Still feeling overwhelmed trying to attract residents? Aching back and legs, low spirits, feeling completely drained? Don't worry, try buying a mystery product. 500 points / 500 points. Yuning, what kind of pay-to-win capitalist is this? She immediately closed the page. A moment later, it popped up again. This time, the price was 250 points / 250 points. TSK, you can even bargain. She closed it several more times. Finally, it became 150 points / 150 points, followed by, consider today our opening day. If you're sincere in buying, I'm sincere in selling. No more haggling, I'm not even making a profit. Yuning coldly replied, She closed the page a dozen more times. The page finally settled on 100 points / 100 points, refusing to lower the price any further. This seemed to be the lowest price. She clicked redeem. Congratulations, you have obtained a tempting chocolate cake X1. You can choose to place it on any surface. A small, bouncy, brown cake appeared in her hand, topped with a vibrant red cherry that looked very appetizing. Any surface. Yuning picked up the cake and placed it 100 meters away from the stone house entrance, then closed the page, preparing to check on the house's progress. She had just taken a step outside when she heard staggering footsteps ahead, and she immediately became alert. Could it be those things from last night? The figure in the thick fog gradually became clearer, scraping against the rough ground with a clear, metallic clang. The figure swayed from side to side, then sped up when it saw the small cake, gliding over in a few seconds. Wait. Glide? A jet-black snake tail coiled among the rubble, its movements forming serpentine waves. Flowing black hair cascaded down his back, swaying with it. He held the cake with care, elegantly and quickly finishing the food. After cleaning the crumbs from his face and hands, he raised his head, revealing cold, vertical pupils, staring directly at Yuning. Anything else? He said, I can sell myself to earn money for food. Ding dong. The first resident has arrived in your town. Please settle him as soon as possible, allocate work reasonably, and work together to build a town of honor. The snake man said, My name is Abyss, from the Abyss. I can complete any task, he marketed himself, curses, assassinations, sacrifices. Or perhaps you would like some special services, he said, a little unsure, although I haven't formally engaged in any, I have a strong learning ability. As long as you give me the learning materials, I will definitely be able to do my best. Yuning, Her ears heard something. You can examine me first. As he spoke, the snake man named Abyss opened his clothes, revealing a solid chest and abdomen, full and smooth lines running from top to bottom, connecting to a jet-black snake tail. Yuning, quick as a flash, grabbed the snake man's clothes and said with a headache, We don't need this kind of work here. Abyss lowered his head dejectedly, I understand, I leave. Wait! Yuning called out to the snake man, who was turning to leave. But you can try other manual labor here. She said, for example, building your own house. Congratulations, the first resident has officially moved into the Crimson Cliff of the Demon King's castle. You have completed the Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection Abyss achievement. Unlocking the entire Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection will grant you a mysterious reward. Please keep up the good work and continue your journey. Congratulations, you have received 500 reward points. Current points, 900. Chapter 4. The Abyss, or rather, the Messenger of the Abyss. Though he disliked the title, it was a label he could never escape from the moment of his birth. I will sink into the fertile soil of death, he often said. When he awoke again from the blood of the abyss, the pain of his last brush with death seemed to linger in his body, the memories of muscle spasms, and a shattered throat deepened with each replay, until he became numb. The abyss staggered to his feet, then staggered back to his knees. Will he truly die this time? No. Will he break free of the curse this time? No. Where will he end this time? No. As a product of the abyss, he was an outsider to every race in the world. Perhaps his birth was an error in itself, and his desire to find a home was terrifyingly naive. Who would accept the abyss? His appearance would only bring fear and screams. He was a calamity to the world, a cancer on life. There was no place for him in this world. It hurt so much. The mockery and cruel words after his identity was revealed. Even though he had never harmed these people, even though he had once saved them, even though he wanted to try to love this world. So hungry. The scales of his coiled serpent tail were tattered and curled at the edges. The sharp pain made him rise again from the abyss of blood. He raised his head and began to hate his pathetic fate. One last time. The abyss told himself. If he starved to death while searching for food, when he revived, he would take revenge on the entire world. For his unjust fate, for his twisted will, for the disgust he had repeatedly encountered, for his laughable and pathetic aspirations. One last time. The abyss messenger, his consciousness heavy, wandered aimlessly forward. Even with shadowy figures looming before him, his steps growing heavier, exhaustion causing him to lose his balance and stumble uncontrollably, he struggled to maintain his footing through his hazy senses. Where was he? He didn't know. Was he nearing the end? He didn't know. Clang. Only when he caught a sweet scent did his drowsy consciousness gradually awaken. His dark pupils reflected the soft cake, the sweet aroma filling his nostrils. He instinctively licked the sweet cream, filling his hungry stomach. He hadn't starved to death. Would he stay in this strange place this time? The abyss, mimicking human merchants, used every means to demonstrate its value, adding leverage to its transactions. I can sell myself to earn money for food. He looked at the unfamiliar human before him, tempting him with a devilish tone. I can complete any task. Abyss clapped his hands, wiping away every speck of dust, before carefully taking out the small biscuit his employer had given him, and taking a cautious bite. The milky aroma filled his mouth. He squinted his eyes, and happily chewed a couple more bites, then carefully wrapped the remaining biscuit and put it back. Abyss wasn't lying. His learning ability was exceptional, in every aspect. After observing the existing buildings and the black tentacles at work for a while, he successfully learned how to lay the foundation, handle the mud and water, and quickly stack bricks. After cleaning the excess mud and water from between the bricks, he took a step back, looking at the brand new little house, a hint of anticipation for the future suddenly appearing in his eyes. Congratulations. A resident of the town has independently completed the construction of a house. Current points, 1,000. Enough for a tendril. Yuning was squatting inside the house, fiddling with a stool, when she heard the sound and immediately clicked to draw 10 times. You are drawing 10 times. Congratulations. You have obtained a round wooden table X1. Congratulations. You have obtained instant oatmeal X2. Congratulations. You have obtained pork floss bread X2. Congratulations. You have obtained a comfortable mattress X3. Congratulations. You have obtained a 4-piece bedding set X1. After a series of household items, a bright purple star landed, rolled out of the room, and landed on the empty wasteland. The starlight scattered, revealing a pure white exterior. Congratulations. You have obtained an inexhaustible spring water X1. Yuning looked at the ornately decorated fountain before her. Exquisite carvings swirled around the fountain, and a continuous stream of water gushed from the highest point, cascading down in a silvery column, settling smoothly into the water, never overflowing, always maintaining a steady waterline. Even the furnishings of medieval royalty couldn't have been this simple. She looked at the surrounding piles of rubble, and the gloomy, misty background in the distance. Well, even though it was like a pig's nose stuck with a scallion, from a survival perspective, this bug-level water source was still extremely strategic. She went back into the house, resecured the bed frame, and after ensuring it was stable, took out the newly acquired mattress and bedding, installed them smoothly, and finished in one go. A hand-rubbed stool and a pulled-out round wooden table created a complete table and chair set in the room. Moving it to the adjacent brick house, she had a makeshift dining room. She put 2 large bags of instant oatmeal, 2 large bags of meat floss bread, a bag of white sugar, and the remaining whole bag of compressed biscuits into the carved stone cabinet. After thinking for a moment, she took out the large mineral water bottle she had used earlier, filled it with water from the fountain, and put it in the stone cabinet as well. It's starting to look like a restaurant now. Yuning took a step back, looking at the overall layout. The tentacles clearly had their own methods for construction. Great effort yields miracles. After the house was built, 2 large stone cabinets were carved out inside, now scattered with food. The large round table in the center occupied the main position of the room, and light shone through the window onto the tabletop, giving it a soft sheen. Although the stone bricks on the floor varied in size and color, they were joined together seamlessly by the tentacles. Every edge was carefully polished, resulting in a smooth and even floor, creating a rather artistic style. Having just picked up the soaked cereal and stepped out of the restaurant, Yuning saw the Snake Man. The Snake Man was holding a black iron plate, gesturing and striking at Yuning's house. With swift movements, the uneven areas on the walls were instantly smoothed out. He nodded in satisfaction and continued to examine Yuning's house. Hearing the voice behind him, he quickly turned around, his sharp, vertical pupils piercing Yuning, his eyes instantly revealing aggression. "It's you," he said, his pupils relaxing slightly upon recognizing the person. "Have you come to inspect my work?" The Snake Man wagged its tail, like a worker who had diligently completed their task, eagerly opening the door to invite its leader to inspect the work. Yuning looked inside. The room was small in area, but its height was considerable, almost twice that of the other rooms. A thick wooden pillar connected to the roof in the center looked sturdy and reliable. Was it a load-bearing beam? But its position seemed off. Seemingly noticing her confusion, the Snake Man swam forward, its tail wrapping around the pillar, introducing, "My lady, this is my favorite bed." He began to fawn over her. "If you like, I can make one for you right away." Yuning, who was about to share the remaining 2 mattresses, paused, quickly refusing. "No, whatever you like is fine." If she could fall asleep in this, she could apply for a Disney World record, maybe even win an award. Gurgle. The rumbling of her stomach rang out clearly. The Snake Man looked at the cereal in Yuning's hand. His keen sense of smell had already detected the sweet aroma. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, as he swallowed the saliva that spilled out. "I'm leaving." The door slammed shut, the room returning to darkness. He lowered his head dejectedly, recalling the punishment he had suffered for failing missions in the past. That was a sign of dissatisfaction, wasn't it? Had he not done well? Would he still have anything to eat? Would he go hungry for days? Would he starve to death this time? Creak. The door opened again, letting in light once more. Yuning peeked in. "By the way, the restaurant next door is almost ready. If you want something to eat, just go get it yourself. There's a new fountain outside, the water is clean, so you can help yourself. Resources are limited for now, so take only what you need. Remember to be hygienic, and wash your hands before and after meals. Any questions?" Abyss paused, then shook his head blankly. "I'm leaving now. Take care and get some rest." Yuning glanced at the darkening sky, muttering, "Are snakes diurnal or nocturnal? I think they're both." She looked up again. "Anyway, everyone go back to your own rooms tonight. Be friendly neighbors. Don't make a sound unless absolutely necessary. Nod if you agree?" Abyss nodded. "Very good." Yuning closed the door. "Good night, Abyss." "Good night." Abyss looked at the closed door, slowly uttering the last part, her voice lingering between her lips and teeth. "My lord." After setting up the mattress for the Demon King, the last extra mattress was given to the clingy, pleading tentacles. Although she didn't know why these tentacles, who didn't need to sleep at all, wanted a mattress, Yuning, appreciating their work, granted their request for a reward. Saying goodbye to the pleading tentacles tugging at her trousers, she returned to her room, collapsed onto the comfortable bed, burying her head in the soft blankets. She rubbed against her pillow. Sleepiness quickly set in. Your town, Crimson Cliff, Demon King's Castle. Town level, 357/100, your identity, Ash Witch. Town agent, His Highness the Demon King. Current points, 0. Current achievement, Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection Abyss. Current resident, Abyss. Yuning was awakened by a buzzing sound. Before she even opened her eyes, the system's beeping sound instantly snapped her awake. An upgrade task has been tailored for you. Please keep up the good work and restore your town to its former prosperity. Patiently feed the passing animals. 0%. Countdown. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 200. Punishment points, 1000. Special reward. Building material optimization. She quickly skimmed through the task, glanced back at her 0 points on her panel, paused for a moment, and morally condemned the rogue's behavior of forcing her to grind code. Hearing the Friendship First tune playing again in her ears, she got out of bed, put on her shoes, and flung open the door. Whose pet is disturbing my peaceful sleep in the middle of the night? The earthy smell, mingled with the clamor of the wind, lingered slowly in my nostrils. A collapsed stone tower leaned precariously against the ruins, a broken tile falling from a height, shattering the silence of the night. Buzz! Above the fountain 100 meters away, a huge black bee was swaying its tail. Hearing the sound, its two antennae snapped upwards, its dark compound eyes fixing intently on the source, meeting Yunying's gaze directly at the doorway. The rhythmic buzzing gradually faded. It climbed onto the fountain sculpture, steadying itself, seemingly scrutinizing the unfamiliar creature before it. A small animal. Yuning forced a smile, finding it stiff and somewhat numb. Whose little animal is 2 meters tall? Your task is on a countdown, time is running out. Please complete it as soon as possible. The workaholic capitalist is still urging, completely disregarding the fact that this large insect could easily be classified as a ferocious beast. After a brief standoff, both sides were assessing the other's level of danger, neither making a move. The capitalist urged. The passing little animal was already starving. Please feed it quickly. Yuning, do I look like food to you? Time ticked by, and under the system's repeated assurances, and the threat of a negative 1,000 in total assets, Yuning moved her foot, taking a step towards the restaurant. She remembered she still had a bag of candy. The giant bee hid behind the fountain, facing her, adjusting its position according to her movements, avoiding her gaze, its black legs stomping back and forth, afraid of showing its head. Yuning let out a soft huh. It seems, probably, maybe, the other party is also afraid. According to the law of conservation of fear, there can only be one instance of fear between two people, and her fear immediately lessened. She jogged a few steps to fetch white sugar and a large container, gradually approaching the giant black bee, much like a novice zookeeper encountering a wild beast for the first time, fearful yet forced to proceed. Buzz! The black bee flapped its wings threateningly. Although the sound was intimidating, its entire body began to hide beneath the fountain. If it knew how to dig, it could probably have dug a beehive and hid inside by now. So its wing is injured. No wonder it didn't fly away. Upon getting closer, Yuning saw the wound on its wing. The transparent bee wing had been torn, drooping haphazardly. With a sudden movement, transparent fragments scattered in the air. Yuning didn't make a sound. Quickly, she filled the container with water, added the white sugar, and stirred. I heard that beekeepers feed their bees with sugar water when flowers wither, preventing them from starving. I wondered if this method would work for the bees here, and whether they would drink the sugar water on their own. She pushed the sugar water forward. The black bee, seeing her movement, shrank back, looking very wary, its wings fluttering slightly, but it didn't attack. When dealing with wary animals, you first need to give them enough space and food, allowing them to gradually adapt. This was Yunying's experience with cats. It should also apply to bees, right? She slowly retreated back into the room, closing the door behind her so the black bee couldn't see her at all. Yuning had just dozed off by the bed when she heard the system notification. Congratulations. You successfully completed the feeding task. You completed the Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection Black Bee achievement. Unlocking the entire Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection will grant you a mysterious reward. Please keep up the good work and continue your journey. Congratulations. You earned 200 reward points. Current points, 200. The little animal you fed has become curious about you. This introverted creature is debating whether to knock on your door. Should you accept the injured giant black bee from the roadside? Yuning, Little and giant, you decide for yourself whether they're appropriate. 2 meters tall, but weak and helpless, right? Chapter 5. Yuning reopened the door. The enormous black bee that had been peeking out from the doorway was there. Seeing her emerge, it flapped its tattered wings and retreated. After a while, receiving no response, it cautiously poked its head out again. She looked towards the fountain. Sure enough, the container was empty, the sugar water gone. She met the bee's gaze as it poked its head out again, and all fear vanished. That behemoth. How much must it drink in one go? Seeing it furtively peeking back and forth, clearly afraid but refusing to leave, she tentatively asked, "Want more?" As if understanding her, the bee immediately raised its antennae and buzzed twice in response. Heaven knows, the last cat she kept was a meowing, cuddling kitten. Now she become a giant insect keeper. Yuning, carrying the sugar bag, continued adding sugar and water to the container. The giant black bee sat obediently beside her, its eyes fixed on the sugar water, motionless, only its trembling antennae betraying its excitement. "Feeding time," Yuning commanded. The black bee's folded proboscis instantly extended, forming a long, thin proboscis, which it used to sip the liquid like a straw. 3 seconds later, it raised its head, its eyes filled with anticipation, and looked back at Yuning. Yuning, It took a second to extend its proboscis, a second to finish drinking the sugar water, and a second to retract its proboscis. Well, baby, you're a giant glutton. On the fourth feeding, the giant black bee finally retracted its proboscis and slowly stroked the antennae on its forehead. After tidying itself up, it finally remembered that its cheap keeper was standing next to it. Its round body stood up straight, and its 2-meter-tall frame gradually approached the small human, then rubbed against her with the fur on its neck. Suddenly, her face was enveloped in soft fur. Yuning swayed back and forth, with the bee's movements, deeply immersed in a furry crisis. Yuning, suddenly I'm being pampered, looking at the black bee again, ignoring its enormous size. How could it not be a gentle, obedient, and well-behaved baby who didn't cause any worry? The 2-meter-tall baby buzzed twice, then stood obediently to the side after its pampering. Perhaps it was full, because soon it began to dance around Yuning, its tail swaying. Buzz. Buzz buzz. Yuning had just finished enjoying the fur against her face, and was still immersed in it, when she suddenly heard a sound gradually growing louder. Dizzy, she asked, is that you singing? The dancing black bee stopped, tilted its head at her, and made a puzzled sound. Buzz? Sigh, who's that? The last part of her sentence faded as she stared fixedly at the second, enormous black bee peeking out in the distance, feeling her already aching back ache even more. The creature stretched out its proboscis and inserted the straw into the container, which still held a few drops of water. Moments later, its drooping antennae snapped upright like antennas. Its dark compound eyes looked over, and even without verbal communication, the expectation in its eyes was palpable. Yuning blinked. Before he could speak, the giant black bee beside him swooped down, slamming its head against the newcomer with a series of bangs, then angrily hooked its foot back into its bowl, emitting a threatening buzz. After forcefully driving its companion away, it turned back, its antennae drooping, looking at Yuning with a pitiful expression, clutching its food bowl, filled with a mixture of grief and indignation at its companion's indiscretion. Yuning tried to comfort her. Another bowl? The black bee nodded angrily, handing over its food bowl without hesitation. Yuning, She channeled her grief into appetite. The newly appointed caretaker quickly set out the food, but before things had even settled down, Yuning heard a strange bang 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 sound coming from the roof. Looking up, she saw a swarm of black bees of various shapes standing on the roof, each bee with its own bowl, seemingly having found a container somewhere. Seeing her looking over, they all banged their bowls, staring intently at her. Yuning, Now she really was the caretaker. Was this species' natural talent for begging? The spring water was plentiful, and the sugar was enough if she used it sparingly. Yuning looked at the neatly arranged food bowls before her, and the giant bees sitting obediently behind them, their eyes shining brightly. She sighed and began to put the food out for each bee. Crunch. The sound of dry branches and broken tiles being crushed underfoot was followed by heavy, staggering footsteps. Having only placed the food halfway down the table, a nauseating stench suddenly filled her nostrils. Yuning looked up and saw a humanoid carrion, its flesh rotting and decaying, sniffing the air, then easily locking onto her location. Empty eye sockets stared at her, writhing teeth exposed in the air. The twisted humanoid bent over, limbs on the ground, charging towards her at breakneck speed. Yuning paused. The white sugar beside her tilted, spilling onto the ground. The Demon King's abilities were unstable and prone to madness. She shouldn't alert him yet. She didn't know the Snake Man's fighting strength. She calmly analyzed the situation. She would hide behind the pea shooters for a while. With only one carrion, she should be able to handle it. Buzz. The black bees, still patiently waiting for their meal, stared at the small amount of sugar scattered on the ground. Dozens of compound eyes snapped open, fixing their gaze on the carrion. Before Yuning could react, they straightened up, suddenly spread their wings, and hovered in midair. Their sharp stingers extended in unison, and with a buzz, they charged forward, colliding head-on with the running humanoid carrion. The gleaming stingers met the attack without hesitation, black venom seeping from them, instantly corroding and vaporizing the carrion's body. After a few buzzing sounds, only a small puddle of unidentified liquid remained. Congratulations, you have killed a humanoid carrion. Current points, 300. The giant bees, pleased with their victory, flew straight back, took their seats according to their designated food bowls, and sat in a neat row, raising their black compound eyes to continue their expectant gaze at Yuning. Yuning, Her feelings were slightly complicated. The black bee they had encountered at the beginning hadn't moved. Now that the swarm had returned to its place, it turned its head and glanced at Yuning. Seeing that she wasn't moving, it extended its legs and tapped the bowl in front of it. The other bees followed suit, gently tapping the food bowl with their legs as well. Thus, the new caretaker was presented with a whole row of giant bees begging for food, tapping on the bowl. They whined, "Buzz! Yuning, Congratulations, you have obtained the personal achievement Mother of Poisonous Bees Black Wings. We love you more than we love ourselves. A race that embodies loyalty and love, we will bestow upon our beloved pure and unreserved affection." After a delicious and satisfying meal, the swarm of bees took turns rubbing against the caretaker with their large, fluffy scarves around their necks, bidding her a solemn farewell before continuing their exploration. Only the first black bee remained. "Stay here?" The giant black bee, clutching the basin, nodded repeatedly. "Congratulations. Thanks to your tireless efforts, the Crimson Cliff of the Demon King's castle has officially welcomed its second resident. Current residents, Abyss. Killer Bee Blackwing. Current points, 400. The resourceful black bee had already chosen its room. After receiving Yunying's approval, it straightened up and instantly rushed into one of the brick houses. A few moments later, clanging and banging sounds began to emanate from inside. Yuning opened the door. The tall black bee was building its own hive in the room, seemingly planning to build a second floor. Speaking of building a house, Yuning saw a special reward already issued to the system, ready for use. Building material optimization. What will it do? She pulled up the reward and clicked to use it. The next moment, the ground trembled, quickly subsiding. Looking around again, the walls of the buildings and the ground seemed to have undergone subtle changes. She tapped the brick. It felt much harder. She picked up a sharp stone and tried to scratch the wall, but it only grazed the brick, leaving no mark. As a house that provides a sense of security, it had clearly passed inspection. Congratulations. You have successfully upgraded your house's quality. The town's house inspection has passed preliminary review, successfully adding to safety. You no longer need to worry about disputes with residents due to quality issues. Current points, 500. Thump, thump. Rapid footsteps echoed through the white mist, followed by heavy breathing from exhaustion. Yuning took a bite of the long-missed pork floss bread. The salty aroma instantly filled her mouth, causing her to let out a satisfied sigh. It's been so long since I had anything savory. A few spicy snacks would be even better. Thump, thump. Having just finished her bread, Yuning seemed to hear something. Looking up, she saw a panicked, terrified figure emerge from the thick fog. The weathered young man tripped over some rubble and fell forward, kneeling right in front of her. Yuning, rise. Your town is becoming increasingly popular. Finally, someone has come seeking to learn about its history. Please do your best to entertain them, retain potential residents, and continue to expand your town. Soothing the panicked pedestrian, 0%. Countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 100. Punishment points, 1,000. Yuning glanced at the 100 reward points and the 1,000 punishment points. Her stereotype of the ruthless capitalist's exploitative practices was becoming increasingly ingrained. She lowered her head. Besides, this person didn't seem like someone who had come seeking fame. Yuning stepped forward, squatted down beside the fallen man, and extended her hand. Hello, do you need me to help you up? The weathered young man instantly jumped up, letting out a pig-like scream. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I was just passing by. I didn't see anything. The unshaven young man lowered his head, closed his eyes, and flailed his hands wildly. This person. So noisy. Yuning prepared to lift him up by his clothes, but as soon as she touched his shoulder, he immediately shrank back in fright, trembling like a quail. Open your eyes first, she said. It's safe here, there's no danger. The young girl's voice seemed to awaken some of his senses, and the weathered young man choked out. Swear you're not hallucinating, or I kill myself. Yuning, anything that can lie in this godforsaken place, needless to say, I just take care of it. I show you what death is. That's what he said, but this time, the voice was too close. If it were one of those things that had been following him, he was going to die sooner or later anyway. He mentally prepared himself, and opened his eyes with the thought that he might be finished. Alive. His voice trembled, his eyes bloodshot. Alive. The weathered young man wept with joy, his legs went weak, and he prostrated himself before Yuning again. Yuning, rise. My name is Ethan, and I'm a pharmacist. He sniffed. I'm here to collect dark plants on the outskirts. As usual, I hired a magic warrior and a novice mage, but the route the association gave us seems to be wrong this time. The white mist here is definitely not as concentrated as on the outskirts. I encountered gargoyles in the mist. They're good at creating illusions, luring people to look directly into their eyes, devouring their spirits, and then transforming their empty bodies into new gargoyles. The pharmacist was terrified. Even sitting in his room, he kept glancing around nervously, as if some unknown monster would emerge and devour him at any moment. Your mission is counting down. Time is running out. Please complete it as soon as possible. Reassuring the panicked pedestrians. 0%. Countdown. 1 hour 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Would you like something to eat? Yuning pushed over a small, freshly opened piece of meat floss cake, and then a glass of water. The man picked up the glass with trembling hands and drank it hesitantly. Then he continued to tremble. The other person seemed to realize how abnormal it was to meet a normal person in this godforsaken place, sitting in a normal house, eating normal, even delicious food. I mean, he stammered, avoiding Yunying's eyes, are these things free? Perhaps a slightly mysterious smile from Yuning would have terrified the apothecary. But with 1,000 penalty points blocking his way, Yuning poured him another cup of water. No, they're free. Free things are always the most dangerous. Before the apothecary could tremble, she quickly added, residents don't need to pay, but travelers, like you passing through should pay with valuables or money. Hearing this, the man visibly relaxed. Calming the panicked pedestrians. 20%. Yuning glanced at the progress bar. If you can't afford the payment, then you have to work here for a while, as a form of payment. Calming the panicked pedestrians. 40%. Such clear rules seemed to increase reassurance. The pharmacist's expression calmed down considerably. He took a deep breath and reached for his ever-present backpack. I have. Look, the lip flower, the pharmacist introduced. Its bracts resemble alluring red lips. When it's ripe, it feels like being kissed when you get close. Goods are limited, first come, first served. Sorry, I'm just using that. Seeing that Yuning had no expression, he tactfully put down the lip flower and picked up the next plant. And the monkey face orchid, he introduced, also called the monkey face little dragon orchid. It makes faces, like shady environments, and is a neutralizing plant for many medicines. The rafflesia, also called the corpse flower. His voice gradually weakened. Don't you like any of these? The pharmacist, sweat beading on his forehead, emptied his backpack and rummaged through the cluttered goods. Yuning looked down at the strangely shaped plants, thinking that nothing normal could grow in this godforsaken place. As she browsed, she suddenly saw something familiar. These were sunflower seeds. A small packet of black and white sunflower seeds, covered in a fine fuzz, felt slightly damp to the touch, as if just picked from the flower pot. This, the pharmacist explained, these seeds were found by chance. Besides planting, they can also be eaten directly. Do you like them? This is enough to pay for food. Yuning accepted the seeds. You can leave now. She left. Her body, which had just warmed up, instantly turned cold. The pharmacist gripped his water glass tightly. The thought of the monsters lurking in the white mist, and the gargoyles relentlessly pursuing her, instantly reignited the fear that had just subsided. He coughed a few times. Although the place in front of him was a bit strange, it was clearly safer here after weighing the options. The apothecary pushed out all his belongings, head bowed. Could I stay here for a while? This is the rent. If it's not enough, he thought for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and tried to sell himself. I have some experience in cultivating plants. Do you need a gardener? In the quiet wait, he looked up countless times at the owner's face, his anxiety reaching its peak. Finally, Yuning looked up. No problem, welcome to the team. Congratulations. You successfully dispelled the pedestrian's fear with your superb persuasive skills, and also gained new strength for the town's development, perfectly completing the mission. Congratulations. You have unlocked the planting module. Current points, 600. Finally relieved, the apothecary quickly finished his meat floss bread and drank a glass of water, feeling completely revived. I go work now this. Yuning. This is Ms. Yuning. The confident pharmacist assured her, don't worry, you definitely get your money's worth. Knock knock knock. A rhythmic knocking sounded. The pharmacist stood up first. Is this another resident here? You don't need to move, I opened the door. The pharmacist smiled and opened the door, then instantly froze, motionless. What's wrong? Yuning stepped forward, just touching the pharmacist's shoulder, when the other turned around, pale-faced, and before she could say a word, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Sigh. She supported her and looked outside. A row of pink tentacles, which had been knocking on the door, innocently swayed their bodies, swam in, and circled the unconscious pharmacist, looking her over as if she were observing some novel species. Upon noticing Yunying's gaze, they instantly abandoned the apothecary and swarmed around her, tilting their heads cutely and chirping adorably. The apothecary had barely opened her eyes a crack when the surrounding tentacles spotted her. They turned black again, swarming forward and spreading their bodies to reveal their terrifying side. The apothecary, who had just opened her eyes, fainted again. The tentacles, now pink again, squeezed back in, tilting their heads and chirping once more, as if nothing had happened. Yuning, Chapter 6. The dejected apothecary, after the fright of the tentacles, the demon king himself, and the snake man, clutched his heart, trembling, and finally accepted the situation. At least they wouldn't chase after him and bite him like gargoyles, right? Yuning asked, "Are you alright?" I'm fine. His face pale, he shouldered his hoe and smiled. "Ms. Yuning, I'm going to farm." The apothecary turned his back, stumbling every 3 steps, then tripping every 5, hunched over and staggering away. Yuning blinked. He didn't look alright at all. Just as she was thinking this, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Congratulations, you have killed a hidden gargoyle X1. Current points, 700. A moment later, another notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have killed 1 hidden gargoyle. Current points, 800. "Congratulations, you have captured 1 gargoyle lord. Current points, 1000. Sigh, who did this? She looked outside, carrying her freshly made oatmeal. First, she saw strangely shaped pebbles on the edge of the empty wasteland. Then she encountered the snake man who was about to enter. Abyss's usually expressionless face showed obvious anger. Okay, now we know who did it. He whipped his tail, slamming the jagged stone he had brought to the ground. Not satisfied, he deliberately lashed it several times with his iron whip-like tail. The stiff, beast-shaped stone immediately showed a pained expression, baring its teeth and making various faces. These gargoyles were lurking nearby, Abyss said, his chest heaving, taking several deep breaths to calm himself down, attacking me when I wasn't paying attention. He gritted his teeth. The worst part is, you spilled my oatmeal that I was about to make. Yuning glanced down at her oatmeal. Yeah, that was awful. Abyss looked at the porridge-killing enemy before him, his tail flicking irritably. He could barely control the surging abyssal aura emanating from him. He closed his eyes, and after his initial rage, he suddenly felt a pang of grievance. My oatmeal. Although he wanted to say that there was still some in the restaurant, and he could make another cup, the atmosphere just didn't feel right for saying that. Yuning sighed and handed her cereal to the snake man. Here, have some. I make you some more. For him? The snake man choked up instantly, whispering, my lady. Yuning couldn't bear his gaze. Alright. If you have time, go clean up the pile of rubble outside. Finally seeing the snake man off, and learning from the abyss that the gargoyle before her was blind and completely powerless, Yuning held the freshly made cereal, pondering what this guy could do. This gargoyle leader not only had its eyes damaged, but its wings were also broken in half, its body was covered in cracks, and its tail was completely severed. Aside from the pained expression it showed when it was whipped, it remained motionless. If the system hadn't failed to display a kill notification, she would have thought it was dead. Forget it, I just get rid of it. Keeping it around seemed pointless. As soon as she finished speaking, the gargoyle in front of her became excited, making him sounds. Yuning flipped it over and leaned closer to listen. Do you know why wineries are the most boring place? It answered itself, because the grapes in wineries don't have stems. What a lame joke. Yuning shivered from the cold. Trying to salvage the situation with humor, the gargoyle racked its brains. 2 cows are walking together, one blocks the other. What does the block cow say? It says, move. Yuning, In this sweltering summer heat, she suddenly missed her thick, warm quilt from northeast China. Just as the gargoyle was nervously rambling on, Yuning looked at its size, squatted down, and asked, can you move? Since it could chase the apothecary, speed shouldn't be a problem. The gargoyle took a step forward, limping cautiously under her gaze. Yuning nodded, very good. She packed it up and sent it to the fields. The apothecary, carrying a hoe, tilled a small plot of land, carefully removing all the bricks and stones from the soil, checking the moisture level, and only after turning the soil did he plant the first batch of sunflower seeds. The plants had been watered with a special growth potion, and a layer of green shoots had already sprouted in the field, growing at a visible rate. Ethan sat resting on a large rock, exchanging glances with the gargoyle that had just arrived. Wearing simple farm tools, it had just finished plowing one circle of the land under Ms. Yunying's supervision, and was now preparing for the second. Thanks to the growth potion, the first patch of land quickly turned golden, the plants matured, and their heavy flower heads drooped. The apothecary quickly harvested the flower heads, successfully obtaining the first batch of seeds. As he sowed the seeds in the newly tilled land, he couldn't help but glance at the gargoyle's worried face. Indeed, if you live long enough, you see everything. The gargoyle quickly finished its rounds of work, then stood behind the apothecary, looking at the person blocking its way, and said lifelessly with a sullen face, "Move." The apothecary, Yuning, having eaten and drunk her fill, took the empty bowl into the dining room, washed it under her homemade tap, and put it back in the stone cabinet. Today, she had manually installed a pipe to bring drinking water into the dining room. She tightened her homemade valve, and the flowing clear spring water immediately stopped. Perfect. No need to go to the fountain anymore. Indeed, laziness is the ladder of human progress. Sitting in a chair, she glanced at the food in the stone cabinet and roughly counted, a little over half a packet of instant oatmeal and half a piece of meat floss bread left. She ate pretty quickly. She opened the wishing well and clicked to draw 10 times. The starry sky trembled, and blue and purple stars mixed together, falling down with a plop. Congratulations. You have obtained a large tub of yogurt X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a fruit and vegetable shed X1. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 bowls of hot and sour rice noodles. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 large boxes of grilled sausages X2. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 wall decoration X1. Congratulations. You have obtained a high-end sofa X1. Hot and sour rice noodles, yogurt, grilled sausages. Yun Ying's eyes lit up. Finally, a change of pace. This is the rice noodle she's been slurping. The last purple star-shaped shell dissipated. Congratulations. You have obtained the shadowed leopard Mia, a unique creature of Crimson Cliff. It's special for absorbs light, achieving complete invisibility in the dark. It is alert and extremely wary of unfamiliar creatures. Sigh. Just as she finished reading the description, Yuning suddenly felt a strong force beside her legs, pushing her to the left. Instead of falling to the ground, she landed on a fluffy ball of fur. She turned her head and met its large, blinking eyes. It nestled down, pulling Yuning close, its golden eyes blinking, then it stretched its head and rubbed against her, its thick tail gently brushing against her ankles, before letting out a soft meow in her gaze. Warrior by nature? Yuning blinked and reached out to scratch the large cat's chin. Its dark, gleaming pupils were half closed, its ear tips drooping slightly, and a rumbling purr echoed from its throat, sending shivers down her spine. Every witch must have a black cat. A black panther would do too. After playing with the large cat for a while, Yuning finally remembered the other items. Cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, cucumbers, apple seedlings. Not bad. The newly installed fruit and vegetable greenhouse was right next to the sunflower field. It wasn't large, but it was impeccably clean and tidy. Upon entering, there was a grid wall displaying seeds for various basic fruits and vegetables. Opening the grid doors revealed corresponding packets of seeds or seedlings awaiting transplanting. The pharmacist quickly took over. While curiously experimenting with these superior varieties of seeds in the greenhouse, he also returned to his old ways, planting some strange plants and inventing some unusual potions. When Yuning saw the dancing plants seemingly smiling at her, she knew she couldn't stay here any longer. Leaving with a bag of sunflower seeds, she put all her newly acquired seeds and food into the dining room, checking the newly installed wall decorations in each room. This time, the wall decorations seemed to be related to personal preference. The dining room walls were predominantly red, adorned with pictures of various dishes, looking very appetizing. A new sofa had been added to her room. The overall design was simple, with soft, light colors filling the entire space. The Demon King's room was red and black, with messy, bright red lines on the walls, as if the drawing had been abruptly stopped halfway through. The apothecary's room was lush and verdant, filled with pictures of various rare plants, and the ceiling was covered with densely packed recipes. The Snake Man's room was even darker than before. Upon opening the door, one could vaguely see moss on the walls. It was also very distinctive. Yuning returned to her room, leaning back on the soft sofa. The large cat at her feet rested its head on her lap, blinking intently as it observed her. Feline animals eat meat, but could fantasy felines eat meat? She flipped through the system's description. Shadow-eating leopard Mia. A fantasy creature born from shadows, surviving on magic, requiring no consuming any real matter. Yuning took a bite of the fragrant grilled sausage, noticing the large cat's gaze shift from her face to the greasy sausage. Meow. She tugged at Yunying's skirt playfully, then lay down, revealing her belly with only 2 tufts of white fur. How could a leopard meow so sweetly? Yuning, overwhelmed by the affectionate attack, couldn't resist and tried to break off half a sausage and toss it over. The big cat nimbly flipped over and leaped up, accurately consuming the food. After a couple of smacking bites, her eyes suddenly lit up. She sat up and lay on her owner's lap, purring even sweeter, meow. Yuning got it. She might not eat it, but her mouth would crave it. You have completed the Fantasy Creatures Encyclopedia Collection. Shadow-Eating Leopard Achievement. Unlocking the entire Fantasy Creatures Encyclopedia Collection will grant you a mysterious reward. Please keep up the good work and continue your journey. Mia is a lively and powerful big cat who loves to paw its fears, patrols around carrying gargoyle heads she's picked up, and even pounces on a live gargoyle leader out of curiosity, seemingly wanting to bite off its head for study. Although her little brain couldn't quite grasp anything, she would snuggle up to Yunying's bedside at night, needing a small pillow and blanket, sleeping on her back like a human, purring contentedly. Going to the flower field to pick a sunflower meant acquiring a natural cat toy. The agile leopard, lurking unnoticed, would pounce on the unsuspecting toy, knocking over the huge flower pot, subduing its enemy, and then carrying its prize to its mother, blinking its eyes, anticipating praise. Mia's amazing, Yuning said, stroking the soft, short fur. The big cat purred contentedly, its eyes half closed. Suddenly, her round ears twitched twice, her composure vanishing. She sat up abruptly, her eyes sharp, as if she heard something, and darted forward, a low, threatening growl escaping her throat. It was coming from the direction of the sunflower field. What's there? It was afternoon, the light was dim, but enough to make out the unfamiliar figures before me. An unknown traveler has entered your town. Their target is fixed, which may cause a loss of personnel. Please communicate with them as soon as possible. Effective communication with the traveler, 0%. Countdown, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 300. Punishment points, 1000. Your town, Crimson Cliff, Demon King's Castle. Town level, 4, 9/100. Your identity, Ash Witch. Town agent, Demon King. Current points, 0. Current achievements, Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Abyss. Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Black Bee. Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Shadow Panther. Personal achievement, Mother of Poisonous Bees Blackwing. Current residence, Abyss. Killer Peak Blackwing. This is the heart of the ash forest. A thick white mist surrounded them, making it almost impossible to distinguish directions even outside the few huts. Extremely dangerous. Unlike his naive younger brother, Ethan Carter, who was particularly diligent in his history classes, Command Carter didn't believe that those who helped him here were good people. The ruins of the Demon King's Castle, a place once known as Crimson Cliff, a dark land ruled by bloodshed and brutality, living so comfortably in this godforsaken place, the ash forest. Judging by the char siu he ate for lunch last week, it couldn't have been anything simple. When his foolish brother went missing, he spent a fortune on a commission, and with the help of his family connections, he finally found 2 high-ranking mages to enter the white mist. After searching for a week, even praying to Lady Luck, he finally stumbled upon this place. Look what he discovered. A hideous gargoyle, his clumsy younger brother digging a hole in the ground, and the faint, shadowy silhouette of a dark snake in the distance. He grabbed his dusty-faced brother. Quick, get out of here before the owner finds out. Ethan groaned a few times. Shouldn't we inform the owner before we leave? I was so grateful to Lady Yuning for saving me. What time is it? Command smacked his brother's blockhead, lowering his voice. Do you know where you are? The very heart of the ash forest. If we can't get out before the 2 mages run out of magic, we never get out. His brother explained. I actually survived this far. That's pretty impressive. Command. The naive younger brother was still trying to persuade him. You can pay the rent first and rest here for a while to recover your magic. If you don't have money, you can do some manual labor, like farming. Command, A few probe spells swept across him, repeatedly confirming whether his brother had been corrupted or replaced by a soul, finally confirming that his foolish brother's stupidity was indeed innate. Command, feeling conflicted. It would be better to be corrupted by a soul. He forcefully dragged Ethan away. What kind of farming can you do in this godforsaken place? Don't you believe me? Hey, wait, don't pull me. I just harvested a batch of flowers. Wait for me to plant another batch. There's also fruit in the greenhouse over there. Ouch. Ethan bumped into his brother's back, which had stopped abruptly. The hard carapace hit his nose, making him gasp in pain. What are you doing? Looking ahead, A dark leopard shadow blocked their path, its sharp eyes fixed on them, its steps hesitant, the prelude to a hunt. Me? Ethan hadn't even finished greeting her when his brother shoved him aside. Shadow Panther. Command drew his long sword. A symbol of evil. His face was cold, his gaze intense. This place truly is a den of demons. Ethan, He was just playing a fetch game with me at noon today. My foolish brother, can't you let me finish what I'm saying? Chapter 7. As a paladin renowned for his swordsmanship, Quimban's blade had slain countless vile monsters. Magic surged, a pale golden light coating the sword. His expression was serious. Even this experienced paladin had to be extremely vigilant against monsters he had only ever seen in scriptures. The two high-ranking mages accompanying him chanted spells, magic vibrating rhythmically with the chants, and an obscure magic circle gradually unfolded beneath their feet. Everything happened in an instant. Wandering tentacles surged like a tide of magic, surrounding the scene of the crime. With a clang, the long sword fell to the ground. The three outsiders froze in place. This thing was rapidly absorbing their magic power. The side effects were clearly more pronounced on the two magic-dependent mages. The magic circle they had just been casting vanished instantly, and they collapsed to the ground, powerless. As a paladin, Command possessed formidable physical strength, preventing him from collapsing, but even this forced extraction of magic exerted immense pressure on him. His wrist loosened, the long sword falling to the ground, and his eyelids began to droop. It was definitely a trap. He couldn't help but yawn, his eyelids heavy. He pinched his thigh hard to stay awake, barely managing to draw his ever-present dagger. Evil will ultimately perish. Before he could finish speaking, a black afterimage flashed past. Mia curiously picked up the silver-white dagger, her sharp teeth snapping shut, instantly piercing the blade. After tossing it around for a while, she quickly lost interest, crunching it like a cartilage before swallowing it whole. His enchanted dagger. Chewed it up, the young paladin, pale-faced, grabbed his only mobile younger brother and shoved him away with all his might. Go! Don't look back. Damn it! Ethan was violently pushed away by his brother, flying into the field, about to have an unprecedentedly intimate embrace with the gargoyle. No pain came as expected. The apothecary opened his eyes in midair, a familiar voice ringing in his ears. Yuning helped him up, looked around, and said, "Shall we all sit down and rest for a bit?" Command swallowed hard, looking at the stranger who had just appeared before him. The woman was dressed in witch's attire popular hundreds of years ago, her magical aura almost imperceptible. She walked out unhurriedly, seemingly accustomed to everything around her. She appeared to be an ordinary person. But in a place like Crimson Cliff, the ordinary were the most extraordinary. Dark tentacles swarmed back to her side, twisting and clinging to her, refusing to leave. Although she didn't know what was going on, Command seized the opportunity to subtly shift his position. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, this immediately attracted the attention of the hunters. The tentacles all turned towards him, as if looking for an opportunity to make a contribution. Command, This didn't feel good. As the tentacles forcibly bound the three guests and brought them before her to claim credit, Yuning looked at the unyielding paladin and felt the town's already meager reputation plummeting. Summoning the Demon King to withdraw the sticky tentacles, Yuning looked at the drowsy travelers and felt troubled. Is it really okay to just leave them alone? Ethan chimed in. It's due to a severe lack of magic power. They may need to rest here for a while. At this point, Yuning glanced at the Demon King. He looked back at her, his eyes clear, without any extra reaction. The tentacle search for magic seemed instinctive. I'm sorry, she said. We bear some responsibility for the outcome. But fighting is forbidden in this town, especially the use of magic. You've seen the consequences. If you want to leave, you can go now. Before she could finish, the apothecary answered for the three, who were too exhausted to speak. We stay here for a while. He jumped up, rummaged through his three companions, especially his brother, and successfully found the money pouch. He emptied out all the gold, silver, and copper coins and pushed it to Yuning. Command, who had almost fallen asleep, was jolted awake by his younger brother's actions. He barely managed to stay awake for a moment, then lay back down without uttering a word, his expression contorted with rage. Ethan assured her, if that's not enough, I take them to work in the fields, I guarantee you be satisfied. Congratulations, you have successfully completed a friendly and progressive exchange with the travelers. Mission complete. Current points, 300. Yuning looked at the three travelers lying lifeless on the ground. Although the process wasn't very friendly, at least the exchange was successful, and a temporary agreement was reached. She put away the lodging fee she had paid, and her expression softened considerably. Looking at the three struggling with drowsiness, she asked, "Do you need something to eat? Meals are included in the lodging fee, or perhaps a glass of water to soothe your throat." Meals? Based on his understanding of the monster habitat in the ash forest, Quimon's mind immediately conjured up images of a terrifying, dark purple mushroom soup, moving vegetables, or bloody ribs. Even the water was mixed with unknown floating objects and strange colors. The thought of some explicit images made him feel nauseous. His dim-witted younger brother immediately raised his hand. "I want some." After lying there for so long, his depleted magic had slightly recovered, allowing Command to manage a few words. Since he couldn't leave now, he could only pray that the owner of this place was a good person. But even if he was a good person, he couldn't force himself to eat those strange foods. The paladin, with his own principles, refused in a trembling voice. "We brought our own rations, thank you." "No problem." Yuning respected everyone's habits. She lit a candle, its warm light illuminating the entire dining room. Yuning looked at the three people who refused to enter the house, or the dining room, took a bite of an apple she had just picked from the fruit and vegetable shed, the crisp sound making one's mouth water. A red, round, glossy apple. The two high-level mages' magic replenishment was astonishing. They had already recovered from their limp state, and were sitting with Command, eating their rations. Yuning chewed repeatedly. "Really not going to eat?" The two mages, high in attack but low in defense and fragile, looked at the moldy iron disc in their hands, caused by the extreme environment, exchanged a glance, and decisively betrayed them. "If you allow it, we'd be honored to have this opportunity." Command, "Hey hey hey." Mage number 1 turned around. "That's where you're wrong. You knights are physically strong. Eating something dirty and smelly is nothing to you." Mage number 2 added, "We're different. We're very fragile. If we don't eat well or sleep well, we really will die on the road." Command, Why do I feel like I've been scolded? Yuning opened the door. "Please wash your hands first. The sink is over here. The fruit and vegetable platters are on the table. If you want some grilled sausage, help yourself to the one on the stone cabinet." The two mages, smelling the aroma wafting from their noses, were already impatient. "Thank you for your generosity." "Mr. Command?" Hearing his name, Command, biting into his biscuit, looked up and saw a bright red apple being thrown at him. His knightly instincts allowed him to catch it precisely, the sweet fruity aroma filling his nostrils. He looked up, and Ms. Yuning raised her hand again, this time throwing him a bottle of water. "The fruits and vegetables here were all grown by your brother Ethan. If there's a problem, I should be the one worried," Yuning said. "There are many vacant rooms in town. You can choose one yourself. If you're still worried, you can build your own safe house. I'm happy to see more and more buildings in town." With that, she gently closed the restaurant door. A moment later, a very tempting spicy aroma wafted from the crack in the door. K-Man looked down at the apple, took a bite of half, and the sweet aroma exploded in his mouth, slightly easing the paladin's mood after so many days of hardship. He murmured, "Is it too late to go in now?" "Congratulations, you have achieved the personal achievement. Seems like a good person." Faced with the treacherous town and the town's unpredictable inhabitants, the wary knight lowered his guard slightly after a brief test. Yuning, who was slurping noodles inside, paused. "So you've been an evil boss, haven't you?" "Of course not. The vegetable greenhouse had a limited supply, and to ensure a continuous supply, only a certain amount was harvested each day. This might have been enough for the original residents, but with 3 more mouths to feed, it felt crowded." Yuning had just finished slurping her noodles when she looked up and saw that the fruit and vegetable plates on the table were empty. The two high-ranking mages looked unsatisfied, their brows slightly furrowed, seemingly regretting their earlier lack of enthusiasm for eating. "Weren't they full?" Yuning casually asked. "Would you like some yogurt?" What was yogurt? Although they didn't know exactly what it was, their mage intuition kicked in instantly, and they nodded solemnly. After opening a box for herself and one for each of the two mages, Yuning felt a tug on her sleeve. Looking down, she saw the Demon King reaching out and grabbing her clothes, his face full of anticipation as he looked at the yogurt. "Yuning, you can take it yourself." The Demon King didn't move, still looking at her with those sparkling eyes, until Yuning personally opened a carton of yogurt and placed it in front of him. Only then did he blush and look away with satisfaction. Yuning, While the two spellcasters were recovering their magic power, they became particularly fond of the fruit and vegetable greenhouse. Following the apothecary, they not only hoed the ground but also built an ice cellar to store some perishable fruits and vegetables. They also expanded the planting area, and chanting and the glow of magic circles could be heard from the flower field from time to time. Spring breeze and rain. Wild growth. Mage's Hand. They watered the plants, manually removed pests, and even cast strengthening spells on them, finally harvesting the fruit with magical aids. Some out-of-season plants, normally only suitable for growing in vegetable greenhouses, were finally able to thrive outside thanks to the strict care of the two high-ranking mages. When Yuning arrived, they were sitting on a mound of earth, surrounded by red and yellow fruits, their skin still glistening with coolness. A bite revealed a refreshing sweetness, and they squinted their eyes in blissful contentment. They were quite content. Just as she was about to grab a fruit to try, the capitalist, who couldn't stand seeing anyone rest, started assigning tasks again. Your town has achieved self-sufficiency, fulfilling the crucial conditions for the resurgence of the City of Glory. An upgrade mission has been tailored for you. Please continue your efforts to restore your town to its former prosperity. Expand territory, 0%. Countdown, 6 hours 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 500. Punishment points, 1000. Special reward, building height optimization. Yuning calmly watched the time limit tick away, a thought of just as I expected popping into her mind. What kind of capitalist doesn't cause trouble? 6 hours. Not even enough time to clear the surrounding bricks and rubble. She looked around the area outside the town. The wind played its melody across the wasteland, its howling tearing sound echoing through the openwork. A tattered flag leaned precariously atop the towering ruins, its broken flagpole striking the broken tiles with a dull thud. Desolation, decay epic. And an overwhelming workload that drives you crazy. Still feeling overwhelmed by expanding your territory? Try purchasing a mystery product. The shortest route has been planned for you. 100 points. Click to purchase. Yuning, This guy is definitely causing trouble on purpose, trying to earn some extra money. She glanced at her 300 points, then at the 500 points from the task reward, and finally at the 100 points for purchasing the mystery product. Time ticked by. With a click, a message suddenly appeared after the 100 points for the mystery product. A 30-second countdown to a 50% discount, highlighted in bold red, flashing before her eyes. Yuning, No one can resist a 50% discount. If someone can, then add a time discount countdown after the discount. She instantly raised her hand and clicked to buy. Ding dong. The route map was credited to her account. Yuning took it out to look at it. This is outside the ruins? Bypassing the towering ruins surrounding her, heading west, she arrived at a mountain range. The enclosed mountain was the new territory the system was expanding. So even the dam system knew this dilapidated ruin was difficult to excavate. Yuning mentally sketched a route and looked up. There's an expedition in the outer perimeter. Want to go together? Outer perimeter? The three travelers, forced to seek lodging due to insufficient magic points, instantly looked up. Searching for residents with expedition intentions. Your expedition team has been formed. Leader, Ashwich Yuning. Members, Apothecary Ethan, Paladin Command, High Mage Toker, High Mage Drax. Behind these four. Shadow-eating leopard Mia. Yuning looked down at the large cat grooming itself. Mia noticed her gaze, looked up, and gave a sweet meow. Yuning seemed to see a line of text floating past. Your little darling has requested an outing. Well, who can refuse a little darling's adorable request to go out? The four outsiders were unaware of their own capabilities, but didn't Yuning herself know her own limitations? Relying solely on Mia's fighting strength to venture out on an adventure seemed unrealistic. The unscrupulous merchant began to exert his influence. Still feeling anxious and insecure about insufficient combat power? Try purchasing a mysterious product. A brand new security plan has been devised for you. 100 points. Click to purchase. Limited time 50% off, first come, first served. Yuning, She clicked to purchase expressionlessly. Yuning opened the previous map, but found no changes. She glanced at the screen, and before she could confront the capitalist, the team in front of her flashed, and a name appeared at the very back. Scarlet Lord Skulk. Scarlet, as a former ruler, even with his radiance faded, was still remembered by this land. Soul off forever. Yuning blinked. A human amulet? The final team was confirmed. Except for Black Bee and Snake Man who stayed behind to guard the town, almost everyone was mobilized. Well actually, there weren't many residents to begin with. Faced with a sparse population, Yuning chose to ignore the capitalist's urging. After packing their bags and food, they quickly set off. Boom! With half the countdown remaining, Yuning witnessed for the first time the collapse of a mountain. Actually, it wasn't a mountain, but a small hill formed by layers of soul and ore, which was successfully transformed into a plain by several collapsed spells from a high-level mage. Obtain mining point X1. You have successfully completed the mission, one step closer to an epic town. Congratulations, you have received 500 reward points. Congratulations, you have received a special reward, building height optimization. Current points, 700. Because their magic reserves were slightly depleted, the two mages were exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Only their mouths, which could still move, were trembling as they spoke. I want to eat apples, big and red ones. They really love apples. After delivering the fruit, Yuning waited for the dust to settle, and then went to inspect the mining site. It looks like coal. The texture isn't exactly soft, but it's very different from hard ore, and quite similar to the coal she remembered. Her heart skipped a beat, then quickened, pounding rhythmically in her chest. She stood up, and looked around at the similar hills of varying sizes. A coal mine. From the novel Transmigration. I'm a coal mine owner in another world. She looked at the travelers resting there, a warm smile suddenly spreading across her face. Gentlemen, why don't you stay a few more days? Enjoy the warm and cheerful atmosphere of this small town. Chapter 8. No matter where you are, minerals are always a scarce resource. Yuning leaned back on the sofa, eating an apple, and began checking the newly added mining sites on the system map. Numbered from 1 to 5, there were 5 mining sites in total. The first 4 were coal mines, and the last one was quite special. According to the mages, it was a rare magical crystal, an extremely valuable form of currency on the continent, especially among spellcasters. After completing their mining tasks, the two mages became enthusiastic about mining coal and other minerals, frequently traveling to and from the mining sites with their only manual laborer, Command, and the amulet Demon King. More precisely, it was during the first few times that they brought Skark along. As time went on, the intelligent monsters wandering in the white mist became familiar with the Demon King's activity area and even consciously avoided this route, allowing the two mages to enjoy their blissful life of mining coal and other minerals even more. Yuning tapped on the map, drawing out mineral trading routes connecting to the outside world. Seeing the speculate's eagerness to live in the mining area, she realized this was a shortcut to accumulating other resources. Meow. Mia pushed open the door with her head, walked over with light and graceful steps, and gave her a soft meow. How could a little leopard meow so sweetly? Yuning turned off the screen, scratched Mia's chin, and received a series of comfortable purrs. Your shadow leopard has discovered something strange. Mia rubbed against her hand, then stood up again, meowed, and walked ahead to lead the way. Strange thing? She glanced at the dark sky outside. Strange things appearing at this time easily evoke images of a mountain village zombie, midnight terrors, and nights where one cannot open their eyes. Yuning, hopefully, it won't turn into a horror town. She followed Mia forward, stopping in front of the warehouse storing magic crystals. Mia raised her paw and gently pushed. The stone door, previously sealed by a mage's magic, wobbled and easily opened. The magic here had vanished before Mia brought her here. The black leopard shuffled through the open door, and soon a strange rustling sound, like digging, came from inside. Yuning pushed open the door. Mia, her back arched, tail drooping slightly, her front paws half curled, her gaze like two flickering flames, locked onto the gray shadow hidden beneath the crystal pile. Suddenly, the agile leopard leaped across the crystal pile, its sharp claws landing precisely, pinning the gray shadow to the spot, rendering it immobile. She tilted her head, her round ears twitched suddenly, and then she lightly released her paws. As the gray shadow darted away again, she leaped up, caught it, and tossed it around. It was the image of a cat toying with its prey. If Mia hadn't excitedly tossed the gray shadow into the air, creating an elegant parabola in the dim light before it landed in her arms, Yuning might have stroked the big cat's head and said, "Baby, you're so clever. You can catch mice at such a young age." Mia gave her a soft meow, seemingly hoping she would toss the toy back. "Is this something you can just play with?" The gray shadow trembled violently in her arms, and Yuning froze, her body stiff as she looked down. In the dim light, the curled-up gray shadow gradually stretched out its body, revealing a smooth surface. Wait, a flat page? Congratulations, you have obtained the Witch's Journal. As the most authoritative witch in the Ashwood, your great-great-great-grandmother, the Sun Witch, left you a precious treasure. A magical journal that reveals everything. It possesses wisdom even more enduring and turbulent than the Crimson River, enough to assist you in building your town and propel you to the pinnacle of legend. The magic journal, treated like a mouse, whimpered and pounced into her arms, its entire body trembling. If it could speak, it would probably be weeping and wailing in protest. Why are you arguing with a child? Yuning turned and patted the big cat's head. Come on, Mia, apologize. Meow. Good girl, she turned. The child has apologized, so let's just forget about it. The journal, Why do you all get to say everything? The journal, now biased, remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly felt its gaze rising higher and higher. Yuning picked up the uninvited magic journal, her eyes gradually sharpening. Speaking of which, why were you in the magic crystal warehouse? The journal, It sheepishly curled up again, its posture unsteady, and several round, shiny crystals fell from the interlayer, making a crisp sound on the ground. Oh, what a little thieving mouse. It was magic that attracted this magic journal. Yuning flipped through the journal's tattered pages. After absorbing a large amount of magic crystals, the listless magic book finally regained some basic vitality. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Vanished Sargras, a town straight out of a fairy tale. You can call it the place where birch forests grow, or the place where reindeer roam. People have only heard its legends. No one knows its true location. As the most mysterious town, everything here has a unique way of life. This is a set of spatial skills. 3-dimensional folding, 2-dimensional expansion, dimensional unfolding. With sufficient magic power, you can even fold and carry the entire world. The first page of the journal suddenly lit up, intricate patterns outlining a dark magic circle, illuminating the magnificent architectural designs within. Then came a system notification. Your town has automatically activated dimensional folding. Countdown: 24 hours, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. During this period, only beings recognized by the town can enter the folded space. Yuning sighed. Can I manually turn it on and off? It's better to set your own doorbell. The system quickly provided a solution. Please follow these steps to manually take over. Step 1. Guide the flow of magic power. A giant skeletal bird spread its wings and flew by, its eyes, gleaming with soul fire, moving inorganically as it searched for prey in the vast gray-white forest. The astute hunter quickly locked onto tonight's main course. A dog. A dog shaking its head, completely oblivious to danger, even hopping around. It began adjusting its flight posture, inching closer to its prey with a precision unimaginable to ordinary creatures. Spreading its sharp claws, the skeletal bird pierced its soft fur, then traced a bright red outline. It stabbed once, but didn't go in. It stabbed again, but still no luck. The skeletal bird, question mark before its dwindling brain could process the reason, a large hand reached out from the side and slammed into its head. Crack! The sturdy skull shattered with a sound, as easily as crushing an eggshell. All right, Apple Pie, we should go home. The enforcer from the temple cleaned the filth from his hands, helplessly beckoned to his dog, and again urged it to go home, but this special companion clearly had its own plans. The large hound named Apple Pie sniffed around, finally stopping, its neck fur bristling, and began barking incessantly in a certain direction. The enforcer named Igor sighed, crouching down to stroke his beloved dog's fur. My colleagues just searched that area recently. There's absolutely no remnant of the Demon King. Crimson Cliff has long been abandoned. Don't be too nervous. The enforcer grabbed his dog, soothing its fur from head to toe. The Demon King's remaining forces are all in Crimson Valley. The temple assigned me here to recuperate. He calmed the dog's agitated state. All right, Apple Pie, you're too tense. Let's do one more patrol today, and then go back to rest, okay? Apple Pie, its eyes drooping, completely ignored its master's advice. Upon catching a strange, peculiar scent, it suddenly raised its head and dashed forward, barking incessantly. Woof woof woof. I know, the enforcer patiently replied. This time they found bones, and small animals at that. The soothing voice faded, and the enforcer, gazing at the faintly visible ridge in the distance, instantly suppressed his earlier helplessness, gripping his long sword tighter. The forest was dimly lit at night, but by the moonlight, several figures could be vaguely seen moving about. Deep within the ash forest, where the white mist was thickest, in the ruins of Crimson Cliff, someone lived. It sounded like he was talking in his sleep. Apple Party barked wildly ahead, its voice gradually fading into the silence of the forest. The enforcer crouched low, slowly approaching. Your town has automatically activated dimensional folding. Countdown: 24 hours, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. At a certain point, the enforcer, on high alert, abruptly stopped. He rubbed his eyes, looking at the scene before him with some confusion, but everything remained unchanged by his movement. Still ruins. The collapsed walls lay silent in the night, thorny weeds bent under the weight of the stacked bricks above, their twisted tendrils extending outwards from another angle. This was the remnant of an era, eroded by time, almost vanished from the world. When people mentioned the Demon King's castle, They only thought of emerging forces like Crimson Valley, built by the remnants of the Demon King's forces, not Crimson Cliff. The enforcer sheathed his sword, muttering to himself, "Is it because of my injury? Otherwise, how could he have been affected by the white mist and seen hallucinations?" He thought for a moment. Perhaps the earth recorded those past images. Sunlight, rain, and gentle breezes all possess magic. The land that once nourished everything recording past prosperity doesn't seem to be unprecedented. It's just a misunderstanding. He relaxed. Apple Pie, which had been barking wildly, stopped, ran forward, and stretched out its paws to paw at the ruins, uttering a human-like questioning "aw." Taking advantage of this opportunity, the tired dog owner picked it up, and the enforcer patted the dog's head, whispering a reprimand. "Naughty boy, don't do that again. Now come home with me." The puzzled dog was picked up by its owner, and nestled obediently on their shoulder as they retraced their steps. Suddenly, Apple Pie's eyes widened. Its eyes reflected the lights of the house, and a black leopard lying in front of it. The leopard flicked its tail, glanced in their direction briefly, then continued to lie at the feet of its owner, ignoring the harmless dog. The dog became excited, instantly flapping its legs and stretching its neck, barking towards the ruins. The officer patted its rump. "Stop it, no more playing today." Seemingly overwhelmed by the dog's barking, he paused, turned back with the dog in his arms, and saw only the unchanged ruins. The usually good-natured officer finally said sternly, "If you misbehave again, there's no chicken leg for today." Apple Pie, staring wide-eyed at the house that had vanished in an instant, and hearing that even the chicken leg was gone, whimpered twice and nestled sadly on its owner's shoulder. All right, the enforcer comforted. "Even though there aren't any today, if you behave well, you get 2 more chicken legs tomorrow." After walking for a while, Apple Pie looked at the town that had reappeared from the ruins, and her 2 droopy ears instantly perked up. The Black Panther rested its head on its owner's lap, while her owner held various sizes of magic crystals and a tattered book, looking serious, as if conducting some kind of experiment. The clever dog cautiously observed for a while, confirming that the strange town wouldn't disappear easily again, before opening its mouth and confidently barking a warning. "I, Apple Pie, am the dog most capable of helping my owner." This time, the bark was light and confident. The owner looked down. "What is it?" Seeing the dog still looking back, the enforcer sighed. "This is the last time." Apple Pie confidently barked, "Woof." The enforcer turned around, saw everything clearly, and then gave the dog a hard slap on the rear. "Lying isn't something a warrior should do," the dog owner sternly admonished. "Playtime is completely over for today. Don't try to get away with it. And no more chicken legs for tomorrow." Apple Pie, The dog, misunderstood by its owner, watched the town disappear again, letting out one last angry howl before its owner pinched its muzzle. No more chicken legs for the day after tomorrow. The dog was confused, aggrieved, and angry. The dog whimpered softly, then sadly nestled on its owner's shoulder, watching the town recede into the distance. The Black Panther flicked its tail, slowly munching on the fragrant grilled sausage its owner had given it, then elegantly licking its fur. Seeing the dog, it stood up and rubbed against its owner with a show of pride. Apple Pie, It tilted its head back, aimed at its silly owner's ear, and barked loudly. It wanted a big chicken leg. Okay, I was just kidding. I give Apple Pie 3 extra chicken legs when we get back. Why were they so in sync about these things? The dog sullenly lay back down, letting out a soft humph. The owner, ever the know-it-all, immediately said, "No problem, and add a big bone too." Apple Pie, Chapter 9. The final step. Stabilizing magic output. The magic crystal in her hand dimmed, and finally, with a crack, it shattered into quicksand, disappearing in the wind. After several attempts, Yuning finally mastered the knack of controlling magic, successfully closing the dimensional fold. Luckily, no one was nearby, otherwise, seeing a cluster of buildings flickering in and out of existence would have made her wonder if she'd lost her mind. After cleaning the ground, she reached out and touched the totem on her arm. The flower had been faintly warm when she first came into contact with magic. Is it something related to magic? Congratulations, as the great builder of this town, the current ruler of Crimson Cliff, and the future immortal legend, the Ash Witch. You have successfully mastered a brand new power. Perhaps you can now try using magic to fan yourself. Congratulations, you have obtained Ode to the Wind. Huh? Yuning stretched out her hand, a strange power gathering in her palm, a faint red glow releasing with her will. A gust of wind swept by, ruffling the stray hairs on her forehead. Well, being able to move a single strand of hair is already quite impressive. Mia tilted her head, her tail resting on her owner's hand. A surge of dark magical energy coursed through her, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. She braced herself against her owner's tilted body, swayed her tail, and let out a soft meow. Yuning, The difference between the advertised product and the actual product is just too vast. She steadied herself against the wind and said with difficulty, "All right, Mia, you're a really impressive little leopard. But could you pause the magic for a moment?" The wind subsided. Yuning straightened her clothes and hair, placed her hand on Mia's head, and then vigorously ruffled it, successfully transforming the elegant black leopard into a frizzy head. Mia let out 2 accusatory woofs, then lay down and diligently licked her fur and washed her face. The mischievous owner finally had some free time. Yuning opened the page, retrieved the previously credited task reward, and clicked to use it. Building height optimization in progress, click. As if an invisible hand was pushing the buildings, the houses trembled slightly, shifting their positions, and gradually forming a smooth and orderly layout. The walls were raised, the doors and windows enlarged proportionally, creating a perfect proportion. Compared to the previous rough, unfinished architectural style, the town could now even be called a civilized township. Although it was still a township. Yuning looked at the neat and tall houses. But at least it had finally transformed from illegal buildings into something resembling a small town, hadn't it? 2 high-level mages had found a happy home here, spending their days immersed in the mining area, getting covered in dust and dirt, and then rushing back before mealtime, full of energy. The 2 brothers, munching on apples, waved goodbye to Command. "If the mage tower asks you, just say we're dead. Whatever you do, don't tell them we're here. Lest those old bastards shamelessly try to take over their place." Command, What a cunning pair of men. Command slung the local specialty his brother had brought him over his shoulder, and the lip flower hanging from the wrapping smack kissed his brother's head, the slippery juice sticking to his hair, giving him the same weathered look as his brother. Command, He took a deep breath, finally bearing the burden. "I go back to the temple to report, then let them know Ethan, that little brat, is alright, in seclusion researching his weird plants." The reliable older brother slung the enormous bundle over his shoulder. "As for these goods, I will have someone handle them, selecting trustworthy merchants to negotiate the opening of future trade routes. Please don't worry, Ms. Yuning." The bundle contained a miscellaneous array of items, some combustible black minerals, high-quality magic crystals, plants with special effects, and sweet, delicious fruits and vegetables. The fruits and vegetables were of such exceptional quality that even royal tributes paled in comparison. The substance, the witch called coal, burned longer than ordinary charcoal, making it a formidable resource, both for everyday use and as an energy source. Not to mention the magic crystals, highly sought after by mages. Any of these items, if taken out, would inevitably stir up a storm. But neither this strange town nor the surrounding kingdom seemed prepared for a confrontation. The perceptive paladin then thought of the coal. The Rhine kingdom suffers from harsh winters, with ice forming thousands of meters underwater. Fierce blizzards could engulf the entire kingdom, burying lives in the process. If this abundant coal could be made more widely available to the common people, instead of being monopolized by the nobility. Driven by personal desires and other considerations, he had already made his decision. Cayman pulled himself out of his thoughts and looked at Yuning. "I won't reveal anything about this place to anyone, and I will do my best for you. I hope you can take good care of my brother," he said. "It's a pleasure to cooperate, Your Grace." After several days of interaction, the wary outsider decided to trust the town. "The list of hired personnel has been updated. Please pay wages promptly. Gardener, Apothecary Ethan. Diplomat, Paladin Cayman. Miner, High Mage Torch. Miner, High Mage Drax." How could a complete town be without trade? The hardworking townspeople eagerly awaited the new young diplomat to bring new opportunities for development. An outpost mission is underway. Executor, Command. The tall paladin, carrying the hopes of the entire village, left the town and disappeared into the thick fog. Ding dong. Yuning's hands paused. She had just sent one away, had just finished making oatmeal, and hadn't even put it in her mouth when the liver pressure system started beeping again. But while there are strategies to pressure you, there are ways to slack off. She calmly sat up, cut a few more slices of fruit, and ate while reading. Your town is thriving. As a legendary town destined to reach the pinnacle of miracles, you need to expand various public facilities to meet the diverse needs of your residents. Constructing an entertainment venue/amusement park, 0%. Yuning, Don't think that adding an "ah" to act cute will make her believe this guy won't cause trouble. They haven't even paved the roads yet, and they want to build an amusement park? Who's crazy? Based on the average age of the residents here, probably only Mia likes amusement parks. Seemingly sensing her owner's gaze, Mia stopped licking her fur, raised her head, and let out a soft meow. Who could resist the affection of a big cat? Yuning immediately changed her expression, flashing a warm smile. Good baby, you're such a clever little leopard. Only after Mia started purring like an engine did she turn her gaze to the system page. The system was performing steadily. The system clearly hadn't noticed how strange it was that an amusement park had suddenly appeared in the uneven ruins. The idiotic code was just relentlessly, obliviously, and frantically popping up its page. Construction of amusement park, 0%. Countdown, 12 hours 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 600 points. Punishment points, 3,000 points. Special reward, basic road planning for the entire town. Yuning, While the special reward sounds appealing, the 3,000 point deduction penalty seems inexplicably unpleasant. Clicking on the task details under building an amusement park reveals the most basic components. Slides include straight and spiral slides, made of metal or plastic, used to improve coordination. Swings, a well-known and popular facility, made of ropes or chains, used to improve balance. Seesaws, composed of a long board and metal supports, used to foster relationships. Carousels, rotate manually or electrically, equipped with safety belts. Toilets, equipped with clean toilets to maintain hygiene and provide convenience for residents. Landscaping, good landscaping is a big step towards success. Please increase the green area appropriately. Yuning skimmed through the text. These are all basic facilities. As long as the materials are available, they can be assembled immediately. Time passed slowly. Yuning leisurely finished her breakfast, waited a while, and sure enough, the system's voice sounded. Want to save time with one click? Try purchasing a mystery product. Basic material procurement, 300 points. Click to purchase. Yuning, not surprising at all. Ignoring the system, she turned right and headed to the sunflower field to find two mages. These easily obtainable materials could be obtained entirely with magical power. There was no need to deal with the middleman system. She hadn't walked far when a new page popped up. Behind the special rewards, in addition to the original basic road planning for the entire town, there was now a high-end custom furniture set, one room. Yuning ignored it. The system pressed on. Special rewards, basic road planning for the entire town. High-end custom furniture set, one room, red cat collar, smart silent bell model with location tracking. Yuning, this feels like browsing Taobao. A red cat collar. She stared at it for a few moments. The system immediately popped up a preview video of the collar. It was a detachable red leather ring with a golden bell hanging from its center, swaying back and forth with each movement. The video also emphasized its advanced magical technology positioning system and remote voice communication function. Yuning, ahem. Who could resist adding a little accessory to their cat? After paying 300 points, she successfully obtained a large batch of quest materials, piling them up like a mountain in the open space. Chirp? Because it was so conspicuous, it quickly attracted several tentacles wandering around the town. These are semi-finished materials that can be assembled into amusement park rides. Surrounded by onlookers, Yuning blinked and introduced them. Want to try it out? Chirp. The tentacles, already tired of the tedious mud and brick building game, immediately responded. At first, there were only a few, but then more and more appeared, almost completely surrounding the amusement park site. Eventually, even the Demon King himself was attracted. Yuning, it felt like I sprinkled candy into a group of children. She silently moved to a corner, making room for the enthusiastic helpers. The tentacles rolled up the materials, huffing and puffing as they carried them to the designated location, then wobbled back, lining up one by one to face her. Yuning stopped. A head pat? Although it was a question, after spending this time together, her hands had become adept at stroking the jelly-like tentacles. The tentacles, having received their reward, swayed shyly, instantly turning pink, and blushed as they left to begin their vigorous brick-moving work. Yuning, that really is a head pat. Having successfully removed the last tentacle, she wiped her hands and prepared to begin her work. She only tightened a screw halfway when a tall shadow fell upon her. Looking up, she saw the Demon King crouching down, his menacing black horns right in front of her. His face, a mixture of coldness and arrogance, faced her, his deep, mysterious silver-gray eyes unfathomable. Yuning waited a moment, but he made no move. A thought flashed through her mind, and she tentatively asked, "Touch his head?" His eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded reservedly. Yuning, Don't try to copy everything. His lean figure secured the sturdy frame to the ground. The Demon King touched the swaying chains and, amidst the undulating, thick shadows, tentatively sat on the swing. He felt the rhythmic swaying, gradually discovering a new world. He patted the spot next to Yuning, trying to share the joy. Here! He called out the name, Yuning, here! Having tightened the last screw on the seesaw before nightfall, Yuning straightened up. All the equipment was installed. Even the tentacles had transplanted a considerable amount of greenery from the fields, completing the required landscaping. Hearing the Demon King's call, Yuning turned around. Although she didn't know what was so exciting about sitting on a swing, seeing the tasks being processed, she straightened up, stretched a bit, and then, quite obligingly, sat down. The metal seat swayed slightly, lengthening and shortening her shadow. A gentle evening breeze swept across the open field, bringing a unique rustling texture. It had been a long time since she felt this relaxed. You have obtained Amusement Park X1. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the mission, building the town's first entertainment venue, satisfying the residents' spiritual needs, and bringing you one step closer to becoming an epic town. Congratulations. You have earned 600 reward points. Congratulations. You have obtained a special reward, basic road planning for the entire town. A complete set of high-end custom furniture, one room, a red cat collar, smart silent bell model with location tracking, current points, 1,000. Yuning has successfully obtained the red collar the size of Mia and brand new furniture. A brand new solid wood bed frame, intricately carved storage boxes, a tall black walnut cabinet, finely crafted furniture sat quietly in the room. Compared to the previous emptiness, it suddenly felt much warmer. Yuning put a bright, festive collar on Mia, enjoyed the big cat's sticky thanks, and then got up from the swing, preparing to go to her room. Creak! A subtle sound rang out. The Demon King, still blushing beside her, jumped up abruptly, looking directly into Yuning's room. What's wrong? Yuning paused, following the Demon King's gaze. Creak! Even faster than her gaze came the system notification. Your partner, the Crimson Lord Skark, has discovered a strange creature. Yuning stood still, watching as the heavy black walnut cabinet door in the room bounced forward half an inch, revealing sharp, bright red nails, but seemingly restrained, the door quickly closed again. Then it just kept repeating, like something inside was struggling to escape. Yuning? ? This horrible scene was hard not to think of certain horror movies. She stared at the cabinet door about to break free, paused for a moment, and asked the system, your furniture comes with little freebies? While the magical world was already surreal, shouldn't there be some compensation for the ghost movie intrusion into a base building game? Yuning calmly replied, could you send another cabinet of the same style? She said casually, cabinet door to cabinet door, female ghost to female ghost, magic against magic, what do you think? System, silently playing an apologetic tune, trying to salvage its host's precarious mental state. Chapter 10. The female ghost, who had intruded on the film set, diligently pounded on the cabinet door, but the sturdy black walnut cabinet held up well. After much banging, she couldn't break it open, and instead, panting sounds came from inside. A tense atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness. Mia curiously circled the cabinet, her tail held high, occasionally scratching at the door with her paw. Faced with this unusual scene, the big cat showed little fear, but rather an excitement akin to hunting prey. The curious cat turned back to its owner and meowed, scratching at the cabinet, seemingly urging its owner to open it quickly so it could bravely battle the monster. Yuning, The not-so-brave owner glanced at the red claws peeking out from the crack in the door, choosing not to understand her child's body language. Yuning glanced at him. I'm a little tired after a day's work. Let's rest for a bit. She brushed the dust off her clothes from tightening screws and sat down on the stool by the door. Taking advantage of this time, she tossed all her accumulated points into the wishing well. Congratulations. You obtained 3 packs of instant noodles. Congratulations. You obtained 3 handmade steamed buns. Congratulations. You obtained a complete set of kitchen utensils, essential ingredients and tools. Several large boxes of food were placed in the restaurant storage cabinets. A complete set of alloy kitchen utensils, including plates, chopsticks, a cutting board, knives, forks, etc., were neatly arranged on the restaurant counter. She thought of the sharp stone she recently used as a knife and suddenly felt like she stepped from a primitive tribe into civilized society. Yuning, I guess I progressed from chieftain to village head. She continued reading, her expression suddenly turning strange. Congratulations. You obtained 1 cross. Congratulations. You obtained 1 glutinous rice, Yuning, 2 abstract. A Western exorcist versus an Eastern Lin Zhengying. Try both, see which works, right? Putting away the completely useless exorcism tools, the weary village chief looked at the last purple star. This round star was so plump it had almost no edges. It crashed into the ground with a heavy thud, creating a deep crater. The star scattered, bursting forth with dazzling golden light. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 glittering gold coin. Purple quality gold coins? She reached in and scooped up a few coins. Exquisitely crafted, every pattern precisely pressed, without a single blur. Sunflowers facing different directions were engraved on both sides, gleaming golden, as if the entire space was being filled with gold. While unexpected wealth is delightful, money can only circulate in places with market transactions. For now, it can only gather dust in the warehouse. Yuning glanced up at her room. The female ghost was still struggling against the walnut cabinet door, several red marks appearing on her outstretched hand, as if she had accidentally gotten her hand caught in the door. The cabinet's vibrations gradually subsided, replaced by low sobs. Mia circled the cabinet, letting out a drawn-out meow, causing the entire cabinet to tremble and emitting a more pronounced cry. Yuning, could this thing really climb out on its own? It looks like it would cry for a long time if I punched it. I summoned all the residents of the town, but even the 2 most knowledgeable mages were unfamiliar with the creature in the cabinet. It looks like a banshee, but the energy fluctuations are much weaker, so weak that it can't even push open an ordinary wooden cabinet door. Toker finished his reconnaissance spell and offered his advice. It doesn't seem to be a spirit formed from magic. Although I never seen one before, spirits should be easily eliminated with annihilation magic. It didn't seem threatening. Yuning listened to the female ghost's sorrowful cries and looked away from the wooden cabinet. She hesitated for a moment. Not for now. Put the cabinet and this box of gold coins in the storage room first. She waited until the female ghost calmed down and regained her senses. Just as she was about to ask someone to help carry the gold coins into the storeroom, Yunying's palm brushed against the golden patterns. The next instant, a new notification appeared before her eyes. Shining gold coins. You can choose to place them on any surface. Yunying's eyelids twitched. Her quietly hanging hair was suddenly blown by a gust of wind. Whoosh! It was the sound of the wind whistling past, growing louder as it approached. Get out of here! Feeling the powerful wind sweeping overhead and the rapidly descending shadow, Yuning reacted swiftly, throwing down gold coins and calling everyone to take cover in the stone house. The next second, a colossal dragon, as fiery as molten lava, descended, its surrounding air instantly boiling. The dragon spread its massive, sky-covering wings, the folds of its bony membranes unfurling and burning with intense flames. Each flap brought waves of heat that swept across the heavens and earth. Roar! The dragon roared to the sky, its blazing breath instantly turning the dark night sky a sea of red. The inscrutable dragon language, laced with excited growls, echoed through every corner of the town. The 2 mages instantly cast a spell to shield the dragon's presence, enveloping the entire stone house to avoid its sight. This is bad, it's a lava dragon. The experienced mages were the first to recognize the creature before them. It's volatile and difficult to communicate with. Shouldn't this kind of creature be at the bottom of a volcano? How did it end up here? The reason for its presence here. Yuning peeked out through the crack in the door. After landing, the dragon roared excitedly twice, cautiously surveying its surroundings for a while. Once it confirmed the environment was safe, it lowered its head to sniff the gold coins, its thick tail thumping excitedly on the ground, kicking up choking dust. It circled the box of gold coins, finally settling into a comfortable position around them, its eyes glazed, uttering incoherent dragon language. The gold coins attracted this dragon. Yuning pondered a solution. Given the flames constantly burning on its body, to ensure the safety of the entire town, it had to be lured away as soon as possible. Yuning squeezed between the mages. Do you 2 have a solution? A solution? The mages silently glanced at the thick-skinned, adult dragon. This dragon was about 30 meters long, each crimson scale covered in flames, tightly packed to form the hardest armor on the continent. Its sharp, curved claws gripped the ground. One could imagine it easily piercing through any obstacle, including their fragile little bodies. Not to mention its unparalleled physical strength, the dragon language magic passed down through generations of dragons was something ordinary human mages couldn't possibly contend with. They were completely outmatched. You flatter me, Torch said with a wry smile. As high-ranking mages certified by the Mage Tower, only the 2 of us working together can add a bit of hunting fun to the dragon's dinner. As for dinner, Look at these two skinny human mages in front of you, aren't they fun? Enough to eat? Aren't they crispy enough? Sensing the rising temperature around them, the two mages exchanged a glance, placing their last hope on the mysterious town's owner. The concealment spell will end when our magic runs out. Half an hour left. Your Grace. Their eyes gleamed with expectation, each word displaying unparalleled sincerity. Now is the time to stop hiding. It's your turn to act. The equally fragile Yuning. She slowly exhaled. I understand. Crash. The chest of gold coins was overturned by the dragon, scattering the exceptionally bright coins all over the ground. The red dragon rested its head on the pile of gold coins, rubbing against it like a cat smelling catnip, sparks flying from its body, igniting some dry leaves, and the town was instantly ablaze. Just as the dragon was squinting and enjoying the pleasant moment, it suddenly sensed someone else. A tiny, weak, insignificant human. The other was dressed in black witch's attire, a huge pointed hat obscuring her eyes, leaving only the mysterious lower half of her face visible. A slight upturn of her lips hinted at a half smile, but otherwise, no other expression was visible. The dragon's intoxicated gaze lifted, its crimson eyes flashing with anger at being disturbed. It growled softly, trying to intimidate this arrogant human who dared to interrupt its gold-absorbing session. Human, I command you to leave this place. The domineering red dragon opened its mouth, uttering a low, hoarse voice, completely unconcerned about trespassing on someone else's territory. Might makes right in this world. Dazzled by the fragrant gold coins, the dragon almost stopped thinking. Driven by instinct, it relentlessly amassed the coins, looking down at the tiny human, baring sharp teeth, trying to scare the strange creature away. But its usual infallible tactic failed it today. The other remained motionless, showing no fear whatsoever. You're testing my patience? The dragon threatened, mimicking its inherited memories. You're playing with fire, human. Yuning, hiss. She swallowed back the retort that was about to escape her lips with all her might. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Yuning took out a wooden stick she had prepared beforehand, slightly turning to reveal the bewildered demon king behind her. A wooden stick? The dragon, born of flames, couldn't help but show a disdainful expression. The naive human, did she really think she could defeat it with just a wooden stick? Before the stick could even get close, its flames would incinerate it, and its wielder to ashes. The dragon spewed flames from its nostrils. This rare folly amused it, giving the red dragon a few more moments of patience to watch the clumsy performance. The jubilant flames ignited in the darkness, illuminating the entire town. What are you doing? The dragon laughed, clutching its stomach. I'm so scared. But no one paid it any attention. Dear Skulk, the rather mysterious witch in everyone's eyes weighed the stick in her hand and said softly, Are you willing to contribute to the town? The demon king looked quietly at Yuning, then nodded firmly, his breathing becoming slightly rapid with tension. He closed his eyes tightly. I'm willing. Yuning, something feels off. The dragon beside her laughed so hard its wings were askew. Yuning glanced at the dragon, a hint of pity in her eyes. Turning back, she pointed the wooden stick at the demon king. I'm sorry. It's all right, the demon king said, head bowed, for the town, cough. He swayed, head down, kneeling on one knee, unable to suppress a groan of pain. Are you all right? Yuning went to help him up, and as soon as she touched his shoulder, large tears fell onto the back of her hand. The demon king cried in pain. She quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I thought I could succeed in one go, I'm so sorry. The demon king's voice was soft, still trying to comfort her. It's all right. Tears mixed with blood, blurring the image. Yuning was about to help him up when she suddenly felt her arm being gripped tightly, almost leaving a red mark. The demon king's affectionate, comforting tone abruptly turned into a deep, questioning voice. It was you, the one who wanted to attack the demon king's castle. Yuning, Why is he still thinking about your worthless estate? Ding dong. You have encountered a demon king in extreme mental confusion. Good news, their plan succeeded. Bad news, this guy can't tell right from wrong. The demon king's hand was on her neck, seemingly ready to end this life with his own hands at any moment. Yuning had expected this. If you don't stop him, this dragon is going to burn down your demon king's castle. A dragon? The great demon king, immersed in his own world, finally became aware of the presence of other beings. He turned sideways, glaring down at the dragon, his tone growing increasingly dangerous. You also come to attack the demon king's castle? The crimson blood trickled down the demon king's forehead, drying just before it dripped. In the next instant, the open wound visibly healed, restoring his excessively pale and grim appearance. Surrounded by crimson shadows, the king wiped away the blood, the dragon's image reflected in his eyes. His voice betrayed a hint of madness. Burn the castle. He raised his eyes, his extreme calm masking his surging madness. So it was you who set fire to the Demon King's castle? Chapter 11. So it was you who set fire to the Demon King's castle? The Demon King asked again, his tone growing increasingly dangerous, but the dragon before him showed no sense of urgency. Inherited from its ancestors, it possessed a powerful physique and unparalleled magical talent. Having just passed its coming-of-age ceremony, the dragon appeared spirited and confident in any situation requiring physical confrontation. Not to mention tiny humans, even if the legendary, long-vanished Demon King were to appear, the dragon would be fearless. So what if I was? It raised its head. You think you can fight me? The red dragon laughed, its scorching dragon fire rising and igniting everything flammable around it, engulfing both sides in flames. I advise you to leave quickly. I'm going to keep all these gold coins for myself. The red dragon grinned. Or don't blame me for burning you to ashes. The Demon King, his chaotic thoughts pinpointing the key word, murmured, keep all for myself. The dragon had gradually sat up from its crouching position, but still didn't seem to care about the creatures before it, appearing lazy. Human, don't test my patience. You can still regret it now, but don't cry later. Ow! Before it could finish speaking, the dragon suddenly let out a cry of pain. It leaped from the pile of gold coins, flapping its wings frantically to avoid the overwhelming red, serpentine shadows that attacked. But the tentacles didn't care how their prey resisted, they obeyed their master's will, tightly coiling around it, like a giant python strangling a living creature, binding the dragon's limbs, wings, neck, and even trying to burrow into its eyes. What is this thing? The dragon frantically tried to fly away, desperately trying to shake off these grotesque creatures that clung to its bones, but the harder it struggled, the tighter they became, until a numbing sensation gradually spread from its limbs to its brain. The dragon, already halfway through its flight, was dragged back to the ground, pinned to the earth. The dragon fire that had ignited within it flickered, trapped in a predicament. Let me go! A blazing dragon breath began to brew, scalding flames erupting as it tried to break free, but as soon as a flame appeared, shadows enveloped its snout, sealing it off completely, leaving only a hissing sound emanating from deep within its throat. The dragon's breath, forced to halt, was trapped in its mouth. This unprecedented situation instilled a nameless fear in the dragon. Something it couldn't escape. The dragon looked into those cold, silver-gray eyes, and its heart, which had never known defeat, began to suffocate. It would die. This person would kill it without hesitation. For the first time, the dragon, born of fire, felt the chill seeping into every scale, as if it had just crawled out of its egg and been thrown into an icy pool, leaving only helpless struggles. Let me go! The dragon began to fear, even wanting to escape at all costs. Sharp teeth, magic, dragon claws, using anything available, it tried to escape from this place, from this shadow, as quickly as possible. But it was too late. A crimson shadow surged in like a tide, covering every inch of the dragon, every hard scale, until its massive body was completely submerged, and the restless creature gradually fell silent. Whoosh! Only the sound of the wind remained. It was a silent, ruthless slaughter. Those tentacles that usually appeared so docile, upon receiving their master's command, shed their pretense and without hesitation became the most ferocious killers. A crimson shadow enveloped the dragon, forming an irregular sphere even larger than the dragon itself. It contracted inch by inch, seemingly devouring, or perhaps assimilating. The matter was resolved. Yuning looked at the tall, motionless figure before her. But not entirely. The Demon King turned around, staring intently at Yuning, as if trying to identify something. Suddenly he said, it's you again? You repeatedly come to Crimson Cliff to provoke me, thinking I wouldn't dare touch you? She wasn't unfamiliar with dealing with the Demon King in this state. Yuning was about to speak, but before she could open her mouth, she felt herself being pulled forward. Several slender crimson tentacles wrapped around her waist, gleefully carrying her to the Demon King, even colliding with him because she couldn't stop in time. She quickly leaned back, but still bumped into his head. A red mark immediately appeared on the Demon King's forehead. He leaned back slightly, letting out a muffled groan. His silver-gray eyes lifted, now filled with apprehension and inquiry. Why can you control my servants? Who exactly are you? This was the second time he asked this question. While that adorable, brainless Demon King wasn't entirely normal, this one, with his explosive fighting prowess and erratic speech, wasn't much better. Yuning glanced down at the fawning tentacles. These perceptive fellows spent their days building houses, adding bricks and tiles, and casually strolling around the town. They always offered encouragement before work and praised him afterward, serving tea and water. They were masters of flattery, thoroughly understanding the rules of slacking off in the workplace. Why were they so obedient? Current CEO Yuning, probably because they wanted to advance. The Demon King couldn't hear Yunying's inner monologue. His eyes were dark as he approached, seemingly trying to control the strange witch. But when he reached a certain point, he suddenly stopped. He looked down at Yunying's hand, his expression blank, even his dark aura softening slightly. This? How did you get this? This? Yuning raised her hand, revealing the ruby ring the Demon King had given her. The ring's face was round and full, like a burning flame, dazzlingly bright. She said frankly, "You gave it to me?" Her mind was clearly not clear. Switching accounts not only made her forget people, but she also forgot what had happened. "I gave it to you." The Demon King lowered his head, his previous accusatory tone suddenly weakening. "So that's how it is. We're actually in this kind of relationship." He clutched his head. "I think I lost a very important memory." The Demon King looked at Yuning. "Even though I don't remember, I'd still be good to you." Fiancé. Yuning, Yuning, question mark, why am I adding this drama to my life? The dazzling ruby ring revealed its description again. Skark's blessing. A still, crimson heart, a pulsating, vibrant gemstone, blood imbues favor with profound meaning. A wondrous ring condensed in the sea of spirit, breathing in unison with the great Demon King. Perhaps it has some extraordinary uses. So it has these extraordinary uses. It's a wedding ring, haha. Yuning said expressionlessly, "You misunderstood." She immediately prepared to take off the ring, but the Demon King's face instantly turned gloomy. His hands, which contained immense power, gently placed on her shoulders, as if they could crush her fragile shoulder blades at any moment. The Demon King's voice was deep and menacing. "Fiancé, are you going to abandon me? Abandon this family? Abandon our child?" Yuning, Child what? The tentacles wrapped around her swayed, clinging to her legs and acting coquettishly. Hearing their master's words, they nodded repeatedly, their bodies gradually turning pink. Yuning, You call these things children? There's no point in arguing with a confused patient, no matter which Demon King it is. Yuning sighed, finally stopping her actions and calming herself. "I understand. Let me go first." She kicked the tentacles, which obediently released them, nuzzling affectionately against her feet before retreating like flowing water. The Demon King reached out, steadying Yuning. His hand gently rested on her waist, then recoiled as if electrocuted. The unfamiliar warmth contrasted sharply with his own coldness, making him somewhat uncomfortable. "Fiancé," he spoke slowly, his heart pounding with an unusual flutter of shyness. He asked, "When will we officially have our wedding?" A warm touch suddenly brushed against his wrist, burning him so much that he quickly withdrew his hand. "Before the wedding? We can't do this." "It's all right." Yuning clenched her fist, gripping his wrist and controlling the Demon King's movements. A cool breath traveled through the point of contact. The mentally confused Demon King was clearly oblivious to everything else, staring blankly as he awaited her next move. Bang! The Demon King's eyes glazed over, his body swayed, and he fell forward, softly leaning into Yunying's arms, his head resting on her shoulder. The next instant, he rubbed his eyes, mumbling, "Yuning, I feel a little dizzy." How could he not be dizzy after being hit on the head? Yuning glanced at the Demon King's unharmed head. However, his constitution seemed to have improved. At first, blood beads would appear, but now the healing speed was even faster than the injury itself. It seemed to be due to the accumulation of magical power. She tossed aside the stick in her hand and comfortingly rubbed the Demon King's head. "Dizziness is normal, you'd be fine after a nap." The Demon King, now back to normal, seemed to realize he was leaning against Yunying's chest. He sniffed her scent, dazed, his face gradually turning red from his neck to the top of his head. I. He instantly stood up, tripping over his own feet as he left. "I'm going to move bricks to build a house." Yuning, wait! What kind of house building or construction work is this at night? Starting work at midnight in any city would get you complaints. Commanding the tentacles to bind the Demon King, who had been disturbing the peace in the middle of the night, back to his room, and instructing them not to let him out that night, Yuning glanced at the sky and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I can finally get a good night's sleep." Just as she finished speaking, she heard a soft rustling sound behind her. She looked in the direction of the sound. The gradually shrinking crimson shadow cracked open, the devouring process ended, the tentacles turned back to harmless black, and then quickly slipped away, leaving only the miniature red egg in the center. Yuning stopped. Calling it miniature was a comparison to the original giant dragon. In fact, it wasn't small at all, similar in size to Mia, even slightly taller. Crack! A loud cry broke out from within, the eggshell shattered, revealing a tiny red dragon inside, its rear end sticking out, and its head buried in the shell. Ding dong! You have completed the Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection Dragon Achievement. Unlocking the entire Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection will grant you a mysterious reward. Please keep up the good work and continue your journey. It's that red dragon. A haughty creature has arrived in your town. It seems to have a stereotype about the town. Please change the town's reputation and turn enemies into friends. Note: a policy of appeasement is generally recommended, but special measures can be used to protect yourself if the visitor is hostile. Recruitment progress, 0%. Countdown, 6 hours 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 200. Punishment points, 1000. Seeing no movement outside, the little red dragon cautiously raised its head to glance around. Then its eyes met those of Yun-Ing, who was watching it. Red dragon, eh? Yun-Ing, hello. The red dragon's legs went weak, and with a wah, it sat down in its eggshell, crying loudly, "Awoo! Humans are so scary, mommy, save me." Chapter 12. As it turned out, in this sufficiently remote town, even a dragon with a booming voice couldn't stop screaming. Seemingly drained of its magic by the tentacles, this dragon, born from fiery lava, shrunk from an adult to a juvenile, its speech and intelligence declining considerably. It slurred, "Bad guys, mommy, all bad guys." Yun-Ing, eh? It was hard to reconcile the dragon from before, with this one calling for its mother. Seriously, if it remembered, wouldn't it be ashamed? Yun-Ing directed the tentacles to place the dragon, shell and all, into an empty room. Looking at the wailing little dragon, she crouched down. "Can you remember what just happened?" The dragon shook its head fearfully. Yun-Ing said, "The ones who like to set fires are the bad dragons." She pointed at the dragon's nose. "You're the bad one." "I'm a bad one?" The dragon paused, looking down at the small flame burning on the tip of its tail. The simple logic instantly clicked. Large tears rolled down its cheeks. The dragon cried sadly, "Mommy, I'm not a bad one. I don't want to be a bad one." "Doing something wrong is doing something wrong," Yun-Ing said, seeing the dragon's increasingly sorrowful cries. "However, even creatures who do wrong can have a chance to repent." The basket of heavy gold coins was carried in by tentacles, instantly turning the room into a dazzling golden light. The dragon immediately stopped crying, staring blankly at the gold coins. It seemed that even in its juvenile form, its love for gold coins hadn't changed much. Yun-Ing solemnly said, "Every dragon should have a treasure to guard. These are entrusted to you." "Treasure, treasure for me to guard." The dragon suddenly looked up. "I have treasure." "Yun-Ing, as the most powerful dragon, are you confident you can complete the mission?" The silly dragon cheered. "Yes." "Are you willing to stay here and guard these precious treasures forever?" The dragon cheered. "Forever." Yun-Ing clapped her hands and straightened up. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the recruitment mission. Reward points, 200. Congratulations. After your unremitting efforts, the Crimson Cliff of the Demon King's Castle has officially welcomed its third resident. Current residents, Abyss, Killer Bee Blackwing, Lava Dragon Asa. Current points, 200. After crying until he was exhausted, the little dragon Asa shifted his feet and started to snuggle up on the pile of gold coins to sleep. Before falling asleep, he raised his head and mumbled sleepily, "Good night, human, I will guard the treasure well." He immediately tilted his head to the side and fell fast asleep. It didn't even notice Mia pulling its dragon tail. Annoyed, it simply rolled over, smacked its lips, and went back to sleep. Yun-Ing, with this level of alertness, it wouldn't even know if someone stole it in the middle of the night. But it's much cuter than its domineering self just now. Back in the room, the cabinet was completely quiet. After tossing and turning all night, it was wide awake. Yun-Ing didn't move the cabinet out and lock it. Instead, she stood closer and tapped the surface with her finger. No response. The two mages, who had been watching the dragon for half the night, returned, still eager for more, and their attitude towards Yun-Ing was even more respectful. Although she didn't know the reason, this was someone who could bring down a dragon. In the Mage Tower, this would probably be in the textbooks, with countless people flocking to seek knowledge, eager to meet the great mage who could subdue a dragon. However, this is Crimson Cliff. Even if they were curious, they wouldn't disturb the host unless the host showed any interest in conversation. Otherwise, they felt they'd be kicked out by that horned fellow. Your Grace, Toker said, are you interested in this banshee? Drax, standing nearby, eagerly chimed in, we can use magic to forcibly remove this strange banshee from the cabinet. Yuning shook her head, no need. She gently touched the cabinet door. There was no resistance from inside. With a push, the black walnut cabinet opened completely. As expected, there was someone inside. Bathed in the bright moonlight and the flickering candlelight, the sculpted beauty of a girl in red appeared before everyone. Her snow-white skin was accentuated by the fiery red dress, and her flowing black hair added a touch of classical beauty, like something out of an oil painting. She was curled up, fast asleep. If it weren't for the mist swirling beneath her skirt, she might truly be mistaken for a living person. Seemingly sensing the change in light, the female ghost, or rather, the banshee in this setting, looked up and saw 3 pairs of unfamiliar eyes staring intently at her, so focused, so unabashed, appearing terrifying in the dim light. You? The banshee opened her mouth, uttering short, sharp sounds, her chest heaving, her breathing rapid. Then, right before everyone's eyes, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed completely unconscious into the cabinet. Sigh! Yuning turned around, glancing at Torch, then at Drax. The 2 mages immediately shook their heads vigorously, waving their hands repeatedly. It wasn't us. Okay, that possibility ruled out. She looked at the unconscious banshee. Yuning, first time ever scaring a ghost into fainting. A strange experience. Dawn was breaking. The weather wasn't great today, the fog surrounding Crimson Cliff was even thicker, and a damp wind blew up from time to time, as if it were about to rain. Pulling the red dragon Asa out of the pile of gold coins to breathe fire, Yuning successfully harvested a sleep-deprived, listless dragon and a pile of dried firewood. Awooh! The dragon flapped its wings, lazily sprawling on the dining table, looking at the red-clad woman across from it who kept her head down. Perhaps it was a banshee. The dragon's innate arrogance made it fearless, even disregarding spiritual entities that terrified ordinary creatures. Aside from certain individuals, the word fear practically didn't exist in its dictionary. There was no threat. The red dragon's gaze returned to the dining table, the fresh, plump fruits and vegetables before it filling it with wonder. A dragon's diet was diverse. When truly hungry, it would even devour steel and stone. Its powerful stomach could solve any problem. However, given choices, each dragon had its preferences. These unfamiliar fruits and vegetables looked delicious. But for a dragon, even in its current slender form, these adorable fruits were far too delicate and small. They should be savored. The dragon happily wrapped the food bag given to it by the human, preparing to eat. The moment it lowered its head, the fruits and vegetables on the plate were gone. Dragon? ? Hearing the sound of chewing, it looked up and saw the banshee it had previously disregarded leisurely wiping her mouth. Noticing the dragon's fierce gaze, she immediately lowered her head and said softly, sorry. I was too hungry. Humph. The dragon snorted coldly, too lazy to argue with her, and fetched some more fruits and vegetables. Just as it was about to continue eating, a swift whoosh sounded, and the food on the plate was gone in an instant. The next moment, even the plate was gone. Dragon? ? The banshee sitting opposite it swallowed the last bite of the plate, still looking meek. Sorry. I couldn't control myself. Before it could get angry, the banshee lowered her head and began to sob softly, large tears falling and hitting the ground. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I really am. I didn't mean to. I was just so hungry. The dragon stared wide-eyed at the vanished plate, then, seeing the villain playing the victim, it was even more furious, its wings practically flapping. You bad guy. It abruptly turned to Yuning, who was sitting behind the high platform, its face practically screaming, you better do something about this. Yuning, She had to end her slacking off and approach the table, asking what happened. The dragon complained, she stole my plate. The succubus didn't argue, only timidly lowering her head, tears streaming down her face, falling to the ground and turning into tiny pearls. They were real pearls. The plump, round white pearls rolled around on the ground, then mixed with some sparkling gemstones of various colors, clattering and clattering as they fell to the floor, quickly piling up into a small mountain, obscuring the corner of the table, and showing no signs of stopping. Disney's Runaway Princess? Yuning handed over a handkerchief. Are you hungry? Seriously, it's one thing for a banshee to eat food, but why is she even eating the plate? The banshee nodded, raising her red eyes. I didn't mean to. Yuning looked at the mage eating breakfast. What happened? It's probably because she lacks energy. Eating more nutrient-rich energy-boosting creatures will help, Toker chewed. Let me think. Something suitable for banshees. Extreme emotions like fear, sadness, and ecstasy can replenish her energy, or directly hunting spiritual beings, the latter being more effective. Ding dong. A complete town needs prosperous trade, and the young diplomat lived up to expectations, bringing new hope to the town. But the newly arrived merchant caravan was filled with unease, fear, and nightmares. Resolve nightmare creatures entanglement. 0% countdown. 24 hours, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds reward points. 500 penalty points. 1,000 Yuning blinked and asked, Nightmare, is it considered a spiritual entity? Almost there. Everyone hang in there. Command was soaked to the bone, the icy rain pierced his clothes, and the wind chilled him to the bone. He tugged at the merchant on his back and shouted, From now on, you must stick close to me. If you listen to the voices around you, you be driven into the white mist. Never believe those voices. We're almost there. The merchant on his shoulder was the only one willing to try Crimson Cliff. Upon entering the white mist, Command followed the safe path leading from the town to the outskirts without wavering. But accidents always happen unexpectedly. First, the merchant owner suddenly suffered from recurring nightmares, repeatedly trying to venture deeper into the white fog in a daze, only to be knocked unconscious by Command. Then, the horses and men in the group became restless, exhibiting similar symptoms. They were being possessed by something. How much further? Perhaps we should head west? I think I saw someone there. The owner's weak voice came from beside his ear. Command swiftly knocked him unconscious. This omnipresent entity had repeatedly used the owner's words to manipulate him, trying to lead him astray. This proved that the path he was on was absolutely correct. In this life or death situation, the entire group rallied together, silently following behind Command. Finally, at a certain moment, the outline of the town appeared before them. Bright lights illuminated an unprecedented hope. Command excitedly reminded everyone, We're here. Everyone, hurry inside. The owner finally forced himself to perk up. We're here? Yes, we are here. They had only run a few steps when Command stopped. As the white mist dissipated, a fleeting red figure stood at the forefront. Beneath her long red dress, there was no solid form, and her eyes, glowing green, stared at them all. She licked her lips, so hungry. Command, the boss, and the waiter, The boss, his hands trembling, covered his eyes, his face filled with sorrow, tears streaming down his face. So we're already dead. Where have we been? To hell. Chapter 13. A dim, yellowish halo seeped from the depths of the thick fog, devoid of clear outlines, leaving only hazy, grayish-black patches. A gust of wind blew, creating an indescribable sense of ethereal emptiness and absurdity. Raindrops, like fine needles, stung the skin, sending waves of phantom pain through the air. That vibrant red figure stood in the middle of the road, untouched by moisture, as if it didn't belong to this world. In just half a breath, she floated swiftly along the ground. The face hidden in the fog gradually became clear, resembling an ancient painting treasured in an attic of a noble family, beautiful to the point of being unreal, which only amplified the horror. It was definitely not human. She sniffed lightly, her eyes filled with undisguised desire. Eat. Quimmen's expression turned grave. When had they been tricked? When had they strayed from their course? Raindrops slid down his cheek, but this experienced paladin dared not make any other movement, his eyes fixed intently ahead. He slowed his breathing, subtly adjusting the sword at his waist. Eat it. The banshee looked at the paladin standing at the forefront, showing no fear, but instead quickening her pace. She pounced. Clang. She nimbly dodged the paladin's slashing sword, closing in on the man behind him, her misty fingers brushing across the middle-aged man's head. Soon, a faint black shadow struggled to detach from the weakened body, and the banshee, with lightning speed, grabbed it and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed, then her face suddenly contorted, disgusting. The banshee spat, then quickly floated away, continuing to find the next person to try. K-Man on high alert, The previously listless boss sighed, patted his shoulder, and whispered, This hell isn't as scary as I imagined. I feel less tired, and my breathing is easier. It's just that the staff service isn't very good, it needs improvement. Command, Is this about service? He looked up at the brightly lit town, sheathed his sword, and carried the ailing merchant boss quickly forward. The boss asked curiously, Where are we going now? Command, To warm ourselves by the fire in hell. The boss exclaimed expectantly, Great. Great. Command, He seemed to understand why only this guy was willing to try. He believed everything others said. The town's road infrastructure planning is underway. Yuning used the special reward she received from completing a previous task. The houses shifted, as if pulled back by an invisible hand, forming a vast, open circle around them, leaving the very center to her original stone house. A plaque quietly appeared, engraved on the door, clearly marked in formal script, City Hall. Besides the central municipal area, other buildings were categorized into residential, entertainment, and living areas. The muddy paths were paved with smooth bluestone bricks, forming clean and tidy passageways, presenting a well-organized and orderly scene. It looks much better this way. From rural literature, things have gradually improved, now at least it can be considered a civilized village. Hearing approaching footsteps, she turned around with her standard smile. A dusty paladin entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man who had been curiously observing. Quimon's expression was somewhat helpless. As she regained her senses and saw the changes around her, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Only a few days have passed, yet the changes are so drastic. However, the composed command quickly composed himself. Upon seeing Yun-Ing, he placed his arm across his chest and gave a standard knightly salute. "Good day, your grace," which he introduced her. "This is Mr. Barr, renowned for his excellent reputation in trade, and the first merchant to agree to cooperate with Crimson Cliff." The reliable knight similarly introduced her to the merchant beside him. "This is the town lord who wishes to trade with you, the current ruler of Crimson Cliff, Lady Yun-Ing." "Town lord?" The merchant observed the scene before him. The woman, clad in an ancient wizard's robe, stood at the very heart of the area. Her dark dress cascaded to her ankles, the hem subtly revealing dark gold sunflower patterns. Her wide, pointed hat was pulled low, obscuring her eyes, and revealing only half of her mysterious face. The brim of her hat lifted slightly, revealing a pair of rare black eyes. She nodded. "Welcome, Boss Baylor." Black eyes usually evoke images of disease, disaster, and eternal sleep symbolizing death, but what she saw now inexplicably reminded her of tranquil stars floating above the night sky. Baylor thought for no apparent reason, if death is so quiet and peaceful, it doesn't seem like something to fear. Huff. The huge black panther guarded its master, measuring the stranger before it by some standard. After a moment, the loyal shadow panther shifted its gaze, continuing to quietly watch over the witch. Besides, the unmistakable buzzing of bees high in the sky, the ubiquitous dark shadows, the fleeting glimpse of a scaly tail. Baylor quickly lowered his head to calm his heart. Looking down, he saw rows of perfectly aligned bluestone bricks, each the same size, without a single crack. Even the seams were perfectly aligned. Due to limitations in firing technology, this almost obsessive-compulsive approach to repairs was rare even among royalty. Even after living in the Rhine Kingdom for so many years, and seeing so much of the world, Baylor's heart skipped a beat at the sight of this. It felt unreal, like a dream. Was he really still in the Rhine Kingdom? "Boss Baylor?" Command called to the dazed merchant. Oh. The long journey, coupled with the attack by nightmare creatures, had left Baylor listless. After a brief moment of distraction, a hint of humility appeared on his face. He bowed and approached. "Hello. This is hell, isn't it?" He whispered to the mysterious witch. "Actually, you are Lord Satan. You look so kind." "Command, eh?" He accepted the idea of being in hell so easily. And how did the words Satan and kind-looking end up together? Just as he was about to explain to the dazed and confused Mr. Barr, who had been ill all the way, before he could even open his mouth, Command heard the witch across from him speak. "You figured it out." The witch deliberately lowered her voice. "So, are you ready to do business with the devil?" "Command, eh?" Seeing Mr. Barr's I knew it, I was so clever expression, he couldn't help but cover his face. He only has one boss like this, don't ruin him. The dragon lay lazily on the stone slab, chewing on a crisp bell pepper, and mumbled, "Next." A burst of intense flames quickly dried the damp, cold clothes. The cart driver patted his warm clothes, happily offering a few treasure-dried dates. With a flick of the dragon's tail, he received his reward. The damp rainy season brought a thicker fog. The flickering campfire illuminated a corner of the town, bringing warmth. After the banshee devoured all the nightmare spirits, and the dragon dried the soaked people, the unease floating in the town gradually subsided, finally settling into complete peace. "Congratulations, you have completely broken free from the nightmare's clutches." The newly arrived merchant caravan received the town's help, and the friendliness of the locals gradually calmed the fearful people. Reward points, 500. Current points, 700. It's already autumn. Yun-Ing looked at the continuous autumn rain outside. The temperature here fluctuates greatly. The hot summer had just ended, and the first heavy rain brought a damp chill. "I wonder what winter will be like." "Your Grace," the witch. Having rested all morning, the human merchant finally regained his energy. Following Yun Ying's gaze, Baylor looked outside and explained, "This season is for stockpiling supplies for winter, with cotton and timber being of paramount importance. So, after hearing about coal from command, I immediately decided to come." Speaking of trade, Boss Baylor spoke fluently in his field. "To show our sincerity, we only take a 7% commission and will submit our earnings reports according to their requirements. You can check the ledgers at any time, you can rest assured. As for other smaller items that need to be traded, the caravan will come in regularly to collect them. You can purchase them all at once, and I will settle the payment directly. The coal mine is massive, and initial cash flow will be a bit tight, so taking commissions is a safer approach. However, other smaller items can be purchased directly, buying low and selling high to earn higher profits. This is a win-win situation. What do you think?" Yuning looked at the amiable middle-aged man before her. "You're very professional, but I like to directly convert a portion of the profits into supplies. Caravans need to bring these here at the beginning of each month. Therefore, the town will be responsible for everything related to the caravan's lodging at Crimson Cliff." She added, "Besides, if you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can also let me know. This was a private matter. No one can resist the overwhelming sense of security and protection." Boss Baylor happily replied, "Of course, no problem." After discussing the list of items needed by Crimson Cliff, and the goods the caravan would be transporting, this mutually satisfactory cooperation finally came to an end. The bar boss suddenly rubbed his hands, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "I'd like to ask you for a favor," he pleaded. "Could I take another look at the Crimson Lotus, the dragon of the blazing wildfire?" Crimson Lotus, what was that? Perhaps because Yun Ying's eyes were too puzzled, the merchant became even more embarrassed, saying, "It's that young dragon that breathes hellfire, has a majestic figure, and whose scales shimmer with extraordinary power." Yun Ying? ? Do they even have such a thing in their village? The excited merchant approached the red dragon. The lazy dragon was hugging a pile of dried fruit that the workers had stuffed into its mouth. Just as it opened its mouth to eat, it heard a voice beside it. "Wow, even eating looks incredibly cool." The dragon straightened its posture. "Wow, it looks even more handsome sitting up." The dragon flapped its wings, showcasing the graceful lines of its neck. "Wow, as expected of the Crimson Lotus Bloodfire dragon, it's exactly as majestic and imposing as the legends describe." The dragon put down the dried fruit, and couldn't help but let a few small flames peek from its mouth, drawing even more enthusiastic praise from the humans. Led by Boss Bale, the other equally curious workers gathered around, praising it from left to right. Soon, the dragon, its lips pursed in delight, roared to the sky, unleashing a spectacular fire-breathing display that elicited screams and shouts from the onlookers. "Red dragon, hee hee. Is this the power of language? Yuning, eh?" They practically turned her into a fool. The village chief was amazed. The caravan unloaded a batch of goods as a token of goodwill, took away the Crimson Cliff's merchandise, and the long procession gradually disappeared into the distance, officially opening the trade route representing the town. The town returned to its initial tranquility. Well, perhaps not so tranquil after all. "Congratulations, you have killed one wandering skeleton." "Congratulations, you have killed one carrion-eating snake." Current score, 1000. Yuning controlled the wind magic, raising the black scale dagger and accelerating its piercing through the skeleton's eerie blue soul fire. At the same time, a jet-black tail lashed out, instantly shredding the snake hidden in the grass. Abyss's vertical pupils remained unmoved until he looked up at the witch, at which point his pupils gradually widened, softening the coldness. His eyes shone brightly. "Your talent in magic is very high. I believe it won't be long before you unleash a hurricane comparable to a natural disaster." Yuning retracted the black scales. "Thank you for the dagger too." "You're welcome, I'm glad you like it, sir." The snake man, pleased with the praise, flicked his tail, and began to further demonstrate his value. He said, "The cold and dampness have catalyzed the birth of the undead. The longer it goes on, the more frequent this restlessness will become. We need to be on guard." Ding dong. The tide has arrived, and the number of wanderers has increased. Please reinforce the town's defenses in time to prevent monster invasions. Construct and reinforce the fence, 0%. Countdown, 72 hours, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reward points, 200. Punishment points, 1000. Before Abyss finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. "Watch out." In an instant, a puddle of mud fell from the sky, crashing onto a stone pillar not far away. The splattered crimson blood landed at their feet, exuding a chilling aura. Yun Ying's heart skipped a beat. The puddle of crimson mud gradually moved, shaping into a blurry human form. Facial features gradually took shape, and the mouth, the first to appear, opened and uttered clear words. Oops, I fell down. I need a human to help me up. Yuning, Do you think your dignity is appropriate for saying that? The abyss's serpentine eyes were chillingly cold. Undead, get out. The newly formed mouth and nose twitched. TSK, interpersonal relationships are harder to handle than corpses. Seeing the increasingly wary gaze opposite him, the uninvited undead slowly added, Oh, I meant the corpse in the card game. No intentional killing. Anyone want to play a game with me? His newly formed eyes stared straight at Yuning, his voice lively, like this unfamiliar human lady. System notification. You have encountered the newly awakened Wraith Lord. The Wraith Lord said, word by word. I guarantee there will be absolutely no danger. Yuning, Believe you? You wish. Chapter 14. The torrent of fire first stained the area crimson. A dragon descended to the ground, looking down disdainfully at the undead creatures before it. Following it were the climbing, jet-black tentacles, then the demon king, giant black bees, and a somewhat frightened banshee hiding behind the queen bee. The still-developing Wraith Lord was enveloped in dragon fire, unable to move for a moment. He explained dramatically, so many people. His upturned lips stretched into an even wider grin. So lively, I love it. Yuning, if you like it, roast it a little longer. This guy looked quite eerie, but as an undead, he couldn't escape the fear of fire, and could control himself for the time being. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she poured all her points into the wishing pool. You are drawing 10 times. Congratulations, you have obtained 6 wall material packs. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 basic medical kits. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 sheep ranch. She opened the top-down thumbnail view of the walls. 6 towering walls formed a neat hexagon, enclosing the entire town. However, it seemed to be semi-automated, requiring material handling. From now on, it really will be a tower defense game. The medical kit contained oral cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory painkillers, as well as external iodine, alcohol, medical gauze, medical bandages, and other basic supplies, very practical and durable. Behind the sheep ranch was the word pending use. Yuning ignored it for now, and looked at the last purple star. The dazzling purple star fell to the ground at lightning speed. Unlike usual, this star didn't even pause for a moment, eagerly dispersing its outer shell. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 Skark sword. Skark sword. The king carries the sword. The king carries the sword. A legendary sword that accompanied the demon king on his conquests, renowned for its invincibility. Time may wear down its appearance, but it can never diminish its sharpness. Note, as the king's personal sword, only Skark truly understands its power. A knight's sword, gleaming like a galaxy, emerged from the purple light, and fell to the ground with a soft clang. A critical voice rang out first. The Wraith Lord, chin in hand, said, Oh dear, a beautiful piece of junk. Surrounded, he seemed unfazed, even having the leisure to announce his identity. The Wraith Lord cleared his throat twice. Listen up, he said. I am Skark, the former ruler of Crimson Cliff. You remnants of the fallen, why don't you congratulate the king on his resurrection? Yuning, She looked at the demon king, who stood obediently to the side. You're Skark, then who is this? The demon king looked at her, protesting pitifully. I am. Seeing tears welling up in his eyes, Yuning quickly said, It's alright, it's alright. No one doubts you're not Skark. Receiving the witch's confirmation, the demon king turned around, a half-tear still clinging to the corner of his eye, his expression angry. Leia's. He easily called out the name of the Wraith Lord, questioning, Why did you impersonate me? The Wraith Lord, who had handled everything with ease, paused for the first time. You know me? The newly unearthed spirit carefully examined him, until old memories finally surged from the withered flames of his soul. He looked at the sword on the ground, then at the familiar face, and finally let out a long "Oh, so it's you." He crossed his arms. I knew there was a second sword like that. It really is yours. Skark. The Wraith Lord scanned the demon king from head to toe, clicking his tongue twice. You become such a wretched creature, now a pitiful little thing with no one to love you. What a cruel undead. These two actually know each other, but they don't seem to get along very well. Yuning suddenly felt a weight on her clothes. Turning around, she saw the demon king tugging at her clothes, looking at her with those pitiful eyes. Someone wants me, he asked, choking back tears. Right, Yuning? Yuning, can I say no? She felt like tears were about to burst forth. But even a little fool has his ways of being comforted. The ever-concerned village chief sighed, picked up the fallen sword, and wiped it clean with a handkerchief. Of course. Of course someone in Skark wants it, Yuning said, turning her gaze back to the Lord of the Wraiths. Right now, someone else is homeless. The weapon should be returned to its rightful owner. She handed the sword back to the Demon King. Your thing. My thing? The Demon King stared at the longsword, somewhat dazed. Just as he reached out to touch the blade, the motionless sword suddenly seemed to come alive, floating up. Silver light flowed between the blades, condensing into fragments of starlight, as if sculpted from icy cold. It circled its master, scrutinizing him, then suddenly turned its head, the tip tilting slightly. Yuning, She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she thought she heard it click its tongue in disdain. The knight's sword left its original owner, turned its head to look at the creatures beside it, scrutinized all the humanoid beings who had quickly circled around it, and made varying degrees of disdainful gestures along the way. Having eliminated all options, it returned lifelessly to its original position, its radiance less dazzling. Yuning, why can I see restlessness, dejection, disdain, even a sense of unfulfilled potential in a sword? Did it just roll its eyes? A rather unique sword indeed. The knight's sword, frustrated by the lack of a suitable hilt, impatiently glanced at the last undead humanoid creature present, recalling memories of some defeated opponents from its familiar appearance. Sword TSK. If the others present weren't good hilts, this one was utter garbage. The Wraith Lord took a step back warily. Don't look at me, I'm not afraid of you. Don't come any closer, I'm going to attack. I'm angry. So annoying. Not pleasing to the eye. I really want to chop it down. This unruly sword never yielded. Before the Wraith Lord had even finished speaking, the sword, not wanting to hear a single word, slashed down at his acquaintance. A moment later, a pitiful scream rang out. The Wraith Lord lost his initial elegance, scrambling to dodge the knight's sword behind him. Ouch! Do you have to be so rough with an old man? Ouch! Haven't been in the sun in ages, bound to have osteoporosis. It's normal you can't dodge in time. Young man, don't be so impulsive. After being hacked down to the point of exhaustion, he couldn't even utter a witty remark. The Wraith Lord yelled at the top of his lungs, "Control your mad dog. I surrender. I really surrender." He was now somewhere between flowing flesh and solidity, but it had no effect on the sword. Every strike was accurate, truly embodying the spirit of beating a drowning dog to the extreme. As the enemy's voice gradually faded, the sword fell swiftly, pitting the man to the ground. The Wraith Lord, listless, said, "This time it's real surrender? I'm falling apart. I agree to any condition." The mangled, unrecognizable mass of flesh slowly writhed, the unsightly crimson gradually peeling away, the flickering sparks fading, and a half-naked, fox-eyed youth lay on the ground. His pupils were blood-red, his upturned eyes gleaming, even the air seemed to be filled with a soft, alluring charm. He casually brushed his collarbone, his eyes sparkling. "I'm so handsome. How could you bear to hit me? Spare me this time, and you can do whatever you want with me from now on." Yuning stepped forward, grasped the sword that had pinned him to the spot, and slowly withdrew it. The Wraith Lord had just breathed a sigh of relief, before a smile could even appear, when his lips froze on the spot. Destroying the lawn, disturbing the peace, making noise in the middle of the night. Yuning scanned the half-naked vengeful spirit lord from head to toe, disheveled, setting a bad example for children. She raised her sword, pointing it at his neck. "I'm going to hit you." The vengeful spirit lord, Yuning dusted off her hands. Sincere repentance? The bruised and battered vengeful spirit lord glanced at the menacing sword, clutching his churning stomach and nodding frantically. "Yes, yes, yes. I see." Yuning smiled. "The materials for building the 6 walls are all there. If you can complete the task within 3 days, the town will acknowledge your sincerity." The vengeful spirit lord glanced at the mountain of wall materials, then at the sword lying in wait nearby, swallowed hard. Compared to moving stones, this utterly wicked sword was far more daunting. He agreed to the conditions without hesitation. "I, Leias, will never again dig up ancestral graves, rob people of their money, steal old men's underwear to barbecue, or ride away on an old woman's broom." The Wraith Lord glanced at the sword, then continued earnestly, his face stern, "I swear, I will diligently build a wall, and dedicate my loyalty to the great construction of this town." Yuning, Your resume is a bit too impressive. With the sword's supervision, even if the Wraith Lord was unwilling, he now carried the massive, heavy wall on his back, looking like a diligent and good employee. With his long hair flowing freely, exuding the air of a melancholy beauty who had suffered greatly, He carried the 1,000-pound stone wall step by step towards the edge, startling countless birds in his wake. Skark. The Wraith Lord gritted his teeth as he uttered the name. Sensing the sword's gaze, he quickly changed his tone, his face beaming with enthusiasm. This town is truly different now. Thanks to the witch's arrival, I must work hard to build it up. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the sword moved away. Leia's reached up and touched his face, which resembled that of a high-ranking succubus, quite puzzled. He muttered to himself, not good-looking? Does that ash witch only like Skark's type? She prefers the aloof kind. I have to learn from her. Hey! What's that noise? He looked up and saw a brightly colored parrot land nearby, flapping its wings and greeting loudly, hey! The parrot mimicked, hey, beautiful, all alone? Leia's, He flashed a gleaming white tooth. Yeah, just escaped from prison, just came out for a stroll. The Wraith Lord, a high-ranking undead, looked at the bird radiating an obnoxious holy light, his face contorting instantly, revealing a crimson, chaotic undertone. He opened his mouth, letting out a heavy, hoarse, malicious voice. You and your tender, juicy master, would you like to stroll with me? Perhaps devouring humans from the temple would be a great achievement for the Ash Witch. He thought maliciously. Chapter 15. The Temple. As an organization that worships a god of order, it has always been the embodiment of justice in the human world. After the complete collapse of Crimson Cliff, the temple became the only truly authoritative organization on the continent, regularly conducting purges against the remnants of the Demon King's forces. It primarily targets the Demon King's former subordinates in Crimson Valley. As for Crimson Cliff, a chaotic ruin, and because it's located in the mist-shrouded ash forest, it has long become an ominous and deserted place, gradually forgotten by time. It's just ruins, apple pie, don't be so nervous, the blonde enforcer teased the pouting dog, then turned and put his arm around his companion Ego's shoulder. He sighed deeply. You two, you're so inflexible. The blonde enforcer said nonchalantly, anyway, it's sick leave time, the dog can do whatever it wants. The black-haired enforcer brushed aside his companion's arm and carefully surveyed the surroundings. So I'm here for a second check. Igor looked at his overly relaxed blonde companion and frowned slightly. Roland, although the task is easy, please be a little more serious. What a stickler. The blonde enforcer shrugged. No problem, I go patrol with a little parrot. With its sharp eyes, Apple Pie can rest assured. Let me see. Which treetop has it gone to preen its beautiful feathers this time? Looking around, all that could be seen was an endless expanse of white mist. Not seeing any familiar figures, the enforcer named Roland suddenly froze. Sigh, where did it go? Beautiful lady, are you alone? A light drizzle fell, suddenly adding a splash of color to the simple town. A beautiful bird, its head bowed a blend of molten gold, crimson, and indigo, was diligently preening its feathers, occasionally lifting its head to utter a few auspicious words. A large macaw, completely unfazed by the unfamiliar stares around it, casually pecked its sunflower seeds on the table and began to eat with gusto. Yuning blinked. A furious voice rang in her ears. Dead bird, stop right there. 5 minutes earlier, this parrot had escaped from the clutches of the vengeful spirit lord, flapping its wings as it hopped into the dining room, only to plunge headfirst into the plate of sunflower seeds. Soon, the delicious food won over everything, and it began to eat on its own, occasionally interspersed with sweet mockery of the Wraith Lord. Come and catch me, you little fool. Oh dear, I can't catch you. You're such a clumsy, adorable fool. Wraith Lord, The relentlessly pursuing Wraith Lord, its face contorted in rage, failed. After circling the restaurant a few times, and just as it bared its fangs, it was caught by the sword that followed. The sword swiftly swept the unemployed bricklayer back, giving him no time to utter a word. The restaurant quickly fell silent, save for the occasional sob from outside. The Wraith Lord, like a wronged little wife, cried out, I should just rot in the ground, rather than be bullied by you thugs. Yuning, You're not exactly a saint yourself, are you? Watching the progress bar in the wall quest rapidly ascend, she selectively ignored the ghostly wails in her ears. Thanks to the foreman's skill. Back to the present. The macaw on the table precisely cracked open the sunflower seeds with its strong beak, deftly and skillfully eating the kernels inside. It flapped its wings, pacing back and forth happily, then its gaze was drawn to the nuts and snacks in front of Yuning, stopping right in front of her. Want some? It nodded, then spontaneously began to perform its talents. The parrot mimicked, Are you free tomorrow? The parrot's clear, resonant young male voice, with a slightly off-key tone, was perfectly imitated by the recording-like parrot. Yuning took a sip of her red tea, No. The macaw tilted its head, thought for a moment, and preened its feathers with its beak, seemingly imitating a person fixing their hair, striking what it thought was a handsome 45-degree angle, a melancholic pose. The parrot mimicked, "Are you free now?" Yuning glanced at it. "I'm even busier now." She could probably tell what kind of person raised this parrot. She put down her teacup. "What you learned is all very mediocre." "Sure." The parrot, its proudest imitation rejected, looked somewhat discouraged, its crest drooping slowly. Just then, a tap was placed on the table, and a large, plump walnut rolled over. A voice came from above its head. "You want to learn something you shouldn't be learning at your age?" "What shouldn't you be learning?" The parrot looked up curiously. "Chirp." Yuning was satisfied. What a diligent and eager-to-learn bird. After initial learning, this bird, with its natural talent for language, quickly mastered a new art form. Yuning encouraged it. "Come on, begin your performance." The brightly colored parrot cleared its throat and sang in perfect, clear voice. "Hey, we workers are strong, busy every day, building skyscrapers and mansions, constructing railways and coal mines. Hey, hey." "Very good," Yuning praised, tossing a few more nuts in its direction. "It's already at the level of a people's artist." The parrot proudly raised its head, finished the nuts, and sang even more energetically. "Hey ya hey, our faces are glowing red, our sweat is pouring down." The bird artist sang at the top of its lungs. "Hey hey hey yo, hey hey hey." "Congratulations, you have completed the fence construction and reinforcement task. You have made arrangements during the high tide season, successfully building a reliable barrier for the town and ensuring its stable development. The current barrier performs excellently in terms of concealment/deception/aesthetics, and is only under the control of the Ash Witch. Please use it wisely. Reward points. 200 current points. 200 under the diligent supervision of the foreman. The fence was successfully installed on the second day. The hexagonal defensive lines are situated in the ruins. They adjust their spacing automatically, forming a honeycomb-like intricate structure. As the light changes, the walls seem to transform into a crystal-clear amber-like substance, filtering out external light and creating an effect similar to one-way vision. Yuning reached out and touched the wall. A slight breeze wafted out. It's a permeable structure. Stepping out of the fence and standing a little further away, the town was completely hidden from view. Yuning understood visual illusion. However, this only worked from a sufficient distance. Getting a little closer, the transparent amber wall was still visible. As for the temple, this name wasn't new. Command was one of the paladins, and the parrot also possessed an aura similar to that of a paladin. She entered the town and closed the amber door. According to Command, the temple regularly sends enforcers to exterminate monsters and investigate the Demon King's whereabouts. The main battlefield is in the Crimson Valley, where the Demon King's former subordinates gather, but the possibility of them coming to Crimson Cliff cannot be ruled out. She looked out at the world through the one-way amber wall. Now, there are people from the temple in the Ash Forest. But then again, what does your search for the Demon King city have to do with my dilapidated town? Misfortune never comes singly. After the parrot went missing, Roland intensified his search for his beloved pet. However, the rain intensified, diluting the lingering scent, and the white fog became even denser in the rain, severely reducing visibility. Igor stopped his anxious companion. "No, we must find a place to stop and rest. This concentration of white fog conceals countless dangers of resurrection. Even enforcers would not fare well traveling alone in it." "We continue searching once the fog thins a bit," Igor said, initially intending to persuade his companion with the most rational plan, but seeing Roland's determined expression, he knew this plan was unlikely to work. In the dense fog of the Ash Forest, the longer they lingered, the greater the chance of trouble. A bird bearing the aura of the temple, without sufficient protection, was an easy target in this place. They had to take a risk. "All right, let's continue searching." The black-haired enforcer abandoned his conservative approach. He patted the dog's back and instructed, "Apple Pie, sniff carefully. This is a very important task." Apple Pie barked excitedly, its keen sense of smell catching the lingering scents that hadn't yet dissipated in the rain. Suddenly, its ears perked up, and it dashed off in a certain direction. The well-trained enforcers quickly followed, surrounding the hounds vigilantly for any potential danger. Finally, after slaying the fourth gargoyle, Apple Pie, who had been leading the way, stopped and stared intently ahead. Roland kicked away the pebbles at his feet, quickly bandaged the bloody wound on his arm, and asked, "Did you find it?" But the usually clever and active hound didn't answer. Instead, it bristled at a certain spot ahead, took a few steps back, and hid behind its master. What was there? This unusual scene immediately caught their attention, and they both looked forward. Meow. A cat's meow. No hostility was detected. The silhouette of a cat-like creature could be vaguely seen in the thick fog. It might be a phantom cat, or a small spiritual cat, or some other fantastical creature. These creatures are generally wary, and tend to avoid other animals, rarely launching attacks. Igor patted the dog's head. It's a kitten, don't be afraid. The dog ignored its owner's voice, instead shrinking back further and letting out a few pitiful whimpers. Don't be afraid. A strange voice came from the thick fog. Even though it's a slightly larger kitten, it's still very cute, isn't it? There's someone here. When did they get close? The two law enforcement officers exchanged a glance, their hair standing on end as they realized this. They sensed absolutely no presence. For these rigorously trained law enforcement officers, there was only one possibility. The other party could easily kill them with a single blow. The cat-like figure in the distance gradually approached, until a tense gust of wind parted the thick fog, and they could finally see its figure clearly. A massive black panther. Its jet-black fur, as if soaked in the night, gleamed with a dull sheen in the mist. Two golden flames flickered in its eye sockets. It scrutinized, like a silent judge, measuring the outsider before it. Soon, it lowered its overly critical gaze, tilted its head, and let out a sweet meow beside it. A strange woman appeared in the thick fog, a faint smile beneath the wide brim of her hat. She lowered her hand and stroked the panther's head. Thank you, Mia, for coming with me. Mia responded warmly, meow. Yuning looked at the wary temple enforcers opposite her. All right, gentlemen, would you like to come in for some tea? Perhaps we should sit down and discuss the damage caused by your pet, and the compensation. She raised her arm. Perched on it was the overly friendly parrot. Upon seeing its disheveled owner, it showed no fear or anxiety at being lost, only satisfaction with its new home and doubled satisfaction at its ability to find it. The spirited bird spread its wings and greeted loudly, Hi, beautiful lady, all alone? Roland and Igor, eh? The blonde young master blushed. I swear on the name of the family, I didn't teach it any of this. I'm a respectable person. Oh, the stern and self-possessed enforcer pulled his dog aside, separating his beloved pet from the man, before slowly continuing, I believe you. Roland, is that an act of belief? Chapter 16. Ding dong. The great city-state has faced its destined test. Hostile explorers have unknowingly stepped into the land of glory. Beware of the visitors. Also, these law-abiding fellows seem not to be invincible. From enemy to friend, 0%. Countdown. 72 hours, 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reward points, 300. Punishment points, 1,000. The parrot hummed a cheerful tune, seemingly oblivious to the turbulent atmosphere hidden beneath the silence. Perched firmly on the witch's arm, it returned to the town with ease and joy. Hurry up, you little fools. Hurry up, you little fools. It turned around, flapping its wings and calling out, urging the two people and the dog behind it to catch up. Roland, looks like he's already lost in the moment. The blonde enforcer glanced at the parrot clinging to the witch, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. Even at this close range, he and Ego together couldn't take the bird from the witch if it didn't cooperate. What should they do now? His azure eyes once again gazed at the witch's retreating figure. So far, this suddenly appearing witch hadn't shown any malice, but in this perilous-ish forest, it was impossible not to be wary. A witch who could move freely in the white mist, whose magical aura was so concealed as to be almost imperceptible, was dangerous in itself. We follow. The black-haired enforcer beside him made the first decision, patting him on the shoulder, and quietly following behind the witch. Roland glanced at the black panthers guarding the area, collected his thoughts, and gradually quickened his pace to follow. They could only take it one step at a time. We arrived. Following the black-robed witch through the thick fog, they finally reached their destination. When did these buildings appear here? The question had barely formed in their minds, when the two enforcers held their breath. Was this still the ash forest? Crossing the grand and magnificent amber gate, they landed on clean, smooth flagstones. Looking up, they saw golden sunflowers blooming towards the sun, their verdant branches and golden blossoms creating a radiant display that even the rain couldn't conceal. Roland sighed softly and tested the ground with his hand. The rain has stopped. Not only the rain, but even the thick fog had retreated, shutting out the town. Looking around, the young, blonde enforcer was bewildered. It seemed to be the location of Crimson Cliff, but everything here didn't resemble Crimson Cliff at all. The abandoned ruins with scattered bricks and tiles seemed completely out of place with the neatly arranged circular town before them. The rainy season is here, and the roads outside are difficult to navigate. Let's wait until the fog clears a bit before leaving, Yuning said. What do you two think? She opened the city hall doors. After several expansions and renovations, the original stone house had become a neat two-room structure. The back was her private resting area, while the spacious front hall was designated for receiving guests. Igor calmly said, that would be perfect. Rainbow, come here. Yuning looked in the direction of the voice. Unlike his companion's calm composure, the young blonde law enforcement officer was constantly trying to call back his beloved pet. To lure the parrot, he even took out the bird's favorite treats as rewards. A handful of plump grains. Roland tried to entice, these are your favorite millet grains. You can eat as much as you want today, come here quickly. The parrot glanced back at its owner, then pulled out a plump nut from somewhere, held it steadily in its beak, spread its wings, and flew over, placing it sympathetically in its owner's hand. Roland, He looked down at the nut the parrot had given him. A round walnut, even with a hint of saltiness. A gentle squeeze cracked the thin shell, revealing the delicious fruit roasted with spices. The parrot sang for him. Our faces glow red, our sweat drips down. Then it patted his shoulder with its wing, finished its pep talk, and flew back to the witch's side, looking at him with loving encouragement. Roland, who's being lazy? He dejectedly withdrew his hand, responding to the witch, thank you, your excellency. Yuning, looks like a serious family conflict has occurred. It's all right. She sat back on the soft sofa, poured a few more cups of black tea, and pushed them towards him. Don't be nervous. This is just an ordinary town, occasionally offering assistance to those who stray into the ash forest. An ordinary town? This time, even the usually calm and collected ego couldn't help but look outside, taking in all the creatures around him. Giant black bees swarmed through the flower fields, emitting a steady buzzing sound. A snake man, carrying an eerie aura, was building a wall, seemingly dissatisfied with something. He smashed it down with his tail, tearing it down and rebuilding it. Not to mention the crimson undead crawling everywhere, shouting the mad dog has bitten again. And the mad dog following closely behind, along with an ancient knight's sword that could move on its own. The black-haired enforcer took a deep breath before he could reply in a calm tone. Thank you for your tolerance and kindness. We may have to bother you for a few more days. The owner here didn't seem to intend for them to leave immediately. On someone else's turf, a direct confrontation would only result in the two outsiders suffering losses. What exactly did this witch want? Or rather, what price would they have to pay to escape unscathed and take the parrot with them? Based on past events, Igor speculated on the other party's intentions and asked directly, Your Grace, how much do we need to pay? Wealth, magic, life force, even fragments of the soul. Those wizards with special abilities always had ways to take these things that couldn't be measured in words. If they were too greedy, a battle might still be unavoidable. Compensation and the cost of staying here. Yuning glanced at the parrot beside her. The energetic parrot hummed a little tune, already hopping onto the solid wood table, pulling out a snack plate from the drawer, pecking out a nut, and immediately starting to eat, while obsequiously rubbing against her sleeve. The creature stayed for 2 days, consuming 2 large bags of sunflower seeds, 3 plates of fruit, and numerous walnuts, almonds, wheat kernels, and dried fruit flakes. After making contact with the caravan, Yuning had a basic understanding of the value of these items. As she mentally calculated the prices, she suddenly heard an anxious voice. The apothecary, sweating profusely, cried out, Your Grace, witch. Ethan, his face contorted with worry, rushed into the town hall carrying a pile of hay. It's still not working, he said anxiously. A few lambs still won't open their mouths to eat. I wonder if it's because of this hay. He added uncertainly, We can't rule out the possibility of them being sick. Should I separate these lambs from the others? His profession as a pharmacist allowed him some skill in tending plants, but animals were far beyond his capabilities. He could only rely on common sense to feed them. Bah! Just then, a lamb escaped from the sheepfold, leaping and bounding, and instantly darted in, biting Ethan's hem, startling him. Before the mischievous lamb could continue its struggle with the hurting herder, another hand reached out, steadily lifting it, and skillfully pinching its mouth to make it release its grip. Ego expertly held the lamb. Let me see. He quickly checked its teeth, fur joints, and other key areas before setting the lamb down, ensuring it was firmly on all fours. The black-haired enforcer said earnestly, It's fine. As for not eating, it's probably because of the feeding trough's location. Sheep farms need designated rest areas, feeding areas, and exercise areas, and their droppings must be cleaned regularly. It's easy to tell if a lamb is happy or unhappy. It gets angry when its fur gets wet in the rain, but when it eats good grass and drinks clean water, it shows a contented expression. The usually talkative Igor suddenly froze. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? I already decided on the payment. Yuning looked at the otherworldly druid, then at the gleaming hunting dog at his feet, and the blonde boy grieving over his pet, her eyes gleaming. Perhaps, you two could help take care of these poor lambs. Igor. What happened to the promised old plunder? Chapter 17. The black-haired enforcer picked up the feeding trough, and poured the prepared feed into the grazing area. Watching the sheep swarm forward, he felt a sense of disorientation. He turned to look at the living area to his left. Large fields of golden sunflowers, and various fruits and vegetables were thriving. Wisps of smoke rose from the roof of the dining hall, and a tempting aroma of spices wafted through the air. Looking further to the right at the recreation area, brand new facilities sat on neat bluestone slabs. A swing, entwined with flower vines, swayed gently with the girl's movements, her brightly colored skirt fluttering in the wind, a picture of serene tranquility. If this girl in red had legs beneath her skirt, and wasn't holding a ball of spiritual energy and eating it with relish, it felt like a bland farmhouse meal suddenly being marred by ghost peppers. That might be a bit abstract. The black-haired enforcer looked at the sky and put it another way. It was like Roland going for a C-section, and then the baby running out to ask whether to take care of the doctor or the caretaker. As bizarre as that. The stern enforcer, having calmed his inner turmoil and cleared away all his chaotic thoughts, finally regained his usual composure and reliability. Bah! The lamb, having missed its share of the feed trough, nibbled at his clothes, tilting its head back in protest. Igor lowered his head, gently apologized, and gave the hungry lamb an extra portion of hay. Wait! This can't be eaten! A voice came from nearby. He turned to look. The young, blonde enforcer, sweating profusely, was holding a sheep by the neck, but the robust sheep clearly ignored the new handler, calmly squatting in place. Sheep, chewing. It clutched a silken handkerchief, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, deftly dodging the hand that tried to stop it, and continued chewing expressionlessly. Roland, his face contorted with despair, cried, I just bought birdseed. He spent all the money he had on him on birdseed. But the thieving bully sheep paid no heed to the zookeeper's plight. It munched away, then proudly spat out the silken handkerchief and swaggered off, leaving the bewildered victim behind. No money left, not a single penny. Roland turned to his reliable companion, flashing a fawning smile. Hey, Igor, can you lend me some? Igor, True to his principle of helping others, but never lending money, he quickly got rid of the annoying colleague and sent him to the apothecary to farm. Peace and quiet. After feeding the lamb some more hay, the enforcer, still on sick leave, began to stand there, lost in thought. Although it was a holiday, staying in Crimson Cliff feeding sheep still felt like a dream, no matter how much he tried to convince himself. Yes, that's it, a little more to the left, perfect. It was the witch's voice. The black-haired enforcer looked over. This town lord, exuding an air of mystery, was working, directing strange magical tentacles to measure and correct the tilt of buildings, occasionally handing over bricks and tiles, sometimes even rolling up her sleeves to personally smooth out the edges and corners. Completely different from the pampered spellcasters of the Mage Tower. Ah, even stranger. The witch suddenly said in a certain direction, What brings you here? Igor frowned slightly. A completely new male face flashed before his eyes. Although he had never seen such a being before, it inexplicably sent a shiver down his spine, as if he were in the midst of a deathly battlefield, completely shattering his previous relaxation. Her body's instincts told her this person was dangerous. Very dangerous. The Demon King, carrying a box of hot porridge, ran happily towards the witch, his expression radiant, as if he had seen the most joyful thing in the world. Yuning, here's your porridge. The Demon King handed it over, his eyes sparkling. I made it myself. Yuning looked at the burnt porridge in front of her, maintaining her composure. Looks good. But I'm not hungry right now. Why don't you leave it for later, and eat it tonight? She took the porridge, which she knew was a culinary disaster without even tasting it, and placed it on the table beside her. A passing hunting dog sniffed it lightly, instantly sneezed a dozen times, then ran away howling and wailing, still sneezing. Yuning, that's incredibly powerful. The Demon King blushed. If you like it, I make it again tomorrow. Yuning, Her eyelids twitched violently as she glanced at the bubbling porridge, in which strange, unidentified pieces of meat floated to the surface. She believed this porridge would jump up and bite her. Just as she was thinking of persuading the Demon King to return to the righteous path, before she could even open her mouth, the sound of armor rustling came, first slow and gentle, then gradually quickening, until finally reaching the frantic pace of a run. A cold light followed, directly at the unsuspecting Demon King, its chilling gleam illuminating the calm eyes of the enforcer. It was Igor. Yuning instantly grabbed the Demon King's shoulder, shoving him backward sharply, both of them leaping away from their original positions. Almost the next second, a sharp screech echoed throughout the town. The skeletal bird, plummeting from a great height, had its soul fire extinguished swiftly by the sharp sword. Its massive bone wings struggled to flap, but were shattered into pieces by the cold sword in the next instant. Igor sheathed his sword. "Are you all right?" The question was barely out of his mouth when he realized his actions were inappropriate. This wasn't an ordinary town, and the creatures here weren't townspeople requiring his constant protection. With just a few magical tentacles within reach, the witch could easily have resolved the situation, enveloping and devouring the skeletal bird like a piece of insignificant trash. Igor explained, "Sorry, it was just my instinct. Force always ignites conflict." Now he could only hope the witch hadn't interpreted this as a show of force. And that? Igor looked at the horned creature that had been pushed to the ground, its expression bewildered. Location, characteristics, aura, everything matched. Even though it was utterly unbelievable, it forced him to reach this conclusion. The former Demon King. His upbringing told him to quickly spread this news back to the temple, but he also knew that the moment he actually did it, he would be instantly crushed along with the medium of transmission. Ego withdrew his gaze from the Demon King, feeling the watchful eyes from all sides. The shadows floating above and buried beneath the ground, the omnipresent eyes monitoring the outsiders, made the enforcer, who had hoped for a simple vacation to recuperate, sigh softly. This time, there was truly no leaving. Crack! It was the sound of joints snapping, first a few scattered sounds, then more and more numerous, eventually blocking out all the light above the town, forming a continuous expanse of shadow. It was a flock of skeletal birds. Yuning didn't notice the enforcer's hidden inner turmoil. She stared at the constantly scrolling system page, feeling a familiar, aching pain in her liver. Migrating birds spend their entire lives searching for a suitable territory, even when reduced to bones. Your town has been hit by a minor undead calamity. Organize your residents to work together to fight off the monster siege. Defeat the skeleton bird flock. 0%. Reward points, 500. Punishment points, 1,000. A conspiracy shrouds the town, and the clueless investigator seems unaware of its connection to him. Reveal the truth about the undead calamity. 0%. Reward points, 1,000. Punishment points, 1,000. An unexpectedly high-scoring quest. Yuning counted the numerous side quests multiplying in her quest log, just like lines and surfaces. Yuning, TSK. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare drive like this. Where's the report button? Chapter 18. The silent undead spread their wings, bringing death and terror. The eerie blue soul fire reignited within the bones, awakening once more with only envy and hatred for the living. Why are others so vibrant, why alone and buried deep underground, accompanied only by insects? Kill those who are different from me, and make the world like mine. A gigantic skeletal bird soaring in the sky sensed a vibrant, irresistible allure, like a lighthouse shining at sea, driving its decaying body ever closer. Vibrant, beautiful, full of life. So enviable to the dead. The inorganic soul fire flickered violently, erupting with anger and resentment. It changed direction, locking onto the only bright spot in the desolate white mist. Pop! The pea-shooters, working together, repelled yet another skeletal bird that had fallen from the sky. The heavy peas slammed into the stark white bones, instantly crushing the relatively loose skeleton and sending the enraged undead back to eternal slumber. A dark, shadowy panther moved like a ghost among the monsters, carefully selecting its prey. It bit through the throats of lone or forced to be isolated, ugly skeletons, crushing their skulls. Having dealt with its prey, the elegant big cat leaped to its master, tilting its head and softly meowing. Yuning looked down. Mia, you're great. Mia responded cheerfully, meow. The high-demand big cat happily left. Yuning composed herself, observing the situation before her, and had a general idea of what was going on. Still under control. She called out, Asa. The red dragon understood immediately, opened its mouth, and spewed out blazing dragon fire. The concentrated flames instantly raised the surrounding temperature, creating a scorching heat wave. You are using Ode to the Wind. Yuning circulates her increasingly familiar magic, using the power of the wind to ignite the flames into a raging inferno, swarming towards the skeletal birds in the sky, creating a small sea of fire within the gathered undead horde. Birds are always agile and nimble, which means their skeletons are naturally more fragile than those of land creatures of similar size, not to mention the undead's inherent fear of fire and high temperatures. In simpler terms, they are fragile assassins with weaknesses. Thud. Yuning blinks. The skeletal bird flock descends into chaos. Some are engulfed in flames and plummet to the ground, smashing to pieces, others crash land, becoming easy targets, and still others, the avian heroes, simply turn tail and fly away. With cover, the ferocious skeletal birds cannot swoop down on their prey. With their most effective attack method ineffective, the only danger left for the flock is their sheer numbers. Oh! Yuning glanced at the skeletal bird's filthy claws, covered in moss, and smeared with the slime of various unknown creatures. And there was the tetanus from being caught. However, as the flames rose, these dangers would soon be eliminated. The hurricane that erupted whipped up towering flames, first clearing out the first few skeletal bird vanguards. The fire was fierce, and the remaining flock quickly scattered and fled, leaving only a few scattered remnants, which were soon burned to ashes. Congratulations, you have killed one skeletal bird. Congratulations, you have killed 2 skeletal birds. Congratulations, you have killed 4 skeletal birds. Current score, 900. Yuning raised her hand, finishing it off. With further activation of her magic, the hurricane howled and swept across, bringing the last roaring skeletal bird in the sky before her. The wind constricted, the wind pressure increasing instantly, shattering the bony body in a flash and extinguishing the flames of hatred. Current score, 1000. She looked down at her hands, a reflection from another dimension appearing in her eyes. Active magical particles affectionately brushed against her hands before disappearing into her body, becoming the energy source for casting spells. Congratulations, you have obtained the personal achievement Storm Prelude. When your fingertips brush the air, the elements, as you wish, stir up the prelude to a storm. You have officially entered the halls of magic. Perhaps now you can try blowing winds across the Crimson Cliff Mountains. Thanks to daily training and the assistance of magical crystals, you are no longer just a fan. Deeply gratified, Yuning stretched her shoulders, using magic to blow the scattered bone skeleton into a pile, making it easier for the pea sprouts to clean up. They stretched out their vines, devouring the skeletons with sweeping motions, cleaning up the wrecked battlefield, and even thoughtfully repaving the raised paving stones. Very thrifty indeed. The clean and tidy street quickly reappeared. The red dragon lay on the lawn, lazily yawning, its head drooping slightly, looking quite tired. Because it was still a juvenile, it wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of energy expenditure. After spewing out a large amount of fire, its stamina was exhausted. Yuning looked around and instructed, "If you're tired, go back and rest for a while." As soon as she finished speaking, the dragon collapsed into a pile of grass, sprawled out on its belly, and fell fast asleep, completely ignoring all the sounds around it. Yuning, quite a heartless one. The black-haired enforcer sheathed his sword, shook off the foul-smelling slime, and out of professional habit, continued to patrol the surrounding area to ensure there were no remaining dangers. But something still felt off. Such a large flock of skeletal birds was incredibly rare. He stroked his dog's head, asking something in a low voice. Apple Pie shook its head, its specially enhanced, sensitive nose didn't detect anything strange. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Once the town was completely quiet, the wandering tentacles peeked out from the corners, surrounding Yuning and eagerly offering her towels and massaging her shoulders. Sure. Yuning sighed, all right. These guys had just been hiding in the back, clanging and building houses, showing no aggression whatsoever, so harmless they were almost docile, a stark contrast to their previous rampaging nature. They looked like they cry for a long time if you punched them. Yuning took the towel and looked at the Demon King, who had been staring blankly since the beginning. What are you looking at? He stared blankly at the sky, not saying a word. Yuning paused. There's something up there? The Demon King nodded, his silver-gray eyes reflecting the entire sky. He slowly said, Yuning, there are many more over there. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous cracking sound of bones rumbling echoed from the sky, and a familiar, damp, cold aura swept over them. Yuning suddenly realized. The system settlement page hadn't appeared yet. A piercing, shrill cry drilled into her eardrums. Looking up, she saw an even more magnificent flock of skeletal birds before her. They peered, circled, and stirred restlessly. The skeletal birds that had just been injured craned their necks, whimpering at the newcomers beside them, glancing at the ground every now and then whimpering even louder, their soul flames flickering violently, appearing extremely agitated. Yuning, even if you don't understand, you can tell how filthy the insults are. She took in the entire massive flock of birds. So, they weren't retreating just now, they were calling for reinforcements. She said slowly, looks like I have to work overtime for a while. They repelled a second wave of skeletal birds, this time completely wiping them out, leaving no one alive. Yuning waited for a while, but still didn't hear the system's settlement sound. Capitalist points are indeed hard to earn. She stood still, and sure enough, after a short while, she heard the familiar cracking sound of bones. The third time. The familiar yet unfamiliar army of pale white birds gradually approached, forming a deathly still haze that firmly enveloped the entire town. This time, no survivors called for reinforcements, they approached spontaneously. So the problem lies with the town. Slightly different from before, the giant skeletal bird at the head was entirely crimson, as if stained with blood, its eyes gleaming with the intelligence of a high-level undead, mixed with a hidden greed. A viscous gaze swept across every inch of land, carrying the deepest malice towards the living. This high-ranking undead opened its mouth, uttering a rough, hoarse voice. It looked down at the land, its tone chilling. Human, your gaze makes me uncomfortable. Yuning, if you're uncomfortable, drink some cold water, stay up late every night, wear short sleeves when it's cold, remember to play games when crossing the street, always turn off the lights when reading, and eat rat poison when you're idle. Blood-red skeletal bird, ? It's alright if you don't understand, the witch with the wide hood shook her aching hands. Too high an IQ will make things difficult for me. She slowly moved away, revealing the Demon King, blood dripping from his forehead, whom she had prepared long ago. Those silver-gray eyes were misty, as if they couldn't penetrate anyone. He looked up. In an instant, a deluge of crimson tentacles surged forth, engulfing the entire sky. They lashed out in terrifying arcs in the wind, twisting every inch of space with irresistible force, greedily reaching higher and higher. After a grating, shattering sound, the entire sky turned red, and coiled shadows danced arrogantly, licking away every last bit of bone dust floating in the air. There would be some peace for a while. It was only temporary, because if the root cause wasn't dealt with, it wouldn't just be skeletal birds that came next. Those threats that shouldn't have existed in the town were completely wiped out. The Demon King wiped away the blood that had trickled into the corner of his eye. His wound was completely healed. His healing speed had accelerated again. Yuning observed. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she couldn't stun the Demon King anymore. Fiancé. The Demon King's deep voice sounded in her ear. Why were you concerned about it just now? Yuning didn't understand. What? The Demon King's silver-gray eyes looked at her. If I'm not feeling well, will you tell me to drink more cold water, stay up late, wear short sleeves, and take rat poison? Yuning, Is that how you interpret that? The Demon King seemed to realize something was wrong, but his chaotic thoughts weren't enough to help him sort things out. He could only stubbornly continue asking, what is rat poison? Is it a magical pill that cures rats? Can you not give it to rats, but only to me? Yuning reached out and covered his mouth, feeling him gradually quiet down before slowly releasing her hand. The Demon King turned his face away, saying demurely, this isn't good before marriage. Yuning, Whether arguing about who should take the rat poison or discussing whether it's okay to cover one's mouth before marriage, it all seemed like a serious illness. Wait, how did she so easily accept the premarital setting? The village chief, almost caught up in the scheme, shook his head and immediately cut off the conversation with the patient. Yuning browsed the text description on the mission page again. Shrouded in conspiracy, the clueless investigator was unaware that this was related to him. The implication was quite obvious. She took a step forward, approaching the Demon King, straightening his evasive gaze, and looking directly into those eyes that held chaos and madness. Skark, she said, I need your help. Yuning guided the Demon King's gaze, making him look at the enforcer, who was wiping his sword. Her eyes darkened. This guy is suspicious. The Demon King's tone was dangerous. He wants to interfere in a legal marriage. Yuning, This isn't over yet. Yuning resignedly. He's here to attack the Demon King's castle. The Demon King was silent for a moment, then a streak of vivid blood red appeared in his silver-gray eyes. The scarlet tentacles following behind him danced, enough to evoke the deepest fear in any living being. He spoke each word with contempt and suppressed rage. You think you can attack the Demon King's castle? The enforcer, who was wiping his sword, ? The agile, divinely favored temple enforcer dodged the first attacking blood-red snake shadow, using muscle memory, but his weakened stamina from his injuries wasn't enough to sustain his high-intensity dodging, and he quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Wait! Before he could even figure out what was happening, his body was bound and instantly brought before the Demon King. The Demon King's assessment, SOSO. The Demon King added, "Can't interfere." Yuning, Both Demon Kings were incredibly difficult to deal with. The Enforcer, huh? What interference? Interference in what? What happened? Was he dreaming? Unfortunately, the absurd reality was even more outrageous than the dream. The Enforcer, barely managing to remain calm, was about to speak when the witch stopped him with a look. He was just joking. "But I'm sorry, Ego, for your safety and the safety of all living beings in this town." The witch didn't back down. "Get a full checkup. Congratulations, you have completed the turn enemy into friend quest." After experiencing what you've seen and heard these past few days, the explorer tries to trust the town. Perhaps from a certain moment on, he is no longer the enforcer of the temple. Reward points, 300. Congratulations, you have successfully repelled the skeletal bird flock. The unruly birds have finally turned to dust, meeting their destined end. Your town has successfully resolved the undead calamity, small scale, sounding the first alarm bell for the ash forest. Your town's prestige has increased, and your town level has increased by 1. Reward points, 500. Ego sat quietly. The sword he always carried, the holy sword that had accompanied him for over a decade, the sword he considered a companion, was violently crushed and devoured by the rampaging tentacles. After being spat out again, it became a broken piece of scrap metal. The cross handle was cracked, revealing a dead magical medium. A dried-up spider. As the temple's most outstanding enforcer, he was highly knowledgeable and naturally recognized such a thing. A life-draining medium. Its presence is extremely faint, causing no unusual pain, only making eyelids heavy on a certain morning, causing one to forget what to say during idle conversation, until one day it becomes deeply ingrained, causing the life process to abruptly reverse. Like a plant instantly drained of water, so fleeting that death leaves no sound. This was the holy sword personally bestowed upon him by the bishop he trusted most. Compared to the absurd claim that a bishop at the level of a holy mage wouldn't be able to detect the medium's existence, the even more absurd statement that the Demon King was a good person seemed more believable. He scoffed, no wonder. No wonder his injuries hadn't healed. No wonder he was sent to investigate the ash forest during the rainy season. No wonder such a large flock of skeletal birds had gathered here. Igor raised his hand. His fading life force, for the life-craving undead creatures, was the most dazzling anchor. "Your Grace," the black-haired enforcer said calmly, "I'd like to request a few days off to calm down. Roland can take care of the lambs for now." He needed some time to sort out the whole situation. Regarding the temple's attempt to kill him. "Congratulations. You have successfully uncovered the truth about the undead scourge. The abandoned investigator has uncovered the conspiracy's threads, completely reversing the bleak future." Reward points, 1,000. Adding the points gained from defeating monsters, the system's inventory has reached a very considerable number for the first time. Current points, 4,900. After approving the enforcer's leave request, Yuning looked at the points on the system page. "Yuning, my OCD is a little bit bothered." Under the village chief's very imposing gaze, the system pressed the code and tremblingly appeared. "Ding dong. A task has been tailored for you. Keep up the good work and achieve peaceful coexistence in the town. Stare directly at the Demon King for 3 seconds. 0%. Reward points, 100. The system didn't stop. "Congratulations, you have received 100 reward points. Current points, 5,000. Yuning was marveling at the system's amazing survival instinct when she heard a voice beside her. The Demon King coughed lightly. "Do you like my eyes? I can take them off and give them to you." Yuning, She forgot this guy hadn't turned back yet. Chapter 19. The sky has cleared. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the crimson cliffs and lighting up the entire town. The demise of the massive flock of skeletal birds caused the figures that had been stirring in the fog to lie dormant once more. The air gradually quieted down. The parrot cleared its throat, deciding to take advantage of the perfect environment to sing. It had barely uttered 2 incoherent words when a nut rained down from the sky and blocked its mouth. Overjoyed, the parrot squawked and wagged its tail, immediately starting to eat. Yuning casually gave the parrot the remaining nuts, then returned to the town hall, drank some hot tea, and calmed herself down. She turned to look at the Demon King beside her. He noticed her gaze, looked back, and nodded slightly. Yuning took another sip of tea to calm her nerves before looking again at the new data interface that had appeared before her. "Congratulations, you have unlocked your sanity. Sanity is like a candle flame hanging over the soul, maintaining the bond between life and reality. When sanity falls below normal levels, it manifests in various forms of detached madness. When it breaks through the critical threshold, it completely detaches from reality. She looked around. From the perspective of sanity, the town was all green, indicating it was within a healthy range. She looked at the fleeting vengeful spirit lord before her, his body shimmering between green and red, conspicuously like a broken street lamp. Don't push your luck. He roared hoarsely. Even if you step in with your left foot first, I will fight you. In the name of King Steri, I curse you to go to hell. Whether a sword would send someone to hell was unknown, but the lively vengeful spirit lord was about to face a living hell. Sword. Staring, the sword following closely behind paid no heed, thrusting its blade across the undead and carrying him away. Soon, the sounds of desperate labor, clanging and banging, and high-pitched, incoherent shouts filled the air. A moment later, a small explosion rang out, and the vengeful spirit lord, green with rage, burst forth. Ha 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 ha, didn't expect that, did you? Sigh, you couldn't catch me. His excitement was short-lived. He was quickly and forcefully bound back by the overseer, becoming once again a flickering traffic light. Yuning, this guy was clearly in a healthy state of madness. And he seemed to be enjoying it more and more. Ignoring the noise around her, Yuning shifted her gaze to the person beside her. The truly eerie beings were quite quiet. The Demon King sat beside the sofa, a finely bound leather book resting on his bent legs. His fingertips twirled the pages, gently turning to the next, his eyelashes lowered as he intently studied the ink-scented pages, as if he were in the midst of a tranquil afternoon tea gathering. If you ignored his surroundings, he appeared to be an elegant, old-fashioned aristocrat. Yuning glanced at the Demon King again. As long as the book in his hand wasn't the influence of the direction of sheep wool on the psychological well-being of the flock, and he wasn't holding it upside down. Yuning asked, can you understand it? Right now, this guy was the most important thing. The Demon King gently shook his head. It's a bit too obscure. I think we should start with the simpler things. As he spoke, he put down the book and picked up another one, an in-depth exploration of animal expressions and behavioral psychology, and opened it. This time he was holding it correctly, but why was he flipping through it backwards? The Demon King's gaze was flat and chaotic. Though his eyes were looking, they seemed to be absorbing no words from the book. He was simply performing the act of reading. Current sanity, 35%. A blinding red glare filled her vision, a pure, unadulterated red, as if even the air itself was filled with a red mist that could be inhaled. Yuning deactivated the prominent color indicator for her sanity, and her vision returned to normal somewhat. However, looking at the Demon King mimicking a normal being, she still felt a strange sense of absurdity. His tentacles devoured magic power, which was equivalent to the Demon King himself absorbing magic power, or rather, using external magic power to restore his original abilities. Yuning looked at his unharmed body, and had a feeling that she had expected this. It was no longer possible to effectively force the Demon King to shut down. This was starting to cause trouble. It's also worth mentioning that this 35% was the third number she had seen since she began her actions. Current sanity, 30%. The cold-faced Demon King wiped the blood from the corner of his eye. The wound had healed completely. His eyes showed some surprise. Fiancé, you like playing this kind of thing? He pondered for a moment, then raised a terrifying crimson tentacle and offered it to her, his face slightly flushed. It's not impossible. Yuning, don't agree to play this kind of thing with such doting eyes. Although the process was frustrating, after a period of waiting, she still got a satisfactory result. Current sanity, 40%. The Demon King shed tears. Yuning, it hurts a little. His eyes were brimming with tears. Can you blow on it for me? I heard them say that blowing on it will make it stop hurting. Finally back to normal. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief and agreed, okay. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Before she could finish speaking, the Demon King's sanity, which had transformed from a cool guy back into a sweet girl, rapidly declined, settling at around 35%, resulting in the quiet, artistic version of the Demon King she was now. This Demon King wiped away the remaining tears from her face. Unlike the sweet girl, she didn't cry easily, nor did she immediately become aggressive like the cool guy. She simply looked over calmly and said, Ms. Yuning, do you have any books? Well, her madness wasn't very obvious. Despite having an even lower sanity than the sweet girl, she appeared more rational and meticulous. If it weren't for the dense, dark red light permeating the room from another perspective, Yuning would almost have mistaken her for a normal being. The Demon King held the book, reading and taking notes. She leaned over to look. The notebook was filled with chaotic lines, like countless winding, coiled snakes intertwined, a chaotic mess at first glance. Okay, she was still mad. Noticing her gaze, the refined-looking Demon King turned to her. Would you like me to explain this to you, Ms. Yuning? He pointed to a section of scribbles. This is a sheep with red fur and 3 horns. Yuning, my sanity has plummeted to near severe mental pollution. She decisively interrupted the Demon King's explanation. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm busy right now. We can talk another time. That's a pity. The Demon King closed his book and said earnestly, I will do my best to learn this course, and then explain it to you. Yuning, okay. She wasn't really interested in hearing the story of the triangular sheep. Bad news. The Demon King can't switch back for the time being. Good news. This Demon King isn't aggressive. Yuning glanced at him a few more times. The artistic Demon King suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with melancholy and sorrow. Who are you looking at through me, Ms. Yuning? Never mind, he lowered his slightly reddened eyes. Even so, please look at me more. Even if it's just as someone else's shadow, I'd be content. Yuning, Sweet girls and cool guys each have their own quirks, and this one is no exception. Your town, Demon King's Crimson Cliff. Town level, 757/100, your identity, Ash Witch. Town agent, His Highness the Demon King. Current points, 5,000. Yuning had accumulated so many points for the first time. She looked at them a few more times before closing the page with satisfaction. Thanks to the skeleton bird flock for their selfless contribution. Perhaps I can form a small team to hunt monsters and farm points in the Ash Forest someday. After listing her new to-do list, Yuning glanced at the tipsy apothecary and moved the bottle of liquor slightly away from her. The aroma of toasted bread, spread with a sweet and savory honey sauce, rolled with crisp vegetables and juicy slices of ham, filled the entire street with an enticing, savory fragrance. After finishing her dinner, Yuning took a sip of the green ale. It wasn't spicy, the refreshing taste lingered in her mouth, a pleasant surprise. The apothecary had recently cultivated some wheat seedlings, using a small portion of the malt to brew liquor. The finished product was highly favored by the townspeople. The night air was cool, carrying the unique freshness of post-rain. A few sparks flew from the flickering campfire, bringing a light, lively touch to the town. The apothecary was tipsy. He clutched the empty bottle, still shaken, and mumbled, that was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. So many undead. I never forget being surrounded by so many evil spirits. The Wraith Lord, sitting on the rooftop, rolled his eyes. His sarcastic mouth was only half open when he was jabbed by the sword that was firmly watching him, signaling him to behave. The undead turned back meaningfully, remained silent for a moment, then instantly turned into a puddle of bright red mud and crashed down from the roof, landing right in front of the apothecary, splattering a large amount of crimson blood. The terrifying mud revealed gleaming white teeth. Hi, here's Johnny. A drunken Ethan, Yuning, sitting opposite, Playing this kind of R-rated stuff at night will get complaints. The apothecary's pupils dilated in shock. He clutched his chest, took a few deep breaths, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, head tilted back. Yuning, this scene is so familiar. The village chief, who had been busy all day, sighed, stood up, and continued working overtime. The wretched spirits, eager to commit evil, were quickly driven away by the diligent overseers, and continued to radiate light on the outskirts of the town. Yuning took the terrified human apothecary back to his room, and settled him in. After returning, she and the remaining spirits cleaned up the restaurant. By the time they were ready to rest, the crescent moon was high in the sky. The bright moonlight cast a rare tranquility over Crimson Cliff. She returned to the town hall with practiced ease, lit the lights, and the flickering candlelight cast long, thin shadows before her. Yuning stopped what she was doing. 2 shadows were cast on the ground. There were other people here. Her mind instantly tensed. She instinctively wanted to use magic to banish the unknown creatures, but just as she stirred a breeze, the system's introduction page popped up. You encountered a homeless elf. Excuse me, may I stay here for a little while? The wind slowly subsided. Yuning turned to look in the direction of the voice. He was hiding in the shadows. The flickering candlelight reflected in his emerald green eyes, like translucent crystals refracting light. A few strands of golden hair fell beside his cheeks, trembling slightly with his uneasy breathing. He looked frightened, like a startled fawn, glancing over quickly before averting his gaze. This elf didn't seem to be in good condition. His once moonlit silk robe was torn into strips, barely hanging from his waist. His pale green clothes were stained with brown dirt, mixed with a mixture of blood and green liquid, and had large, charred holes, as if burned by fire. He still seemed tense, a faint voice escaping his throat, his body swaying slightly, as if he couldn't hold on any longer. "Excuse me, may I stay here for a little while, just a little while?" Current sanity, 35%. With a creak, the door opened. A third figure appeared in the room. Yuning turned her head to look. "Ms. Yuning." The Demon King's voice faded. He stood blankly in the doorway, seemingly unable to process the scene before him. A lone man and woman, their clothes tattered, illuminated by candlelight, staring at each other. "You?" The Demon King's eyes instantly reddened. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart, and gave a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, I come at the wrong time." Yuning, Wait, what are you imagining? Chapter 20. The chirping of insects outside made the night seem even quieter. The elf lowered his eyelashes, a few silent tears falling and slowly spreading on the ground, only to be hastily concealed. He said understandingly, "I'm sorry, sister. If brother is unhappy, I leave immediately." The elf slowly rose, staggering a few steps from the pane, letting out a painful whimper, which was then suppressed by reason. He gave a bleak smile. "I'm fine, just some minor injuries. I recover after a rest." He turned and walked towards the door, but after only a few steps, blood seeped from his back, visibly draining its color. Then as a sheet of paper, it seemed as if a gentle touch would shatter it, then be swept away by the wind and crushed into powder. "I'm just an insignificant stranger. Even if my brother wants me to leave, that's only right." The Demon King looked at Yuning, then at the elf, like a naive protagonist framed by a scheming woman. He opened his mouth, but could only helplessly say, "I didn't." He turned to the witch, his expression fragile and melancholy. "Lady Yuning, I really didn't." Yuning, Where did this old-fashioned drama come from? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say something like, "You really disappointed me," or go back and reflect on yourself? Ding dong. The elf, having lost his home, is searching for a place to belong. This last ember is about to disappear into the endless night. As the wise lord of the town, you keenly noticed unusual signs, such as the other party's subtle disguise. Attempt to stay, 0%. Countdown, 0.5 hours 29 minutes. Reward points, 100. Punishment points, 1,000. I must stay here. Visser thought. I must stay here. His emerald eyes disappeared in the dim light, a sense of emptiness and numbness washing over them. No matter the cost, he would stay here. His eyelashes drooped slightly, concealing the deep melancholy, leaving only a superficial harmlessness, showcasing the elven's beautiful and pure appearance to its fullest. He clutched the bottle hanging from his chest, the golden seed inside swaying, revealing a faint, familiar scent. Like a lingering breeze, an endless verdant forest, a winding spring, carrying all the precious memories of his homeland. The weariness in his eyes gradually subsided, transforming into an unwavering determination. As the last spark, Visser pressed the last seed of the elven mother tree tightly against his heart. As long as he lived, the elf still had a chance to awaken again. A strange voice sounded behind him. The witch spoke up, urging him to stay. "It's late. Please stay. There are many empty rooms in town. You can choose any you like." Visser slowly turned around, his face showing caution and gratitude, filled with incredulous surprise. His lips trembled. "Really? Can I really stay here?" Tears welled up in his emerald eyes, the elf's eyes reddening, as if he could no longer control his overflowing emotions. But only he knew the coldness and calm hidden beneath the surface. Visser watched the witch he had never met before, methodically performing her elaborate act, playing a vulnerable, harmless, and pitiful character, trying to gain the trust of the town's master. He had to stay here. Stay in this place, a foreseeable turning point. He looked ahead. Stay by this person's side. Visser recalled the final curtain of the elven race. An indescribable terror drew closer, their homeland being silently polluted and erased, like frantically smearing paint on a clean canvas, leaving only a deathly gray. All life slumbered in this grayness, including the tree of life that sheltered the elves and sustained their race. They still existed, but would never awaken again. Perhaps when the last of the elves reached the end of their long lives, the race would be utterly wiped out. And the grayness continued to spread, followed by the annihilation of the entire world. Only this person. The elf carefully etched the human before him into his heart. The only variable in the foreseeable future. "How's this one?" Yuning led the elf to an empty room, opening the window as she introduced. "Good ventilation, and you can see the flower field right outside. It's very close to nature." The night was deep. The gargoyles tilling the fields moved inch by inch. Hearing the noise, they looked up, their large, reflective green eyes staring straight ahead, quite eerie. From the distant top of the wall came the curses of the dead, each sound venomous, as if the most hateful words in the world were being uttered there. Occasionally, a woman in red, her figure indistinct, would drift by, accompanied by indescribable low sobs. Yuning, Suddenly, she felt like a shady real estate agent. Why did these guys have to be so active lately? The elf turned to look at her, his face pale, seemingly suppressing fear, but he still comforted Yuning. It's okay, whatever you decide, sister, I like it. Even so, he was still somewhat timid, but I'm a little scared. Sister, could you stay with me for just a little while? You? The Demon King, who had been following behind, clenched his fists, even biting his lip until it bled slightly. After a few moments of hesitation, he could only say dryly, you can't do this. Is brother angry? The elf asked quickly, lowering his head. Brother, don't be angry. I'm just too scared. I want someone to stay with me for a while. He said sadly, I know I'm not qualified to disturb sister's rest. His voice grew softer and softer, and as he spoke, crystal tears welled up and fell like pearls, breathtakingly beautiful. Very smoothly. Feeling the witch's gaze gradually focusing on him, Visser used the time while crying to mentally prepare his speech, preparing to completely solidify his harmless and pure image in her mind. Gaining attention and pity was also part of the plan. Before he could even make his move, a clean handkerchief suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The elf looked up, meeting the witch's gaze. Rest for a while, she said, both mentally and physically. She smiled faintly, her dark eyes seemingly seeing through everything, yet showing no displeasure at the clumsy concealment. I guess you'd rather be alone now. The elf's raised expression slowly faded, his gaze fixed on the witch, regaining its composure. He'd been found out. Yuning, the person in charge of Crimson Cliff. She asked, what's your name? The elf replied, Visser. Visser, she uttered the name. Get some rest tonight, the witch said. Don't think about anything unimportant until tomorrow. Nighttime is just for rest. The door closed, leaving a safe enough space. The elf walked to the window, glanced at the chaotic creatures outside, hesitated for a moment, then closed the window to shut out the noise. Much more lively than I imagined. He slowly shrank into a corner, shedding all pretense, and hugged himself, completely emptying his mind. His eyes were half closed, and the half-believed premonition finally felt somewhat real. Perhaps, this time it really will be different. Congratulations. You have completed the retention mission. Through the joint efforts of both sides, the Crimson Cliff of the Demon King's castle has successfully welcomed its fourth resident. You have completed the Fantasy Creature Encyclopedia Collection Elf Achievement. Reward points, 100. Current points, 5100. As a darling of nature, the elf smoothly took over the entire town's greening efforts. Poplar seeds obtained through trade were planted around the perimeter, becoming a protective forest guarding the town. The elf crouched down, head bowed, fingers entwining the extending seedlings. Facing the thriving plants, a joyful smile appeared on his face, even his demeanor softening and settling. The next instant, he abruptly stood up. Emerald green tendrils materialized from magic, forming a sturdy wooden bow and arrow. His eyes were cold, his fingertips tightened, and the magical arrow flew out, instantly blasting apart the carrion beasts that were lurking in the ash forest. The filth splattered everywhere. The elf frowned and directed the mossy creatures in the forest to bury the restricted level corpses underground to cover up the stench. Only after everything was cleaned up did he lower his head, and continue to lovingly stroke the tender seedlings. Yuning, passing by, Although she had a premonition, seeing it with her own eyes was still quite disconcerting. Noticing the witch's arrival, the elf paused for a moment, then instantly switched to his persona and entered business mode. He hissed softly, clutching his healing wound, before suddenly hiding his arm behind his back as if he just noticed someone approaching, a clumsy act of trying not to worry but failing miserably. Sister, I'm fine. I'm too weak. I can only help you with this little thing. Unlike you, brother, who doesn't have to worry about anything else, just focuses on being with you and talking to you. The Demon King, implying he was a freeloader. The frail elf coughed lightly, clutching his chest, then flashed an optimistic smile. That carrion almost pounced on me, but luckily I was fortunate enough to prevent it from succeeding. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have seen you again, sister. Yuning, She remembered that the head had just bubbled up and exploded hundreds of meters away. Flutter. A sudden flapping sound broke the silence, broken only by the passing wind. The elf's expression hardened, and he instantly drew his longbow, pulling the massive arrow to its full extent. The taut bowstring trembled slightly, concealing immense, unseen power. Without a doubt, this bow could now shatter any daring head. The elf's innocent ignorance vanished instantly, leaving only a cold, sharp gaze. He adjusted the arrow, aiming it behind the trembling shadows. Following this was the system's ding-dong. You have encountered the vicious and ruthless Sky King. Chapter 21. You encountered the vicious King of the Skies. Chirp. Yuning, She looked at the scene before her, unsure if the system had misunderstood vicious or King of the Skies. From the deep forest, a short tuft of feather emerged first. After the treetops trembled a few times, a small bird flew out, resembling a sparrow, with a round belly and cute, round blushes on its cheeks. It chirped as it flew, seemingly encouraging itself. It didn't seem to fit the description above it all. It flapped its small wings, struggling to fly towards the town. Aiming at its target, it landed with a thud on Yunying's shoulder. Seemingly exhausted from flying, it let out a weak chirp, boldly snuggling against the human and burying its head in its back feathers. Just like that, it fell asleep? Following the foolishly bold parrot, another heartless bird had joined the ranks. Faced with such a vibrant creature, the elf's eyes softened again. He naturally put away his bow and arrows, a slight blush creeping onto his face. Sister, don't look at the muscles on my arms, they're a bit scary. But strength is needed to protect you, and Visser won't regret training so hard every day. Unlike brother, he glanced over, narrowing his eyes at the Demon King's tall, lean physique. He changed his words, unlike brother, with his huge muscles, looking like a small mountain when he walks. I work harder. Yuning, who was teasing a sparrow, looked up at the two of them upon hearing this. The Demon King was actually lean and powerful, with smooth, full lines, but not overly bulky, making him very pleasing to the eye. In contrast, the elf was more agile, the slight bulge of his muscles when drawing his bow highlighting his not-so-weak body. A well-rounded warrior with exceptional agility. Each has its own beauty. Seeing the tentacles gradually swarming around the Demon King, Yuning blinked and covered her tiny, beady eyes. This is for adults, children shouldn't watch. Using the regulations against damaging public facilities, both were relegated to manual labor, increasing the number of laborers from 1 to 3, significantly improving work efficiency. Judging from the last incident, the 3.0 Demon King does possess offensive capabilities. Under the influence of emotions, he can also command his tentacles to fight, though not as effortlessly as the cool guy. His strength and personality are both in the middle. Aside from his fondness for reading strange books, he has no other problems. In that sense, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. A plump sparrow landed on a branch on the windowsill. Yuning handed it a melon seed, its tender yellow beak pecked at it, cracking the kernel open with 2 quick snaps, and it deftly ate the fruit. What can such a tiny thing do? Yuning reached out and stroked the sparrow's downy feathers. The sparrow nuzzled against her palm. Even this little creature received a special notification from the system. What's so special about it? She poured out a small bag of sunflower seeds. The sparrow was overjoyed and buried its head in its shell, cracking open the seeds. Is it particularly good at eating? Yuning looked down at the bird's rosy cheeks. Beneath its downy feathers, there seemed to be a scar, perhaps from a twig. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have discovered a hidden setting, Ash Forest Encyclopedia. As the most authoritative race in this forest, renowned for their vast numbers and bird lineage, befriending them is basic common sense when venturing into the mist. The tiny flyer is recording your goodwill into the flock. Perhaps after reaching a certain stage, these adorable birds will consider you a reliable companion. Feeding sparrow, 1/10. Countdown, 3 hours 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Special reward, Sparrow's friendship. Sparrow? That's as cool as the roadside cat named Scarface. Yuning stroked the tail feathers of the sparrow. Sparrow. The little guy chirped and deliberately raised its tail to make it easier for her to touch it. It munched on sunflower seeds, but the progress bar didn't move an inch. Yuning picked up a handful of millet grains. The sparrow hopped over, peered around, and then obligingly pecked at them twice. The progress bar jumped from 1 to 2. It seems to be due to the type of food. She tapped the table and began trying various fruits, vegetables, grains, and crops. In the end, Yuning discovered that this guy was a picky eater. It ignored steamed buns, corn kernels, rice, etc., focusing only on munching on sunflower seeds. The progress bar was stuck at an awkward 8/10. Children shouldn't eat too many snacks. She seized the opportunity and quickly moved the sunflower seeds away. They'd be even harder to manage once they were full. Yuning thought for a moment, then took Sparrow to the grain cabinet in the dining room. It was filled with neatly arranged grains, arranged by color in different drawers, a perfect comfort zone for anyone with OCD. Unfortunately, the bird glanced at them, and then turned its back, seemingly uninterested. It doesn't like any of these. Do all birds find insects irresistible? Just as Yuning was about to roll up her trousers and go catch some caterpillars, the bird, its back to the grain cabinet, seemed to have seen something, fluttering its wings and chirping happily. Yuning walked over and looked down at the plate. Leftover roast meat from yesterday? The sparrow shouted loudly, chirp. Given that sparrows are indeed omnivorous and can digest protein, Yuning cut off a small piece, diluted the spicy spices with water, and placed it in front of it. The progress bar quickly reached September 10th. Only one item left. Yuning looked around. Where should she find it? Chirp. Sparrow Biao, nibbling on her finger, excitedly tried to pull her in a certain direction. Yuning yielded to the force and ended up in front of an unopened bottle of green barley wine. The cute little sparrow, with rosy cheeks, excitedly chirped, chirp. Yuning, drinking beer and eating barbecue. What, you're drinking and smoking in private, huh? Sparrow Biao, now we should call him Brother Biao. At Brother Biao's insistence, it successfully finished the entire bottle of homemade wine without even shaking it. It even managed a few more fancy circling maneuvers while flying, making it even more impressive than before it drank it. Even if it resembles a sparrow, it can't change its fantastical creature nature. If Yuning hadn't stopped it, this guy might have drunk 3 more large bowls. The village chief wiped his sweat. He was utterly impressed by Brother Biao's enormous capacity. Congratulations, you have successfully fed Sparrow Biao. Special reward, Sparrow's friendship. As the most widely distributed species in the ash forest, these tiny creatures possess the most comprehensive intelligence network, and now they are willing to share this network with the kind-hearted town lord. Congratulations, you have unlocked exploration progress. Current ash forest exploration progress, 10%. Expand map. The town's development has reached a bottleneck. It's time to expand its territory and reputation, letting the title of Gloria City resound throughout the ash forest once more. Chapter 22. Congratulations, you have acquired a new mining site. Mining Site 6 marked, Red Crystal Agate. With the Sparrow's guidance and the map provided by the system, Yuning had a basic understanding of the ash forest. The area around Crimson Cliff was the absolute heartland, a forbidden zone that other creatures lurking in the white mist dared not set foot in. Spreading outwards from the center, it was surrounded by forests and mineral layers, forming a natural barrier. Many unknown creatures hid in the white mist, each with its own territory, and not all of them were as friendly as the sparrow. However, these small creatures possessed the wisdom to evade predators and enemies. Their racial characteristics allowed them to form a close and extensive network of relationships within the forest, giving them an intimate knowledge of every corner of the ash forest. Chirp! Following behind the small and agile sparrow, Yuning led her exploration team deep into the ash forest for the first time. The withered brown tree trunks swirled up wisps of dust, charred vines entwined the branches, and occasionally, half-buried stumps could be seen, faintly revealing scorched cracks. A few insect chirps occasionally broke the silence. This was a no-go zone. Only the lurking hunters could succeed. We arrived. Having traversed the thick white fog, thanks to the sparrow guides, they avoided dangerous areas and reached their destination quite smoothly. A resource-rich area that the birds considered quite desirable. Yuning smashed a piece of red agate on the ground, tossing the fragments into a nearby pile of soft mud. The wriggling mud munched on the fragments, then bubbled contentedly. Clay monster, a rare species that feeds on metallic minerals, helping to fertilize the land. These were creatures discovered while mining, scattered around the red agate, lazily lying motionless. Yuning moved the red agate fragment in her hand to the left, and the puddles of clay monsters followed suit. Moving to the right, they scrambled and crawled towards the right. They seemed to really like these ores. The thrifty witch looked at the red agate in her hand, then at the clay monsters wriggling on the ground. Suddenly, a good idea struck her. The staff list has been updated, please pay wages promptly. Fertilizer Master, Clay Monster X10, she used the ores to sell a few clay monsters, making them work in the abandoned area outside the wall. The collapsed ruins and rubble could be used as their food, and the cleared area was highly fertile, suitable for planting trees and grass. Excess space could be used for expansion. In short, many benefits. As for the downsides, you should get the boss's permission before getting a second pet, otherwise, awkward situations like this sometimes arise. The tentacles, as if struck by lightning, cried out, chirp. They swarmed forward, poking and prodding the clay left and right, causing indentations of varying sizes to appear in response. Unfortunately, this submission didn't earn the tentacles' approval. The tentacles observed the human's expression. Some tentatively rolled up the mud, intending to throw it away, but the soft clay monster trembled in fear. Others were even more audacious, directly opening their suckers and devouring the clay on the spot. Clay monster, QAQ. This is a colleague, don't throw colleagues around. Yuning parted the tentacles, somewhat amused, and don't eat colleagues raw either. Tentacles, chirp. They listlessly released their colleague, deciding to follow the witch's advice and let the creature go. Even so, the tips of their tentacles still intentionally or unintentionally touched the clay monster, seemingly warning it to be sensible and not do anything inappropriate. Clay monster, QAQ. Even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake, especially since it's just a law-abiding, rock-eating, sun-drenched, Buddhist-like clay. The sensible clay monster immediately bowed down. If it had a tail like the dog next to it, it would have wagged its tail and rolled over on its back long ago. What is dignity? My older brother's iron fist, the size of tens of thousands of sandbags, is dignity. Anyway, after some friendly communication, the clay monster successfully obtained the local snake's permission to officially settle in the town and take over the land reclamation work on the town's outskirts. 10 clay monsters worked together and quickly achieved results. Congratulations, you have obtained fertile land X1. The piles of discarded bricks and tiles had been cleared away, leaving behind freshly turned, loose, and breathable soil. The clay monster lazily buried itself in the shallow soil, motionless, becoming one with the land, taking a short rest. Yuning withdrew her gaze. This work efficiency was clearly much faster than sending people to dig directly. At this rate, she believed they could soon clear a considerable amount of land on the outskirts. Her gaze swept over the fertile soil, stopping abruptly at the edge. 2 figures were already working between the furrows. People have come to farm so quickly? From a distance, one of them straightened up, waving to her with a beaming smile. Sister, you come. The elf patted the mud off his hands, seemingly having accidentally smeared some on his face. He casually wiped it away with the back of his hand, revealing a simple, wild beauty. I'm not as clever as my brother. I sometimes get mud on my face while working. If it were you, sister, well, I'm already very happy that you came to see me. Yuning handed him a handkerchief, completely ignoring his flamboyant gestures and patting his shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. The elf took the handkerchief, a smile playing on his lips. He became slightly more serious, his eyes sparkling. The soil here is excellent, perfect for planting ornamental trees and some unique varieties. He proudly introduced the saplings already planted behind him. These are street trees, with broad leaves, evergreen year-round. The other part are flowers unique to the elven race, resilient and long-lived. I transplant them into the town in batches when the time is right. His emerald eyes softened, and the elf lowered his voice. They will accompany us, accompanying this town through a long time. The saplings intended as street trees had only just begun to sprout, while the beautiful flowers swaying in the soft light were in full bloom, their milky white petals shimmering with light, releasing a gentle glow with every breeze. Flowers as pure and natural as the elves themselves. Croak! Just as she was about to squat down to admire the flowers more closely, a painful croak came from beneath her feet. Yuning? ? Looking down, besides the beautiful, swaying flowers, something else was hidden in the shadows, swaying back and forth with her movements. A frog? To be precise, a frog sapling that croaked when stepped on. Yuning, She seemed to have a guess as to whose strange thing it was. The frog nest at the top of the sapling, nestled in the shadows, had been accidentally stepped on, and was now croaking in protest, its 2 little paws outstretched as it covered its head. Yuning, sorry. Croak. The frog accepted the apology, croaked twice, and then hopped away, dragging the plant along with it. Yuning, what a bizarre scene. As the frog left, another figure straightened up in the field. The apothecary flashed his signature 8 teeth and called out from afar, how about it, Ms. Yuning? Pretty creative, right? Plant these frog saplings, and they automatically weed the crops. I researched this for a long time before figuring it out. Yuning, that's a bit too creative. She gave Ethan a thumbs up from afar. He grinned from ear to ear, waved his hand to indicate it was nothing, and then bent down to continue working in the soil. Yuning, I have a feeling there will be more and more strange plants in the future. Having finished the inspection of the clearing, and with the day still early, the village chief organized his thoughts, checked the exploration progress of the ash forest, and began to assemble his team again, searching for members interested in going out. Your expedition team has been formed. Leader, Ashwich Yuning. Members: Crimson Lord Skok, Enforcer Igor, Shadow Leopard Mia, Apothecary Ethan, Forest Know-It-All K. Biao. Before this, I never imagined I'd be hanging out with the people of Crimson Cliff. The Enforcer, having undergone a significant shift in his thinking, sighed. What's even more terrifying is that I actually feel perfectly fine with this situation. He even gotten used to it. Just like teammates on an expedition together. Following the bird's guidance, Yuning parted the last patch of concealing grass. Your feeling is right. Because we're good people. Igor, you're good people, but what about the temple, who's always been your enemy? A bunch of wicked villains? The Enforcer, having been tricked, thought back to what had happened, and his once unwavering belief began to waver. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem entirely impossible. So, it turns out I'm the bad guy. The Enforcer was greatly shocked. Igor rubbed his temples. He'd been thinking too much lately, his mind always wandering to strange places. Putting aside his odd thoughts, he focused his attention on the path beneath his feet. If anyone's bad, it's those old bastards from the temple. The meticulous and impartial Enforcer thought. I'm a good person too. This is it. The sparrow leading the way casually found a branch to perch on, and began preening its feathers, leaving space for the exploration team. This time, the resource point wasn't a mineral vein, but a dense thicket of bushes growing right next to a cliff face. The sparse branches at the top allowed light to filter through, revealing the various rare and exotic plants growing within. Moondew flower. The apothecary was overjoyed. He knelt down and gently dug up the plant's roots. Just as he unearthed it, he noticed another rare, vibrant green plant nearby. He exclaimed, unable to contain his smile. A singing leaf fern. A singing leaf fern, priceless and unavailable. The apothecary fetched information from his books, searching for any unfamiliar species. Soon, his face flushed and his breathing became rapid. He turned back with difficulty, clutching his heart. Ms. Yuning, could you pinch me? The mushrooms I ate yesterday seem to have a problem. Why am I daydreaming? The apothecary rubbed his eyes. The things before him remained unchanged. He stammered, the toxicity is incredibly strong. Yuning, The sensible Mia flicked her tail, took 2 steps forward, opened her mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and aimed at the apothecary's outstretched arm. Mia prepared to help. Meow. Mia was grinding her teeth and urged the apothecary to straighten his arm. Meow. Crack. The stone used for grinding his teeth shattered and died, ending its short-lived mission. The apothecary, Faced with the big cat's helpfulness, the fragile apothecary chose to run away, resulting in a strange scene of a helpful leopard chasing a pharmacist who was reluctant to seek medical help. Mia sweetly approached. Meow. The apothecary frantically dodged. Don't come any closer. Yuning, looks like Mia has found a new toy. The village chief leading the group looked around. Normally, even with sparrows leading the way, it's only a relatively safe path, and places overgrown with exotic plants are often far from safe. She looked down at the soil, her brow furrowing slightly. Wave-like patterns. A strip-shaped creature. A snake? And not small at all. The Enforcer drew his brand-new sword, an ordinary iron sword bought from a trader, but still well-maintained, its blade gleaming, capable of handling most situations. He also noticed the subtle marks. Following the marks to the bushes beyond, as an Enforcer bearing honor, he was never afraid of danger. Igor said, I go check it out first, you stay here and gather resources. Since the life-absorbing medium was destroyed, his body had been recovering day by day. Although he had lost his beloved sword, his rich combat experience was enough to handle such a situation of exploring alone. Not to mention, his companions were waiting for him. They wouldn't betray him in battle, nor would they cast cruel curses upon him, nor would they deliberately lead him to dangerous places. Igor's expression darkened, but he quickly recovered. In truth, these strangers he had only recently met were more reassuring than his close colleagues. Someone was waiting for him. That was enough. He suppressed his emotions and carefully searched along the trail. As he continued his search, Igor's expression grew increasingly serious. From the starting point until now, the traces of the giant snake's presence became increasingly clear, even showing signs of struggle and writhing, indicating that this place was indeed not a peaceful one. Where did those things go in the end? Crack! It was the sound of a clod of earth splitting open, from behind the shadows. The Enforcer held his breath, slowly crouching closer. Everywhere were fragments of stone walls shattered by immense force, hard rocks seemingly crushed and torn by an invisible hand, leaving only a scene of devastation. A gigantic black serpent was pinned to the cliff face, its blade piercing from its gaping throat down to its midsection, its cold fangs pointing skyward, yet it hadn't managed to leave a trace of its enemy's clothing. Scattered serpent scales were everywhere, retaining a familiar, faint glow. He looked up at the sword that had pinned the serpent. Its sharp blade was eerily familiar. Another holy sword. "Excuse me, could you lend me a hand?" Just as the apothecary had shaken off the mischievous cat and found a secluded spot to get back to his gathering work, a voice suddenly appeared beside him. The good-natured middle-aged man scratched his head, pulled out a piece of paper with a portrait drawn on it, and leaned closer. "Excuse me, have you ever seen such a tall, strong, and handsome young man? Who is this person? Wait, how could there be a stranger here besides them?" The pharmacist instantly became alert. "What do you want?" Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly took a step back. Hey, I don't mean any harm. I'm just asking about someone." "Him? Have you seen him?" The pharmacist shifted his gaze to the paper. The person on it wore a close-fitting soft armor, and the face was very familiar. He had seen him just a short while ago. That enforcer. The pharmacist's palm sweated as he slowly backed away. "What do you want with him?" The middle-aged man calmly rolled up the portrait, still with that same smiling expression, as if saying, "What a nice day," or "What a pleasant afternoon tea." He casually said, "To kill someone." Chapter 23. He's here to kill. No wonder the frogs and saplings kept croaking and getting on his nerves today. Apparently, they were waiting for him here. He didn't know how strong someone confident enough to kill an enforcer was, but such a person would definitely be no problem dealing with an ordinary apothecary. The man was still talking. "The weather here is terrible, you can't even see the road. Finding someone is such a hassle." He pinned down the apothecary, who was trying to escape. "What's the rush, young man? I'm bored by myself. Let's keep this dejected middle-aged man company for a while." His bulging muscles easily subdued the frail apothecary. "Ethan, unable to break free. That's more like it." The middle-aged man pulled him back. "Let me guess, there are still people over there, right? And some formidable ones at that." "I knew I have good fortune today, thanks to Lady Luck," he said, offering a prayer of thanks to the gods before pulling up the struggling apothecary. "Young man, don't try to struggle." What were those words again? He finally revealed a genuine smile. "After all, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me." His gleaming eyes stared directly at the apothecary. "Look at me, young man, and tell me everything you know." "Ms. Yuning, what are you looking at?" The Demon King broke off the thorns from the spiky plant beside him, neatly arranged it, and handed it to Yuning. "You seem a little worried." Yuning took the plant. "They haven't returned yet. Neither the enforcers, who went to explore the giant serpent's tracks, nor the apothecary, who said he was going to gather herbs in a more distant place, had made a sound." Leaving aside the enforcers, the apothecary was closer, and should be able to warn of danger. Yun Ying's movement slowed. What if there wasn't enough time to make a sound, or what if she couldn't make a sound at all? Woo! The black leopard, which had been lazily guarding its master, suddenly perked up its round ears upon sensing the noise in the bushes. It lowered its body, its edges fading, and it entered stealth mode. Silence fell, leaving only Shisua's voice from the bushes. Under everyone's gaze, the apothecary's pale face emerged from the bushes. He opened his mouth, as if to say something, but was pulled back by an invisible force and silenced by magic. After him, a second stranger emerged. "I'm lost here." The smiling middle-aged man glanced around, showing no sign of panic. He reached into his cloak pocket, pulled out a prepared hunting sketch, and said to himself, "Can you lend me a hand while I'm out and about?" No one answered. He sighed deeply. "Then I trouble you." A massive magic circle instantly unfolded beneath his feet, layer upon layer, enveloping all living beings present. His white cloak billowed without wind, and his eyes gradually filled with gold as he began to chant a spell. A staff studded with golden crystals appeared in his hand, its tip precisely positioned in the center of the magic circle. "Praise the glory of wisdom, guide thought," he said, pointing the gem at the tip of the staff at the people before him, and without hesitation uttered the final spell. Forbidden spell, soul manipulation. An indescribable sense of oppression permeated the surroundings, like watching 3 movies in a row only to have someone else give you the wrong Coke, finding only half a roll of toilet paper in the toilet bowl, or the overwhelming urge to work overtime until the client is completely frantic. Yun Ying, suddenly, her fist clenched. "Who the hell invented this magic? You are under mental attack." Searching, the attacker's mental strength is lower than the entire town. As the core of Crimson Cliff, you are immune to this attack. The negative emotions receded like a tide, and Yun Ying regained her composure. She observed her surroundings, determined it was still under control, then raised her hand to fan away the choking dust from her nose and brushed the dust off her cloak. Artificial sandstorm. How environmentally unfriendly. Yuning looked at the uninvited guest. She whispered, soul manipulation. Doesn't sound very pleasant. Your Crimson Lord Skark is suffering a mental attack. Your Shadow Panther Mia is. The Demon King clutched his head, letting out a painful groan. Mia fidgeted with her tail, letting out a low, threatening growl. But these resistances seemed insignificant against the magic's corrosive power. Truly a special case. Seeing the witch break free from the magic shackles so quickly, the middle-aged man's expression finally showed a hint of surprise. Who are you? How can you remain stable amidst forbidden magic? A top-tier alchemical creation, or a chosen one of a high god, or perhaps some special race with a talent for mental immunity? He looked her over. Aside from the faint magical aura emanating from her, the witch before him seemed to have nothing else noteworthy. The unknown variables made him somewhat wary. As long as I kill the enforcer Igor, even if you know him, your relationship isn't deep. We can each back down. Your Crimson Lord Skark has been controlled by a soul. After realizing that the magic had successfully controlled a powerful body, the middle-aged mage felt the unprecedented power and couldn't help but smile, abandoning his caution. I'm sorry, ma'am. I take back what I just said. He said, word by word, you all of you die. What I meant by not very pleasant was. Yuning smoothed out the wrinkles on her cloak, showing no anxiety at the other's words. She stroked the large cat's soft fur, comforting the agitated Mia. She looked up and continued, it's you who will be not very pleasant. Skark, once the Demon King standing at the pinnacle of the world, unmatched by anyone, became like this after touching an indescribable corruption. Spirit and soul, these idealistic things, are the special targets of the ancient god's corruption. Yuning thought for a moment, then said seriously, if you can become stronger than the Demon King from hundreds of years ago, then congratulations, you really hit the jackpot. If not, she chuckled softly, then from now on, you might have a few minutes of lucidity, or rather time to say your last words. What kind of nonsense is this? The middle-aged mage frowned. What are you saying? Before he could finish speaking, he fell silent instantly. Something crawled along the direction of his soul. No, the moment it made contact, it lurked there, savoring the changing emotions of humanity, and then facing its madness and fear. No. He uttered a weak sound, trying to break free from the magical control, but it was already futile. The indescribable chaos was a million times, billions of times stronger than mind control, easily erasing any thought of resistance. A pitch-black fear burst forth from his soul, then grew wildly, nourished by his body, before finally discarding its withered nutrients and returning to its original soil. The big cat stood up again, the inescapable restlessness gone. She nuzzled her master, her eyes fixed on the people in front of her, wary of any potentially dangerous movement. A gust of wind blew. The middle-aged man, who had stood motionless, suddenly began to weather away like an antique that had decayed for millennia, until he vanished completely, becoming an inconspicuous patch of fine sand on the ground. The remaining magic circle, severed from the magical connection, slowly faded after a few seconds, and the place returned to its initial silence. It's over. Your Crimson Lord Skark has severed soul control. Yun Ying's eyes flickered slightly. Current sanity, 35%. The page flickered. Current sanity, 30%. The Demon King turned his head, seemingly unharmed, and asked, Fiancé, how did we get here? Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. Involving an unspeakable ancient god, the situation was different from ordinary times. Even staying with the cool guy was fine, they could recover slowly, without any further stimulation. Yun Ying's expression froze. Current sanity, 29%. After a 5 or 6 second pause, the Demon King looked down at his hands, then looked up at Yun Ying, opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his expression went blank. Current sanity, 28%. This is getting serious. Her sanity plummeted, then spiked a few numbers at times, like she was infected with a virus, though, in a different sense, the Demon King wasn't much different from someone infected with a virus. Ding! Yuning looked at the screen. This time, her sanity finally settled at a terrifyingly low number. Current sanity, 10%. System notification. Your current sanity is too low. Please take immediate action to intervene, otherwise unpredictable consequences may occur. She called out, Skark. No response. The Demon King stood there blankly, as if immersed in another world, completely isolated from reality. Compared to his current lifeless state, the Demon Kings with their strange personalities seemed much more vibrant. She needed to think of something quickly. Yuning gently shook the Demon King's shoulder, while simultaneously focusing her attention on the wishing pool, tossing in 50-100 points. She called out again, "Skark." Before she could get a result, Yuning suddenly felt a chill on her wrist. Looking down, she saw a slender tentacle shyly wrapped around the inside of her wrist. A tentacle? The next instant, everything went black, and she was instantly plunged into boundless darkness. Damp, warm, breathing. A chaotic whirlwind, enough to evoke any fantasy or desire, crashed down upon her. You are entering Skark's dream. Chapter 24. Yuning opened her eyes, then closed them again. After a while, she opened them again. First, a moist, warm sensation enveloped her senses, gently pulling them away. Then, fragmented reveries jumped through her mind, like a projector digging into deeply buried memories, even unearthing fragmented, long-forgotten things. Yuning, cat movies, dog movies, mouse movies, bird movies, even snail movies. After inventing the great internet in the last century, perhaps no one imagined that bored humans in the future would watch this kind of stuff, let alone make it so widely circulated and talked about. Seeing that the midnight entertainment had gradually transitioned from animal documentaries to scenes that couldn't appear on Green River, Yuning first scorned the crude methods used to evoke emotions and the despicable act of reading memories, then calmly began to appreciate it. Let's see what's going on. Come watch more if you like. She could even suggest, could you replay the fish slices from earlier? The colors were vibrant, the water shimmering, quite beautiful. Darkness, Seemingly failing to achieve her desired result, Yunying's vision suddenly went black. The ambiguous fragrance that had lingered in her nostrils slowly faded, replaced by a muddy smell? The light gradually brightened. Yuning opened her eyes, her vision suddenly clear. A wide green lawn appeared before her, mixed with the dampness of post-rain soil. Her gaze moved, stopping at a certain point. A bright red mouth floated in midair, opening and closing towards her. "Hey girl, you're awake." Yuning, this northeastern accent is really catchy. No matter how friendly the accent, a mouth floating in midair looked rather odd, especially since it was greeting her so warmly. Yuning composed herself. Remembering the system's final warning, if this was the Demon King's chaotic and deranged dream, anything was possible. She looked around but didn't see any familiar figures. The most urgent thing now was to find Skark. Sister. Yuning snapped back to reality. The mouth completely ignored her dismissive body language and approached familiarly. "Are you hungry, sister?" It spoke more fluently than a clapper. "Uncle tells you, being hungry is okay. Let's turn our grief into motivation, work hard, persevere in our labor, weed, plant, move bricks, and build houses. Build houses, build big houses, build beautiful big houses, only then can we get wives." While chanting slogans, it opened its large mouth, grabbed a hoe from who knows where, and swung it forcefully, starting to loosen the soil beneath its mouth. The mouth mumbled, "Why are you standing there? You never get a wife like that." Yuning, Perhaps there was no need for that. The dream was chaotic and disordered, equally absurd, and in some aspects, there was no need to delve into it. She tried, and her internal magic functioned normally. In an instant, magical particles surged, a hurricane swirling around, carrying the mouth that was hoeing the ground to her. "Where is Skark?" The mouth was taken aback. "You're here to find him?" It thought for a moment, seemingly finally realizing that there was a being that shouldn't exist here. After a few seconds of pause, it suddenly became agitated. "Damn it!" Yuning moved the wind circle a little further away, maintaining a safe distance. The big mouth puffed out its cheeks, biting its lower lip lightly with its upper teeth, and said resentfully, "So this kid got married first." Yuning, Is that the point? Although she was a little confused, this guy definitely knew something. Just as she was about to press further, the mouth suddenly turned its back inside the wind circle. When it turned back, a mole had appeared on its lip. "Skark." It murmured the name. Oh my, it opened its mouth, its voice changing from rough to sharp and thin, instantly revealing the gossipy nature of the matchmaker from the surrounding area. It was like a completely different person. Auntie's telling you that kid's got everything going for him. You never get another chance like him. Yuning, All it had was a mole. How did it become Auntie? Don't just copy comedic tropes like that. She stared at the gaping, blood-red mouth that was drastically lowering her sanity, choosing to ignore the absurdity of the dream's premise. Discussing the rationality of such a bizarre dream was utterly irrational. The mouth was still talking. "You can rest assured," it said enthusiastically. "He'd be out of prison in a couple of days, all reformed, so you won't have to worry about him." Yuning, It really was a matchmaker. But the matchmaking was so convincing it made her want to punch it. She laughed. I don't care if he gets out or not. I want to send you away now, then go in myself. The hurricane tightened, imprisoning it tightly, gradually sucking out the air according to the caster's will, creating a huge pressure difference. Soon it would reach a certain limit, crushing the mouth flat by the air. The matchmaker's mouth advised, calm down, there's no rush to see him. Yuning, The oppressive feeling in the air grew stronger, and her lips inevitably began to tear, as if an invisible pair of hands were kneading and flattening them, ultimately compressing them into invisible dust. The matchmaker's mouth finally realized something was wrong, and it exclaimed in alarm, meeting is something that can be discussed. As its voice fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and in the next instant, the chaotic scenes in the dream shifted, a thick fog sweeping in, bringing an ominous atmosphere. The lush green grass turned into hard stone slabs, and a massive prison appeared out of nowhere before them. The matchmaker's mouth let out a long sigh and scolded, Sister, you're really impatient. You're not even married yet, and you're already running to see him. Ugh! The response was a rapidly tightening vortex of wind. Yuning directly sealed the grotesque giant mouth shut, and kicked it into a corner. She knocked on the cold iron cage, and through the gaps in the bars, she could see a figure at the very back. The chaos that had been encroaching from all sides was now closing in, leaving only the last cramped space, more of a remnant of peace than a cage. The Demon King was slumped in an old recliner, the leather surface worn dull by time, seemingly having served its owner for countless years. He was curled up at the back, his long black robe spread across his legs, obscuring most of his body, revealing only a pale wrist. His eyes were closed, his breathing so light, it was almost imperceptible. The fog is getting thicker, Yuning muttered, looking around. The chaos, hidden in the thick fog, appeared and disappeared, amplifying her growing unease. The Demon King, still asleep, frowned, his face growing even paler. Sensing the weakening of his master, the rampant fog drew closer, seemingly intent on swallowing up the last vestiges of peace. The system screen jumped. Current sanity, 9%. She couldn't wait any longer. Even if she didn't know what would happen when her sanity dropped to its lowest point, it certainly wouldn't be a good thing. The fog behind her was also closing in. Yuning calmed herself, circling and inspecting the iron cage in front of her, not even missing the top. She frowned slightly. No entrance. It was airtight, leaving no possibility for outsiders to enter. The incessant, polluting auditory hallucinations in her ears grew stronger. She tried her best to ignore them, opening the system. The 50 draws she had previously acquired were now arranged on the page. First were a series of ordinary blue stars, mostly supplies and building materials, followed by 4 more unusual purple stars. Congratulations, you have obtained White Dove Plaza X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Magic Textile Factory X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Dance Hall X1. These are 3 large building items. Once completed, the town will be completely transformed, but they are obviously unnecessary now. Yuning shifted her gaze to the next item. Congratulations, you have obtained the Revelation of Life's Praise X1. Singing praises to vitality, celebrating mercy. Among the many healing spells, Life's Praise is undoubtedly one of the most authoritative. Using this revelation will activate the Witch's Journal, granting you the authority to heal life. Note, this skill is a powerful group heal. After use, the caster has a chance to enter an immersive state, allowing for a deeper understanding of life's transformations. This state cannot be awakened. Please maintain a safe and stable surrounding. It's a healing spell, and it seems to be on the same level as Dimensional Shift. Yuning shifted her gaze to the last patch of quiet, golden starlight. After so many attempts at the wishing pool, she finally saw a golden star. Congratulations, you have obtained one unknown balance scale. A bronze-colored balance scale, not a physical object, but as long as you close your eyes, and the concept of a balance scale flashes through your mind, it's as if it's etched into your brain, completely impossible to ignore. Unknown balance scale. A mysterious balance scale of unknown origin, the words equivalent exchange seem to be engraved on its base. This is an absolutely impartial balance scale. Place items of equal weight, and you will exchange them for anything you desire. A conceptual item. Place items of equal weight. Yuning looked around and quickly chose what to exchange. The gaping maw, imprisoned by wind pressure, continued to struggle. As the thick fog approached, it seemed to become even more ferocious, its exposed teeth curving outwards, from which twisted tentacles protruded, uttering incomprehensible, insane babbling. It was corrupted, or perhaps it was simply part of the chaos. The wind tightened, firmly restraining the gigantic maw until it was completely immobilized. You have tamed the weight. You have placed the weight. Right weight, an indescribable, faint tentacle. The bronze scales tilted slightly to the right, then gradually regained their balance, as if something had been placed on the left. You have acquired the abstract concept of entering. The grotesque maw before her had vanished. She looked towards the cage, still finding no entrance. Perhaps I just passed through the wall? She guessed, her palm pressed against the iron cage. The cold iron pillar beneath her seemed to tremble slightly. She looked ahead, and familiar tentacles reached in from a sudden crack in the air. Seeing her, they happily branched out into smaller strands, gently tapping her hand, and expertly making a hard shape with their fingers. So this was how they entered. After reporting in, these powerful, strong tentacles turned and charged menacingly at the iron cage, their color instantly turning blood red, and lashed out viciously. The cage trembled, and thin, strip-like objects slowly separated. The brutal tentacles swarmed forward, utterly devoid of any martial ethics, instantly deforming the trembling iron cage. Those objects that looked like iron pillars bowed their heads and stepped aside. Yuning then realized that the cage was actually another kind of tentacle. Yuning, gang fighting is immoral, but it works. And it looks like they won. The underlings, having been disciplined by the gang leader, immediately became much more sensible and obediently cut a hole in the cage for people to pass through. Yuning stepped into the cage before the thick fog closed in behind her. She called out, "Skark?" The sleeping Demon King didn't respond, but his sanity spiked to 10%, quickly returning to normal, though it provided a clue. He could hear sounds from the outside. Tentacles clung to the iron cage, forming a defense against the fog, but as the external pressure increased, even the reinforced cage creaked and groaned, seemingly on the verge of collapse. With her call, the Demon King, trapped in chaos, was drenched in sweat, seemingly enduring immense pain. His pale skin flushed a sickly red, and his chest heaved, adding to his dreadful state. Upon reaching a certain limit, he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing empty, blank pupils, and one pupil rolling upwards. Yuning, She paused for a moment, then a question arose. Was this indescribable ancient god even proper? Something felt off. But even if he was improper, there was nothing she could do. Wisps of thick fog seeped in from behind, and the Demon King's sanity was steadily declining, reaching an extremely dangerous state. Yuning sighed. Fine, what can she do? She's the village chief. You are using praise of life. If it's an illness, it can be cured. Stored magic power overflowed like water. Even the magic crystals she carried as a precaution turned to powder. All magic power was exhausted, replaced by an extremely pure and gentle aura. Yuning felt her back pain subside, her legs no longer ache, and the headache from the chaotic noise eased, bringing a long-lost tranquility. Current sanity, 5%, 10%, 30%, 50%. The continuously declining sanity level steadily increased, even turning a healthy green. So useful. Yuning shook her head, feeling a little dizzy. Just as she was drifting off, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her leg. Looking down, she saw several pink tentacles she'd never seen before crawling onto her ankle, wriggling and twisting like they'd been given catnip. Yuning felt her brain was working a little slowly. She tried to kick them away, but couldn't. So dazed, she said, "It's been so long since I had cold jellyfish salad." The tentacles froze. She continued listing the dishes while pulling out a knife, and squid skewers takoyaki. The previously pink tentacles immediately turned pale with fright, and darted back into their owner's shadow. Their owner. Yuning froze. The Demon King before him slightly raised his head, his silver-gray eyes unusually clear. He grasped Yuning's outstretched hand, paused for a moment, then released it as if electrocuted, whispering, "I'm sorry." Current sanity, 61%. He wanted to say something more, but was drawn by the thick fog spreading from outside the cage. The stunned look on his face gradually faded, and he slowly rose, shielding Yuning behind him, facing the chaotic whispers. Although there's much to say, it's clear the timing isn't quite right this time. But don't worry, I get you out safely. Besides, he turned back, his eyes bright with moonlight. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Yuning. Chapter 25. It's difficult to describe the scene before her. Entering a state of immersion, her senses were relatively blurred, as if the world were veiled by a thick gauze, making everything unclear. But at this moment, pink waves surged before her, gradually dispelling the heavy, oppressive black mist, until only the pink mist-shrouded sea remained, gently fading away in the brightened world. Yuning belatedly realized, its pink tentacles, the bright pink dispelled the darkness, shattering even the obscure whispers within, and the entire world suddenly fell silent. Chirp! The dream ended. Yuning looked up and met a pair of tiny eyes. A sparrow hopped twice on her shoulder, chirping excitedly, chirp chirp chirp. I'm fine. She yawned. I'd be fine after a good night's sleep. Both her physical and mental injuries were healing under the healing magic, but being in an immersive state always made her mind wander unconsciously, and coupled with the fatigue from expending magic power, she still needed sleep to recover. Right. She looked at the Demon King. Current sanity, 40%. Under the powerful healing effect of the blessing of life, the Demon King's sanity returned to the green level for the first time. However, the healing had a time limit, while the Demon King's sanity declined without restraint. After the magic ended, his sanity still dropped back into the red zone. But it was within an acceptable range. Yuning. He sniffed, large tears falling and quickly wetting a small patch of ground. His eyes were red. Are you in pain? Yuning shook her head. Just a little sleepy. Soaking my feet when I get back should help me sleep better. The Demon King, his eyes red, said, I carry you. No need. She wasn't so sleepy that she needed to be carried. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, she felt a tight grip on her arm, and before she could react, she was already on the Demon King's back. Children are silly, but children are strong. The Demon King patted his chest and assured her, don't worry, we get back as fast as we can. Yuning, Suddenly, she wasn't so sure anymore. A sparrow hopped off her shoulder and landed precisely on the Demon King's head, chirping loudly like a commander. The Demon King's face was resolute. We're going home. The sparrow fluttered its wings, only managing 2 chirps before feeling itself suddenly lifted into the air. Chirp, coo! Yuning caught the enthusiastic sparrow, taking the ball-sized bird from the Demon King's head. No rush. Put me down first, she said, patting the Demon King's shoulder with amusement. Didn't you notice we're missing someone? Missing someone? Who? A black leopard circled their feet, snatching its master's cloak from the ground. The newly awakened apothecary, confused, still stood up and joined the group, his eyes clear, asking groggily, where are we going? From the dense, impenetrable thicket of bushes, a rustling sound suddenly arose, not the gentle rustling of wine through the grass, but the rough sound of a large creature pressing down on the blades. The sound drew closer, gradually building tension. Something was rapidly approaching. Your Grace, witch. The enforcer emerged from the bushes, breaking the stillness of the air. His chest heaved violently, his body bore wounds from the thorns of the forest, and he clutched a blood-stained holy sword in his hand. He looked around and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're all right. Igor stepped forward and said briefly, the cleaners are looking for me in the ash forest. They're the most mysterious force in the temple, responsible for eliminating those deemed dangerous by the higher-ups, and they never failed. He said seriously, I know your Grace is powerful, but the cleaners are elusive and incredibly capable. To ensure nothing goes wrong, please return to the town. I stay away and draw this threat away. I should bear the consequences of the trouble I caused. He exhaled softly, a rare gentle smile appearing on his face. It's been a pleasure meeting everyone in the town. If I have the chance again, I'd love to live in such a peaceful town. Igor instructed, Roland will be on this mission with me. But I can't be sure if he's on the kill list. He's still young, and his family is powerful. Once this storm passes, if he secretly returns to his family and stays home, those old guys in the temple shouldn't be able to touch Roland. Alright, he prepared to leave. I don't know where the cleaners are. I activate my magical aura and head away from the town. Yuning interrupted his plan, no need. She looked at the puddle of ash the enforcer had stepped on. We all seen it. Enforcer, what? Yuning reminded him, you seen it too. Me too? He followed the witch's gaze, looked down, and stepped away. A puddle of white ash, now free of its weight, mingled with the damp soil in the wind, rolling together with the mud, indistinguishable from one another. Ego, He uttered the deepest question of his life. Huh? After agreeing to the Demon King's request to carry her back, Yuning experienced the insane feeling of driving at 200 miles per hour with the top down. She felt like she was about to fly. Only when her feet finally touched solid ground did her bungee jumping heartbeat slowly calm down. The sparrow perched on the Demon King's horn chirped angrily and began to tidy its feathers, which had been blown askew. Yuning. The Demon King, also disheveled by the wind, called out, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her, indicating praise. Yuning, who was tidying her messy clothes, She pulled out a box of matcha-flavored cookies and handed it to him. Very impressive. Now, can the impressive Skark help me take the sparrow to rest? Of course. The Demon King left, blushing, and the village chief, exhausted from a long day, finally got the peace and quiet that night deserved. 100 miles of fuel consumption, just enough for a small box of cookies. Thinking about it, it's quite green and healthy. The enforcer went back to his room to rest, looking thoughtful, while the pharmacist took the plants he had collected that day into the garden to study them, leaving only Yuning behind. The big cat meowed sweetly. Yuning looked down. Oh, and there's the adorable Mia. Your White Dove Plaza has been successfully placed. Your dance hall has been successfully placed. Your magic weaving factory has been successfully placed. Yuning returned to the city hall, preparing to inspect these newly appeared buildings. Chirp. The central area, which originally only had the city hall building and seemed incredibly empty and desolate, is now still spacious, but with a touch of warmth. The weather is nice. The evening glow fell on flocks of white doves, and light and shadow danced on the neat bluestone slabs. The doves flapped their wings and flew, skimming over brown benches, leaping over slowly walking crowds, and landing on the exquisite European-style fountain. The leaping water droplets splashed on the ground, creating tiny silver sparkles, which the clever doves used to preen their feathers. Coo! Yuning looked down. A line of pigeons was looking up at her, cooing again, as if to remind her that she was blocking their way. She took a step back. The lead pigeon cooed in thanks, and then each pigeon that passed in line cooed in thanks as well. The white pigeon square was instantly filled with a chorus of thanks. Amidst the cooing, they gradually moved away, their destination seemingly the feeding trough not far away. Ding dong. The homing pigeons of Crimson Cliff, white pigeons capable of ambushing from afar, given enough time, they can reach every corner of the world. Yuning, ambush? Her gaze followed these white creatures. The plump pigeons continued forward, stopping to greet any creatures they encountered along the way, even stopping to coo at any flowers or plants they liked. Yuning, the system must have a reason for saying that. She turned her gaze away from the chubby pigeons. Seriously, do pigeons get high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and high blood sugar? Yuning left White Dove Square and followed the path to the entertainment area. Besides the previously built amusement park, a brightly lit, arched building had sprung up, a dance hall. As soon as she pushed open the door, deafening percussion burst forth, followed by a smooth symphony. Colorful laser lights shone down from above, a fusion of classical and modern rock. As soon as Yuning reached the center stage, the unattended symphony paused briefly, then began playing a familiar tune. There were no lyrics, yet it played out automatically in her mind. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations on your brilliance. The best, please come over. The bad, please go away. Yuning, The system, which had been performing with great enthusiasm, gradually lowered its volume, finally disappearing after 2 hee sounds. It seems this will be the main venue for future nighttime activities. All that's left is the last purple star. Magic Weaving Factory. A magical device crafted by alchemists, operating by absorbing magic crystals and dissipating magical particles. The products of this factory are enchanted. Each factory can only be set to produce a single type of item. Please set it carefully at the beginning. Yuning looked up. The Gothic architectural style perfectly matched the setting of a mysterious building deep in an ancient forest. The spires soared into the clouds, and the walls were engraved with obscure magical runes. Huge stained glass windows were inlaid around the perimeter, refracting brilliant colors. Stepping inside, huge spinning machines were neatly arranged, reflecting a cold, hard metallic luster. A huge glowing crystal hung inside the weaving factory, seemingly the energy source for the machines. Beep beep. A prompt popped up on the control panel, but the selection was limited. Magic broom / magic flying carpet. Yuning glanced at the cult-like pairing of the flying carpet and the magician, and without hesitation, clicked to create a magic broom. As a witch, how could she not have a flying broom? Yuning, get rid of this cult. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 magic broom. You have officially embarked on your magical journey. As the guardian of the town, please diligently learn the skill of flight. Learning flight. 0%. Countdown. 48 hours, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reward points, 500. Punishment points, 1,000. Chapter 26. With a clatter, a broom fell to the ground. The handle was made of dark brown old oak, with a fine grain and a warm, smooth feel. The broom bristles were fluffy fibers, producing a faint rustling sound and a trail of fluorescent light when swung. The machines in the magic textile factory were still running, their cores glowing brightly at the top, continuously supplying magic power. Soon, Several identical magic brooms, slightly different in color, were piled up at the machine's exit. Yuning picked up the broom. Magic Broom Beginner. Suitable for beginner to intermediate magicians. Maximum load capacity 200 kilograms. Built-in magic conductor. Can fly continuously for 7 days, with a small amount of magic power supplied. Note: must be air-dried and maintained after use. Keep away from fire and damp environments. As a beginner-level means of transportation, its battery life is already quite good. Yuning stroked the crystal conductor on the wooden handle, feeling the rhythm of magic, guiding magical particles little by little towards the magic broom, watching it slowly light up. Whoosh! The magic broom floated up, but stopped half a foot off the ground, unable to break free from the constraints of gravity even with her efforts. Where did things go wrong? She guided her magic again, meticulously controlling the flow, settling, and accumulating of the magical particles until the warm energy flowed actively again, then gradually channeled it into the magic broom, maintaining a stable and precise output. Crack! An invisible barrier crumbled on its own. Yuning looked down at her palm. Congratulations. You have triggered the talent, Magic Mastery. Magic Mastery. You possess exceptional magical talent inherited from your ancestors. You will achieve twice the results with half the effort in learning magic. You have activated Magic Affinity LV1, Max Level, Quick Comprehension LV1, Max Level, Elemental Manipulation LV1, Max Level. Yuning, thank you so much for my great-great-great-grandmother's genes. You're definitely the most beautiful old lady your age. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. The witch, dressed in a wide black robe, turned slightly, tiptoed, and for the first time rode on the standard mode of transportation in the magical world. With a shift in her center of gravity, the broom carried her steadily upwards. It was like controlling a hoverboard, only with an additional z-axis. The magical broom moved as she wished. At first, it skimmed low over the rooftops, then gradually increased in speed, soaring straight into the sky. She looked down, and the entire town unfolded below her. Neat roads stretched out in all directions, and buildings were hidden among the lush greenery. She raised her hand, and wisps of cloud mixed with a refreshing breeze blew towards her, bringing a touch of coolness. Like a bird flying freely, no, perhaps even more free than a bird. The magic-infused broom carried its owner faster and faster, the surging wind whipping her hair wildly. All surrounding sounds blurred, the wind howled, leaving only the witch's bright, radiant eyes. Faster! Faster! Ding! A streak of white light pierced the gloomy clouds, and a sudden silence fell, replaced by the clear, bright light of day. This was the feeling of flying. Yuning shifted her posture, settling into a relaxed sideways position. Not bad. She continued to practice her magic broom. Looking down, the landscape below had become blurry patches of color of varying sizes. Through the clouds, she could see the entire ash forest shrouded in a white mist. Vibrant colors centered on the town were spreading outwards, the two vying for dominance as the white mist visibly receded. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this place transformed into a completely new landscape. Ding dong! Congratulations on your first flight. You have successfully grasped the key to the sky. Flying skills are etched into every conversation with the heavens. Perhaps in the near future, solo flight through storms will no longer be a fantasy. Reward points, 500. Current points, 600. After thanking her great-great-great-grandmother again, Yuning was preparing to return to the ground. Having descended a few hundred meters, unfamiliar patches of color intruded into her vision. From high above, the area around the town was a blend of amber and lush green, with small glimpses of reddish-brown ground. Beyond the town lay a thick, gray-white fog and occasional dark shadows. Now, however, a chaotic patch of color was moving. To be precise, there were two, one in front of the other, both moving hurriedly. The destination was Crimson Cliff. She narrowed her eyes. Descending to within visual range, she finally saw who it was. A caravan. A caravan appeared hastily. At the head was the holy Nightman, his expression hurried, glancing frequently at the stretcher behind him. Carried along by several men, Boss Bale threw off the heavy quilt and said weakly, his voice trembling, I've been having a lot of bad luck lately. Do you think praying to the dragon god or Satan would help? Command replied, you can pray to anyone, but it would be best to pray to the quilt you're wearing, the hot water bottle inside, and the heating runes on the hot water bottle. Pray they won't break down halfway, and will keep your body temperature. Bale suddenly understood. Oh. You're right, he said, barely managing a prayer gesture. I pray to you, great god of hot water bottles. Well, if such a god exists, Please bless these hot water bottles to work safely and continuously, and may the faithful offer you their devout faith. Command, The exhausted knight sighed, no longer wanting to argue with the confused merchant. Besides him, several men with red, swollen eyes carried the stretcher behind him. After such a long journey, each was panting heavily, their strength clearly waning. But they couldn't stop now. Command reassured the group, hang in there a little longer. The mining area is just ahead. There are high-ranking mages stationed there. Everything will be all right. Even so, with 2 mages and an entire elite army behind them, the outcome seemed predetermined. But they couldn't afford to be discouraged now. With the mages' help, they might be able to make it to the city center. Command gripped his sword tightly. Or perhaps he could hold off the pursuers for a moment. Barton on the stretcher, corroded by the freezing spell, had begun to ramble incoherently, spouting phrases from god of hot water bottles to god of blankets, and soon god of stretchers, and even more nonsensical ideas. He clasped his hands together and piously prayed, "Merciful Satan, cast your gaze upon this lost soul, dispel the darkness with your mercy, redeem me from the mire, and return me to your guidance." Command, phew. He already said mercy and Satan were completely unrelated. Suddenly, a shadow fell across the sky, followed by a strangely familiar voice. He looked up, and a familiar figure in midair gradually approached them, waving in the wind. The witch smiled, "Long time no see, everyone." "Your Lady Witch?" Command thought blankly. So prayer really does work. Wait, why is it Merciful Satan? Your diplomat, the paladin Command, and his merchant partner, Bale, have encountered an obstacle. Using the power of the wind, although they couldn't blow the caravan directly back to town, they could push them along, reducing their physical exertion. After informing the mages in the mining area to go home and rest, Yuning led a group of people to the town. "You are using the vanished Sardras. Your town has activated a dimensional fold. The activation time will be determined by your mana supply. During this period, only beings recognized by the town can enter the folded space." K-Man succinctly stated, "They come to rob the caravan. They've been lying in ambush for a long time, well prepared, specifically waiting on the outer perimeter. If they refuse to cooperate, they plan to eliminate them." Bale on the stretcher groaned twice, barely opening his icy eyelashes. His mind was somewhat dazed, and he trembled as he said, "Am I in hell?" His gaze shifted, finally landing on Yuning standing beside him. He exclaimed, "Huh? I see Lord Satan again. You still look so kind." "Yuning, hello, how are you feeling now?" Even a slight approach revealed the chill emanating from the merchant. Although there were over a dozen hot water bottles and alchemical rune items constantly radiating heat, they couldn't withstand the encroaching frost. Command explained, "It's a freezing spell." He then slipped a hand warmer inside, pressed down on the other's wildly flailing hands, and helped cover him with a blanket. "Ordinary humans are fragile, so we need to be careful. But don't worry, it'd be easy to handle once we get to town. Just spray it on." Yuning was stunned. "Spray?" "Yes." Command looked around. "What about the dragon?" The knight's method was to fix the merchant to the roller, and then let the dragon breathe fire evenly, allowing the intense dragon fire to completely melt the frost. He flipped the roller, ensuring every side of the merchant was evenly heated, then looked at Yuning, who was watching him, paused, and offered her the handle. "Would you like to play too?" Yuning, She let it slip. This guy was definitely just playing around. Although the process was very much like grilling meat, the result was still pretty good. The magical particles that melt ice elements were a piece of cake for a dragon born of flames. It lay on the lawn, burnt, and watched the frost on the merchant, who always came to feed it gradually fade away. It curled up, chewing on bell peppers, and continuing to doze off. Meanwhile, Boss Barton jumped energetically from the barbecue grill, from the healing rack. Although his hair was smoking, his spirits were surprisingly good. "Thank you, Witch, thank you, Lord Command, thank you, my companions." He raised his hands and said in a booming voice, "Thank you, great crimson blood wildfire dragon." The red dragon stopped eating fruit, coughed, picked up its long-in-use grooming gear, shook its wings, proudly raised its neck, and let out a majestic and high-pitched roar. "Yuning, winter is coming early." Command, tidying his soiled clothes, continued, "Starting from the north of the continent, a massive cold wave is rapidly spreading towards the Rhine Kingdom, almost 2 months earlier than expected. Very abnormal weather." His expression turned grave. "Every day, people from northern countries are fleeing into the Rhine Kingdom. They say that some of the northernmost countries are even completely frozen. The cold wave continues to spread. No one can guarantee the Rhine Kingdom's absolute safety. If the situation worsens, They might also become refugees moving further south. He put on his soft armor and polished his sword until it gleamed. All goods for sale, especially coal, are being blocked by several powerful families, who are even attempting to seize, monopolize, and rob them. In chaos, force is the greatest asset. Without the deterrent of force, it's nothing more than someone else's granary. The chaotic sounds grew closer, the thunder of hooves pounding the earth, and the swirling dust mingling together, instantly conveying the approaching clamor. They're coming! The upright, yet sometimes unyielding, paladin remounted his sword, looking directly into the witch's eyes without flinching. He said slowly, "Your Grace, the granary is here." What a horrible place! The brown-haired nobleman on his tall horse clicked his tongue. A bunch of piglets might as well have just died to save me trouble. The guiding magical butterfly hovered in the ruins. He reached out, the butterfly landed in his palm, and was then crushed. The brown-haired nobleman dusted off the scattered scales from his palms, surveyed the surrounding ruins, and sneered, "Let me see where the poor piglets are hiding." "Here?" He casually pointed in a direction, and one of the mages behind him stepped forward, chanting a powerful explosive spell. "Or here?" Another mage stepped forward, his absorption magic circle already activated. "Never mind," he called out to the air, "Lord Vader, just blast this whole place to smithereens. We can just manipulate the souls for interrogation later. We already found the mining area anyway." Seemingly receiving a reply, the brown-haired nobleman smiled, memorizing the final appearance of the ruins. "Rest in peace, piglets." He rode back a few steps, and waved to the war mages accompanying him. "Move." Two forbidden-level mages working together couldn't turn the entire ash forest upside down, but blowing up a demon king's ruins wouldn't be a problem. A deep, obscure forbidden incantation echoed through the space, an invisible force outlining a massive magic circle. The land seemed to be crushed by an unseen force, sinking and cracking inch by inch, the aura of destruction permeating every corner of the space. Only beings recognized by the town could enter the folded space. The next instant, the two poles of the magic circle suddenly went out of control, the immense energy scattering in all directions, the chaotic aura affecting the army. "What's going on?" The brown-haired nobleman tightly reined in his frightened horse, cursing, "Which pig did this?" "No outsiders." The forbidden-level mage on the right looked at the suddenly empty space on the left, his voice tinged with fear. "Klika is gone." He desperately tried to stabilize the magic circle, shouting, "Quickly fill the position." The two highest-ranking mages in the group were him and Klika, the rest were mid to high-level mages, now somewhat bewildered by the violent magical storm. Seeing this, the mage cursed and shouted, "If this forbidden-level magic circle goes out of balance, I be half-crippled, and you all die." Hearing this, someone finally took over the other side. Several high-level mages worked together, barely maintaining the balance, and the magic circle gradually stabilized. Phew. This was too bizarre. The mage on the right had just breathed a sigh of relief when a growing chill crept over him. Where were the Klika? "Something's wrong," he commanded. "You all remain stable. I'm going to extinguish this forbidden magic." Such a massive forbidden spell, besides having demanding incantation requirements, was no easy task to make disappear. "Handle it gently." The mage on the right closed his eyes. May the god of magic protect him, he could do it alone. The incantation to extinguish it had barely begun when he felt a weight on his shoulder. A bad premonition immediately arose in his heart. Looking to the side, he saw that of the 10 high-level mages, only 9 remained. 8. 6. Both sides stared blankly at each other, their expressions clear and bewildered. "Help!" The forbidden-level mage on the right screamed in despair, head thrown back. "What are you looking at? Stop it!" A large number of mid to high-level mages rushed forward, maintaining the balance. The chaotic magic circle stabilized and gradually shrank in response to the chanting. Suddenly, the magic circle began to fluctuate violently. The mages on the left, ? They turned around, humbly inquiring, "My lord, is this also an important step in the extinguishing process?" The right side was empty, the forbidden-level mage had vanished. The mages on the left, The mages on the left, help! Chapter 27. Insane. This is utter madness. After all the mages combined their efforts to extinguish the last vestiges of the forbidden magic, before they could even catch their breath, the bizarre phenomenon of disappearances began to spread like a plague. One by one, they vanished before their eyes. First the spellcasters, then the magic warriors, then the ordinary soldiers, horses, swords, and supplies. As if wiped off the face of the world. People were like burst bubbles, disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace. Is it a demon? Is it a demon sent to kill him? The brown-haired nobleman, his voice trembling, crouched on his horse, fleeing in panic, but in an instant, a flash of silver light appeared, cleaving him in two at the waist. The sudden turn of events left him completely unaware of his predicament. He felt his body tilt violently, and he fell heavily from his horse. His last breath allowed him to utter, "Lord Vader." Command slowly stepped forward, drew his sword from the ground, casually flicked the blood from the blade, and then raised his hand towards the man's neck. "Go to hell and call for your Lord Vader," he said, his eyes lowered. "I sincerely hope you two can reunite soon." A cold light fell, splattering crimson blood everywhere. The last glimmer of light in the brown-haired nobleman's eyes froze, then vanished completely. The paladin stopped, then walked away. The light in the space shifted, like a thin veil being lifted, revealing the true face hidden beneath the surface. The robust poplar trees swayed in the wind, the fresh air flowed with the breeze, and wisps of smoke rose in the distance. His gaze shifted. But compared to usual, today was different. The reddish-brown earth was filled with kneeling people. Black-haired enforcers sifted through the rebels and surrenderers, binding them one by one into inescapable knots with magically binding ropes. A pool of bright red flesh lay on the bodies of two unconscious forbidden-level mages. The Wraith Lord bared his fangs, sullenly asking, "Really can't we eat this?" A blurry body writhed, and the half-naked, fox-eyed youth reappeared, half a garment hanging loosely at his waist. His red eyes shone like fire-quenched agate, their allure captivating. He leaned forward, lightly brushing his lips with his fingertips, his voice soft and gentle. "Really can't we eat this? Just a tiny bite, Yunin." Yuning, She didn't know where he learned that. She tidied the items, casually saying, "Sure." The Wraith Lord exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Just discuss it with the one behind you. It's been watching you for a while, I have no objections." The Wraith Lord stiffly turned around, its sword waving its tip behind him, seemingly greeting him. "Aya!" The Wraith Lord, being chased again, screamed, "Skark, I'm going to bite your stupid brain off. Aya! Control your mad dog. Aya!" "Alright, everyone." After seeing off the troublemaker, Yuning finished inventorying all the looted goods from the caravan, her gaze shifting to the remaining prisoners. She unfolded the list. "Now can we calculate the lost wages, transportation fees, medical expenses, food expenses, and compensation for emotional distress?" The witch, wearing a wide-brimmed pointed hat, patiently flipped through the list, half her face obscured by shadow, revealing only her mysterious chin. She paused, as if remembering something, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. "Don't worry, we're a conscientious business, we won't kill people indiscriminately. I personally hope to find a solution that satisfies everyone." The witch's smile didn't reach her eyes. "Do you think this is acceptable?" The prisoners. Dare we say no? The soldiers who had already submitted were sent to the outskirts of town to begin clearing the ruins. The remaining large number of mages had their magic powers sealed, and the high-ranking mage, Toker, was tasked with contacting the mage tower. The large-scale participation of spellcasters in this massacre violates the mage tower's principles. "I will take the lead. Someone from there will come to handle it." Toker scratched his head. "Your Grace, but what about these two forbidden-level individuals?" The others were easy to deal with, but those at the forbidden level were highly respected figures, even within the mage tower. If these two were brought back to the mage tower, it would be unclear who would handle whom. And he felt he would be severely reprimanded by the sage. Toker carefully examined the two unconscious figures. They looked somewhat familiar. They seemed to be the Staff of Judgment and Dust of Annihilation, who were quite powerful over 100 years ago. Despite their impressive titles, these two were hardly worthy of such accolades. One had a horrifying bloodstain on his head, the other was completely drained of magic, both unconscious and looking utterly pathetic, while the culprit was diligently laying bricks behind them. Noticing the mage's gaze, the Demon King turned around, smiling amicably. The snake shadow beside him nodded in agreement, showing none of the greedy madness he had displayed moments before as he frantically absorbed magic. This one, something seems to be gradually changing. With keen intuition, Toker withdrew his gaze, pondered for a moment, and looked at the witch. Yuning had also just turned her gaze away from the Demon King. Their eyes met, and in an instant, they reached the same goal. Current sanity, 41%. After absorbing a massive amount of magic power, the Demon King showed significant improvement. "Toker, it seems we don't have to send him away." Yuning decided, "Let's keep him as a power bank." Ding dong. Under your wise leadership, the City of Glory shines once more, but our goals don't stop there. Please expand our vast territory again, pushing this prosperity to even more distant lands, such as the Rhine Kingdom, which is eagerly awaiting change. Expanding external shops, 0%. Countdown, 7 days 167:59:59. Reward points, 300. Punishment points, 1000. Go away, get out of my way. The wooden door of the shop opened, and something was thrown out, landing directly in the thick layer of snow. The snow clump throbbed, and a girl with a flushed face crawled out. The wind, carrying snowflakes, whipped across her cheeks, making the bright red scrapes numb with cold. Thrown out again. She rubbed her hands together, trying to retain the remaining warmth. No one will buy me. The young girl huddled in the snow. Once the pain from the fall subsided, she slowly crawled out. She stamped her feet, trying to encourage herself. It's okay, someone will buy me next time. If they bought her, she could survive, and wait for her older siblings to return and find her. Where to go now? The world was white, even her pulse seemed slowed by the sudden chill. She moved awkwardly through the snow. There seemed to be smoke rising from a chimney ahead. Would it be warmer to walk over and lean against a nearby wall? Light snowflakes trickled down her collar and into her neck, seemingly trying to draw some warmth. In an instant, the girl was covered in snow, her steps growing heavier until she suddenly felt a strange, burning heat, as if it were burning her to ashes. Brother, sister. She smiled faintly. I see you. Her small body slammed heavily into the snow, quickly submerged, leaving no trace. She would die. Soon. The girl's eyes remained open, sensing her final moment approaching. Whoosh! It was the sound of snow being turned over. A pair of hands, burning hot, reached into the snowdrift, grabbed the girl, and then unceremoniously pulled her out. The girl dazedly looked up, instantly enveloped in a soft, warm blanket, leaving only her fluffy head exposed. A hot water bottle with heating runes was placed inside the blanket, gradually warming her fading consciousness. A fair hand reached out and touched her forehead. A pleasant voice whispered in her ear, "Can you hear me?" Leon nodded obediently. Yes, fairy sister. She felt the hard-won warmth, gazing longingly at the person before her, cherishing her like a fairy tale book her sister had left her. In the white snowstorm, the figure before her was wrapped in a heavy cloak, her long, slightly curled black hair cascading over her shoulders, mingling with the snowflakes. Despite the cold, clear color, her lowered eyes were incredibly gentle. Leon thought for a moment, then bravely hugged the fairy sister, asking, "Will I die?" If death was taken away by the fairy, it seemed like a happy thing. The fairy lowered her head. No. A gust of wind blew, and the tall figure following behind the fairy casually removed his hood, revealing rare silver-gray eyes and huge curved horns above his silver hair. Leah's eyes widened. Was it the divine deer who traveled with the fairy in the fairy tale? The next second, Mr. Deer grabbed her by the armpits, lifted her up, and carried her away from the fairy sister, landing her on the ground. Mr. Deer said, "You won't die, and now you can even walk on your own." Now she was starting to hate Mr. Deer. Leah thought. The girl was light and airy, her body slender and fragile. When she didn't speak, she looked like a thin sheet of paper, easily torn apart. That's how it seemed. After eating and drinking her fill and regaining her senses, Leah's resilient nature began to emerge. Like a chattering little sparrow, she asked, "Lady Yuning, can I come with you? I can do a lot of work now, and I can do even more when I grow up." Yes, Yuning patted the little girl's hair, leading her to push open the shop door they had just passed. "But you still have a small test to undergo. Recognize who threw you." Yuning led Leah to the shop counter. Before she could even speak, the shop assistant, who had recognized the little girl, strode over, cursing, "What's wrong? Trying to stand up for this brat? Don't you know your own weight?" Cough. A hurricane ripped open the shop door, wrapped the assistant in it, and threw him into a snowdrift, burying him completely. Yuning removed her hand from the girl's eyes. Looks like there's no need to identify her anymore. The loud noise startled the shopkeeper, a fat middle-aged man who rushed over. His ferocious anger instantly vanished upon seeing the scene before the shop, and a smile plastered on his face. "My sir, you did a great job. I've been wanting to deal with this difficult waiter for a long time, and you done me a huge favor," the shopkeeper said, adapting his words to the situation. Come, such a cute little girl, would you like some snacks from Uncle?" Leah shrank back. "I don't need it, thank you, Grandpa." The shopkeeper, Haha, children just say the darndest things, he smirked, forcing a smile. "This guest, is there anything else you need? Would you like to go upstairs for some tea and a rest?" The magic warriors he hired at great expense for security were guarding upstairs. Once she went in, he wouldn't have to worry about dealing with her. Yuning tapped the table, placing a list of Crimson Cliff specialties on it. You're familiar with all of these, aren't you? This is. The shopkeeper scanned the detailed list. How did this person know all this? Could it be some important figure from above? You come to the right place, he said with a forced smile. These things can't be found anywhere else. They're the latest stock from the owner, and they said it won't arrive for another couple of days. But I have a few samples here. Take a look. They're absolutely top quality. He took out a lustrous, full-bodied magic crystal that glowed with a reddish light. Yuning examined it for a moment. She hadn't come to the wrong place. It was indeed goods from Crimson Cliff. Some of the goods that group had looted had been taken back by her, and some had already been transported and circulated within the Rhine Kingdom. Yuning nodded. Excellent. The shopkeeper smiled with satisfaction. It's a pleasure to serve you. I'm also glad I didn't make a wasted trip. A strong gust of wind suddenly rushed in, slamming the shopkeeper hard onto the table. The witch in front of him unfolded a pre-prepared bill and placed it face down in front of him. You can sell these goods. The market price should be 40,000 gold coins. However, given the unusual methods you used to acquire them, we also need to a compensation for lost wages, transportation, medical expenses, food, and emotional distress. She placed the detailed bill on the counter. Rounding it down to 50,000 gold coins, the shopkeeper glanced at the bill. Many items were crossed out in red pen, seemingly indicating a settled account. A few drops of blood were splattered on the paper, suggesting the use of unconventional methods. The shopkeeper trembled with fear, as if his own blood would splatter on it at any moment. But 50,000 gold coins. He cried out in despair. Robbery. Chapter 28. Congratulations. You have completed the expansion of your shop. Reward points, 300. Current points, 900. Thanks to your efforts and those of all the residents, the town has successfully acquired its first dedicated shop, bringing you one step closer to the glorious capital. Please stock your goods as soon as possible and prepare to welcome customers. Shop honor progress, 0%. Note, this is a long-term task. The shop's operational status will be measured by various indicators such as service, products, and revenue, and points will be awarded based on fixed operational achievements. Current shop location, Rhine Kingdom. Using peaceful means, plus a little unconventional methods, Yuning successfully amassed a large sum of money. Combined with the profits from previous trade, she acquired a decent shop in the Rhine Kingdom. Yuning looked at the 6-story building with satisfaction. Thanks to the stingy merchants for their generous sponsorship. The wind and snow, carrying a chill, lashed against the windowsill, only to be melted by the warmth emanating from the glass, gradually turning into water droplets that reflected the still green plants inside and the busy employees. Yuning inventoried the items: 50 cases of wine, 30 boxes of dried meat, 70 plates of fruits and vegetables, a quantity of nuts. Besides various foods, the shop's upper storeroom was also stocked with coal, various rare ores, some cotton fabrics, and other daily necessities. She finished organizing the supplies and turned the fireplace up even brighter. The coal mine from the Crimson Cliff mine was not only durable, but also produced little smoke. After being isolated by a special device, the only trace of smoke escaped through pipes to the outside, having no impact on the interior. All done. She closed the inventory list, looked at the clean shop and the ready-to-go staff, and smiled. Thank you all for your hard work. Officially open for business today. Swish, swish. His fur-lined boots sank into the snow, the melted water soaking the soles and forming icicles that sent chills down his spine. The hunter dragged his catch, rubbing his stiff knuckles, and cursed under his breath, "Damn this weather." It was getting dark. There was no time to go to the market or get home. He rubbed his reddened hands and looked at the cloth bag at his feet. He had planned to sell the pheasants and rabbits today and buy some warm winter clothes. But now it seemed he'd have to wait until tomorrow. He muttered to himself, "As for firewood, I have to wait until the snow stops and see if I can find any leftovers on the mountain." A gust of wind blew by, nearly knocking the hunter into a snowdrift. He steadied himself and frowned slightly. Walking outdoors at night in this weather is hardly a wise choice. Ding-ling. The wind chimes hanging in the corner of the house tinkled in the breeze, producing a clear and melodious sound. The hunter looked in the direction of the sound. Warm yellow light greeted him, mingling with the black and white of the world. The cozy warmth shone through the glass window, particularly alluring in his hunger and cold. A newly opened shop. The hunter stared at the cluster of firelight, seemingly captivated by its warmth. "I go in and take a look," he thought. His hands and feet were numb with cold. He buy the cheapest thing and rest his feet. The hunter moved his stiff, frozen legs, paused for a moment, and walked towards the firelight until he reached the top of the steps. He stopped. He brushed the snow off his clothes, straightened his slightly disheveled garments, caught his breath, and then stepped into the shop. "Welcome, sir." A warm greeting accompanied the rising steam. The hunter looked towards the clerk, cleared his hoarse throat, and awkwardly stammered, "Why hello." He glanced at the clean, dark wooden floor, the neatly arranged tables, the off-white checkered tablecloths, and the delicious aroma of food wafting through the air, and suddenly felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have come in. This kind of shop targets respectable noblemen or wealthy businessmen. It certainly wouldn't be a hunter wandering the mountains. He hesitated, his fingers twitching. He felt uneasy about the potential embarrassment that awaited him. "What would you like to order, sir?" Leah stood on tiptoe, handing him the menu, her face still beaming with anticipation. "You're my first customer. I hope to make a good impression." The menu was made of resilient fiber, thick and elastic, adorned with pictures of delicious dishes, even some expensive desserts he never encountered before. The hunter focused his gaze on the most prominent spot on the menu, a bottle of refreshing green liquor. And luckily, it only cost 1 copper coin. "Can I have this?" A bottle of green ale. Leah carefully noted the order, tapping her pen on her notebook. "No problem, please wait a moment." She ran to the kitchen to report, and while she waited, the hall quickly quieted down. This newly opened shop didn't have many customers yet, the hunter observed. The seemingly lively little girl soon found herself idle again, playing with the parrot on the branch by the kitchen door, and starting a strange singing contest. The parrot sang in perfect, clear voice, "Green mountains, long road, I sing a song to fight the Japanese devils." The hunter thought, it sounds a bit strange, but it's definitely a very elegant melody. This shop is indeed very high-end. Amidst the elegant singing, the young employee quickly served the first customer, a bottle of warm, fragrant wine, and a small plate of sizzling grilled meat. The manager said, "It's a grand opening sale today. This is a gift for our guests," Leah asked. "Is there anything else you need, sir?" The hunter shook his head, then whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome." The newly hired employee immediately beamed. "Thank you for your kind words. Enjoy your meal." "Oh, right." Leah remembered her promotional task and stopped walking. "Does sir need some coal?" The hunter was taken aback. What's coal? He only knew about charcoal, the kind nobles used for heating. Large quantities of wood were burned to make durable charcoal, a time-consuming and labor-intensive process that was also very expensive. Leah enthusiastically explained, "It's a kind of black stone. It burns very warmly, and is very durable. We burn coal in our fireplace." She took out a prepackaged bag of coal and recommended, "Only 1 copper coin." "Charcoal?" The hunter looked towards the fireplace. Upon entering, he felt the intense heat. After staying inside for a while, he even started sweating and wanted to take off his heavy fur coat. So it wasn't expensive charcoal that was being burned, but this thing called coal. Only 1 copper coin. Compared to the completely unaffordable charcoal and the insufficient amount of wood, the inexpensive and readily available coal was like a miracle. The hunter had just taken a sip of wine, and now he suddenly felt a surge of heat rising in his stomach, almost reaching his head. He excitedly stood up. "Is it really true?" "It really is. Just 1 copper coin for this bag." Although the bag wasn't large, it only cost 1 copper coin. 1 copper coin. His family could easily afford this if they tightened their belts a little. His feet wouldn't freeze, his hands wouldn't get sores, and he could even drink hot water and have a warm, cozy sleep. Seeing the clerk nod, the hunter hurriedly pulled out 20 copper coins from his pocket, afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and shouted, "I want 20 bags. Welcome back next time." The hunter, full of energy, slung the coal he had just bought over his shoulder, dragging his hunted game along his gait, and waved towards the shop. He shouted "Thank you" twice, then straightened his back and strode into the snowstorm. The warmth of the underfloor heating on his body unleashed boundless power. The hunter tossed the heavy sack, feeling no fatigue, but rather a surge of inner strength. He even wanted to run the next second, rushing home to tell his wife and children the good news. They had a way to get through the winter. Ding dong. Shop honor progress. 1% achievement smooth start as a newly opened shop. Your sound business policies have initially won over customers. Please keep up the good work. Reward points. 100 current points. 1,000. A rustling noise filled the hall, and a heavy atmosphere gradually spread. A shopkeeper with a bruised eye was applying ice to his wound, his expression a mixture of anger and fear. "I don't know which family they're from. They're very mysterious. They just beat people up without saying a word, took the money and left." He nudged another shopkeeper, puzzled. I've been talking for so long, at least say something. The other shopkeeper rolled his eyes, removed his hand from his mouth, revealing a missing front tooth, and mouthed an insult. The shopkeeper with the bruised eye, why are you swearing? No wonder you hit my mouth. The shopkeeper with the missing front tooth, The shopkeeper with an injured arm suddenly burst out laughing, instantly drawing the attention of the two and stopping their aggression. The shopkeeper with the bruised eye, I think this guy really deserves a beating. What do you think, front tooth guy? The shopkeeper with the missing front tooth nodded, and the two united, gradually closing in and surrounding the shopkeeper who was unable to fight. The shopkeeper with the injured arm murmured, No matter how much the physically and mentally damaged shopkeepers fussed, they couldn't disturb the silence deep within the hall. The intelligence team reported their findings. Lord Wade, according to them, the people came with a detailed list, took the money, and left without lingering. And it seems to be related to the previously forcibly requisitioned goods. The intelligence officer continued, Young Master Klin, and the private army he temporarily deployed, are still missing. The tracking butterflies can't even take off. He then lowered his head, anxiously awaiting instructions from his superiors. A young man with unusually black hair stood quietly before them, his back ramrod straight, as if surrounded by a thin layer of ice. No matter what he heard, his eyes remained unmoved, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Just standing there exuded an invisible pressure. The intelligence officer wiped the sweat from his brow during the agonizing wait, lowering his head even further. Vidra unfurled the magic scroll beside him. The runes that had once illuminated it were now completely extinguished. He rolled up the scroll and tossed it into the brazier, letting the rising flame slowly burn it to ashes. The intelligence officer nearly bit his tongue. It's out. This was a specially made communication scroll, possessing not only the function of daily contact, but also the ability to sense life. The extinguishing of the runes meant. A cold voice echoed in the hall, seemingly unmoved. Klin is dead. This also meant that the private army might have fallen into enemy hands as well. The intelligence officer's expression turned serious. The several armies they had painstakingly built were important assets. The one young Master Klin had transferred even included forbidden-level mages. Such a powerful army, if allowed, could almost raise a weak nation to the ground. When did such people appear in the Rhine Kingdom? The intelligence officer recalled. The most serious injuries suffered by the bosses of these branch outposts were only superficial. They didn't seem to have any intention of starting a war. Otherwise, given the enemy's ability to annihilate an army, killing these bosses would have been a simple matter. They tapped the table. It's a warning. I can kill you, but I will spare you. Only an ignorant fool, or someone with unwavering confidence in their own strength, could do that. My lord, the intelligence officer analyzed, with your influence in the Rhine Kingdom, victory is not impossible. That vanished, powerful army was merely a corner of Lord Vader's power. While losing it was painful, it wasn't crippling. The intelligence officer said, I request that the danger be nipped in the bud. If the Rhine Kingdom's aristocratic system was a glacier on the surface of the sea, then Vader was the truly vast glacial root system hidden beneath the surface. Vader gently shook his head. No. He looked down at the oil painting the shopkeepers had described, the one the artist had created. It was a woman. Long, slightly wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, a wide witch's hat tilted askew, obscuring half her face. She stood quietly in the painting, like a sculpture standing in a temple. The magic of reappearance enveloped the painting. In an instant, the brim of the hat in the painting lifted slightly, revealing a pair of dark eyes, concealing an unfathomable mystery. They gently brushed the scroll until the magic faded, and the painting returned to its original state. Only then did he withdraw his hand, roll up the painting, and place it in his desk drawer. Klin's last known location was Crimson Cliff. Vader closed his eyes and said calmly, Go find the bishop of the temple and tell him. Trouble is brewing. Chapter 29. The Crimson Cliff shops in the Rhine Kingdom were operating smoothly. Besides the frequent visits of the Bale caravans restocking their goods, law enforcers had also voluntarily applied to reside within the kingdom's borders. Their job was to ensure the smooth operation of the business, such as guaranteeing shop security, dealing with suspicious competitors, and awaiting the impending onslaught of trouble. I'm leaving now. Yuning waved behind her, signaling the shop assistants to go back first, then pulled her cloak tighter, preparing to return to Crimson Cliff. With the magic broom, traveling between the two places had become much more convenient. Phew. She exhaled a breath of warm air, which instantly turned into mist in the cold air. Everything was fine, except it was a bit cold when the wind blew. Snowflakes fell on her cloak. Yuning patted it down and muttered, I find a mage to carve 2 heating runes on the magic broom when I get back. How can a car be without air conditioning? Meow. A stealthy shadow emerged, the large cat with a fluffy red scarf around its neck looking even more fuzzy. It meowed softly, its eyes sparkling as it looked at its master. No problem, the village chief, fluent in cat language, said knowingly. Engrave heating runes on Mia's scarf as well. The large cat gave a sweet meow, satisfied, and disappeared back into the shadows, continuing to follow its master swiftly. Yuning. A drawn-out voice reached her ears. Yuning turned her head to see the demon king blushing and looking at her, his eyes filled with longing. Yuning, Having been the village chief for so long, her skill in handling things was exceptionally refined. She readily agreed. Don't worry, Skark has some too. The demon king departed, satisfied. A moment's silence followed. Tentacles, emerging from the shadows, lined up and swayed before her. Even without eyes, one could sense their eager anticipation. Yuning, there are still more. Looks like I have to apologize to Toker. Having promised the tentacles they all have them, without exception, the village chief finally found some peace. A well-deserved compliment to the mage's noble spirit of dedication. Yuning thought guiltily. The wind whipped snowflakes backward as she soared into the sky, avoiding difficult obstacles, moving at top speed without stopping, passing through white-covered human villages, desolate borders, and gray forests shrouded in mist, leaving all the scenery behind. Until a bright light entered her vision. That was the location of the town. Whoosh. The wind grew fiercer, initially just a whistling sound passing by her ears, gradually becoming a howling storm carrying with it. Something was rapidly approaching. Yun Ying's expression instantly turned serious, and almost instinctively, she veered away from her spot. In a flash, the wind was torn apart, and a strange, pure white figure plummeted from a crack in the clouds, its speed increasing rapidly. Its pure white wings were ruffled by the wind, and its body tumbled in the gale, struggling to maintain its balance, reaching for anything that could cushion its fall. In the instant it passed by, it parted its lips. Save me. The next second, this falling white figure was stopped in midair by another gust of wind. Taking advantage of this fleeting moment of respite, it finally escaped the storm, flapping its wings and hovering in midair. Yuning dispelled her wind magic and looked at the strange creature before her, and at the enormous wings on its back. An angel. He was enveloped in a soft halo, like the gentle gold of dawn. His snow-white wings unfurled behind him, releasing tiny golden specks of light that intertwined solemnity and holiness. The angel nodded amicably. Thank you. You're welcome. Yuning said, but could you move aside? We need to get through. His large wings could easily block 3 lanes. Seemingly unaccustomed to such cold treatment, the angel paused for a few seconds, then apologized. I'm sorry. He flapped his wings somewhat clumsily, trying to adjust his direction, but with each flap, more golden specks of light emerged from them. The angel frowned slightly, looking uncomfortable. Yuning looked at the floating golden specks of light. That was blood. He was injured. She looked at the brightly lit town in the distance, then back at the angel she had only heard of in legends. TSK, she run into big trouble. As far as she knew, ancient legends circulated in this world about walking with gods, and that through prayer and faith, one could receive divine blessings to some extent. However, because the number of divinely favored individuals was rare, it had become a symbolic ritual in popular perception. In those dubious rumors, the temple worshipped gods of order, executors of justice on earth, while angels were fantastical beings born alongside these gods. This somewhat fantastical being could appear in books, sculptures, and legends, but to actually appear before one's eyes was a serious matter. A celestial being, fallen to earth. So, it turns out gods really do exist in this world. Yuning looked up at the sky, finding no opening, and tentatively asked, Can you still go back? Go back? The angel repeated her words, his expression somewhat confused. I don't know. I remember. Something was chasing me. He tried to describe it, but a pained look appeared on his face. Sorry, my mind is a mess, I can't remember. Yuning, the amnesia trope may be late, but it's here. Ding dong. You have encountered an amnesiac angel. A severely wounded celestial being was forced to descend to the mortal realm. His confused memories are causing him immense distress. The wise town's inhabitants have noticed something amiss. Faced with the angel being hunted, you decide, take in/drive away the angel, 0%. Reward points, 100. Note, this is an open-ended quest. The angel's fate will affect the town's future development. Please consider carefully, and make a cautious decision. This is a matter of risk assessment. Keeping the angel means being prepared to deal with the danger behind him. Driving him away is simply choosing to avoid trouble and protect the other residents of the town. Just as the thought crossed your mind, you heard an urgent shout in your ear. Watch out! A transparent, concealed hand silently wrapped around the hovering broom, straightening it and pulling Yuning upwards. The angel flew forward, severing the sticky, invisible entity with holy light. As if triggered by a deep-seated memory, he instantly became much more lucid, coldly stating, "He's after us." Yuning landed safely, glancing at the magical broom lying at her feet. The handle where she had just been grabbed was already rotten and decaying, the decay spreading outwards from the center, quickly becoming a pool of indescribable, eerie liquid under the influence of unknown mold. Yuning looked up. The black surging from the spatial rift was palpable, but she could vaguely sense an unobservable entity extending tentacles towards the ground from within the thick fog. Current sanity, 90%, 30%, 80%, 10%. Even the system was affected, its sanity plummeting. The page flickered, then gradually stabilized. You have encountered a tentacle of an indescribable being. Yuning looked around. The angels were solemn, recovering quickly after a brief moment of disorientation. Their condition was acceptable. Mia looked somewhat uncomfortable, but it was within her tolerance. As for the Demon King, he stared blankly at the sky, licking his lips longingly, as if what lay before him wasn't an extremely terrifying being, but some delicious feast. "Yuning," he called out, "I'm hungry. You are drawing 10 times. A purple light flashed. "Congratulations, you have obtained the magic wand. The exclusive weapon for a beautiful girl's transformation. This product is restricted to users under the age of 18. Gore and conflict scenes will be automatically removed to promote harmony and virtue. Time limit, 5 minutes. Thanks to the wishing pool for its thoughtfulness." Yuning handed the butterfly magic wand to the angel, reminding him, "Press it." "Are we really going to help?" The angel looked at the sky with some worry. He took the wand, obeyed Yuning's words, and subconsciously pressed it. The pink magic wand flashed twice, emitting a pleasant sound, "For love and peace, to cleanse all evil forces, beautiful girl transform." "I want to represent the moon, The angel covered his mouth, somewhat surprised by his own blurred-out words. Crunch! A strange sound came from the horizon, seemingly chewing. The angel looked up, and the previously dark and distorted horizon had become bright and soft, with a new, shining pink 4-pointed star. At the center of the star was, Yuning calmly said, "A plate of delicious squid rings." The angel rubbed his eyes. Still squid rings. The golden, crispy outer layer, revealing tender white flesh when bitten into, paired with ketchup and an unknown spice, looked incredibly delicious. But this couldn't change its essence. The angel watched the Demon King elegantly eating squid rings, and fell into deep silence. That thing was being eaten? He examined himself. Have I already betrayed my sacred faith and fallen into chaos? Not yet. Yuning handed him a bag of sunflower seeds. "Want some to satisfy your craving, to relieve stress?" Angel, He just said to satisfy his craving. The crisp crunching sounds of sunflower seeds and squid rings rose and fell, and the angel sank into deep self-doubt. Was that even edible? Chapter 30. Congratulations, you have completed the rescue mission. The injured angel received help from the town. However, the cautious celestial beings did not fully trust him. Perhaps only time will tell. Reward points, 100. Current points, 200. The censorship filter ended after 5 minutes. The glittering pink 4-pointed star disappeared, revealing its original color. The sky remained dark, but the eerie gloom had vanished, and the thick shadows had disappeared. The angel watched the figure slowly returning, feeling a terror more profound than facing the unknown. Without any other power, he had unharmed devoured the pursuing tentacles. Did that prove that this being was more terrifying than anything indescribable? He looked at the witch beside him. Her expression was normal, showing not even a hint of surprise. What role did she play in all of this? Who? The angel felt his head starting to ache again. Yuning. The Demon King was impeccably dressed. Even his clothes were perfectly straight. He walked over, glanced at the angel, and seeing her frozen in place, squeezed between them. He grabbed the witch's sleeve and said happily, "Yuning, let's go home." Yuning nodded. Current sanity. 41%. Her sanity remained stable, showing no change. It seemed that for the Demon King, these subtle tentacles were merely an appetizer. Yuning recalled the ferocious, two-faced tentacles from the battle. Although the Demon King had been defeated in the struggle against the ancient gods, he hadn't been without gains. Approaching, assimilating, devouring. Entangled together, He seemed to have acquired a super immunity. Although it wasn't certain whether this absorption was entirely harmless to him, it seemed beneficial for the time being. Yuning snapped out of her reverie. Let's go. Right. She looked at the hesitant angel and proactively asked, would you like to come in with us, Mr. Angel? The angel remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the Demon King, seemingly lost in thought. The Demon King, however, paid him no attention, only occasionally glancing at him with exceptionally cold eyes. The atmosphere seemed a little off. Yuning thought for a moment and assured him, don't worry, we're definitely good people. The angel, even less like good people now. Although deeply shocked, the injured angel hesitated for a moment before following the group into the town. More important than other unresolved matters was recovery. Passing through the thick amber walls, they officially entered the town. The wind blowing in their faces carried a familiar scent, and a sense of security unconsciously rose within them. Yuning turned back and asked, do you need to sleep for a while? You look very tired. The angel shook his head. In extreme situations, they could even abandon sleep, an inefficient method of recovery. While this might be unthinkable for ordinary beings, it wasn't uncommon for elemental creatures. In unfamiliar places, staying awake was more reassuring. Yuning led the way, entering the living area. Do you have any room preferences? The angel flapped his wings. Scattered golden light points danced in the air, as he considered carefully. A well-lit space is fine. Although his memories were fragmented, his body instinctively remembered that a brightly lit space would accelerate recovery. I understand. Yuning pushed open the door of a house. The weather hasn't been very good lately, lots of rain and snow. But this house faces the sun, so it gets the most sunlight on sunny days, and should be brighter than the other houses. She opened the glass window, and the white snow outside streamed in, making the room appear even whiter. The angel politely said, thank you. You're welcome, Yuning said. Just focus on recovering. If you remember anything, remember to tell me. The angel nodded obediently. I will. Yuning closed the window, leaving only a small opening for ventilation. The wind swirled snowflakes through the crack, clinging to her fingers before quickly melting in the indoor temperature. During the day, most of the creatures in town gather near the restaurant and town hall. If you're bored, you can come out for a walk, she said, extending her hand. Yuning, the current administrator of Crimson Cliff. Lamel. Crimson Cliff. He repeated the name to himself several times, and the angel felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The witch said, I hope we get along well. He shook his head, putting the jumbled memories back into his mind, and focused his attention, reaching out to grasp the witch's hand in return. He said earnestly, I believe we will. A cold wave struck, and the temperature plummeted. Autumn, barely halfway through, quickly turned into a harsh winter. Snow and wind raged, and soon the exposed vegetable garden was eroded by the heavy snow, the upright roots quickly bending low. The apothecary was directing people to build a greenhouse, keeping the snow and wind out and allowing the surviving plants to recover. Your Excellency Yuning. He waved and jogged over, sweating profusely in the snow. The framework is up. The greenhouse won't be finished for long. The apothecary wiped the sweat from his brow. However, there hasn't been enough sunlight lately. While some shade-loving plants are still growing, sun-loving plants like sunflowers are starting to wither in large numbers. Yuning stopped her magic spell on the snowdrifts. Have you asked Toker and the others? She wondered if the mages knew light magic. The apothecary shook his head. They said elemental mages can only manipulate regular magical particles. These fragile souls of theirs will get struck dead by punitive lightning if they try to manipulate light haphazardly. Ethan, half understanding, said, it seems only mages favored by the gods can freely use light. And they seem to be sick from the cold. He scratched his head. Look, they're over there helping to start a fire. Yuning looked over. 2 mages, bundled up tightly in thick cotton coats, had messy heads peeking out, sneezing as they lit a brazier, looking listless. They even waved at her after noticing her gaze, though they were shivering like carrion. Very fragile indeed. Yuning looked away. Favored by the gods. She gazed in a bright direction, her eyes meeting those of an angel sitting by the window. The angel noticed her gaze, nodded in greeting, and then continued to gaze serenely into space. God's followers. How could they not be considered favored by the gods? He brought out the angel of tranquility, and because of the affinity of the light element, wherever he went, the place lit up. The dense particles of light clung affectionately to Lamel, making even the gloomy, rainy, and snowy days bright. Surrounded by so many living beings for the first time, the angel was clearly a little reserved. Is there anything I need to do? Nothing much. Just come in and sit down. Yuning pulled the angel into the makeshift greenhouse, handing him a fruit platter, a bag of nuts, and various snacks, then swayed him into a chair, placing him next to the crispy-skinned mages warming themselves by the fire. Just sitting? The angel, clutching a mountain of snacks, seemed a little bewildered. There were no threats, no coercion, no orders, just sitting. Yes, Yuning pushed a small charcoal stove towards him. These flowers need light, but there aren't many in this town who can connect with the light element. She thought of some of the town's shadowy, crawling inhabitants. Well, there were none at all. Yuning settled everything in. If you're not feeling well, you can sit for a while, and then go back, but remember to come here for a walk every day. She lifted a snow-laden flower at her feet, brushing away the frost. Otherwise, these beautiful flowers will die soon. The angel followed her gaze. A blooming golden flower stood quietly, stretching towards the light, its branches broken, yet still facing the sun, bursting with vibrant life. The dazzling gold reflected in the angel's eyes, gradually dispelling his wariness of the unfamiliar environment. The angel paused. I understand. I come every day. Although his fragmented memories didn't tell him how to interact with mortal beings, now he was willing to try for the first time. For the golden sea of flowers, and for this town that was growing towards the sun. That's wonderful, Yuning said preemptively. Mages sometimes have wild thoughts. Just pretend you don't hear them when they're annoyed. Tachel, still half asleep, opened his eyes first, defending himself. Only Drax is annoying. I'm a quiet academic expert. Drax, opening his eyes later, weakly said, Hey, I heard you talking bad about me. Yuning, okay, that's all. It's all right. The angel looked at the witch before him. If it's just sitting around, I get along well with these 5 humans. As soon as he finished speaking, the angel saw the witch's expression suddenly turn strange. Yuning repeated, 5 people? Yes, the angel nodded honestly, 5 people. Following the guidance of the light, he pointed to 2 high-ranking mages, then his fingertip landed in the empty sunflower field, on the rooftop, and behind the witch. A nimble gust of wind instantly carried Yuning away from the blade behind her, and the nearby fireplace was instantly split in 2, the embers rolling twice in the damp earth before gradually dying out. From some unknown corner, a rough, hoarse curse rang out. An unfamiliar voice, never heard before. Someone had infiltrated the town. Yuning called out, Lamel. The angel immediately realized something was wrong. He dispersed the light, restoring the shadows that concealed their presence. 3 unfamiliar figures suddenly appeared in the greenhouse. You have encountered the Shadow Assassin Enforcer Bickley. You have encountered the Holy Light Knight Enforcer Yar. You have encountered the Morning Star Priest Enforcer Machira. They are from the temple. The mage closest to her didn't hesitate. His staff fell to the ground, and he immediately began chanting a large-scale spell. Instantly, Yuning's vision went completely black. When she opened her eyes again, everything around her, centered on the Morning Star Priest, gradually reverted to a desolate ruin, tearing and dragging all living things into the black center. I said. As the heavy darkness continued to spread, an irresistible hurricane suddenly descended, blowing the mage away from his spot and slamming him into the earth. Yuning used the wind to firmly embed the mage in the ground. She looked up at the remaining 2 and said softly, when entering someone else's home, one should handle things gently. Facing their wary gazes, she didn't even glance at them, instead straightening the sunflower beside her before looking directly at them. Isn't that right? The roar of a storm was brewing. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the personal achievement Eye of the Vortex. When your fingertips brush the air, the elements will, as you wish, stir up the prelude to a storm. As the guardian of the town, you can now blow a breeze for your uninvited guests. Chapter 31. There from the temple. It seems the news from Crimson Cliff has reached the temple bishop. But to send assassins directly into the main camp upon first meeting. This bishop is certainly swift and decisive. The mage, embedded in the mud, stood up, staring at the wind pressure, and stood with his 2 companions. He wiped the blood from his face, which, do you know who you're helping? A hint of fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, crept into the mage's voice. That's Skark. Yuning paused the storm. That is the source of fear for the entire continent. If he truly awakens, no one will be able to escape his shackles, and we will all suffer torment worse than death under the Demon King's rule. I know he possesses evil methods to bewitch people, the mage said with pity, looking at us. If you haven't been completely corrupted, strive to break free from the shackles of your mind, return to your true self, and utterly destroy him before he awakens. This is the mission His Excellency instructed us to undertake, and it is the only way to save the world. Skark, Yuning asked, is that so? The Demon King, standing silently behind both sides, startled the three enforcers into holding their breath. The Star Knight frowned. His Holiness the Bishop is right. That devil Skark is indeed here. A devil. The Demon King raised his head, his eyes already brimming with tears, large tears streaming down his face. He choked out, I didn't Yuning, I'm not a bad guy. Such a good disguise, the mage said dismissively. His Holiness the Bishop carries out the will of the gods. His judgment has never been wrong. You should already know who is right and who is wrong. Yuning nodded. I do know. The mage, knight, and assassin stood in order, their flashing red from another perspective almost staining the entire space crimson. From the moment they met, the system had been issuing warnings. Current sanity, 21%. Current sanity, 28%. Current sanity, 29%. These three sanity had dropped to a terrifying level. If below 60% would turn them into idiots, then such low sanity, coupled with their apparent sanity, perhaps should be described as madness. Behind their seemingly clear eyes lay madness and chaos, a sacrifice of fanaticism and soul. The chaotic threads in Yun Ying's mind suddenly aligned. So that's it. The temple's interior had already been corrupted by the ancient gods. Yuning looked at the heavily injured angel beside her. Thinking further back, perhaps the problem had already begun with the order-based gods they worshipped. The angel stepped forward, scanning the three of them one by one. I don't sense any chaotic aura here, he concluded. On the contrary, something seems amiss with you. Us? The mage carefully examined the celestial beings before him. Fallen angels have lost their credibility. He commanded, attack. Instantaneous magic spread across the entire town. The fragile roof collapsed instantly, the entire greenhouse crashing down uncontrollably, followed by fragments of sharp, special metal blades that exploded in the air with a deafening roar. Chaos ensued. The apothecary rushed out of his room, his face contorted with grief, frantically pacing back and forth. My flowers, my grass, my seedlings? Ah! A sharp projectile was deflected by the angel's wings, nearly blasting the apothecary's head apart. A gust of wind blew him away, and before he could regain his footing, he felt two people in his arms. Tachel on the left. Hi! Drax on the right. Long time no see. Yuning used the wind to carry the fragile figures away from the center of the battlefield, instructing, take them and find somewhere to hide first, and also notify the other residents. She raised a gust of wind to stabilize the greenhouse that was about to collapse. Don't worry, your flowers, plants, and saplings will be fine. The apothecary's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Which? All right, Tachel wiped away his tears. We support and ranged attackers. Without warrior protection, definitely need to stay far away. Too close. It's easy to break in too. A dazed Drax said, hold on tight, I'm about to activate an acceleration spell. Ouch. A moment later, an exclamation rang out. Is that an acceleration spell? Why are you swaying up and down? Are you still awake, Drax? A dazed Drax said, I feel fine, but why is the sky spinning? Torch, Watching the three move away from the battlefield, Yuning once again dodged the Shadow Assassin's attack, directly drawing the snake-scale dagger given to her by the Abyss, severing the opponent's weapon in the brief moment he appeared. Crack! The enchanted weapon, which had been with her for many years, shattered easily, scattering into irregular shapes. The assassin was stunned for a moment, then instantly blown into the sky by the sweeping wind. One temporarily dealt with. Yuning mounted her new magical broom and flew into the sky, overlooking the battle. Not only the sunflower fields and the living quarters, but the sudden attack even reached the warehouse. The angel was clashing head-on with the Star Knights, but the leading Morning Star priest was nowhere to be seen. She looked around. Skark was gone too. You are no longer devout angel. You have fallen into the trap of chaos. The holy sword in his hand was knocked away. The knight stood rooted to the spot, staring directly at the celestial being. His opponent held only a broken sword, yet that broken sword had easily deflected the holy sword that represented his glory. No, the angel shook her head, human, it is you who have stepped into the mire. Once tainted by the aura of the ancient gods, there is irreversible annihilation. The human before her had already been corroded into an empty shell. An eerie aura clung to the human's body, etching a fanatical mark deep into his soul. The angel gazed intently at the human and said, I'm sorry, I cannot save you. The light emanating from him gradually brightened, but I can free you from madness and bring peace to your soul. An extremely pure and bright light enveloped the person before him. After the light faded, the knight closed his eyes and fell into a state of eternal slumber. The angel breathed a sigh of relief. The golden spots on his wings seemed to brighten even more. He swayed slightly, and the witch who had arrived caught him a second later. Yuning asked, "Are you all right?" The angel shook his head, his expression serious. "There's one more." Boom! With a deafening roar, a swarm of serpentine shadows slithered towards the city hall. Yuning raised her magic broom again. "Let's go, it seems we found them." When they arrived, the scene was somewhat chaotic. Twisted serpentine shadows crawled rampantly, tightly binding the already cold corpse. In moments, the Morning Star priest vanished, replaced by even more tentacles. The Demon King's expression was blank, a thin trickle of blood seeping from her cheek, leaving a barely visible bloodstain before it quickly healed. That expression was unlike any she had ever seen before, not even like the Demon King himself. No, that wasn't Skark. Cold, indifferent, with a touch of naive cruelty. Skark. Yuning? Hearing the voice, he seemed to snap out of his daze, suddenly reverting to his familiar demeanor, tears instantly welling up. "This person is so fierce, that's why I attacked." Current sanity, 42%. He didn't know when it had risen from 41% to 42%. Devouring power did indeed help him. However, Yuning asked, "You can control your power now?" She remembered that the sweet girl Demon King's black tentacles had always been like street urchins, only good for building houses, and once they were built, they were unusable. The Demon King paused, head bowed, like a child who had done something wrong. "I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just hadn't had a chance to tell you yet." Not receiving a reply, the Demon King's breathing became rapid. "Yuning!" he sobbed, tears streaming down his face. "Don't hate me. I don't hate you." The village chief, with a headache, handed him a clean handkerchief. "Wipe your tears." "Oh!" He took the handkerchief, his eyes red and swollen. "Really not hate me?" "Of course." Yuning watched the Demon King's face gradually brighten, and added the second half of her sentence. "But don't eat dirty things in the future." Her worries were not unfounded. These host bodies, carrying the power of the ancient gods, could devour, but they seemed to be subtly influencing the Demon King. Yuning said, "I worry about you." "Worry about me?" The Demon King's face flushed crimson, his head drooped, and he stammered, I know. I be good, I promise I won't eat anything indiscriminately again." He looked up at Yuning, who gave him a gentle smile. The Demon King stood frozen, like a wax figure, until the question, "What's wrong?" arose, and the wax figure suddenly melted. The Demon King clutched his burning horns, feeling as if his head was steaming. He stammered, I'm fine, Yuning, I'm a little sleepy, I want to go to sleep." Yuning blinked. It seemed to be early morning. She didn't question why the Demon King, who had just woken up, wanted to go back to sleep. In fact, she didn't have time to question it. The Demon King, his horns red, turned and quickly slipped away. Yuning called out, "Remember to eat breakfast." The tentacles that had followed him in his escape parted and returned to the dining room, grabbing vegetable rolls and a cutting board, and hurriedly followed their master. They were quite obedient. "Wait. The cutting board?" The village chief watched her cutting board fly through the air, then watched helplessly as it disappeared into the corner with the Demon King. Yuning, She took the wrong one. Hopefully, she won't panic and eat the cutting board directly. Yuning remained silent for a while. Even more terrifying than this far-fetched idea was that this bizarre possibility didn't seem impossible at all when applied to the Demon King. Cutting board, out? Congratulations, you have killed 3 infiltrators involved in the conspiracy. The maddened soul has found peace. The wise town lord discovered a connecting clue in the slightest detail, revealing the truth of the world's corruption. Click to view. Current points, 500. Clicking on the truth of the corrupted world, Part 1, the system displays detailed text. As a world anchored by the ancient gods, the celestial realm and the mortal abyss have already shown varying degrees of pollution. Yuning carefully read on. As the gods, the pinnacle of power in the entire world, they are the first line of defense against the ancient gods' corruption, but the pollution has already seeped into the mortal realm. Coupled with the disappearance of divine miracles over the past few hundred years, it may mean that the higher realms can no longer hold them off. Even worse, the celestial realm may already be a mere shell. Yuning finished understanding the world's lore, closed the detailed page, and sighed. Saving the world while building infrastructure, don't make it harder halfway through. No game starts with a straight-up boss fight. Yuning mentally prioritized the temple, marking it as a key area. Take out the elite monsters first, we deal with the rest later. Clang. Yuning looked up to see Mia approaching, carrying half a wooden stick in her mouth. Her eyes blinked, and she spat out the item, meowing proudly as if presenting a treasure. This is the Morning Star Priest's magic staff. A system notification popped up. Broken staff of the ash heart tree. A magic scepter born of fire, impervious to the erosion of any flame. A magic scepter unaffected by fire. Yuning picked it up and tossed it around. It was very light, having shattered in the previous battle. This remaining half was the upper part of the scepter, made of pale gray wood with a translucent red crystal embedded at the top, though fine cracks had appeared. It's completely unusable. If it could be repaired, she'd be missing a magic wand. As if hearing her thoughts, the system suddenly popped up a page. Ding dong. Advanced magic item detected, currently in the process of weaving. Your magic weaving factory is insufficient. Do you wish to input magic power to replicate the factory? This will add the option to obtain the staff of the ash heart tree. Yuning, Click the yes option. You can input your own magic power, others' magic power storage for alchemy items, magic crystals. Current magic power input, 0%. Yuning, multiple payment channels are also supported. A factory that doesn't strive to generate revenue isn't a good factory. Yuning emptied a warehouse of magic crystals. As large quantities of red crystals dimmed, the magic power input progress bar quickly filled up, meeting the construction requirements for the magic weaving factory. Right next to the original factory, an identical factory rose from the ground. The dazzling stained glass reflected a kaleidoscope of colors, and the magical inscriptions engraved on it seemed even more complex and mysterious. Stepping inside, the structure was identical to the first one, with massive spinning machines neatly arranged. However, due to the increased number of craftable items, the workbench was more complex. Beep beep. Please set the crafting item. Magic broom / magic flying carpet / staff of the ash heart tree. You have selected staff of the ash heart tree. The spinning machine roared to life, and soon, a clearly textured, pale gray scepter emerged from its steaming outlet, its top adorned with a gleaming, captivating red gem. Beep beep. The spinning machine issued a notification. This item is too complex to be mass-produced in a short time. Please restart after 48 hours. The overly intricate structure caused the factory to temporarily enter a cooling-off period. The dimmed energy crystal at its center absorbed magic from the air, gathering power to restart. Yuning received the brand new magic wand. Its wood grain was distinct, not rough at all, but rather soft and delicate. The irregularly shaped crystal at the top radiated a constant, warm heat. She gently waved it. Wind element surged forth, even more smoothly than before, the same amount of magic having double the effect. Yuning's eyes widened. The surging hurricane swept away the accumulated snow, even pushing the clouds to the sides, until the wind broke through the town, tearing away the hazy white mist, and revealing a patch of clarity before gradually dissipating. A rather impressive amplifier. Yuning, The changes continued. The crimson gem at the wand's tip shone even brighter, and the wooden wand itself warmed up. The next instant, the sunflower totem on her arm glowed slightly. Ding dong. Congratulations, current ruler of Crimson Cliff, the future immortal legend. The Ash Witch. Having made significant progress in manipulating the elements, you have successfully mastered your second power. Perhaps you can now try lighting a candle for yourself with magic. Congratulations, you have obtained Aria of Fire. Although happy to receive the new staff, Yuning still felt a headache coming on looking at the mess before her. The battle had a wide-ranging impact. Besides the greenhouse that caused the apothecary heartache, the sheep in the pasture also suffered considerable psychological trauma. Some of the stronger sheep even pushed open the pasture fence and ran wildly within the town. Yuning was repairing the paving stones. She moved the broken bluestone slabs out, took them to the clay monster for earthwork bonding, slowly heated them over a low fire to restore them, and then reinserted them. The street returned to its original neatness and order. Bah! Well, perhaps not so orderly. Yuning glanced at the sheep lying beside her, and the elf chasing after them. The elf, slightly sweaty and with moist eyes, said, "Sister, they're too fast, I can't catch them." Before he could say another word, a passing undead opened its blood-red maw and swallowed the sheep whole. The Wraith Lord mumbled, "If you can't even catch them, just let me eat them." The elf, Known for its agility, the elf kicked the blood-red undead hard, then scooped the sheep out of its open mouth by the leg. Watching the frightened sheep disappear on its 4 legs, it used magic to summon water to clean its hands. He smiled and said, "Thank you, we caught it now." The elf seemed to only then realize, oh dear, the sheep ran away again. He looked over, "Sister, can you come with me?" Yuning, In short, under the village chief's encouragement and the residents' efforts, mainly the village chief's encouragement, The town regained its clean and tidy appearance. Mission accomplished. Yuning nodded in satisfaction, neatly folding the wool scarves already branded with runes, preparing to distribute them to each member of the town. I want the first one. Exhausted from processing runes in large quantities, the mage weakly raised his hand. I want the two biggest and prettiest ones on top, thank you, which? No problem. The beautiful red scarf was quickly wrapped around the fragile mage's neck. Toker and Drax both sighed comfortable, then lazily laid down by the fireplace like melting slimes, beginning their hibernation. The angel also received one. The vibrant, beautiful red clashed sharply with the white, yet it seemed to draw the otherworldly creature into the mortal realm. The angel accepted it with reverence. Thank you. It really does seem like a nice place. Yuning went outside wearing the scarf. Soon the town bustled with activity. She quickly distributed the scarves, and the eager tentacles happily wandered around with theirs. Then came the other creatures, who came to collect theirs, most of them getting theirs smoothly. Most. Those who were too large didn't have such an easy time. She patted the red dragon's head, securing the scarf to its horns and tying a bow. The dragon shook its head curiously, enjoying the soft, wondrous touch. Coo! Plump white doves lined up, watching curiously. Do you want one too? There were still some in the box. Yuning took one out and handed it to the nearest dove. The lead pigeon curiously pecked at the scarf, and finding no danger, it snatched it up, flapped its wings, and flew steadily into the sky, the red scarf still on its head, before disappearing from the town. Yuning, it flew away? Ding dong. You have initiated mail service. More than just mail delivery. As carrier pigeons of Crimson Cliff, these strong creatures possess a unique navigation method. Given enough time, they can deliver loads to every corner of the world. Your package awaits signature by the unknown. Chapter 32. The leaden gray clouds hung low, and snow poured down from the sky, obscuring the mottled marks of the ancient castle. Lonwyn reached out and caught the falling snowflakes. The icy warmth of his body didn't melt them. Instead, they slowly accumulated in his palm, quickly covering the lines of his hand. The last time he'd seen such strange weather was hundreds of years ago. Cuckoo! What was that sound? He looked up and saw a snow-white dove perched on the castle's low, pointed roof, curiously peering inside. Investigating? Lonwyn scrutinized it. The dove showed no magical fluctuations. It seemed to be just an ordinary animal. But ordinary animals couldn't cross the barrier of the Crimson Valley and come to him so easily. Lonwyn's fingers twitched slightly, and crimson magic gradually gathered. Using the cover of the snow, he silently approached the white dove, skimming the ground. Thinking of the temple's recently captured lackeys, it wasn't hard to guess where this dove came from. He counted down, 3, 2, 1. As the last note faded, dark flames erupted from the cracks in the snow, engulfing the white dove's body. But it didn't go as smoothly as expected. The lively white dove lowered its head to preen its feathers, dodging the fatal blow. The failed attack paused for a moment, then lay dormant, before launching a second. A third. Fatal strike. Lonwyn, none of them hit. He looked at the still lively dove, which ignored the gathering dark flames, making no attempt to fly away, and even tilted its head and cooed at him. TSK provocation? Could he have misjudged it? Was it actually a fantastical life form disguised as an ordinary creature? The second in command of the Crimson Valley stared at the plump, round pigeon, falling silent. Fortunately, the summoned magical flames were diligent enough. As the pigeon preened its feathers, they seized the opportunity to swiftly pounce, engulfing the entire creature in a deathly bond. But before an agonizing cry could be heard, the white pigeon shook its wings, easily extinguishing the flames. Lonwyn narrowed his eyes. An anti-magic creature. It carefully preened its ruffled feathers with its beak, then spread its wings and flew directly towards him. An anti-magic creature rapidly approaching at such close range usually meant something unpleasant. Lonwyn instinctively reached out, and magic more chilling and piercing than ice and snow surged forth, transforming into chains of hell that besieged the white pigeon, preventing it from getting any closer. As is customary, these chains would wrap around every bone of the living, crushing the weak creatures. But the cage constructed of magical chains stopped at the last moment, the cold, chilling spikes halting just short of piercing flesh. Lonwyn glanced sideways. The foolish pigeon, completely unsuspecting of the danger, hopped onto his shoulder, briefly surveyed its surroundings, shifted its claws, and then nestled directly onto his shoulder. At such close range, he could discern its aura, not the repulsive, nauseating smell of the temple's people, but rather a familiar one, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Hey, he moved his lips. Where is your master? Lonwen looked at the strange pigeon, completely unguarded, but received no answer. Instead, a burning warmth appeared in his hand. He looked down at the suddenly appearing red in his hand. A red scarf. The vibrant red and fiery warmth clashed horribly with the biting winter chill, appearing particularly jarring against his icy palms. Why would a sleeping, cold undead need warmth? The pigeon, however, was quite excited. Coo coo coo. I don't understand. Lonwen looked down at the scarf, trying to find clues, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Turning it over and over, besides the soft feel of cashmere fabric, there were only simple heating runes, seemingly only for winter warmth, offering no defensive capabilities, so rudimentary that he could easily tear it apart with his bare hands. A warm red scarf, nothing more. The warmth emanating from the scarf completely melted the frost in his palms. Although not particularly sensitive to temperature, Lonwen still felt a long-lost heat in this close contact. And he didn't resist it. The Lich would unconditionally trust his intuition. With the danger averted, he waved away the chains and, with a bold pigeon, turned and returned to the room. He asked again, "What does your master want? Who sent the white dove with the scarf? What was the implication? And what was with that strangely familiar scent emanating from it?" Lonwen sat in the cold chair, his thoughts a jumble of emotions, various possibilities swirling in his mind. He rubbed his forehead, trying to calm himself. Suddenly, the usually composed dove hopped off his shoulder and paced back and forth in the room, exploring as if searching for something. Was it confirming his identity? He adopted a negotiating tone. "Since you found this place, it means you know a great deal about the Demon King's lineage. I'm willing to cooperate, but only if you show some basic sincerity." The pigeon was still looking around aimlessly. Lonwen frowned slightly. "Please listen carefully to what I have to say." Coo! The white pigeon finally stopped its exploration and cooed in surprise. It took out a purse from the drawer, deftly counted out 2 strings of copper coins, ignored everyone, spread its wings, jumped directly off the balcony, flew into the clouds, and disappeared into the wind and snow. The whole process was smooth and silent, just as it had been when it arrived. The room instantly returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. It wasn't until the sound of the wind and snow outside grew louder, and the warmth of the scarf made the ghost's palm burn, that he came back to his senses. Lonwen. What happened to the promised negotiation? "Sir, news from the interrogation." The subordinate in charge of the prison rushed in, noticing his superior's strange expression. He hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong?" Lonwen shook his head. "Tell me." Although his superior looked like he choked on dry bread, had trouble using the toilet, ran out of ink halfway through writing, and even splattered ink on his white shirt when he shook his hand, he certainly didn't seem to be up to anything good. However, his sense of duty compelled the subordinate to deliver the information. "Through interrogation, we learned that the temple's deployment has recently changed. The number of enforcers tasked with suppressing the Crimson Valley has decreased, and some have been transferred to Crimson Cliff," the subordinate reported. "The reason is that unknown disturbances have appeared there. It seems that strange beings are living there." Lonwen's tone rose in a subtle arc. "Living in Crimson Cliff? That place is located in the heart of the Ash Forest, a place that is not easily entered. Not to mention the various dangers lurking within the ruins. The perpetually pervasive, mesmerizing white mist alone is enough to give many creatures a run for their money. What kind of being could move freely within it?" Lonwen looked at the red scarf in his palm, the soul fire deep within his eyes flickering. Was it as he imagined? The hard box hidden in the unknown began to stir, causing him to lose his usual absolute composure and become restless. Has that person returned? Lonwen lightly tapped the red scarf with his finger, quickly devising a plan. Mobilize manpower, and eliminate all the enforcers hiding around the dark valley as soon as possible. "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied. "What about Crimson Cliff?" Lonwen lowered his eyes, neatly folding the red scarf in his hand onto the chair, and slowly said, "I go personally." The remaining red scarves were successively sent away by white doves. Some returned quickly, while others flew further away. "Your package has been signed for by Lonwen. Your package has been signed for by Inyaru." These are fairly normal names. Yuning looked at the string of names at the bottom of the page and immediately saw the most prominent one. "Your package has been signed for by an Adelie penguin. A 5-star review has been received, and the courier is on its way back. Yuning, it flies really far. Even penguins can deliver. But I'm a little worried that the red scarf penguin might stop it and rob it." The rewards brought back varied. A sparkling fluorescent stone emitting a constant glow, several beautiful seashells from the deep sea that, when opened, revealed round pearls, as well as money, cloth, thank you notes, dry bread, and various other items. Like random rewards in an idle game. She watered the newly planted seedlings, watching this magical plant from the elves sprout and grow rapidly, its buds glowing with a bluish light, as if they were about to bloom. The village chief nodded, satisfied, and left. Just as she took a step to the side, she heard a strange chirping sound coming from underground. Looking down, she saw a strange slime slowly seeping from the soft soil. She remembered that the clay monster wasn't in this area. The slime, mixed with brownish soil, slowly seeped out, moving towards the shaded side of the plants, slowly forming teardrop-shaped circles. Washed clean by the slime, it regained its transparent form. Sesame seed-sized eyes stared at Yuning, chirping. This is a slime? Having seen so many bizarre creatures, seeing the most basic elemental being in this fantasy world felt somewhat strange. System notification. Water slime, an elemental creature that prefers moist environments. It has demanding environmental requirements and is often attracted to high-quality environments, coexisting with the ecosystem in a mutually beneficial way. In a sense, your management strategy is showing initial results. Yuning, sigh. The town's environment has been successfully inspected by experts. Transparent slimes move slowly, and many more emerge from the nearby water source and fields. One slime perched atop a slowly moving clay monster, effortlessly taking a ride, quickly attracting several more in a stacked game. Yuning, quite a sight to behold. The village chief looked around. The slimes continued to multiply, soon crowding the cobblestone path. A passing apothecary frantically dodged the sudden influx of elemental creatures, but the herbs he carried were constantly being nibbled on by the slimes, prompting him to loudly protest, "Mine! All mine! Don't eat them!" While being successfully inspected was cause for celebration, there seemed to be a bit too many. She circled the town, successfully finding the area with the highest concentration of slimes. A steady stream of water slimes, following the trails left by their companions, crept in from outside the amber walls, then randomly spawned inside the town. Yuning looked into the depths of the white mist. A vast swarm of slimes had gathered, ignoring the barrier of the white mist, and were moving towards the town. Most were water-type slimes, but there were also elemental lifeforms with metallic and fiery textures. More than seeking a more pleasant habitat, their actions seemed more like seeking refuge. Ding! You have encountered a large-scale migration of slimes. Pure elemental lifeforms are threatened and are undergoing a large-scale migration, but the new territory cannot fully accommodate them. Mishandling the situation could lead to a slime catastrophe, affecting both sides. Exploring mysterious ruins, 0%. Countdown, 48 hours, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Reward points, 500. Punishment points, 1000. Note, this mission is special and only allows a limited number of creatures to participate. Your exploration team has been automatically formed. Leader, Ashwich Yuning. Members, Crimson Lord Skark. Chapter 33. The team officially set off. Upon entering the white mist, they felt enveloped in a damp atmosphere, and the air gradually became stuffy. Yuning crafted a makeshift lantern from a fluorescent stone, illuminating a small area in the thick fog. The surroundings were far from quiet. Or rather, for the creatures living in the white mist of the ash forest, slaughter and plunder were the norm. Oh, and occasionally, there were even some dancing. From the moment they stepped into the white mist, a rustling sound surrounded them, on the ground, in the treetops, and even high in the sky. Strange cries, rhythmic and intermittent, accompanied by the impressive vocals of creatures hidden in the darkness. However, with a piercing GA, the singing abruptly ceased. Yuning, looks like they sang too terribly and got punished. Thanks to the Demon King's intimidating power, they encountered few obstacles along the way, and smoothly arrived at the most crowded source of the slimes. A pond. Yuning observed, this should be it. Though called a pond, the water source was barely visible. A large amount of transparent slime had accumulated in the pond, completely clogging the bottom and turning it into a gelatinous pool. This is a candlestick? She discovered a stone candlestick half buried in the mud beside the pond. It was engraved with ornate, antique patterns, but it looked very old, severely weathered and worn. Only the floral patterns were vaguely discernible. There's more below. After a quick clearing, the massive stone pillar connected to the candlestick was revealed. Deeper beneath the surface, something enormous was clearly hidden. Yuning took a step back, taking in the exposed ruins. Though covered in silt, glimpses of its former prosperity and glory still remain. A city long dead. Like the Crimson Cliff not long ago, but sadly, this ruin before us has not been able to revive. Yuning. The Demon King, who had been quietly following behind, suddenly spoke. He clutched his heart, his expression somewhat bewildered. This place. It feels uncomfortable. He stared intently at the exposed stone pillar, as if his entire being was drawn into it. I remember seeing it before. His silver-gray eyes reflected the ruins buried in the past. So familiar. Even with his mind in turmoil, fragmented memories slowly surfaced, as if trying to break free from his recollections. He uncontrollably took a few steps forward, almost stepping into the slime swamp. Skark. Yuning grabbed the Demon King, pulling him back. Watch your step. The Demon King stammered, This place seemed to have a special influence on him. However, considering the timeline, this guy certainly had a high probability of witnessing the city's past prosperity, and might even know something. Yuning organized her thoughts. Do you know where the entrance to the ruins is? The Demon King nodded obediently. His gaze fell on the very center of the pond, his tone certain. There. Yuning, there? Following the Demon King's gaze, she looked towards the middle of the pond, where hundreds of slimes were playing Jenga. Startled by the sudden footsteps, countless rolling beady eyes turned, blinking as they stared at the intruder. Yuning, While these elemental creatures, individually, were rather endearing, their sheer number was clearly overwhelming. Yuning, I feel like my sanity is about to plummet. She shook her head, slightly averting her gaze. The Demon King didn't react much. He thought seriously for a moment, then gave a shy smile, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the slime swamp. He suggested, Yuning, let's jump in. Yuning, jump in? She glanced at the sticky slime, which looked as if stepping on it would burst into strangely colored slurry. The village chief swallowed hard, and slowly took a step back. I think there should be others. Wait! Before she could finish speaking, she felt a tightening on her wrist, followed by a force that lifted her into the air, the wind whistling past her ears. Yunjing's eyes widened. The Demon King pulled her up, sending her plummeting rapidly through the center of the slime swamp, their eyes meeting in midair amidst countless stares. Yuning, Had she finally been dragged into a mud pit by her dog while on a walk? The village chief tightly closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Contrary to expectations, the ground wasn't soft and slippery, nor was the surrounding area wet and sticky. The dampness clinging to her skin was gone, replaced by a hard floor and a dry environment. Thump, thump, thump! A glowing, cold stone fell to the ground, rolled once on the hard surface, and finally stopped beside her feet, illuminating the surroundings. The wind stilled. Yuning opened her eyes. The intricate magic circle engraved on the stone slab beneath their feet gradually faded, returning to its dim and lifeless state. The residual heat indicated that it had just been activated, drawing the visitors inside. A gentle breeze swept by, and a hazy, warm light stretched before her eyes, bringing the unfamiliar ruins into view. Translucent crystals were embedded in the stone walls, and shimmering light flowed between the cracks in the rock. Round, translucent water droplets floated in midair, creating a dynamic interplay of light and shadow throughout the ruins. Stepping out of the teleportation tunnel, a massive circular tower appeared before her, surrounded by simple, solemn furnishings, a long, deep red table, alchemy tables nearby, and some long-eroded and weathered household items. With the arrival of the outsider, the runes engraved on the high ceiling reactivated, and the silent air began to flow again, making breathing much easier. Yuning gazed into the distance. At the center of the ruins stood a high platform. A chilling ice slime busied itself beside the platform, diligently blowing air to freeze the gradually melting platform, solidifying a thick layer of ice on its surface to ensure it wouldn't melt. Suddenly, the stack of ice slime slipped and fell to the ground, the unfortunate one at the top tumbling all the way down to stop at the outsider's feet. Yuning, why do ice slimes slip on ice? Thinking about it, it actually makes a strange sense of logic. She reached out to help the unfortunate one up. Are you alright? The ice slime looked up groggily, seemingly quite badly injured. Its beady eyes stared at her for a long time before it regained its energy and bounced up again. Ice slime, chirp! It hopped back, glancing back at Yuning, gesturing for her to follow. Yuning! A blue quest exclamation mark seemed to appear above her head. It's here! The treasure hunt guide that always appears when you reach a new location. The game, interspersed with strange and terrifying elements, has finally returned to its true adventure style. How delightful! Let's go! Yuning followed the slimes up the stairs, and soon arrived near the platform. Chirp, chirp! The ice slime leading the way called to its companions. The slimes that were still working immediately stopped and chirped all at once, occasionally casting curious glances at Yuning. At one moment, They reached a consensus and simultaneously crashed into the top of the platform. The ice layer shattered, and a bronze-colored round coin burst out from the ice shards. The ice slimes worked together to pick up the coin and hopped over to present it to Yuning. Yuning was taken aback. For me. The slimes nodded in unison. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the Relic of Salem, a mysterious coin that once belonged to the 12 witches. You might call it a miracle. With the elemental being's anticipation, she picked up the coin. The bronze coin lay quietly in her palm, seemingly unremarkable. My lady. Yuning clenched her fists tightly. There was only her and the Demon King here. Where did this third person come from? Looking to the side, the Demon King who had been beside her was gone, replaced by a tiny little bean sprout, barely reaching her waist. Yuning, eh? The other person looked both familiar and strange, with a round face and hazy silver-gray eyes. Small, pointed demon horns peeked from the top of his head, making him look like a delicate doll, completely harmless. She hesitated. Skark? What is it, my lady? Yuning, it really is him. The Demon King, clutching a lamb doll with a red scarf, rubbed his eyes. My lady, I'm going to sleep. Sleep here. Exhausted, the Demon King closed his eyes, dozed off a few times, then forced himself to open them again, looking longingly at Yuning. My lady, I really want to sleep. You fall asleep soon. Yuning, sweet dreams. Blessed, the Demon King climbed into his bed, closed his eyes contentedly, hugged the lamb doll tightly, glanced at Yuning one last time, and obediently said, Good night, witch. Sweet dreams too. The air quieted, leaving only the sound of soft breathing. Yuning put the coin away and looked around at the furnishings. The facilities, previously weathered and eroded, were now pristine. The collapsed and damaged walls had regained their shine, as if the ruins had returned to their glorious past. Yuning glanced at the system. Exploring mysterious ruins, 50% him. Time reversal? Chapter 34. Yuning flicked the coin, then clasped it back into her palm. So it's not time travel, but a replay of some kind of memory. The system thoughtfully replied. Yes, as long as this past memory ends automatically, we can escape this place. That being said, she glanced down at the coin. Seemingly because of it, the scene before her became incredibly real, even affecting the Demon King. She looked at the Demon King, who was only the size of a tiny bean, and he returned a shy smile. So, Skark lived here for a while, when he was a child. No wonder he knew how to enter this ruin. Yuning sat on a soft recliner beside the conference table, surrounded by various alchemical materials, potion ingredients, ancient magic books, and some everyday items. An alchemical magic comb that could be shaped, bottles and jars that could return to their places on their own, and various alchemical items displayed in the cabinet. The owner of this place seemed to be a witch as well. She flipped through 2 pages of the book. Detailed and complex steps were neatly listed in her notebook, while the other side recorded the results of various magical experiments, noting points to note and exclusions. A very meticulous and competent witch. She continued reading. The ending of each page of the notebook took a different tone, praised in an exaggerated aria by an unknown person. The Great Witches opened her notebook, recording magical experiments that had shocked the world. Oh, this must be a blessing for the whole world. Turning to the last blank page, Yuning paused for a moment. A moment later, writing appeared on the blank page. The Great Witches opened her notebook, but no experiments were conducted today. A short rest is for a better start. Oh, why is she looking at me like that? Has she discovered my admiration and loyalty to her? Yuning, I think I know who's been showering me with compliments. Just as she closed her notebook, which was full of praise, a voice rang in her ears. I hate you the most. Right, besides her magical experiments, this witch also shoulders a certain important responsibility. A zookeeper. Yuning turned to look at the little creatures running around everywhere, 4 or 5, I think. Zookeeper isn't a joke. Most of the creatures living here have no relation to humans. Some are juvenile elemental life forms, capable of easily hiding themselves, so she hasn't counted them all yet. Others are clump-forming active plants, a dozen or so identical green plants running around, actually all the same one, making it difficult to figure out their numbers. And then, there are mysterious races like the Demon King, with explosive growth potential. Looking at the chaotic dome tower, she silently added her final assessment. She's a very patient witch. She swept past several strangely shaped infants, her gaze settling on the only child among them, who was human. The fluffy, curly-haired child came running over, his eyes red as he faced the Demon King. After stammering for a while, he finally said, I hate you. The Demon King, clutching his little sheep doll, timidly shrank behind Yuning, softly saying, "Master, I'm scared." The curly-haired boy, He glanced at the unmoved witch, then at the new, annoying child, and his eyes widened instantly. Completely inept at acting cute, the boy, raised with a strong upbringing, instantly reddened his eyes and shouted, "I hate you?" Yuning, completely harmless. She calmly replied, "All right, little annoying committee member, do you want me to give you a little red flower?" A moment of silence filled the air. The little curly-haired boy turned his head. "Put it on your hand." Yuning, "Okay." The little curly-haired boy, "Put 2 on." Yuning, "No problem." Having settled the little one's relationship and crammed them together to play, Yuning finally had time to explore the ruins on her own. She touched the transparent air wall, but couldn't find a corresponding exit. Looks like there's no way out. Apart from this enclosed circular tower where she could move freely, the memory replay didn't provide any paths to other places. Although this place felt very real, a fake is still a fake, and it couldn't simulate the entirety of the ruins past. After exploring every area without any further discoveries, Yuning sat back in the recliner and quietly flipped through the books. While waiting for the memory replay to end, she looked at the precious magic books and had the system record them in detail, perhaps for future use. Yuning, how can a scholar's actions be called stealing? She carefully turned each page. This is called inheritance. He? Yuning, ? What the hell is that noise? The voice grew louder. He, I finally found you, evil witch, he. Yunying's thoughts wandered. This villain's laugh is too perfect. As the voice drew closer, a dark figure gradually appeared at the top of the tower. She looked at the dog-headed Batman hanging upside down high in the air. The creature adjusted its posture. He, are you afraid, evil witch? Yuning, Who looks more evil between us? It's obvious. But the dog-headed Batman seemed to have its own logic. Evil witch, I will represent my people to defeat you and become the most evil king. Yuning, you seem to be now. The dog-headed Batman frowned. Nonsense. I yearn for evil, but this handsome, righteous appearance has always been my weakness. Don't even think about disrupting my resolve to cultivate. Yuning, Fine. If you're not smart, you're not smart. Although quietly waiting for the reenactment to end was the original plan, I can't let myself suffer, can I? Yuning raised her wrist, revealing her newly acquired wand. The dormant magic suddenly awakened, flowing in sequence according to the caster's guidance, invisible energy swirling around her. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind suddenly swept in, dust and gravel instantly swirling up, forming a visible blue vortex, precisely capturing the dog-headed Batman, dragging it off the tower top, and slamming it heavily against the rock wall. A huge hole was blasted into the hard stone wall, large chunks of gravel falling down, and the sweeping wind didn't seem to be giving up, still howling. Yuning looked down at her hand. Such terrifying power. Even with the wand's amplification, this destructive force was still excessively exaggerated. Could there be additional power amplification within the dome tower? Why only use wind magic? The dog-headed Batman's voice came from the collapsed area. Yuning watched the Batman fly out, her expression gradually becoming serious. The exaggerated power amplification was certainly puzzling, but the fact that the enemy was completely unharmed was even stranger. After being crushed by the raging wind, it was completely unscathed. The dog-headed Batman dusted itself off. Apart from being covered in dust, it had no other injuries. It glanced at the witch below, and as if realizing something, its expression suddenly turned grim. Its voice rose, roaring furiously, "Am I not worthy of your more powerful forbidden spells?" Yuning, I should know forbidden spells, right? Are the default combat stats in newbie games this high these days? The bizarre scene continued. The dog-headed Batman, looking at the seemingly unmoved witch who had actually been walking for a while, suddenly raised its voice even higher. "You underestimate me." Its eyes turned red with rage. "No way, you have to kill me today." Yuning, How could anyone make such a perverted request? The menacing dog-headed Batman began to swoop down, its sharp magical aura following closely behind, withering, plague, and virus ensuing. The opponent, enraged, began to fight seriously. Yuning pondered for a moment. I should know something else, right? Hiss, it seems I actually do know a few other things. Magic surged like flowing water, and a tiny flame flickered and leaped up, barely enough to light a candle. Just as Yuning was about to extinguish the flame, it suddenly broke free of its restraints, leaping half a foot high. The surrounding air instantly heated up, and the flame spread wildly along the path of the raging wind. A raging inferno stretched out in front of her, slamming the enemy down and embedding him in the ground, motionless. This was an exaggeratedly explosive effect. Although she didn't understand the amplification principle, thankfully it was over. Yuning looked at the location of the dog-headed Batman. It should be over, right? Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The charred creature buried in the rocky ground stirred. It raised its head again, its expression filled with grief and indignation. You only used 2 elemental magics. Where's your all-elemental attack? It trembled all over, looking even angrier. You still have your trump card. Am I not worthy of your spatial cutting? Yuning, Yuning, okay. She keenly sensed a hint of doubt. Although not certain, it was easy to see from the situation just now that this body was extremely proficient in all kinds of magic, to the point that it could cast spells instantly with a thought. If she wasn't mistaken, she could achieve everything the dog-headed Batman said. It's a bit like a button-operated game. Yuning thought. Like a max-level character. You have comprehended the mysteries of the elements, limited time edition. You have comprehended the fleeting moment of time and space, limited time edition. You have comprehended advanced magic affinity, limited time edition. Freely manipulating magic, a thought flashed through her mind, and her body automatically began to operate. A gust of wind, mixed with lightning and thunder, swept towards the Batman. Truly an evil witch. It shrieked as it dodged, then emitted a piercing sonic boom. Kill you, and I be the king of my kind. Snap. Yuning clasped her hands together. The sharp sonic boom abruptly stopped. The space beneath its feet cracked, reversed, enveloped, and swallowed, releasing the dog-headed bats into another dimension. Finally, silence. The juvenile creatures hiding nearby slowly emerged, seemingly unfazed by the situation, and instead picked up cleaning tools to efficiently tidy up. Yuning, aren't you scared? The little curly-haired creature sweeping shook its head. Every now and then, a strange dog-headed uncle shouts power, evil, courage, and flies over with his wings spread. The last one even cooked and cleaned before it left, the little curly-haired creature muttered, lifting a heavy brick, its face scrunched up, complaining, this one is truly uncivilized and impolite. Yuning, so it's a traditional skill. I inexplicably become the recurring boss to be defeated. While the diligent little ones are busy handling the aftermath, Yuning has instantly become the most idle person in the dome tower. She raised her hand and looked at her palm. Now there's a guest that needs verification. Yuning rummaged through the mahogany table and successfully found a mirror in a drawer. Exactly the same. The person reflected in the mirror was her, unchanged. At first, she thought only the Demon King was affected, reverting to his childhood appearance, but the magic she just displayed suggested it wasn't just that. She replaced the original witch in this memory, but her appearance remained completely unchanged. No, not entirely unchanged. She lifted her witch's robe. The withered sunflower totem that once adorned her arm was now no longer drooping and limp. The withered petals unfolded smoothly. The plant stood tall, blooming in full glory. The state of the totem represents magic power and experience. A guess naturally formed. Perhaps this is her future self. But why would she appear in the memories of the ruins from the past? Yuning recalled the briefly activated fleeting moments of time and space. The spatial magic had been used up, leaving only time magic. The witch's face was reflected in the mirror, a new light appearing in her eyes. This was her, traveling from the future back to the past. Ding dong. Intersecting with mysterious time and space, you keenly detected a wisp of its essence. Congratulations, you have obtained fleeting moments of time and space. The Great Witch has gained permission to access time and space. Based on this, you can explore the true secrets of the world. Note, time skills consume a great deal of energy and have a chance to cause sleep. Please use with caution. This indirectly confirmed the guess. It really was her. Having meticulously recorded everything she could explore within the dome-shaped tower, Yuning stood up, watching the surrounding images begin to flicker. The memory replay was nearing its end. Skark, she called out, we're leaving. The bewildered little devil exclaimed awe, and then trotted over, obediently following her despite not understanding what was happening. Where they left and where they stayed wasn't important to him. His silver-gray eyes lifted, shimmering with moisture, clearly reflecting the witch's image. He shifted his feet, moving closer to her. What mattered was who he was with. Leaving? The little curly-haired boy's broom clattered to the ground, his expression instantly frozen. Yuning nodded, yes. Although it was just a replay of memories, not a true rewind of time, the overly realistic interaction still imbued the farewell with a unique atmosphere. Where is Master going? The little curly-haired boy asked anxiously. Yuning thought for a moment, then replied, to a very, very far place. The little curly-haired boy glanced at the Demon King standing beside the witch, then slowly lowered his head. Is it a faraway place where I can't be taken? After his initial sadness, he cautiously asked, will we ever meet again? If it were someone like Skark, an immortal being, they would still arrive in her time despite the erosion of time, but humans. Silence spoke volumes. The little curly-haired boy sniffled. I know. I'm not sad. Even though it was just a fictional scene. Yuning sighed, squatted down to look directly at the little curly-haired boy who was crying with snot bubbles coming out of his nose, and ruffled his hair. Sometimes encounters don't necessarily have a result, but memories always have meaning. He sniffled again. Sir, will you remember me, just as I remember you? Yuning smiled. Of course. The fictional scene began to fade, reality and reenactment intertwined, and the sounds around him began to blur. The little curly-haired boy wiped his face clean, revealing a toothless smile. Then, sir, please remember well my name is? Lonwen. The sound stopped at the last moment. Yuning regretfully withdrew his gaze. There was no one before him. The constantly shifting scenes disrupted his hearing, making the name unclear, leaving only a blurry mouth shape in his lingering memory. Lauren, or was it Rowan? Chapter 35. Chirp. An ice slime was taking a stroll, freezing a passing water slime, solidifying it into a bouncing vertical shape. Only when the ice melted did the water slime thaw, dazedly regaining its elasticity. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have completed the exploration of the Salem ruins. The grandeur and prosperity have gradually faded, leaving behind invaluable memories. Through the relics of Salem, you can communicate with elemental lifeforms. Reward points, 500. Current points, 1,000. The scene in her memory vanished, and Yuning returned to reality. The ice platform was shattered by the slimes, shards still scattered at her feet. She held the bronze coin in her hand. It seemed like only a short time had passed. She glanced at the coin in her hand again. Communicating with elemental lifeforms. Yuning listened carefully, and the varying chirping sounds from the slimes gradually transformed into an understandable language. She asked, what's happening here? It seemed that, except for the ice slimes, most elemental lifeforms were migrating outwards. The sudden sound startled the slimes. The round ice slimes curiously approached, observed for a while, and then began chirping all at once. The largest slime's voice was the loudest. Chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. From the series of chirps, Yuning quickly gleaned the information. Element, runes, damage. The elemental runes here are damaged. The slimes responded in unison. Chirp. It seemed that was indeed the reason. Following the slime's guidance, Yuning successfully found the runes engraved in a hidden part of the dome. The other elemental runes were dilapidated from years of neglect, flickering on and off. Only the frost elemental runes continued to persist, but it looked like they wouldn't last much longer. I see. No wonder the rest are all ice slimes. Now that the problem is identified, solving it will be much easier. Yuning thought. They have professionals for engraving runes. Alright. Toker wiped his sweat, handed the tools back to Drax, and looked at his newly imprinted ancient runes with satisfaction, his eyes shining. This is first-hand information. Maybe I can publish a few academic articles on the evolution of elemental runes, and the integration of modern alchemy back at the Mage Tower. He grinned, revealing 8 teeth. Then I can sit in the position of First Sage too. Yuning, what a respectful and devoted mage. Drax packed up his tools. The sage's abilities have improved even more. Be careful his thoughts don't wander off. He might be the one publishing the academic paper. Right. Toker slapped his forehead. I didn't think of anything. I don't know anything. I've been farming and mining lately. I have absolutely no intention of usurping the throne. Yuning, what kind of bizarre existence is the Mage Tower? Ignoring his companion's ramblings, Drax seemed exceptionally reliable in comparison. After finishing packing the box, he didn't forget to report. The cracks in the runes have been filled with the corresponding elements. From now on, we only need to replenish them with magic. Toker is an expert in this area, and runes repaired by him are unlikely to have any problems. Just in case, Drax's tone was sarcastic. Then this guy's advanced mage certificate and advanced alchemist certificate will be confiscated, and his published academic papers will be strictly re-examined. He shrugged. The sage will kick his ass hard, and make him rewrite a 100,000-word essay within 3 days. Yuning, that's a pretty harsh punishment. But even learning magic requires a certificate exam. The world really is a giant live exam. The self-taught mage flipped through his hastily written magic journal. Yuning put away her wand. Time to go. The restoration of the ruins restored the rune's function, and the elemental life stopped its frantic outflow, gradually returning to its habitat. Yuning, not bad. The main force returned home, leaving only a small group of slimes who, after careful consideration, chose to settle in the town. These were mainly water slimes, but occasionally one could still see grass slimes and rock slimes buried in the ground. Elemental life rested in places rich in elements, and their dissipated energy fed back into the environment, achieving a mutually beneficial symbiosis. Ding dong. Thanks to your effective management, this town is thriving and gradually emerging as a prominent force on the main road. Please construct a reception hall as soon as possible to improve the town's various functions. Construction of reception hall, 0%. Countdown, 48 hours 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Reward points, 300. Punishment points, 1,000. A new task has arrived. Yuning took a sip of freshly warmed milk and turned the fire in the stove even brighter. She hadn't gone out for the past few days, staying cooped up at home, feeling like she'd been sealed off by the warm and comfortable room. She opened the reception hall task. The system's blueprints were very detailed, a stark contrast to the previous hasty ones. Detailed requirements were given for the overall layout, area selection, and even the sofas, chairs, and benches. Yuning glanced around, lay sprawled on the chair for 5 minutes, and finally decided to break free of the warm room and get to work. The weather's not bad. She stepped out of the room, her eyes dazzled by the bright snow. It was a rare good day. The snow had just stopped, leaving a thick layer on the ground, fluffy to the touch. Her gaze followed a trail of paw prints leading to the doorway. Mia greeted her, meow. Yuning patted the big cat's head, enjoying the gurgling of its powerful engine. Good morning. The lazy cat drawled, meow. After its usual social etiquette, the cat, who loved to curl up by the fireplace and sleep, gracefully strode back into its room for a nap. Yuning withdrew her envious gaze. What's wrong with the cat? It doesn't have to go to work. Anyway, time to get to work. Directing the cleaning, the diligent village chief, taking advantage of the daylight, chose the location for the meeting room to be behind the town hall on the right. That's about it. She spread out the hand-drawn blueprints and discussed them with the tentacles that had gathered around. You need to be precise with the distances, not a fraction off. Are you all confident? The tentacles, skilled at building houses, nodded repeatedly, practically patting their chests and speaking with conviction. The schedule is tight, the task is heavy, the village chief waved his flag. Let's begin. First, they laid the foundation. Clay monsters ate their way through, clearing away the excess soil. Then, using earth magic, they compacted and reinforced the loose earth. After that, the professionals began laying the bricks. The tentacles worked like whirlwinds, like master craftsmen with 20 years of experience, precisely controlling the direction of each brick and aligning every gap. The neat and beautiful living room gradually took shape. A bare shell is one thing, a fully furnished one is another. Yuning counted her working capital. Although she had spent a considerable amount on the apartment purchase, the income from the shops was quite substantial. Combined with the monthly revenue brought back by the caravans, it was enough to buy brand new furniture. With a little more budget, she could even purchase items of royal quality. However, she couldn't afford to spend money recklessly. Yuning opened the wishing pool. Let's try our luck. There's no harm in trying. You are currently drawing 10 times. Starlight scattered, and the results appeared quickly. First came the most numerous blue stars. Congratulations, you have obtained a pond X1. A pond with clear water, highly favored by aquatic creatures. Perhaps you could use it to raise fish. The sound of rushing water came from an open area in the town's residential area, and a wide pond suddenly appeared, shimmering in the snowy light. Yuning looked at the next blue stars. The wishing pool was quite thoughtfully equipped with a complete set of tools. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 unknown fish fry. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 fish food. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 fishing outfit. Hearing the sound, the water slime curiously poked its head out. Finding a new water source, it happily moved over, sank to the bottom, and occasionally released a series of bubbles. Yuning approached the pond, and a prompt popped up on the screen. The pond is currently empty. Please place fish fry there. Not sure if the given fish fry would compete with each other, she only put in 1 bucket. The screen flashed a few times and changed to, hatching, please wait patiently. It would take some more time. Yuning didn't wait by the pond but looked at the remaining stars. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 elegant mahogany long table. Congratulations. You have obtained 2 comfortable sofa sets. Not bad luck, These can be used in the reception room. Finally, there's the guaranteed purple star. A star as tall as a person landed on the ground, steadily emitting a hazy purple glow. With a crack, its outer shell split open, scattering the star to reveal a cold, hard metallic shell beneath. Congratulations, you have obtained one Mithril Support Puppet. Mithril Support Puppet. Created by top masters, these are the reliable, mother-like companions coveted by the alchemist community. Whether assisting in alchemical experiments or caring for their master's daily needs, they perform flawlessly. Yuning, an all-around robotic Nani. The puppet, gleaming with a smooth silver light, moved. Its face, inlaid with energy crystals, gradually lit up, then it took a step and walked towards the crowd. It was quite large, yet moved silently, quickly reaching Yuning. You're observing my structure, it said, its words flowing smoothly. My feet are equipped with sound-absorbing runes. Would you like me to remove them so I can show them? It can even disassemble itself. Yuning quickly shook her head. No need. As you command, my master. The puppet diligently scanned her, paused for a moment, and then spoke. There's a small tear in your cloak. Would you like me to mend it for you? Huh? Yuning pulled off her cloak. Sometime during the day, the hem of her skirt had come undone, but because it was all black, it went completely unnoticed. Please leave it to me, the puppet said, taking a needle and thread from its chest. It will be repaired quickly. The puppet took the cloak from her hands, deftly threading the needle, and sat on a roadside bench, lovingly mending the garment. At the end, it even human-likely bit off the excess thread. If a candle were lit nearby, and it wore glasses. Yuning, it's truly motherly. But why does a body of steel need to bite off the loose thread? Seemingly sensing the confusion, the puppet handed the cloak back, lovingly draping it over itself. But its tone remained unchangedly calm. This is a learning module modeled after human behavior. My creator believed it could quickly bridge the gap between me and living beings. It revealed a gleaming blade at its fingertips. If you don't like it, I can cut it directly. The head, inlaid with energy crystals, suddenly moved. The puppet directly pulled out a slender blade from between its fingers and tossed it high into the air. The next second, a hoarse, mournful cry of birds echoed from the sky. A short while later, a giant skeletal bird plummeted straight down, crashing to the ground and shattering into a broken skeleton. The puppet removed the mithril blade precisely embedded in the skeletal bird's head, then slowly placed it back in its place. Next, it pulled a broom and an adorably friendly pink apron from its chest. Sorry, please wait a moment, it'll be cleaned up soon. Yuning, A pink apron crushing a skull with bare hands. That's really ahead of its time. So, it's just adding attack power because it's afraid the support machine won't be able to defend itself? The hardworking and kind mithril puppet is dedicated to its logistical work. Although it looks like a berserker who can charge into battle, it's actually capable of taking on 10,000 enemies single-handedly. Aside from its monotone speech, the puppet is more meticulous and considerate than humans in every aspect. It successfully took care of all the residents' clothes, sewing them stitch by hand. Occasionally, it comes over to help with cooking, but its creator seems to lack culinary skills or a sense of taste. The cooking module produces only bizarre and strange dishes. Master, what do you think? Yuning looked at the innovative dish before her, or perhaps it couldn't even be called a dish. The puppet in a pink apron introduced it. This is garlic ice cream, and it needs to be eaten with chili powder. The chef began the essential explanation from the module. The rich, creamy ice cream is mixed with finely chopped raw garlic. The first taste is cool and sweet, followed by the spiciness of the garlic, then a layer of numbingly spicy chili powder. The interplay of hot, cold, spicy, and sweet will make your scalp tingle. Yuning, it definitely makes my scalp tingle. She changed the subject. I remember I should go feed the fish in the pond. Yes, master. The omnipotent support puppet bowed. Don't worry, I will take good care of the fish pond for you. Yuning, my pleasure. It's hard not to doubt the mental state of the puppet's creator. Chirp. Several tentacles slithered in from the shadows, gently wrapping around Yunying's wrist, trying to pull her out. One of them, curiously observing the innovative dish, lightly touched it with its tip, then instantly froze, collapsing dazedly. Yuning, This power is terrifying. She carried the unconscious tentacle, following the others to the reception area. After continuous construction, it had been completely transformed. Various pieces of furniture, prepared long ago, had been placed inside. Fluorescent lights cast a uniform, cool glow, illuminating the off-white knitted carpet spread on the floor. To the side was a rest area, furnished with light gray sofas. In the very center stood a long red wooden table, its surface topped with a light blue glazed tea set purchased from the Rhine Kingdom's trade market. Green plants adorned the corners, adding color. Yuning drew back the curtains, and a bright, snowy white light flooded in. Congratulations! You have completed the construction of the reception hall. Your town has successfully acquired a respectable reception hall. Reward points, 300. Current points, 300. Yuning, very good. The project was perfectly completed. She praised, you are all very capable. Chirp. The tentacles proudly raised their tips, crowding around the witch demanding a reward. Those tentacles that received the handshake reward excitedly jumped out and began to fly around wildly. Then suddenly, they felt one tip stop moving, as if it were stuck on something. The stuck tentacle, ? It pulled back, and the force quickly disappeared. A strange figure appeared in the town, a faint voice clearly carrying, after all this time, you're still so annoying. The person carefully wiped the surface of the handkerchief that had been in contact with the tentacle, then dark flames rose in the air, burning the handkerchief directly. He pulled down his cloak, which concealed his presence. I knew the temple was in such a commotion, so this guy really wasn't dead. The soul fire in his eyes flickered with intense emotion, but his tone remained cold and indifferent. Lanwen looked up at the witch at the very center. Like the calm before a storm, he slowly said, long time no see. My lord. Chapter 36. The newly built reception room quickly came in handy. With her curly hair, well, now long curly hair, Yuning quickly identified the other person. Lauren. The other person's eyes instantly turned icy. Yuning's gaze shifted, and she quickly changed her address, saying uncertainly, Rowan? The lich's cold aura intensified, like an air conditioner set to 16 degrees Celsius blowing directly on her. Yuning glanced to the side. Yes, the window was indeed closed. After a long silence, the other person finally spoke, his gaze almost piercing through her. My lady, you don't forget my name, do you? Ah, well, she really didn't know it now. Her future self would probably know his name. But no matter how she phrased it, she felt a guilty conscience, as if she were trying to cover something up. Yuning, I'm hopelessly humiliated. I understand. It's all right, the undead said indifferently, I can reintroduce myself. His fingers, hanging limply beside the wooden chair, tightened, the wood creaking. At the peak of tension, he stood up, the chair instantly shattering, the wooden planks warping and exploding into a jumbled mess. He said, slowly and deliberately, my name is Lanwen. Yuning, this doesn't sound like it's all right at all. He extended his hand. The administrator of the Crimson Valley greets you. The lich's body temperature is very low, to an ordinary person would feel like touching an ice cave, but the hand he held was only slightly cool, without any icy chill. After the gentle touch, the undead quickly released his hand. After a perfunctory exchange of pleasantries, Lanwen glanced at the Demon King. He seems a bit strange. And those snake shadows. Lanwen considered his words carefully. There are far more than I ever seen. When it came to serious matters, he seemed much calmer. After Skark's incident, I followed the instructions and lay low, searching for him, but to no avail. And then, it's the story you all know. The Demon King disappeared, and the old forces of Crimson Cliff migrated to Crimson Valley, hiding in the shadows, fighting against the temple. By the way, Lanwen said, I prepared a fully armed army, hidden in the castle behind Crimson Valley. How long have you been preparing? It doesn't matter if it's not much. A small army will suffice. The lich's soulfire flickered. Let's storm the temple together and rip the bishop's head off. Yuning, a small army? Yes, he confirmed. You sent that pigeon to find me precisely to remind me the time was right. Yuning, how should I bring this up? It was just a newly opened random delivery service. A crackling sound came from outside the reception room, immediately catching the lich's attention. Is this some kind of training exercise? Are they magic warriors, spellcasters, or alchemical golems? He stood up and drew back the curtains. A dozen plump white doves were fighting over a handful of corn kernels, while the alchemical puppet scattering the kernels wore a pink apron, its face kind. Even its usually calm voice softened. Eat slowly, there's enough for everyone. Lanwen, He exhaled and shifted his gaze to the other side. A colossal red dragon lay sprawled on a fluffy blanket, various skewers of vegetables and meat laid out before it. With a gaping maw, blazing dragon fire erupted, cooking the skewers. Then, with another gaping maw, it swallowed the vegetables and skewers whole. Is this the infamous, ferocious lava dragon? Lanwen felt a tightness in his chest. He loosened his collar, and shifted his gaze to the location of the serpentine shadows. Back when Skark had just learned to coexist with these shadows, their innate brutality and bloodthirstiness had never been eroded. A moment's carelessness could result in a bloody lesson. Tentacles lurking in the shadows emerged, strolling leisurely through the streets, picking up bricks and spreading them to the rooftops, mending and patching. After finishing, they wriggled with glee, clutching their satisfied creations. Lonwyn, He made a final struggle. My lord, this is a clever disguise, isn't it? They really aren't nonnies, good-for-nothings, or idiots, right? Yuning, that's some really vulgar language. I apologize, I got a little too agitated. The Lich, who had just calmed down, took a sip of tea. Although it didn't really help, at least it allowed him to do something to ease his emotions. Since transforming into a Lich, he hadn't experienced such intense emotional fluctuations in a long time. Yuning poured him another cup of tea and pushed it towards him. Are you feeling better now? Thank you, my lord. The Lich regained his initial composure and politely said, my heart doesn't ache anymore. Yuning, that sounds a bit serious. Crimson Cliff has just begun to recover and cannot withstand large-scale battles, Yuning said. Even the reception hall is newly built. Directly confronting the seemingly depleted temple without utilizing the Demon King's power would be extremely unwise. Moreover, if her sanity dropped to a dangerously low level, she wasn't sure if she could save the person, and the temple wouldn't be the only one to suffer. Lonwyn humbly inquired, then, sir, what should we do now? Truth was within the cannon's range, but the cannon was entangled in complex factors, like resources, technology, and money. By the way, Yuning suddenly asked, is Crimson Valley short of food? Lonwyn, huh? Congratulations, you have successfully established diplomatic relations with Crimson Valley. As former inhabitants of Crimson Cliff, these beings had a natural affinity for the revitalized town. Snowflakes fell heavily, thick snowflakes landing on the bare branches of the trees, then being shaken off and mingling with the snow on the ground. Why aren't they back yet? The adjutant paced back and forth at the door. They were supposed to be going to the Crimson Cliff ruins, where the search for the temple had intensified. If they got bogged down there, escape would be difficult. The adjutant had been anxiously waiting at the castle gates for days, finally seeing his Lich Lord return. Lonwyn handed him a list. Prepare personnel to welcome him on this scale. Welcome? In their current situation, who could they possibly welcome? The adjutant opened the list, his eyes widening as he read, it's all food. Although Lord Lonwyn didn't need to eat, his men couldn't be without food. Although they had been cultivating the land in recent years, even with the help of spellcasters, the harvest in this wretched place was meager. The early cold snap meant they had to conserve resources during the heavy snow. Wheat seeds, corn, and milled flour. He gripped the list tightly with a mixture of excitement and urgency, then quickly released it, carefully browsing through it. It contained not only staple foods, but also even more precious fruits and vegetables. Where did all this come from? My lord, these, Lonwyn said, they were given to us by Lady Yuning, the head of Crimson Valley. Lady Yuning. That mysterious witch, existing only in the mouths of the Lich, a figure whose true nature is elusive. The adjutant immediately became serious. Even someone like her has appeared. It feels like something big is about to happen. By the way, Lonwyn said, after processing the food, select a group of craftsmen and send them to Crimson Cliff. Remember to bring along the forged weapons and alchemical items. He recalled what he had heard. The most correct way to grow is to advance both military strength and wealth simultaneously. First, accumulate raw resources. What did the Lord say? Our road to wealth has officially begun. The words had barely left his lips. A pristine white figure plummeted from the sky, the white dove nimbly weaving through the clouds before finally landing beside the castle. Thud. A heavy sack of grain landed in the lieutenant's hands. The first dove to arrive cooed and began preening its feathers by the wall. Coo! The lieutenant looked up. A flock of doves gracefully arrived, hovering above his head. Lieutenant, Lieutenant, wait! Wait! The manpower hasn't been arranged yet. He can't handle all the deliveries by himself. Greetings, witch! A row of spirited goblins, their skin, frozen by the cold air, began to warm and flush in the fireplace. Young and old alike, their faces were rosy, like little dwarves from a fairy tale. Hiss, maybe goblins are just dwarves. Yuning counted. Exactly 7. Yuning looked at the only tall one, Snow White, and asked, Lonwyn, aren't you going back to Crimson Valley? There must be a lot to deal with there right now. The pale Lich shook his head. Even in the warm room, his icy body temperature didn't change much. He said sincerely, the adjutant said he could handle it all by himself and didn't need me there. He asked me to escort the blacksmiths. He showed no sign of lying, still with that icy demeanor, but the atmosphere around him seemed to lighten up, so I reluctantly came back. Yuning, he doesn't seem reluctant at all. A toast to the adjutant, the workhorse, who accurately understands his superior's thoughts. The Lich introduced them. They are all races skilled in forging. They can excellently craft ordinary items, magically imbued alchemical items, and various rune imprints. The honest goblins flex their muscles, showcasing their accumulated experience in forging. Yes, sir, given enough time, our success rate in forging is very high. Talent and hard work gave them ample confidence. Please believe that we will definitely complete the task. Whether it's a deadly hidden weapon, a medium for curses, or a top-tier weapon enchanted with powerful forbidden spells, given enough time, they will succeed. I understand. Yuning thought for a moment. I need alchemical items that can automatically harvest, thresh, wash, dry, and store grains. The goblins exclaimed in agreement. Isn't that a bit tricky? She continued. What about a fully automatic fishing rod that can automatically cast, play the fish, and reel it in? The learned goblin fell into deep thought, occasionally exchanging a few words with his companion beside him. And what about an instrument that can directly control and regulate the temperature of the entire space? This time, the goblins no longer concealed their thoughts and began to discuss. After a while, the eldest goblin stepped forward. I apologize, sir, please forgive our arrogance. Although we have forged many, there are still things we don't understand. He stroked his beard. For example, regarding temperature regulation, perhaps we should precisely control the content of each element. The instrument needs to accurately absorb and release the corresponding element according to the requirements. This technology requires extremely fine control over elemental particles, which we cannot do for now. Please give us some time so that my companions and I can discuss it properly. It was understandable that they were new to the business and unfamiliar with it. Yuning nodded. There are a few spacious rooms in the vacant houses that you can use as laboratories. Thank you for your kindness. The goblins took out their notebooks, noting down any questions that popped into their heads and any fleeting inspirations, before all leaving. Yuning watched the craftsman leave the town hall, then turned to the Lich still leaning against the table. Lonwen, what about you? Do you need me to help you choose a room? The Lich shook his head. The undead are not afraid of the cold, nor do they need sleep. Don't worry about me, he said. It's been a long time since I've been back. I want to take a walk around here. He etched the person before him into his mind once more. Compared to the witches he had met before, this one seemed younger, but that didn't make her feel unfamiliar. Certain personal habits always bring a sense of familiarity. The Lich said, My lord, I'm so glad you remember my name. He pushed open the door, paused briefly at the entrance, his expression unexpectedly gentle, and turned back to say, And that scarf. I like it very much. Chapter 37. The scientific research at Crimson Cliff is in full swing. Having broken free from conventional thinking, or rather, sparked an interest in deviant paths, these craftsmen, naturally passionate about forging, have found new enjoyment. Splash. It's the sound of flowing water. Yuning sits by the pond, her automatically retractable metal fishing rod beside her. A moment later, the float bobs, the rod retracts automatically, and she's caught a piece of sheet metal. Yuning, The Air Force, a nickname for a fisherman, is silent for a moment, then removes the sheet metal and casts the hook back into the pond. She picks up her homemade fishing rod, baits it, and casts it in along with the fully automatic mechanical fishing rod. The Air Force refuses to give up. Splash. Both floats bob simultaneously. Yuning and the mechanical fishing rod reel in at the same time, the hooks emerge from the water, and she's successfully caught a palm-sized carp. Her gaze shifts. The automatic fishing rod has caught an even larger piece of sheet metal. Yuning, The artificial team wins. Mechanical fishing rod with mechanical iron sheet. I have the goblins add a perception rune later. Boom! A huge sound came from the craftsman's forge. Yuning had just stood up when she heard the goblins' panicked shouts. Make way! Make way! The system chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained mechanical dragon-like equipment. What is that? The ear-piercing grinding of metal gears came from behind the building. The next second, a metallic dragon, gleaming with a metallic sheen, burst into the snow, its head inlaid with a huge energy crystal, stumbling and moving. The chaotic shouts of the goblins filled her ears. Yuning drew a conclusion from this. The bionic alchemical artifact being tested had gone out of control. Inertia propelled it forward, its body tracing a clumsy arc in the air before crashing into the pond with a deafening roar. Water sprayed skyward, and it futilely thrashed its tail fins, unable to stand up. The magic prepared to stop the metal dragon was useless. Yuning waved her hand, creating a wind wall to suppress the high splash, keeping her clothes dry. The mechanical fishing rod automatically reeled in upon touching the object. The immobilized metal dragon slowly moved, caught by the powerful fishing rod. The metal dragon, limbs off the ground, wobbled slightly before settling securely on the fishing rod. Yuning? ? A new career path for mechanical fishing rods. Cranes. The goblins, finally catching up, hurriedly apologized. I'm so sorry, sir. There was a slight mishap with the parameters during the experiment. Are you all right? Yuning shook her head. I'm fine. Just as she was about to speak, a notification sounded in her ear. Ding dong. Your mechanical dragonoid has collapsed the mysterious entrance. Congratulations, you have discovered the mysterious entrance. An ancient structure buried underground seems to contain an unknown treasure. Exploring the treasure trove, 0%. Reward points, 500. Note, this is a time-limited map. The surging water is rapidly eroding the treasure trove. Please complete the exploration within 3 hours and emerge safely, otherwise you will be forever trapped underground along with the treasure. Now, something's come up. Yuning stopped the goblin's guilty apologies. I need a set of alchemical items that allow me to breathe freely underground. The lead goblin stepped forward. What type do you need? We can get it in 10 minutes, Yuning said, looking at the expanding chaos underwater, and it can last at least 3 hours underwater. The goblins exchanged glances. We understand. They moved quickly. Nimble hands flashed before their eyes, and the craftsman soon produced the finished product, a set of scales resembling ear fins. This is an alchemical artifact modeled after mermaids, they said, attaching the scales behind Yuning's ears. That do. As long as the magic supply is maintained, it will definitely last 4 or 5 hours. Thank you. Yuning touched the fins behind her ears, her senses slowly altering with the input of magic. Her 5 senses were surrounded by the cool water, but she didn't dislike it. After diving into the pond, the sounds of the surface gradually faded away, leaving only silence. Yuning blew a bubble. It was a completely different way of breathing than on land. The ear fins, powered by magic, provided oxygen, allowing humans to breathe freely underwater. Using the surrounding current, she quickly found the collapsed entrance. Dense aquatic plants concealed the strangely patterned stone slabs, but the constantly flowing water revealed them. Passing fish struggled to escape the whirlpool, their tails thrashing, but were still drawn closer. Yuning pushed away, and the opposing current gave the fish a chance to breathe. With a flick of its tail, it quickly broke free. Right here. Speaking underwater was a strange experience. Sound waves should be blocked by the water, but with the ear fins, she could hear clearly. Not just human voices. The sound of flowing water, the rustling of seaweed, and people calling her name. Yuning, Someone here is calling her name. Yuning. The Demon King's long, flowing hair spread out in the water, his silver-gray eyes bloodshot. Don't leave me behind. TSK. Don't leave me behind. Another voice drew out the words, mimicking the Demon King's tone in a sarcastic tone. The undead submerged in the water, its face still expressionless, except for a mocking snort at the end of the imitation. Yuning, Why did these two come along? The countdown on the mission continued second by second. There was no time to waste here. Yuning said helplessly, I haven't left anyone behind. Let's go, you two. A broken stone slab formed a narrow entrance, requiring her to adjust her posture and squeeze through sideways. Yuning successfully swam in using her skills. Just as she passed through the entrance, the world suddenly went dark. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the slightly turbulent water around her abruptly calmed down. Her body stopped swaying violently with the current. She took out the fluorescent stone she had prepared beforehand. A soft glow rose, gradually illuminating the winding staircase at the bottom of the pond. The retro-style staircase spiraled upwards, seemingly warmly inviting a guest from afar. Yuning looked around. The two people who had followed her were nowhere to be seen. The fluorescent stone in her hand couldn't illuminate much further, but judging from the current layout, it was no longer the bottom of the pond. It resembled a civilization sunk on the seabed. There was no other way. Yuning took the fluorescent stone and climbed the stairs. Using the propulsion of the water, she quickly reached the top of the elegant spiral staircase. A transparent arched doorway. The base was composed of luminescent crystals, while the door was covered with a water film-like structure, seemingly passable with a gentle touch. She reached out and touched it, instantly passing through the entire door. This is the Crimson Cliff Archives. I am the construct responsible for providing explanations. Welcome back, Lady Sun Witch. Fresh air rushed out, and Yuning immediately removed her ear fins to avoid becoming the first human to suffocate. She calmed her breathing, and once it was completely collected, she looked at the being before her. You call me the Sun Witch? She hadn't expected to receive such great attention here. Yuning looked around. The entire archives were divided into compartments of varying sizes. Most of this floor was damaged. With only a few compartments still lit, their shattered remains scattered on the floor, suggesting an indescribable tremor. A dragonfly-shaped alchemical artifact hovered before her, uttering a standard announcer's voice. Yes, Lady Sun Witch, you are an important guest of the archives. The dragonfly paused for a moment, then explained, the entire archives was forced to close once before. This little dragonfly is unsure if it has any restart issues. If my identity is incorrect, I apologize profusely. It recommended, you can go to the front desk to update your personal information. We will process the procedure as soon as possible. No need, Yuning said, you haven't mistaken me for someone else. The hovering dragonfly immediately raised its voice, its tone more cheerful than before. Welcome back, Lady Witch. The constructs, having been shut down for so long, were unaware of what had happened, but seeing a familiar guest, they still offered their services with great enthusiasm. Is it still the highest level this time, Lady Witch? Yuning nodded in agreement. Opening the teleportation portal to the 12th floor of the archives for you. Please stand firm and hold on tight. Teleportation activated. After a distinct pulling sensation, a bright and stable light appeared before her. The teleportation array then deactivated, and Yuning arrived at the floor marked 12th. Compared to the first floor, the damage here was much less. If she had initially arrived at the 12th floor, she might have thought it was just a relatively quiet museum. A dragonfly led the way. Dawn, midday, and dusk are stored here. They possess immense power, and are the most important items in the archives. We would defend them even with our lives. The little dragonfly fluttered happily from side to side. However, there's a prophecy that it will leave this place one day. The swirling dragonfly suddenly stopped, its driving energy on its back flashing, about to run out. It seemed to realize something. So it's now. The dragonfly turned around, its last remaining energy depleted, and landed on the witch's outstretched palm, slowly falling silent. Chapter 38. The damaged construct had reached its limit. Congratulations, you have obtained one magic energy construct life. Created by the forging masters of Crimson Cliff, this auxiliary expert is an excellent helper for every guest visiting the collection. This construct's energy has been exhausted. The dragonfly rested quietly in Yunying's palm, its back inlaid with a small energy crystal. Now, the last glimmer of light dissipated, turning a stiff grayish white. Go back and have the craftsman repair it. Yuning carefully put the dragonfly away. The structure of the 12th floor was simple and clear. After passing through the corridor, she arrived at a spacious hall. In the center of the display case was a metallic book. Yuning walked forward, and the surrounding isolation device automatically opened, revealing it to her. She gently took it down. Congratulations. You have obtained a precious collectible, a wondrous item divided into 3 chapters, Dawn, Day, and Dusk. It seems to be related to the manipulation of time. There is no soft paper. The object before her is less a book and more an alchemical creation. Every edge is inlaid with unknown runes, and the cover is imprinted with a simple clock pattern, the exposed metal hand slowly turning. Again, it's related to time. She tried to open the notebook. Yuning withdrew her hand. I can't turn the pages. The pages seem to be completely fused together, seamlessly glued, becoming a perfectly formed metal block, completely untouchable. She tried several more times, but the pages remained as solid as a mountain, the clock hands on the surface ticking away unaffected. Yuning glanced at the system's task countdown. Unbeknownst to her, half the time had already passed. Time was of the essence. There were still other floors to explore, and they couldn't linger here any longer. Let's take it back first. She had previously gained knowledge of time manipulation in the Salem ruins, but unlike the magical particles she could capture, this ethereal thing was truly difficult to understand, and her exploration of it remained purely conceptual. Perhaps this book would be the breakthrough. Yuning packed up the construct life form and the alchemy book, preparing to return to the teleportation array and head to the 11th floor. Crack! Just as she turned around, a sharp sound suddenly came from behind her. Her sense of danger prompted her to quickly move away from her spot. A moment later, a loud boom resounded, and a huge crater appeared where she had just been, with charred burn marks remaining at its center. Such terrifying power. Please remain quiet upon entering the collection hall. Do not touch the exhibits. do not bring aggressive pets, and refrain from using magic without permission. For special requests, please contact the curator. Civilized viewing starts with me. A guardian golem, engraved with numerous offensive runes, slowly rose. Its metal body was covered in mottled rust, and even its voice was slightly slurred. Even so, the guardian continued to fulfill its duty. A dangerous red light flashed continuously on its forehead. It drew its enchanted long sword and faced this direction directly. Esteemed guest, please return the exhibit. Yuning slowly took a step back. Although the entire collection hall had fallen, these constructs used for guarding still retained basic functionality. She looked around. She wondered how many such guardians were left. The guardian before her reiterated, "Esteemed guest, please return the exhibit." The tall, imposing guardian golem took a step forward, its long sword blazing with intense flames. These high-end constructs were, in some ways, no less powerful than a high-level mage, and physically capable of going toe-to-toe with a magic warrior. Being targeted by such a golem, whose attacks were focused on every possible point, was no good. She had to get away quickly. Yuning mentally planned the distance from her feet to the teleportation array. Suddenly, the guardian lowered its head, maintaining its sword-wielding posture, its head nodding slightly, as if dozing off. Yuning? ? After a while, the guardian finally woke up, the red light on its head illuminating again. Seemingly unaware of what had just happened, the stern guardian continued to perform its duties, approaching with overwhelming intimidation. Yuning remained silent for a moment. If it weren't for the mechanical, old woman's gait. Its movements were unsteady, with subtle pauses, yet still rhythmic. The guardian puppet stumbled over a shallow step, nearly straining its back. Yuning, I'm afraid it'd fall and lie down, trying to scam me. After a few steps, the guardian drooped its head again and fell asleep once more. Yuning, She calmly walked over, reaching out to touch the crystal on the puppet's head. The loose structure allowed her to easily remove the core. A red glowing gem. Congratulations, you have obtained a damaged construct crystal. The crystal, removed from the ancient construct, was severely damaged, but it seemed to offer some valuable research potential. The guardian puppet fell completely silent, standing in the 12th floor corridor, like a solemn sculpture frozen in time. A knight who upholds his duty deserves respect. Yunying's eyes flickered slightly. Good night. She turned and left. Congratulations, you have obtained a damaged suit of armor. Congratulations, you have obtained a travelogue of continental history. Congratulations, you have obtained a damaged energy crystal. Congratulations, you have obtained a damaged interdimensional storage box. The damage to this museum exceeded expectations. Except for the 12th floor, which remained relatively intact, almost no items on the remaining floors were intact. The bottom few floors were now flooded with seawater, which was spreading upwards at a visible rate. The sound of the building gradually cracking could even be heard. It was time to leave. Yuning used the storage box she had just obtained to pack all the collected items, then quickly attached her ear fins, adjusted to the water temperature, and dived down again. The piercing sounds in the air gradually faded away, replaced by the gentle melody of rippling water. Yuning successfully reached the exit of the first floor. What's that? Glistening objects were scattered around the entrance, reflecting vibrant colors in the water. She swam towards them and reached in. Congratulations, you have obtained the curator's autograph photo. Yuning, Why would something like this appear in the collection? The curator's autograph photo. A highly valuable collectible, personally signed by the highest-ranking official of the collection. Initially placed on the heavily guarded top floor, but after a vote by all staff, to meet the needs of the public, it was moved to the first floor. Yuning, are you sure it's to meet the needs of the public, or to be rejected? The golden boss signature had faded slightly after being submerged in water for a while, but under the light, the elegant and flowing calligraphy was completed in one stroke on the card. She read aloud, Raymond Carl. Honorable guest, just call me Raymond. A pre-programmed virtual avatar appeared on the signature card, a man in a top hat bowing slightly. As the most charismatic polymath in the collection, I will provide you with a detailed and vivid explanation. Yuning flipped through the card. The projection remained unchanged, maintaining its elegant smile. Similar to a tour guide, but this was more like an electronic voice announcer. Yuning, it's clear this curator is using every trick in the book to promote himself. She put away the card and continued swimming outwards along the route she had come from, occasionally dodging collapsing rocks. The curator's projection followed beside her. You can choose the intelligent voice mode, which will simulate real reactions, deeply experience the curator's charm, and bring you the most wonderful explanation experience. Yuning didn't respond, instead stirring the water, creating waves that propelled her forward. Okay, intelligent voice mode has been automatically switched for you. Yuning, Still some kind of forced, intrusive software. The elegant projection lowered its head, then raised it again, its expression instantly brightening. It smiled and bowed. Welcome, esteemed guest. As the most authoritative guide, I know the precious artifacts on every floor by heart. Which floor would you like to begin with? Huh? Noticing the sudden change in the surroundings, he looked up in confusion, then his eyes widened instantly. Wow, an aquarium. He turned around. Wow, a witch. Long time no see. No, what are you doing here? This is... Curator Lemon finally realized the unusual place. His lips trembled, and he slowly clutched his heart. My collection. Before the building collapsed, Yuning successfully left the dangerous area. She gradually slowed her pace, and began heading towards the teleportation rune that connected to the bottom of the town's pond. She glanced down at Curator Lemon, whose face was contorted with grief. Are you alright? I'm holding on. Curator Lemon stared blankly behind him. The 5th floor has collapsed now. It contained various items collected from legendary mages, such as the horn of a golden lizard, the egg of a magic mirror beast, and a magic broom they used, very significant historical artifacts. After a while, he continued, explaining in great detail, the 2nd to 4th floors have collapsed now. They contain dictionaries, picture books, detailed history books, and romantic storybooks. The 1st floor collapsed last. It contained the guiding constructs, monitoring devices, the curator's signature cards, and other auxiliary systems, the foundation upon which the entire collection could function smoothly. He slowly lowered his head. That concludes the explanation. Thank you for using our services. The ancient building sank completely into the water. The flowing water would reclaim the ruins over time until it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Congratulations, you have completed your exploration of the archives. The ancient building was completely submerged in the flood, but fortunately, you successfully preserved a glimmer of the past. Reward, 500 points. Current points, 800. Yuning turned to look at the collapsed building and asked, Did you memorize everything? The dejected curator nodded, yes. That it's not truly gone. Yuning said, it might take some time, but... She extended an invitation. Interested in rebuilding an archives at Crimson Cliff, Raymond? Curator. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have gained the approval of Raymond Carl. As the head of the archives, Raymond Carl has approved of your character and conduct. Rebuild an archives? The projection paused, then slowly straightened its back, placing its hand across its chest in a standard bow. My honor, your grace, which... The artifacts brought out from the 12th floor suddenly began to heat up. The heat could be felt even through the water. The runes on the metal casing began to light up one by one, followed by a series of announcements. A fleeting moment of time and space has been detected. Raymond Carl's approval has been detected. The legacy of Salem has been detected. After a brief pause. Congratulations, you have gained the approval of the 12-day notebook. Chapter 39. The book in her hands radiated heat evenly, creating a gentle warmth in the water. Yuning controlled her swimming speed and tried to open the book again. After the initial hesitation, she successfully turned to the first page. It contained a seemingly ambiguous inscription. Dawn Chapter 01. As the last star disappears into the sky, dawn arrives in its light, youth and passion are with you. Continuing to turn the pages, except for the first page, the other pages remained stuck together and could not be opened. It seemed that certain conditions needed to be met to unlock the other 11 pages. Yuning returned to the first page, her gaze lingering on the text. Flowing cursive script appeared between the pages, but otherwise, nothing seemed amiss. Yuning examined the text. What does this sentence mean? Dawn, as the beginning of a day, is indeed a symbol of youth in some contexts, but does its appearance here carry a special meaning? The system's item description for this notebook was vague, leaving her to figure it out as she went. Let's take it back first. The year Finn's time limit was almost up. Yuning carefully put the book away. There was something else that bothered her. She'd been in the archives for so long, but the Demon King and his companion, who had been following behind, hadn't appeared. Was it a limitation inherent to the stone slab, or some other unknown reason? She looked ahead. The stone slab at the exit was shimmering faintly, still functioning normally. Whatever the reason, getting out was the best option. The current carried her quickly towards the exit, but just as she was about to touch the stone slab, a sudden surge of water swept her away. Yuning steadied herself, a sense of foreboding rising within her. The seawater was like solidified ink, gradually swallowing up all the surrounding light, leaving only a faint, eerie green glow floating in the darkness. As the green light drew closer, the current became congested and turbulent, gradually revealing a monstrous fish-like body, resembling a giant ship, its body coated in an unknown, viscous liquid that seemed to writhe and extend as if alive. Another viewpoint on the screen began to flash wildly, red and green intertwining in the deep sea, bringing an uncontrollable sense of dread. Ding dong. You have encountered a tentacle of an indescribable being. The long wandering tentacle sensed the intruder's presence. Hunger compelled it to devour something immediately. A deep-sea monster that had been parasitized and assimilated. It swam rapidly, approaching her with a massive, indescribably terrifying shadow. Leave. Leave as fast as you can. Yuning immediately adjusted her posture, swimming against the raging current, quickly moving towards the stone slab. The enormous fish locked onto the human swimming upstream. With a flick of its tail, a tremendous force swept over them, churning the seabed into a turbulent, murky upheaval. Shoved away from the stone slab again, Yuning caught her breath, changed direction, and nimbly slipped into the reef. Fortunately, this fish's senses weren't very sharp. Having lost sight of the humans, the giant fish grew even more agitated, wreaking havoc around it, though it hadn't yet affected her hiding place. She measured the distance to the stone slab. When the giant fish turned around again, she should have a brief chance to escape. She suddenly hissed. The notebook she retrieved from the archives was still burning hot, feeling unusually substantial in her hand. Yuning focused her gaze, reopening the first page. After the initial inscription, new text gradually appeared. As you can see, there is an ominous presence within my body. A clearer, younger voice interrupted her. As you can see, there is an ominous presence within my body. Want to devour me? How could I grant your wish? Come, let the waves of evil descend upon me, but need not worry, I will once again protect the world. The voice softly snorted, as expected of me. What a delusional girl. Yuning paused, then abruptly looked up. That voice was damnably familiar. She glanced outside. A young figure, perhaps only a teenager, floated beyond the reef, facing the giant tentacle fish. The girl turned her head, revealing a face similar to hers, yet still youthful. Yuning, you are using 12 Days Notebook. Dawn Chapter 01 is a precious treasure that grants you control over time. Recreating past traces doesn't seem impossible. This slice is number 01. Please communicate amicably and coexist peacefully. Perfectly slicing time might build a powerful force forever loyal to itself. It's possible this thing is truly powerful, but Yuning isn't dragging out her Chunibyu, middle school syndrome, self just asking for trouble. The Chunibyu outside was still chanting about the world, devouring, and redemption, instantly attracting the tentacle's firepower. The eerie green light gradually approached, cautiously stopping a short distance away. It scrutinized the creature before it. Immature, weak, and brimming with ignorant folly. Delicious fodder. Unaware of the danger, the giant fish instantly revealed its ferocious nature, splitting open its massive jaws and hurtling towards the humans. Attracted by the danger, and with the path to the stone slab now clear, quietly leaving was undoubtedly the safest option. Yunying's eyes flickered. Never mind. Gathering her strength, she moved away from her spot, the rushing water pulling her forward. In the next instant, she grabbed the wrist of her other self. She warned, "Don't move." Without turning back, Yuning pulled the Chunibyu, middle school syndrome, child along, quickly traversing the reef area and approaching the stone slab at top speed. The loss of its prey enraged the giant fish, which whipped up huge waves and chased after them relentlessly. The 14-year-old Yuning looked up blankly. We look so alike. She pondered. Could you be me from another world? The giant fish relentlessly pursued them, the waves making progress extremely difficult, nearly devouring the newly reappeared number 01 several times. But she remained calm, possessing a unique confidence unmatched at this time. But why should we run? It looks unremarkable. Number 01's voice lowered, its tone slightly somber. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Yuning. She remembered that her poisoning back then wasn't this severe. Before she could answer, she dodged another wave. The stone slab was within reach, but the next moment, Yuning felt her hand being pulled away. Her wrist, which she was holding, slipped from her grasp. Number 01 had deliberately left her, swept backward by the current, facing a gigantic, tentacle-like fish. The tiny figure standing next to the ferocious behemoth was like an ant and an elephant. The giant fish's gleaming white teeth fell rapidly, as if to chew everything to pieces. Yuning was about to rush back to rescue the person when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She slowly opened her eyes wide. She suddenly realized something. This guy hadn't used a breathing apparatus at all. Splash. The anticipated battle still happened, but it was completely opposite to what she had imagined. A teeth-grinding crunch sound rang out, sharp teeth fell as expected, only to be severed inch by an invisible force. As easily as kneading dough, the fish's body shattered, its tentacles trying to escape were also crushed, leaving only tiny fragments of crimson blood, swallowed by the deep sea without leaving a trace. The fear subsided, and number 01, maintaining a cool pose, slightly turned his head. "I'm here to save you." She gave a soft humph, the tone trailing off with pleasure, as expected of me. The girl, caught up in her Chunibya phase, curled her lips into a wide smile, as expected of me, guardian of dimensional rifts, last nemesis of evil, undying light of justice, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yuning, The office worker felt a bit of a stomachache, and her toes were tired. Phew. Finally ashore, she let out a long sigh, removed her ear fins, and calmed her breathing slightly. Yuning. The tall figure lunged forward instantly, but withdrew its hand just before touching her. The Demon King stood awkwardly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Two Yunyings?" Number 01 struck a pose with a cold expression. "I am the future savior, the undying light of the world." Yuning covered the Chunibya girl's mouth. Something unexpected happened. "This guy will disappear in a while." According to the consultation system, this slice only lasts for 1 day, perfectly matching the item name in the 12-day notebook. Yuning, although this day might be a little tough. Teenagers are all quite difficult to deal with. Even she herself is no exception. The Lich, who also rushed over, glanced at number 01 for a moment, then turned around. "My lady, go change your clothes first, you might catch a cold." After a quick rest, Yuning gathered around the fire in the dining room. The warm heat seeped into her skin, and she pulled out a wool blanket and handed it to number 01, who obediently accepted it. "Thank you, my other self." The ponytail-wearing, Chunibyish girl blinked. "I declare you also a great savior, or perhaps you prefer the title Dancing with the Stars Witch of the Night." Yuning, What nonsense. "No need, great savior." She changed the subject, shoving a piece of her favorite bread into number 01's mouth. The other chewed a couple of times, its eyes lighting up, and it continued to stare expectantly. Yuning readily picked up a box of cheese bread from beside her, and handed it over, along with a bottle of freshly made chili sauce. "You're the savior's best partner," number 01 chewed, its cheeks full. "I like you, my other self." "Thank you for your liking," Yuning said. "There are lava dragons roaming around the shed outside. Feeding them fruits and vegetables will give you a chance to pet them. If you're interested." Before she could finish, number 01 jumped up, bread in its mouth, shouting, "Dragon partners need a savior," and rushed outside with a few apples in its pocket. It seemed very interested. Sensing the strange looks around her, Yuning slowly shifted her gaze. "Ahem. Young and impetuous, please be tolerant." A side note omitted. As expected, the Demon King and his companions were blocked outside the teleportation slab, which shattered completely after she emerged and sank to the bottom of the pond. Yuning took out Curator Lemon's autograph, placed the 12-day notebook on the table, glanced at the clear-eyed Demon King, and then fixed her gaze on the silent undead. "Let's talk, Lonwen," she said. "About the Crimson Cliff Archives, the Salem 12 Witches, and the Sun Witches." A wide-brimmed witch's hat was set aside, and silky, slightly wavy black hair flowed down her back. Despite her youthful face, when those black eyes looked at her, Lonwen felt a surreal, overlapping sensation. It was as if he had returned to his youth, to the captivating majesty and holiness he had felt when he secretly observed the 12 round table meetings. "I understand, Lady Yuning." He took a deep breath. "Or rather, Lady Sun Witch." "Yuning, Something was strange. Am I my grandma?" Chapter 40. Ding dong. The archive containing the precious items vanished into the past, but fortunately, it wasn't forgotten. Rebuilding the archive, 0%. Reward points, 1200. After inspecting the newly arrived supplies, Yuning arranged for the town's trade goods to be shipped out. Besides the usual ores and crops, this time they added mass-produced magic brooms and hand-carved heating runes by craftsmen. Who? She rubbed her hands together, her breath turning into a hazy mist in the air. After learning the important information that my grandmother is me, Yuning inevitably thought about the days to come. Since she existed from the very beginning of Crimson Cliff's establishment. Then this process of starting from scratch had to be repeated. The weary village chief suddenly felt a headache coming on. The spirit, a witness to history, offered no definitive advice. "Back then, you were like a gust of wind, appearing intermittently, leaving behind stories, and then vanishing from sight. In truth, aside from guessing our encounter, I knew nothing of the future. For any shortcut to prying into fate, the terrible Oedipus phenomenon always occurs. This is your advice to us. Those who manipulate fate are cursed by it. Attempting to escape only draws them into an unknown vortex. But need not worry, my lord. The spirit, now reborn, bowed slightly, its soul fire still, regarding everything now and in the future. Just follow your heart. Life returned to normal. It hadn't snowed in the past few days, but the melting snow had lowered the temperature to freezing. The cold wind whistled across the frozen ice, piercing the senses sharply. Yuning hurried into the heated house. The warmth enveloped her, gradually warming her body. She grabbed her soft, thick cashmere cloak before stepping outside. The inlaid runes made her feel cozy, and the fine snowflakes that swirled around her melted in the air. She used her wind to clear the snow, creating a path for herself. Yes, move a little more to the right. Yuning followed the path to the entrance of the museum, which was under construction. The goblins had taken on the task of designing and building the museum. After borrowing Curator Lemon, these hard-working creatures had been busy with this massive project. The building was situated on a vacant, open area, and it was already taking shape. The enormous complex rose from the ground, becoming the most prominent feature of the town. Greetings, my lady. A fiery furnace was erected on the snow. The goblins surrounding the alchemical furnace greeted her, then rummaged through their small pouches, presenting her with a small box. My lady, this is the construct you gave us. It's fully restored. The ingenious craftsman confidently stated, however, the original bionic materials were too fragile. After discussion, we added steel wings, alloy claws, and ruby eyes, and equipped it with a miniature furnace magic reaction pool. He opened the box, revealing a robust, muscular dragonfly. If it encounters danger, it will definitely give its enemies a big surprise. And indeed, a big surprise. Yuning, it's turned into a muscle dragonfly, huh? She glanced at the dragonfly. This once small construct now had glowing red eyes, dangerously surveying the surrounding crowd, as if it were about to unleash its iron fists on any passerby. They went straight from guides to security guards. Yuning coughed lightly. Then the important task of taking care of the dragonfly will be entrusted to you for now. After the museum officially opens, it can be returned to its post. An important task. The goblins, full of energy, replied in unison, no problem, sir. After the little interlude, these industrious creatures resumed their work. The alchemical furnace emitted a loud rumbling sound, mingling with their discussions, creating a bustling scene. Creak! Amidst the noisy construction site, Yuning seemed to hear a sharp noise. Who's sawing wood? She peered through the unfinished door of the museum, and saw a familiar figure gesturing wildly. Yuning moved closer, entering the museum under renovation, and the voice became clearer. Yes, that's right. Did you remember it? If not, I'd do it again. It was Curator Lemon. This projection, a perfect replica of herself, not only inherited her personality, but also seemed to possess a strange musical talent. At this moment, she was playing a projected violin while humming a bizarre tune. Seeing someone enter, she stopped, bowed deeply, and said, Your Grace, would you like me to play a piece for you? It turned out that the sawing of the table leg was his doing. Yuning glanced to the side. The goblin recording the score looked troubled, but upon seeing her enter, he seemed relieved, leaving behind the words, I go help outside, before quickly fleeing. Sigh, where did he go? Curator Lemon looked up, circled around, and found that the recorder, who had just been there, had vanished instantly. His eyebrows furrowed briefly before relaxing, and he looked at the witch who had just entered. How can work be without music? This is a beautiful song that was once widely circulated in Crimson Cliff. I'm sure you enjoy it. Yuning, are you talking about that poem about sawing table legs? Your taste used to be quite unique. She forced a smile and said, It's all right. Before starting another round of sawing table legs, Yuning decisively changed the subject. What do you think is missing here? She looked around. The basic framework of the collection hall was complete. The interior of this floor was being decorated. Neatly arranged white oak shelves lined the hall, and a flowing spiral staircase stood in the center. The overhead lighting was bright yet soft, ready to welcome the collection. Once fully completed, the poetry books purchased from the merchants, the precious documents reproduced by Lemon, and so on, would all be placed inside. When the topic turned to the museum's collection, Curator Lemon finally stopped playing his violin. He looked the museum up and down. We're still missing some greenery. Yuning said, the landscaping will be handled by the elves. They're experts in that area. Elves? Lemon's eyes lit up. The elves of Emerald Canyon? I heard they're masters of music. They certainly don't have the wooden ears of goblins. They'd definitely be able to perfectly record my songs, letting the beautiful music spread throughout the world, he said excitedly. No, I need to practice a few more times. Yuning, This guy still hasn't given up. Taking advantage of Curator Lemon's moment of excitement, Yuning quickly grabbed the autograph card. Before he could even saw the wood, she swiftly turned off the projection. The illusory image flickered and disappeared. Phew. Her ears finally returned to silence. The construction noise outside continued, even accompanied by a sign that read "Professional Construction, Do Not Approach." For the first time, she experienced the joy of having someone else take over her work, and the village chief cherished this hard-won free time. She moved equipment from the warehouse, lit the outdoor grill, and went to the vegetable shed to pick a bunch of fresh fruits and vegetables. She also opened several bottles of carbonated drinks and snacks she won, and officially began her outdoor barbecue. Snowy days have their own unique charm. While grilling sizzling, oily ham slices, Yuning suddenly heard a heavy dragging sound. Looking up, she saw a thick tree, so large it would take 3 people to encircle it, passing by. A passing tree? Its lush canopy showed no signs of winter's effects. Instead, it was bursting with delicate pink blossoms, which scattered across the ground as it moved. She tried calling out Visser. The sturdy tree suddenly froze. The elf, carrying the entire tree, peeked out from behind the leaves, his expression still gentle and beautiful. He said softly, "What's wrong, sister?" Seemingly finding his ability to uproot a tree somewhat incongruous with his usual image, the elf coughed lightly, and suddenly rubbed his shoulder. "Such a heavy tree, I suddenly feel a little tired." He looked at her, his face full of sincerity. "But to make the town more beautiful, anything is worth it." Yuning glanced at the elf carrying the tree on one shoulder, not a drop of sweat on his face. He didn't look tired at all. In fact, he seemed capable of carrying another one. The atmosphere paused for a few seconds. Yuning looked at the unmoving elf and tentatively asked, "Do you need to rest?" The elf finally moved, a troubled smile on his face, his expression full of self-reproach. "I'm so useless. From today onwards, I will definitely continue to work hard. But now," he revealed an undisguised smile, "it seems I have to rest here for a while." Yuning, he grinned, showing 8 teeth. The elf cheerfully surveyed his surroundings, easily lifting a tall tree and placing it aside. Then, he briskly found a seat. "Sister, let me help you." He skillfully sliced and grilled the vegetables, speaking softly, "I learned to cook on my travels. It should be quite delicious. The little sparrows and deer I meet along the way often come to me." The elf added, "My brothers are powerful, and have servants to attend to them, so it's normal that they don't know how to do this. Unlike me, I always traveled alone and have to do everything myself. Clumsy as an ox versus skillful as a pro, huh? Yuning, elven linguistics is truly an art." "Wait a moment, sister." After preparing the ingredients, the skillful and virtuous elf began to start a fire. He bowed slightly, his loose golden hair falling beside his face, settling still along with his master. He was starting a fire. Elves lack the natural talent for fire, but besides magic, manually controlling fire is an essential skill for survival in the wild. Visser picked up the firestone and gently rubbed it to create sparks. The first rub failed to ignite, the second failed. "Sorry, it's probably been too long, it's a bit worn." The elf smiled gently, quickly replaced it with a new firestone, and continued trying to start a fire, the air filled with the sounds of crackling and popping. Yuning, my virtuous persona instantly crumbled. But perhaps elves don't need cooked food in the wild. The village chief offered a helping hand. "Do you need my help?" Speaking of which, her fire magic has improved considerably recently. The next instant, a wisp of flame suddenly rose from the firestone in the elf's hand. Visser, who had been on high alert, gradually relaxed, a smile appearing on her face. "It's all right, sister, I can do it alone." Just as she was about to place the flame into the prepared furnace, the bright, vibrant flame suddenly flickered, instantly turning a lifeless grayish white. The lifeless power burning in her hand caused the elf to freeze in place. Gray. In just a moment, the newly ignited flame was extinguished by the wind, making the sudden color change seem like a dream. Visser Yuning shook the elf. "What's wrong? Your complexion suddenly looks terrible." The elf didn't respond, seemingly immersed in immense fear. Yun Ying's gaze shifted to the suddenly extinguished firestone. Was it because of the fire? A moment later, a loud explosion came from not far away. Soon after, the goblins who had been working on the project came running in, each covered in soot and dirt, as if they had rolled in mud several times. My lord, something terrible has happened," they gasped. The furnace fire suddenly turned grayish-white, went out, and then exploded without warning. The goblins, who had experienced war, were filled with unease. Was it the temple? Could the bishop's men have already infiltrated? What should we do? A skeletal bird that had been wandering in the sky flew in terror towards the town, then fell to its death without warning. Yuning caught it with a gust of wind. Within its stark white skeleton, the eye sockets that had once held a ghostly blue soul flame were now filled with gray. Even the last vestiges of its undead vitality had been robbed. It was still gray. Yuning observed the direction the skeletal bird had come from, then soared into the sky on her magic broom. Her gaze swept across the distance, and suddenly she saw a patch of black, white, and gray approaching. From the edge of the ash forest, she wandered to the Crimson Cliff, and then to the Rhine Kingdom, shrouded in winter. The ash forest's original gloomy atmosphere gradually disappeared, replaced by a deathly stillness. The occasional patches of green were swallowed by the gray, becoming a complete jigsaw puzzle. Listening carefully, the occasional mournful cries had vanished, as if the entire forest had fallen asleep. And that gray-white patch that had put the world to sleep was slowly and steadily approaching the town. Ding dong. You have detected a fading patch of color. An indescribable fear was approaching, its source seemingly emanating from the long-vanished Emerald Valley. Perhaps the elves who once lived there knew something. Heading to Emerald Canyon, 0%. Reward points, 3,000. Special reward, town level +5. Sister. The elf, finally emerging from boundless fear, called out softly, her face visibly pale. I wasn't afraid. Bearing the hopes of the entire race. You have no right to choose. Believe in the tenacity of life. Believe in yourself. Leave now, Visser. Go. He forced a smile. Really? Chapter 41. You are using the Vanished Sardras. Your town has activated a dimensional fold. Due to the special nature of this location, the activation time has been reduced to 72 hours. During this period, only beings recognized by the town can enter the folded space. Using your abilities, you hidden the town within the folded world. However, due to the eerie extension of the gray-white blocks, even the usually invincible dimensional fold has become a war of attrition. Yuning looked at another interface. Your expedition team has been formed. Leader, Ashwich Yuning. Members, Shadow Panther Mia, Crimson Lord Skark, Emerald Elf Visser. No being is born immune to fear, she said, looking at the elf. This is not your fault, Visser. Courage is born from fear, she said, extending her hand. Let's go, take us back to where we started. Courage is born from fear. The elf stared intently at that hand. She reached out her own hand and grasped it tightly. The foreseen turning point. It was coming. Using magic to isolate themselves from the outside world, the group began traversing the deathly grayness. The 11th magic crystal. The vibrant red crystal shattered in her hand, transforming into a barrier that shielded her from the grayness. She glanced at the spatial ring the craftsman had given her before she left. It still contained a mountain of magic crystals, enough to last for several more weeks even at the highest consumption rate. While her magic reserves couldn't compare to those of top spellcasters, her family's wealth made traversing the grayness less difficult than she had imagined. However, given the 3-day time limit for building houses and cultivating her family's plants, the group quickened their pace, swiftly crossing the vast ash forest, traversing a wide, desolate plain, and traversing countless hills, finally arriving at the edge of the area. Emerald Canyon? The path was utterly silent. Occasionally, one could even encounter motionless undead of the Lord level. Even such powerful beings were shrouded in gray, their situation unknown. We arrived. The Emerald Elf finally stopped. Yuning followed his gaze. A gray even more pronounced than in the ash forest. The cliff faces were covered in vines, old tendrils entwined with new leaves, occasionally adorned with clusters of flowers, their shadows shimmering in the wind. A stream meandered down the valley floor, flowing deeper into the earth, its banks lined with ferns taller than a person. There was also moss trees, birds. But now, the once verdant world was soaked in gray, as if all color had been washed away, leaving only blurry remnants. Yuning watched the red glow gradually appear from another perspective, then checked her sanity. It had indeed dropped below 60%. It was obvious who was behind this. She looked at the Demon King beside her and asked, "Are you alright?" Current sanity, 44% lately. This guy has been quiet, occasionally sneaking into the magic crystal storage room or visiting those 2 forbidden level mages. As his accumulated magic power increases, his sanity is gradually recovering. The Demon King nodded. I'm fine. He couldn't help but lick his lips, as if he smelled something tempting, but remembering the 3 rules they had agreed on, not eating random things, The Demon King took out the prepared water bottle and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. He wiped the water from his lips and said earnestly, "I'm just suddenly a little hungry and thirsty. A couple of sips of water will do." The Demon King hugged the water bottle, looked at her obediently, and assured her again, "Don't worry, I promised Yuning I wouldn't eat anything unclean." Gulp. The sound of swallowing rang out inappropriately. Yuning turned her head, skark. The Demon King lowered his head in embarrassment, his face flushed, and whispered, "I didn't mean to." Yuning sighed, "It's not your fault." She tried to distract the Demon King with something else. "Want some cookies?" There were still many left over from yesterday's baking. She had taken them all with her this time. The Demon King obediently nodded, taking the warm bear-shaped cookies that had been kept in his spatial ring, promising, "Don't worry, you won't be hungry after eating the bear cookies." Gulp. Still the sound of swallowing. Yuning then handed him a piece of strawberry cake. Gulp. Yuning slowly turned her head to look at the Demon King, who was eating a bear-shaped biscuit. Hearing the sound, his eyes widened, and he quickly waved his hands. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me this time. Hey, Mr. Yun, the tree is our witness, it really wasn't him." Yuning? Where did that voice come from? The grayish-white tree above suddenly swayed, then stretched out 2 slender branches, braced itself against the ground, and uprooted itself. It shook the soil off its roots, then used its branches to tidy its crown, and after tidying its appearance, spoke in a strange accent, "Mr. Yun, it's my voice. I want to gulp down water, and I want to crunch away on bear-shaped biscuits and strawberry cake." Yuning looked up and met a pair of round, bright eyes. A tree with eyes that could move, and that spoke with an accent. Mia was startled, arching her back and letting out a menacing growl. "Ha! It's all right, Mia, I'm here." Yuning soothed the big cat by stroking its fur, glancing at the elf. "Is this one of your native plants? It has a rather unique appearance." The elf gave it a confused look. He approached and whispered, "Logically, all living beings should be asleep. This tree can move, but it's still gray. In the eroded Emerald Canyon, gray already speaks volumes. It's definitely not normal. Ding dong. You have encountered an assimilated mutated treant. Eroded by the pervasive grayness, yet miraculously retaining some instincts, some naive essence called honesty and trustworthiness, and perhaps some greed as well. Truly beautiful qualities." Yuning picked up the water bottle, and then took out a bag of bear-shaped biscuits. "Want some?" The treant nodded eagerly. "I don't take things for free. Just tell me what you want." It patted its chest. "The entire canyon is my territory. There's nothing I don't know." Yuning looked at the area with the most intense red light on the page and pointed towards it. "We're going there, on the condition that we don't disturb anything else." "There." The tree spirit looked in the direction she pointed, then suddenly trembled, its roots swaying wildly, clearly uneasy. "It's dangerous there. I'm scared." "Dangerous?" The tree spirit nodded, describing it with its limited vocabulary, its extended branches drawing the longest circle, as if trying to persuade the other. "Very dangerous, extremely dangerous. That's not my territory." "It's all right," Yuning said, "just take us to the edge. If we go in and come out again, that place is your territory. If we don't come out, the water and snacks are still your reward. You won't lose out." "My territory?" "That's right," Yuning promised. "If all goes well, the entire Emerald Canyon will be your territory." "All my territory." The treant swallowed hard. "Really?" It hesitated for a moment, but the immense temptation was before it. After weighing the pros and cons, it made its decision. The treant lowered its canopy and whispered, "Human, follow me this way. I know where great dangers lurk. Hurry up and keep up." Yuning, This feels so strange." She shook her head, dispelling the strange feeling, and focused on following. Even as a gray-white minion, the treant's yearning for water and dominating Emerald Canyon still led it into the embrace of the outsiders. It stealthily led the group deeper into the canyon. The elf stroked the pale tree trunk. "It's different from when I left." The landscape had shifted dramatically. Fallen trees, overturned earth, crumbling cliffs, and gazing at this land, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over him instantly. He gripped the necklace hanging around his neck, sensing the life force of the tree of life seed, before slowly pulling back a thread of familiarity. As the initial sight of the gray-white spread, this place seemed to have undergone some unknown anomaly. Even with such cautious progress, he couldn't help but disturb the dangers hidden within. Yuning gathered her magical particles. "You have killed one mutated poisonous insect. You have killed one mutated spore. Congratulations, you have gained 200 points. Current points, 1,000." The tiny gray-white insect, hidden among the branches, approached silently, only to be crushed into fragments by the sharp wind. Along with the spores floating in the air, it was licked clean by the fire and vanished completely before his eyes. She gazed into the deeper gray. Perhaps, with the passage of time, the life frozen in grayness would inevitably undergo a transformation. We arrived, the tree shepherd said, shifting its roots away from the pile of ashes burned clean by the fire, looking over timidly. You can go in now, Rinsan, I promise. I wait for you outside. No need, Yuning tossed over a water bottle and biscuits. Get out of here as soon as possible. She lit a small flame and waved it in front of the tree. If you don't want to be burned to charcoal. Fire. The tree shepherd repeated blankly for a moment, then suddenly jumped up, yanked itself out by its roots, and scrambled away, crying as it ran, You really bad person. Yuning, Who taught it that accent? Okay, bad person it is. The village chief, leading the group, waved, Let's go, off to be villains. The core of the grayish-white area was shrouded in thick fog, to the point that the path ahead was almost indistinguishable. The elf crouched down, looking at the symbol she had just drawn, her expression grave. Sister, the path here is indeed changing. Yuning hummed in agreement and continued, Follow me. Although their senses were clouded, their vision in another dimension was crystal clear. Crimson formed the background color of the world, and the darkest red was the place they were looking for. The place where the tree of life had withered. Found it. She looked up. The enormous canopy was tilting downwards, its lush leaves long since fallen, its jagged branches stretching out in all directions, creating a strange sensory experience, as if dragging the entire world down. Unlike the rampaging tentacles, the thing before him was desperately hiding, seemingly wary of something. Gulp! The demon king took a step forward, then slowly retreated. He stared intently at the withered tree before him. Yuning, I'm a little hungry. Visibly, the brightest red mass trembled violently, then swiftly withdrew, a branch emerging from the roots of the tree of life and escaping into the ground. The next second, a powerful wind wall severed the ground, prying out the twisted branch. It opened its mouth and roared. You have encountered a mutated tentacle. This is a severed limb called? Having abandoned its indescribable form, this remnant has specialized its abilities by combining with a special species, possessing powerful contamination capabilities. A branch. Compared to those invisible tentacles, this tentacle, having abandoned its original appearance, might be far more potent in infecting, but its true form has become a tangible weakness. Yuning felt a flickering light before her eyes, but it was within her tolerance. She could even create enough space to completely envelop the area with wind walls and flames. She asked the Demon King, Want some more? The Demon King hesitated for a moment, then shook his head firmly, saying, I prefer the bear-shaped cookies. Good girl, Yuning said, looking at the menacing branch roaring ahead, now you can go deal with this bad guy. She handed the bear-shaped cookies to the Demon King. For the bear-shaped cookies. The Demon King solemnly accepted them, as if he had received a sacred mission. For the bear-shaped cookies. This was a bloodbath caused by a bag of bear-shaped cookies. Want some? Yuning offered a small bag of sunflower seeds. The elf shook her head. She turned and handed it to the Demon King beside her, who gladly accepted. The frenzied branches were trapped in the fire, with nowhere to escape, and could only be toyed with at will by the excited tentacles. Occasionally, a tired tentacle would come over, crack a few sunflower seeds, and then continue its charge. A circle of lazy, bored, and slacking tentacles surrounded Yuning. She gave them a light kick, and these shameless creatures immediately laid down on their backs, clinging to her affectionately. Current sanity, 45%. She paused, glancing to the side. The Demon King looked back at her with clear eyes. Are you feeling unwell? The Demon King shook his head, his eyes sparkling. I'm very happy. So being happy also increases sanity. Yuning noted the key points and looked up at the battlefield of the one-sided brawl. The battle ahead was nearing its end. For the Demon King's tentacles, capable of tearing apart the tentacles of ancient gods, dealing with the specialized tree branches that had lost some of their abilities was a piece of cake. Before long, the cracking sound and sharp screech of breaking branches rang out together. The eerie feeling that had been pressing down on her head vanished completely. Looking at the still lingering gray domain around her, Yuning thought for a moment and pulled out the wishing pool. Let's try our luck. You are drawing 10 times. Starlight scattered, and Yuning looked directly at the most prominent purple star. Congratulations, you have obtained the Emperor Brand Green Humidifier. All of that is now As you can see, this is an environmentally friendly humidifier. After use, it will continuously spray water mist around you. This liquid has special effects, promoting the overall optimization of ecological growth. Note: this device requires voice activation. This device has probabilistic side effects that will dissipate in 1 to 3 days. Yuning, it feels like a dragon robe has suddenly been draped over my shoulders. She coughed lightly a few times, placed the newly acquired humidifier in its proper position, and then quickly recited her lines. In an instant, a light mist began to diffuse and spread, accompanied by a lush greenery. Ferns sprouted from the cracks in the rocks, unfurling their curled leaves, moss climbed the exposed gray-brown pebbles along the rock walls, and new roses drooped down their branches. A few gray finches flitted across the canyon, and in less than half a day, the entire Emerald Canyon was enveloped in layers upon layers of green. The elf watched the gradually emerging green, his eyes gleaming. He removed his necklace and replanted the seed of the tree of life. A glistening seedling emerged from the verdant soil, swaying gently in the breeze. Then it prostrated itself in Yunying's direction, utterly respectful. Not only the seedling, but the newly sprouted grass also bowed in Yunying's direction, bowing its head in worship. Elf? ? Yuning, She seemed to know what the after-effect was. It was almost as if these plants were about to shout "Long live the Emperor." Ahem, Yuning said. Well, there will be some side effects, but they disappear in 3 days at most. She tried to explain, it's something like, after being sprayed, they feel they belong to me, submit to me, or something like that. Elf, What a strange side effect. The Demon King beside her was taken aback. Belong to you. A gentle mist sprayed onto his long, drooping eyelashes, leaving a few tiny droplets that trembled slightly before disappearing silently. The gray faded, and delicate light fell into his pupils, making the silver-gray shimmer. Yuning, the Demon King smiled, I belong to you. Congratulations, witnessing the rebirth of the Emerald Kingdom. Chapter 42. You have successfully repelled the spreading gray-white. As green returns to its homeland, timeless poetry will spread along with vitality. Congratulations on completing the exploration of Emerald Canyon. Reward points, 3,000. Town level +5. Congratulations on receiving the gift of the Tree of Life X1. Carrying a humidifier along the way, the created greenery spread in all directions along their return route. Yuning glanced at the flowers and plants bowing in worship along the way, and was about to speed up when she heard a thump-thump-thump sound. Looking to the side, she saw a carnivorous flower repeatedly bowing its head. The flower head, with its sharp serrated edges, struggled to bend to the ground, only to be lifted back up by the overly straight stem, eventually turning into a series of thump-thump-thump blows. Each blow was faster and more violent than the last, until finally it became enraged and swallowed the flower head of its colleague beside it whole. It chewed hard, but couldn't chew it properly, so it could only spit it out, wipe its mouth with a leaf, and continue to bang its head on the ground in frustration. Yuning, Should I say rise, my subject now? She carefully adjusted the humidifier's orientation to avoid the moisture drifting towards her, then kicked the broom, speeding up her movement and precisely avoiding the Kowtow team. Yuning, I'm out of here. With the matter resolved, the return journey was a bit easier. She took advantage of the free time to examine the fresh branch she had just acquired. A gift from the Tree of Life. A precious branch from the Tree of Origin of the Elven race, possessing a magical power that inspires awe in life, symbolizing the purest recognition of life. The verdant branch stretched out in her hand, even separated from the trunk, it showed no signs of withering, but rather was brimming with vibrant life force. Yuning turned the branch over. It even had a few extra leaves. She wondered if the Tree of Life supported grafting. While mentally selecting a suitable spot in town to plant the tree, the returning group suddenly stopped. Yuning looked up. A swift gust of wind swept past ahead, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a dark shadow hanging from a tree. The elf warned, be careful. Midway through their journey, the still, grayish-white world gradually returned to normal, the empty, lifeless atmosphere fading, and the deep, dark forest gained a restless energy. Yuning surveyed her surroundings. The stealthy senses of being watched from all directions gradually came into her perception, relentlessly approaching. Clearly, this restlessness was not friendly. We entered the Weeping Vines territory, the elf said, raising his longbow, his emerald eyes narrowing slightly. These living, withered vines in the forest will form cocoons and actively attack passers-by. He released the bowstring, and an arrow instantly struck the leaping shadow, pinning it firmly to a tree trunk. The body, woven from withered vines, was exposed to everyone's view. It struggled a few times before finally disintegrating into a tangled mess of tendrils. The elf's lips curled slightly. But sister, don't worry, I'm very good at dealing with these things. They retreat once they sense an insurmountable danger. He raised his bow, and instantly pierced the second cocoon formed by withered vines. The dark tendrils exploded and scattered on the ground, and the tendrils clinging to the treetops receded like flowing water. The elf humbly put away his bow. Like this? His voice trailed off. Yuning looked at the overwhelming swarm of withered vines, and glanced in the elf's direction. The vines of the weeping grove disappeared for only a moment. After a brief pause, the extended, dark, withered vines rapidly multiplied, completely obscuring the sky above the entire grove and plunging visibility into darkness. They were surrounded. A withered vine, its branches outstretched, formed a human-shaped cocoon, then stuck its tongue out at the elf, making a face. The elf, Yuning tried to comfort her. The elf interrupted her. Wait a minute. He said, word by word. I'm really good at dealing with these guys. Yuning, my molars are clenched tight. The agile elf expressionlessly raised his bow, magic power gathering wildly, instantly blasting the nearest cocoon, followed by a series of precise explosions. Yuning slightly increased the distance. She felt it was better not to provoke this guy right now. When a layer of scorched, broken vines had accumulated, the elf gradually stopped, his dangerous brows smoothing into a gentle smile. Sister, it's all taken care of. He tapped his forehead in frustration. I'm so stupid, it took too long. These guys are getting more and more arrogant, and my previous experience wasn't working. But it's okay, I found a new method. The elf slowly said, as long as we kill them all, there won't be any problems. Yuning, what a dangerous statement from a Yandra villain. This guy's true nature has been revealed. Crunch. After a brief silence, rustling sounds emerged from the forest again. Yuning turned around. New vine cocoons were falling from the heights. Stepping on the scorched, broken vines, she continued to watch the group intently. Looking into the distance, the treetops swayed, and countless withered vines hidden among them peeked out, rapidly weaving new cocoons. Human-shaped, insect-shaped, beast-shaped. These cocoons woven from withered vines crawled to the ground, issuing the sharpest warning to the passers-by in front of them. Undeterred by the rapidly approaching arrows, they charged forward amidst the shattered remains of their companions, their gaping mouths concealing sharp, thorny tendrils ready to tear flesh apart. The speed was incredible, almost instantaneous. Using the cover of the other cocoons, one of the attacking cocoons broke through the defenses and reached Yuning directly. Just inches away. Its limbs lunged at her, the damp, earthy smell filling the air. Beneath its empty eye sockets were twisted, tangled tendrils. A moment later, sharp tendrils burst from its mouth. But it stopped half an inch from her nose. The tendrils writhed, trying to get closer, but were pulled back by an irresistible force, the cocoon itself nearly collapsing under the pressure. Yuning stopped the raging flames and looked down. It was a cluster of green vines. New, verdant vines coiled around the cocoon, gradually replacing and devouring the withered vines before them. It began as a small sapling, then rapidly sprouted numerous branches, all binding the cocoon and pulling it into the soil. Having successfully buried its enemy, the verdant vines, having accomplished their mission, unfurled their slender, delicate leaves, swaying before Yuning. The shape of these leaves. Yuning, the tree of life? The new shoots nodded, 2 leaves trailing their tips, swaying their heads, and then happily bloomed a cluster of small white flowers. Yuning accepted the first flower, refusing any more. Thank you, but not for now. The green vines drooped, but before they could even feel the disappointment, the cocoon of the weaving forest barked its claws again, shattering the harmonious atmosphere. Thanks to its previous failure, this time the thorny vine cautiously kept its distance, launching its poisonous thorns that instantly pierced the heartbroken green vine. The withered thorny vine, hiding in its cocoon, proudly swayed its body, cheering for its revenge. Green vine, Yuning, I have a feeling someone's going to be in trouble. The rampaging green vine completely transformed the landscape of the weeping forest. Shedding its dry, brown coat, the withered vines crumbled and fell to the ground, becoming nutrients for the forest. The new green vine, taking its place, sprouted and turned green at a visible speed, taking over the area. The entire forest became bright and clear. A tentacle poked its head out, curiously touching and looking around, then plucked a few clumps of newly sprouted flowers and eagerly handed them to Yuning, standing guard nearby, anticipating her reaction. Yuning glanced at the excitedly waiting tentacle, then at the green vine whose newly sprouted flowers had been plucked bare, coughed softly, and whispered, "It's not too late to run." Tentacle, chirp! A small section of green vine silently reached over, pointed to the flower on its head, then to the flower the tentacle had taken, and then continued to stare at it gloomily. Tentacle, chirp. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the collection hall. The collection hall, recording precious history, reappears in the world in an immortal form. Compared to the past, it perhaps possesses a unique sedimentation belonging to Crimson Cliff. Reward points, 1200. Current points, 4200. After eliminating the problem of the furnace flames, on a rare sunny day, this magnificent 12-story building finally took shape. The Life Tree branch, which also settled next to the City Hall, grew into a towering tree in just half a month. Its lush and verdant canopy, undaunted by frost and snow, stood tall against the wind, and sometimes, with a gentle sway, clusters of snow would fall. Yuning pushed open the window. The green vine hanging outside the window twitched its tips, and soon bloomed into a delicate flower, leaning against the window. Thank you, Yuning praised, it's beautiful. The tentacles wandering the street suddenly stopped, looked at each other, and after a moment, one, topped with a black flower formed from other slender tentacles, squeezed over, timidly peeking out from Yunying's window. Yuning, She lied and praised, you're beautiful too. Seeing the daily battle between the green vines and tentacles about to begin again, the shrewd village chief immediately closed the window, instantly restoring peace and quiet. Ding dong. Yuning, It wasn't so quiet after all. The capitalists, who couldn't stand seeing anyone at ease, started to exert their power. Your town, Crimson Cliff. Town level, 26 out of 100, you have successfully advanced 1/5 of the progress. Congratulations, you have unlocked the town outsourcing function. Town outsourcing function. Infrastructure demolition, trade transactions, psychological counseling, matchmaking and divorce, pet boarding. There's nothing we can't do, only things we haven't thought of. This new mobile window opened by Crimson Cliff is the best channel connecting the town with the outside world. As the wise leader of the town, you will lead all members to new heights. Note, this function will refresh the task objects from time to time, and once cancelled, it cannot be reversed. The wind chimes hanging outside suddenly began to vibrate incessantly. Yuning looked out the window. The treetops were straight, and no strong wind was blowing. What's going on? She glanced down at the system page, then walked to the town hall entrance, grasped the doorknob, and opened the door. Before her was a blanket of white, but it wasn't the familiar town streets. This is the Kingdom of Rhine? She shielded herself from the biting wind, put on her warm cloak, scarf, and magic wand, and stepped straight into the cold wind. The woman rubbed her frozen fingers, using a shovel brick to block the draft seeping through the door. The chilling wind, though still biting, offered a slight respite, a psychological comfort. It'd be all right soon, she comforted her child, huddled under the covers, folding her own blanket up on top. Her eyes softened. Once we sell the sacks, we have money for charcoal. Even as she said this, Hannah looked at the surrounding thatched huts, listening to the relentless patter of snow falling from above, and a wave of panic washed over her. Why hadn't her husband returned? How much longer could this hut hold? How much longer could they survive this winter? There were many more possibilities she dared not contemplate, only able to reassure herself that everything would be all right soon. Her frozen fingers paused, then gently fell. The weary mother, wrapped in her clothes, crawled under the covers, preserving her last warmth, and carefully wove a hemp rope in the snow's glow. In the face of natural disaster, perhaps this was all she could do. Hurried footsteps approached from outside, growing louder and then fading away. It was those elegantly dressed VIPs conducting a search again. It had happened many times recently, but it was none of their concern. Or rather, they dared not concern themselves with it. The high and mighty lord despised any delays, even those that might be accidental. Charlie, the boy from across the street, had his finger broken for blocking a VIP's path. Since then, the people on this street had learned the meaning of silence. But today's commotion seemed a bit louder. Hannah paused her work, listening intently to the sounds outside. Amidst the rumbling noise, a sharp cry pierced the air, startling the entire village. Avalanche. Everyone run for your lives. Chapter 43. Yuning walked along the rugged path. The map showed this was indeed the Kingdom of Rhine, but located on its border, further north, the first part of the kingdom affected by the cold wave. She looked into the distance. A majestic snow-capped mountain stood before her, its peak hidden in leaden clouds, utterly obscured by light. Ha! Yuning exhaled a breath of warm air, instantly forming white mist. Compared to the town with its daily fireplaces, this village was clearly severely affected by the cold climate. Every house had its doors and windows tightly shut, devoid of any warmth. Those doors that were open were mostly deserted. She walked forward, occasionally feeling curious glances peeking through the cracks, which would quickly look away in alarm when their eyes met. It seemed the people here weren't very welcoming to spellcasters. Yuning glanced down at her witch's robe. She packed several different outfits into her spatial ring later. She looked around. The vast snowscape stretched as far as the eye could see, and even the number of residents was pitifully small. Perhaps she should just knock on a door at random. Hopefully, she wouldn't be mistaken for a robber. Crack. Yun Ying's steps faltered. She looked up, gazing into the distance. First, a crisp sound entered her senses, followed by a series of rumbling, shaking sounds. In her vision, the entire snow slope collapsed with a deafening roar. Snow chunks collided and tumbled, instantly transforming into a blizzard that blotted out the sky, hurtling towards the foot of the mountain with a piercing howl. From the first scream, people began to rush out from behind doors, then frantically fled. They slipped and fell in the snow, hastily scrambling to their feet, continuing their stumbling escape. Run! The young man brushing past her tugged anxiously at her sleeve. If you don't leave now, you'll be buried. Yuning shook her head. You should leave first, she said calmly, watching the approaching avalanche. I have some things to take care of. Take care of things? Charlie watched the strange mage walk forward, the terrifying avalanche looming ahead. Several points connected instantly, and a shocking thought formed in his mind. This person isn't trying to deal with a natural disaster, is he? He swallowed hard. Even the high-ranking spellcasters of the temple wouldn't want to fight against an invisible natural disaster, let alone such a massive avalanche. Everyone would die. Turning around and running now would only delay the inevitable death. Summoning courage from who knows where, he moved his stiff legs and followed. Perhaps this time he could survive. Hannah ran forward, clutching her daughter, her legs already numb with cold, yet she dared not pause for a moment. The sound of the avalanche behind her grew closer, as if exploding right next to her ears. Her heavy breathing exhausted the last of her energy. She slowed down, until her strength was completely depleted, and the snow mist behind her brushed against her shoulders. The wind was tearing at her, as if it would rip her apart at any moment, burying her in the raging snow. Hannah buried her head, holding her daughter tightly, as if this could lessen the fear of facing death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Perhaps the moment of death was infinitely prolonged by her senses. She closed her eyes, a mixture of fear and confusion in her eyes, counting her heartbeats as she waited a few more seconds. Still no avalanche. Instead, a clear voice reached her ears first. Hello. A strange voice came from above, its tone devoid of the fear common to all living beings after a natural disaster, instead carrying a reassuring calm. The voice asked, would you like to buy a brand new warm scarf? The relentless, biting cold vanished, replaced by a warm breeze, so gentle, like a warm spring breeze under the sun, gradually relaxing her tense nerves. Hannah looked up. A woman in an elegant witch's robe extended her hand, her elegant hat obscuring half her face, revealing only a gentle gaze. She said, new customers can try it for free. Hannah didn't quite register it, huh? A huge rumble sounded behind her. Hannah hugged her daughter tightly, instinctively looking back, then her eyes widened instantly. Blue, red, vibrant, intricate, beyond description. Countless flowing runes swirled and intertwined, unfolding a 3-person high circular magic circle, its pattern shimmering with aurora-like brilliance. Unlike the gentle spring breeze behind the witch, outside the magic circle, a raging storm of magic collided with and even surpassed the avalanche, forcing it to a halt behind her. The storm swirled and churned, the entire space becoming the domain of the wind. The witch beside her continued her leisurely stroll, even having the leisure to tease the child in her arms. Excuse me, sir, would you like a beautiful, high-quality wool scarf? The child, who had just opened his eyes, eagerly babbled a couple of times. It seemed so. A moment later, 2 warm, red scarves were handed over, gently wrapping around the numb body. Please step back, gentlemen, Yuning said formally, looking at the ever-growing avalanche before her. The current situation might not be suitable for conversation. Just a moment. She gave a reassuring smile. It'd be dealt with soon. Flames melted the snow, which, with the help of the natural climate, condensed into ice. Through repeated manipulation, Yuan Ying successfully created an incredibly thick ice wall stretching for miles. The accumulated crystals replenished her magic power in time. With continuous high-intensity use, her mastery of various spells became even more proficient. Yuan Ying felt the magic power accumulating within her. Perhaps soon, she would be able to unleash an even larger storm. Ding! You have successfully prevented the avalanche. The reputation of the nameless village has risen to revered. You will gain the heartfelt respect of the people who experienced this event. As the magic circle closed, system notifications gradually unfolded. You have encountered a village ravaged by natural disaster. The once thriving village has been reduced to ruins by the avalanche. The surviving villagers are attempting to rebuild their homes. Village reconstruction, 0%. Reward points, 500. Yuning glanced at the villagers gradually gathering around and reorganized her words. Excuse me, would you like to make a deal? A deal that will free you from cold, hunger, and exhaustion. Having just experienced the disaster and witnessed such a grand display of magic, everyone looked somewhat hesitant and uncertain. For ordinary people, a deal with a mage is the least secure kind of deal. Even if the mages agree to the terms of the deal, and even sign a binding contract scroll, for these spellcasters who wield magical powers, exploiting loopholes to create conditions beneficial to themselves is incredibly easy. Escaping the cold, hunger, and exhaustion was almost unbelievable in the Rhine Kingdom today. It sounded like a trade requiring the sacrifice of one's life. But it just didn't feel right. Hannah clutched her warm scarf, mustered her courage, and spoke from the corner. What do we need to give in return? The witch before her paused for a moment, seemingly considering her terms. Without help, they would surely freeze to death in the coming cold night, but if they agreed to the witch's conditions. Hannah's heart skipped a beat. Will we die in this deal? The witch immediately replied, of course not. I was just thinking about what kind of conditions would be appropriate. Yuning gently tapped the staff of the ash-hard tree in her hand, warmth spreading from its surface. She looked at the panicked eyes around her and sighed. If the deal must be made. Your trust, she said, in exchange for your trust, I will help you rebuild your homes. Trust? Just trust? Even the most benevolent ruler couldn't achieve that, so merciful, like a devil tempting humanity to hell with honey. Even a devil. Hannah clutched the warm scarf tightly, the long-lost warmth seeping into her skin, coursing through her rapidly beating heart. Even a devil. Hannah looked up, tears already streaming down her face. I will devoutly believe in you, merciful sir. Congratulations on completing your first town outsourcing mission. The dilapidated village has been revitalized with your help, and the villagers' happiness has significantly improved. Please continue your efforts. Reward points, 500. Town level, +1. Current points, 4,700. The skilled bricklayer is back in action. The tentacle master precisely measured every inch of the land, ensuring that every brick was in its proper place, and quickly built the basic structure. Yuning carried over a pot of cooked instant noodles, and a dozen or so bags of whole fruits and vegetables, carefully stacking them in the newly built warehouse. High in oil, salt, and calories, these energy bombs were a rare treat in the extremely cold season. Sir! The energetic Charlie came running over, carrying dozens of woven bags, then stared in disbelief. He stammered, This is all food? Yuning nodded. I have to ask you to distribute these to everyone later. This will be the designated dining area from now on. She asked, What are you holding? Charlie snapped out of his daze. These are bags that Aunt Hannah specially found to be woven from soft, fine linen. They're all gifts for you, sir. He took one out to show it off. They're beautiful, aren't they? Yuning nodded. They looked like handmade straw-woven bags. The light brown fine linen was interwoven with warp and weft, creating a fine texture, with the soft touch of natural fibers, very beachy and resort style. She took one. I really like it. But I want to sell the rest in the shop in the center of the Rhine Kingdom. After taking a cut, the rest will be given to her as payment. I wonder. Yuning hadn't finished speaking when the boy in front of her suddenly jumped up excitedly. You mean the shop in the center? The one in the story? So tall, so big, so beautiful. Thank you for your compliment, she said. I don't know if Miss Hannah will agree. Charlie shouted. Of course she agree. And Hannah will be so happy. Please rest here, sir. The young man hurriedly picked up a large pot. Don't worry about the food. I talked to Aunt Hannah as soon as I serve the food, and she definitely provide the shop with the most beautiful and softest fabrics. Outside, a bustling activity was underway. Even the sudden drop in temperature nearing night didn't seem so terrifying anymore. The brick house provided shelter from the wind and rain, and with soft quilts and heated scarves for everyone, the cold no longer silently claimed lives. Yuning opened the system page. On the map, besides the ever-expanding town in the ash forest and the shops in the Rhine Kingdom, a third location representing Crimson Cliff had quietly appeared. Its original snow-white color had turned a pale red, slowly spreading outwards. The nameless village was being renamed Crimson Cliff. Pushing open the teleportation door, Yuning stepped back into the town hall. Elegant green vines spread in from outside the window, blooming in a circle around its shape. What a beautiful scene! The creatures outside were also moving about methodically. Some were diligently sweeping away the snow, Some were diligently cultivating plants, and some were squeaking and chattering. Yuning? What the hell? A large, winged eyeball flew past, then crashed into a tree trunk, falling dizzily. It got up and continued flying, successfully dodging the tree trunk before crashing into a nearby stone wall. The owner of the stone wall emerged, cursing. The notoriously short-tempered vengeful spirit lord rolled his eyes, muttered something, and kicked it away. The eyeball rolled around, covered in mud, and finally landed at Yunying's feet. You have encountered a spy investigating. A saint-level item called Judgment possesses world-destroying power. Do not look directly at it if you are not the user. Yuning, Yuning, that's it? Chapter 44. The devastating power wasn't there. Instead, this strange Eye of Judgment was quite the show at the dinner table. Yuning first tossed over a few birdseed. The big-eyed creature flapped its wings and shifted, then quickly hid the birdseed under its wing feathers, continuing to stare longingly. She tossed it a walnut, and the big-eyed creature did the same, quickly hiding the food in its wing, still staring longingly, even making two click-click sounds to urge it on. Yuning, She directly lifted a watermelon from the basket and threw it over. The big-eyed creature was overjoyed, swiftly pouncing on the watermelon, which was larger than its entire body. At the moment of contact, the surrounding space instantly distorted, and the enormous watermelon disappeared before her eyes at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Yuning, hiss. Conceptual level wings. I wonder who inscribed the spatial runes with such a fast response speed. Big Eyes flapped its wings merrily, hopping excitedly twice, when it felt itself grabbed and lifted high. It looked up, click. The lich beside the dining table, carrying this uninvited guest, shook its wings downwards, scattering its birdseed, walnuts, watermelon. Also, toothbrushes, tables and chairs, 3 blankets, half a jar of applesauce, a small bag of cheese biscuits, and finally, even a few landscape stones half a person's height. Its entire inventory was spilled, and Big Eyes lowered its head somewhat shyly. Yuning, So it was a repeat offender. She withdrew her gaze from the huge landscape stones, and moved aside to avoid being hit by the mountain of debris. The lich who had made the move clearly hadn't expected to throw out so much food. He paused for a moment, then frowned and stuffed dozens more items back in, finally restoring order to the cluttered dining room. The Eye of Judgment is a saint-level weapon. Before its use, the temple infuses it with a large amount of magic power, giving it a certain degree of intelligence. Upon detecting its target, it performs an instant death judgment. When the verdict falls, even a bishop himself might not be able to escape its grasp. As for this one, the lich said, lifting a round wing beside him, although it looks like the Eye of Judgment, its function seems to have been completely altered. Yuning, it's become a large-capacity, mobile junkyard. She looked at the renowned Eye of Judgment. The large eyeball, its food supplies emptied, was cowering, occasionally glancing at the cold-blooded lich as if the latter had committed some heinous crime. The moment their eyes met, it would hurriedly look away. Completely the opposite of a powerful weapon. And it's damaged, the lich said, fixing the large eyeball in place so she could see more clearly. The eye is shattered. Yuning confirmed, indeed. The Eye of Judgment, composed of intricate inscriptions, gleamed brightly, but a crack had appeared in the core crystal embedded deep within its center, like a writhing snake, lying across the center of the eye and even continuing to widen at a slow pace. Although this spite posed no real threat, from another perspective. Yunying's eyes flickered. This was a terrifying phenomenon. The temple's most advanced alchemical artifact had shattered. Who had modified it? Or rather, what kind of person could escape judgment and cause permanent damage to the Eye of Judgment, a veritable conceptual weapon? Thump! A loud impact reverberated in their ears. Yuning and the lich exchanged a glance, a premonition gradually forming in their hearts. Someone had come looking for them. A rhythmic thud came from outside the amber wall, not like an attack, but more like knocking. The sound relentlessly and mechanically pounded on the door, as if it would keep knocking until the owner answered. The enforcers of the temple wouldn't be so polite, nor would the other species from the ash forest. They usually scaled walls, or burrowed underground. Using the main entrance was not their style. Being knocked on was a novel experience. She opened the door. The person seemed surprised that the door had opened suddenly. Their left hand was still suspended in midair, seemingly preparing for the next move. Yuning observed the person before her. There were no haphazard limbs, nor was it an enforcer whose face was etched with fanaticism and glory. He was wrapped in a gray cloak for wind and snow protection, his clothes simple yet impeccably clean. His face was flushed from the cold, and he seemed to be panting from running, his breath forming white mist in the air, An ordinary person. At least, that's how he appeared. Yuning spoke up. Hello, what can I do for you? You? Hello. The ordinary person in front of her rubbed his hands together in the cold, taking a step back somewhat awkwardly. Seemingly unaccustomed to speaking to others, this outsider was visibly nervous. I'm here to find something. He gestured, round, with wings, cute. Yuning glanced at the eye of judgment behind her. Judging from its appearance alone, the silver-gray metallic texture, combined with its non-human, mechanized modules, and the runes engraved on it rotating in a regular, sequential manner. A forbidden, mechanical beauty overwhelmed her. Yuning, what's the difference between saying this guy is cute and saying the vengeful spirit lord is dignified? Ah, the person in front of her exclaimed joyfully, here he is. He took a step forward, instantly vanishing from his spot, and reappeared a moment later, already in the town, tightly embracing the teary-eyed girl. Such rapid spatial fluctuations. I really don't know how to thank you, the strange young man said. If I lost it, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Yuning, it seems she knows whose strange possessions they are now. Gurgle. A rumbling sound suddenly rang out, and he abruptly lowered his head, a layer of heat visibly rising from his frostbitten face. Sorry, I suddenly smelled the aroma of food and couldn't resist. I'm truly sorry. Such a keen sense of smell. Yuning estimated the distance between the gate and the restaurant. The distance wasn't close, it was quite far. Even with the help of the wind, she couldn't smell the aroma emanating from the town center from the town gate. She paused, then asked, would you like something to eat? The moment she finished speaking, Yuning saw the man's eyes light up. Even in the daytime, the sunlight reflecting off the snow couldn't conceal the brilliance in his eyes. They were like a piece of crystal clear ice. Icicles hung from the eaves, refracting colorful shimmers. A thin mist clung to the windows, through which a warm yellow light could be faintly seen. It was lunchtime. Yuning took out some marinated smoked meat, sliced it, and then took some heated rice and tea from the stove, pushing them across the long table. The simple-looking young man in the gray robe washed his hands, with cleansing magic, carefully taking the plate. Yuning paused for a moment on his exposed wrist, which was covered in dark patterns, like some kind of curled vine, or like shimmering runes dancing on a body. The restaurant was unusually quiet, save for the soft clinking of spoons against plates. Only after the last sound faded did a satisfied thank you ring out from across the long table. Yuning replied, you're welcome. Would you like another bowl? The gray-robed young man shook his head hesitantly, but his large, darting eyes suddenly opened like wings, excitedly expressing his desire. Click-clack. Unfortunately, the wings moved too forcefully, sweeping the plate off the table with a loud thud. The gray-robed young man, somewhat embarrassed, lifted his judgmental eyes, which had been buried in the plate, looking at the young man as if he were looking at his own mischievous child, ultimately having to act as a responsible parent and apologize. I'm sorry, there might be some problems with its core recently. I melt it down and reforge it in the alchemy furnace when I get back. Consider it my way of thanking you. Just tell me what compensation you need, he said seriously. I set a good example for the children. Yuning, ? By the way, can this thing even grow? She said, no need, it's just a plate. There's not even a need to clean up the fragments. The clay monster that came running has already eaten the broken porcelain plate. If you want, just have it spit out some clay blanks and fire them. The young man shook his head. No, compensation is a must. He said firmly, just tell me what you need. If it's difficult, the bill can be charged to the Mage Tower. Yuning, so the Mage Tower's benefits are this good? What's the difference between this and going out and having your expenses charged to the company account? Yuning tentatively asked. You are. The young man coughed lightly. Just an ordinary passerby who happens to know some important figures in the Mage Tower. Ding! You have encountered the third sage. The third sage belongs to the Mage Tower. A top-tier spellcaster who enjoys playing the role of an ordinary person, he seems to prefer being called a traveler seeking freedom rather than fulfilling his duties and mission. One of the three on the highest level of the Mage Tower. No wonder he can directly modify saint-level items, though his quirks are a bit eccentric. Yuning asked, where did you get this eye? You mean this? The third sage, who thought his disguise was perfect, breathed a sigh of relief and explained, I found it nearby a few months ago. It took some effort to get my hands on it. If you like, I can make a few more for you. As for the materials, he looked out of the town, just use what you have. There was also the Eye of Judgment on the outskirts of the town. Yuning followed his gaze. Faint points of light flickered hidden among the jungle, seemingly anchoring to a target. The subtle sense of being watched intensified after a moment of stillness. They began to move. Those eyes instantly drew closer, a chilling red light flashing before Yunying's eyes. 2, 3, 4, 5. The system notifications crackled incessantly. You have encountered the Eyes of Judgment. Eyes dispatched by the temple, highly hostile to the town of Crimson Cliff. Your town is under extreme attack. Please expel the threat as soon as possible, protect the town's residents, and prevent severe damage to the town. Please note that damaged areas may be permanently erased. Expel the enemy, 0%. Reward points, 2,300. Thank you. Yunying's eyes flickered slightly. I think I like this compensation. Chapter 45. Yuning observed the battle. This third sage's main attack focused on space and speed. Since he couldn't withstand the power of the judgment, he would eliminate the executioner before the verdict. He teleported in midair, each foot landing on a node of a spatial rift, as if breaking free from the constraints of gravity, immersing himself in the switching between dimensions. He appeared anywhere with ease, reached out, crushed, and waited for the core to extinguish, as simply as picking up a feather. Yunying's eyes, however, reflected another dimension. The composition of space, the direction of magic flow, the rhythm of the connection, these were gradually sketched out in her mind. The seed buried in the soil carefully broke through its shell and sprouted, finally emerging from the thick soil at a certain moment, unfurling its tender leaves. You have triggered magic mastery and are now activated. Magic affinity, max level, quick understanding, max level, elemental manipulation, max level. Activating instantaneous moments of time and space. Yuning looked down at her palm. A completely new perspective, different from elemental particles, slowly unfolded before her eyes. This was a world of dimensional space. She reached out, and a judgment eye lurking in the farthest distance was instantly pulled closer, right in front of her. This eye looked somewhat confused at the drastically changed environment, seemingly unable to understand the change in perspective, but upon seeing its target so close, it quickly calmed down and pounced on Yuning. A red light flashed in its eye, preparing its final judgment. Click. A moment later, it turned around in confusion, but the human who had just been in front of it had vanished. The red light flashed twice, forcing it to interrupt the casting. Without needing to use her vision, the entire space before her was divided into dimensional modules, which she could freely slice and cut. The Eye of Judgment instantly shifted high into the sky, becoming the furthest eye. Yuning clapped her hands. It's over. With a fluctuation of power, the last Eye of Judgment in the sky was pulled by an invisible force, folding directly into another dimension and disappearing completely before her eyes. Congratulations. You have successfully repelled the invasion of the enemy. Under your protection, the town has successfully overcome the crisis. The glory of victory is unparalleled. The Crimson Cliff, shrouded in wisdom, may soon regain its former glory. Reward points gained, 2,300. Current points, 7,000. She roughly estimated her magic power. Compared to the feeling of manipulating spatial magic in the ruins, her current magic power was insufficient to support continuous use. This level of spatial magic was somewhat beyond her control. In such a short time, it had already consumed almost half of her magic power reserves. It was better to conserve it at this stage. With the end of the battle, the outskirts of the town quickly returned to calm. The third sage approached, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, and praised, "Your spatial folding is impressive." Yuning replied, "You're impressive too." The shattered core crystals scattered on the ground were all crushed by this unassuming sage, swift, precise, and without a single mistake. He coughed and stammered, "I have a friend, yes, a friend I met at the Mage Tower, who gave me some alchemical items that are quite effective, haha, pretty impressive." If he hadn't avoided eye contact, hadn't been so hasty in his movements, and hadn't stammered, he would have been even more convincing. Yuning let out a long "oh," knowingly thinking, what a reliable friend. Indeed, the third sage hesitated, Seeing his unwavering stance, Yuning naturally offered a way out. "Could you stay a little longer?" The third sage, "Huh? I'd like to hear your story with your friend," Yuning said. "Is that not allowed?" The third sage's eyes lit up. Of course, no problem. Although she didn't know the Mage Tower's true purpose, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Hopefully, when Toker and the others return and see their teacher here, they won't be too surprised. Well, rather, they shouldn't be too shocked. After settling the sage, Yuning sat on the sofa in the city hall and took a sip of her lukewarm red tea. After a while, she heard rustling sounds of things being moved around the table. She bowed her head and said, "It'd be fine here, thank you." The tentacles that had helped move the remains of the Eye of Judgment shook happily, arranging the heavy metal lumps one by one, each curled into a flower shape and placed on the table, quickly piling them into a small heap, a faint fragrance wafting in. Yuning smiled. I like it very much, thank you. The tentacles, chirp. The happy tentacles, just about to leave, suddenly paused, quickly crawled back, gentlemanly closed the window, coincidentally wedged the green vine in the crack, and then swiftly and skillfully retreated. The green vine, Yuning blinked. Looks like another life or death duel is about to begin. Trying to ignore the noise outside, she turned her gaze back to the eye of judgment on the table. Besides the one thrown into the alternate dimension, there were 4 remaining. Each eye's core had been destroyed by the third sage, cracks of varying degrees forming on the hard crystals. Although some still retained a flickering light, they were completely incapacitated. Even though essentially destroyed, its material was still top tier. Yuning tapped the table. To save time, she decided to reuse it. A bronze-colored scale slowly appeared before her. You are using the unknown scales, following the principle of equivalent exchange. Place the weights, you will receive anything of equal value in return. The scales gleamed with a warm, age-old luster. As the weights fell, the pointer in the center tilted slightly to one side, then gradually rose back to its original position, maintaining balance. You have tamed the weights. You have placed the weights. Right side weights. Damaged eyes of judgment X4. After a brief pause. You have gained luck. Compared to the abstract concept of entry the last time, this luck was easier to understand. Give it a try. Yuning pushed open the door and went out. Outside the door, the dark tentacles were locked in a fierce battle with the green vines, tearing at each other's leaves and slapping each other. The thick snow was scattered, becoming patches here and there, revealing the damp stone slabs. The battle wasn't over yet. The two, seemingly possessing incredible strength, grappled together, overturning a stone slab and digging a deep pit, revealing an antique wine jug inlaid with gemstones. Another slap sent the jug flying high into the air, then landing precisely at the entrance of the city hall amidst the chaotic thrashing of tentacles. Yuning reached out. Congratulations, you have acquired a precious antique. She examined the wine jug in her hand for a long time, then casually extended her other hand, revealing a golden wine cup. Yuning looked ahead. The bluestone paving stones that had been overturned during the fight had been quickly replaced, and the accumulated snow around them had been swept away, making the area look much cleaner. Yuning, the concept god is actually myself. Thanks to the temple for their help. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, she circled from the city hall to the residential area, and then to the entertainment district, successfully helping the residents advance a series of town quests. These included, but were not limited to, witnessing the apothecary successfully cultivate the sleeping orchid, escaping unscathed from the hypnotic scent, helping the craftsman find inspiration, and indirectly assisting in the creation of the new type of furnace. She stopped in front of the archives and raised her hand to shield her eyes. And, for the first time, she saw the winter sun. The soft sunlight fell on her, her breathing gradually slowed, and her tense spirit gradually relaxed. So far, everything is perfect. Yuning breathed on her hands and opened the wishing pool, which she hadn't touched in a long time. Current points, 7,000. I've been accumulating points lately, and with the 30 draws I got before, I reached my second guaranteed gold item. Put all points into the wishing pool. You are currently drawing. The orderly rotating starry sky on the screen pauses, then begins to rotate in reverse, purple and blue intertwining, before a flash of shimmering gold suddenly bursts in, turning the entire galaxy into a golden dream. Yuning first looks at the purple star. Congratulations, you have obtained a talent upgrade card, Advanced X1. Congratulations, you have obtained a greenery upgrade card, Advanced X1. Congratulations, you have obtained an automatic irrigation device, X1. The two advanced cards fully upgrade the town. Based on experience, the houses and land should adjust automatically, but I have to install the automatic irrigation device, and then check it out on site. She looked at the next one. Congratulations, you have obtained a premium in X1. This is an omnipresent and that will select specific travelers for check-in. The entrance will connect to the town of Crimson Cliff. Please prepare in advance to facilitate contact and spread a positive image of the town. Yuning, Mobile HR. Sounds pretty good. But I hope those who have been abducted, those who have come to stay, can be strong and quickly believe that this is truly a legitimate business, and that all. Most of them are good people. The village chief sincerely hopes for this. Congratulations, you have obtained the protagonist's medal X1. Wearing it will briefly attract the attention of creatures within a certain range, automatically increasing credibility during speeches. A perfect opportunity. Yuning, a solution to not be believed by the travelers is also in place. The purple stars continue. Congratulations, you have obtained a Mental Anchor Optimization X1. Specialized Anchor. This anchor will assist in resisting the corruption of the ancient gods, influencing those around you from strong to weak, centered on you. A very important ability. While enhanced magic could resist some intrusion, no one would complain about having too much protection, especially when it could affect the surroundings. Yuning nodded. With the blessing of luck, everything this time was quite good. Thanks again to the temple for the good fortune. The purple light faded, and the last golden star hovered before her. After the starlight dissipated, a black, hard card appeared before her. The halo surrounding it slowly disappeared, transforming into mysterious inscriptions imprinted on the card. Unknown card. One card for all. This is a teleportation card. It transcends barriers and spatial divisions, taking you to all insurmountable places. The golden inscriptions gradually transform into understandable text. Next stop, Heaven. Chapter 46. You are using a town upgrade card, advanced. You are using a greenery upgrade card, advanced. Your automatic irrigation device has been successfully installed. The gray mud in the rock crevices gradually dried, its seeping edges worn away, revealing a clean, orderly outline. Soft, atmospheric light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a sense of spaciousness. Yuning took a step back. The original town hall had been renovated 2 floors above, expanding its area. A sunlit terrace had been created on the 2nd floor, with lush ivy hanging down, connecting with the branches extending from the tree of life. Tiny wildflowers dotted the space, softening the building's darkness and creating a natural beauty. She looked around. It wasn't just the town hall. Round-headed white doves chirped in the treetops, hopping onto newly built, secluded wooden nests, excitedly treading on the soft bedding. The town's walls, with their straight, bluish-gray outlines, rise dramatically, the patterns on the bricks clearly defined. A few flower buds peek out from the eaves, creating a harmonious scene. Towering windmills slowly turn, spraying fine mist into the air, which drifts away on the wind, forming beautiful arcs of water. Sunlight filters through, creating vibrant rainbows. A magnificent city-state gradually comes into view. Ding dong. The wise witch has correctly guided the course of history, and Crimson Cliff has taken another step towards its goal of becoming an eternal city. The town now possesses the basic conditions to become a grand city-state. Perhaps soon, it will reach its sublime peak. Congratulations. You have achieved the personal achievement completed a small goal. Yuning, a small goal measured in hundreds of millions, right? A rural town transforming into a civilized small city. How could one not mention its inspirational story, however? The village chief smirked. Not bad. Clang. A sound of shattering porcelain suddenly came from behind. Yuning looked back. The dark tentacles awkwardly stopped in place, the green vines clinging to the trees also paused, then sheepishly returned to the treetops, and lying on the ground was the victim of this time, the vase on the windowsill. The tentacles weakly murmured chirp. Yuning. The Demon King's voice came. The village chief turned around. This is my new recipe, mushroom soup. He excitedly ran towards them carrying a basin of greenish, unidentified liquid, but his cheerful voice gradually faded when he saw the shards of the vase and the sheepish tentacles at the scene of the crime. The Demon King bowed his head. I'm sorry. Yuning looked away from the bubbling, evil mushroom soup, slowly taking a step to the side, slightly distancing herself from the reacting soup. Skark's soup-making skills had improved again. Compared to the two of them, the Demon King clearly had more potential to be an evil wizard. Yuning cleared her throat. It's alright, just let them clean themselves up properly, it's not your fault. No, it's because I didn't control them well. The Demon King seemed trapped in inescapable guilt, his voice low. I'm too stupid, I can't even control my own power. Current sanity. 44%. Yuning's eyelids twitched. The red light before her eyes suddenly intensified, the original number abruptly began to drop, even flashing, seemingly with the urge to continue declining. So it wasn't just being in a good mood that increased sanity, being in a bad mood could actually decrease it. The flashing red interface was dizzying. Yuning quickly retrieved the mental anchor she had drawn, then took out the silver-edged gem badge from her pocket and deftly pinned it to her collar. Let's try it. Mental anchor is being optimized. Anchor fixed. The complex and useless emotions in her mind gradually cleared away, like waking up naturally to the sound of rain after a good night's sleep, or like completing all tasks ahead of schedule and waiting for the company to pay for annual leave. She felt incredibly refreshed. Although she couldn't measure it precisely, Yuning could feel her fluctuating spirit settling and solidifying, no longer easily affected by the outside world. She took the mushroom soup from the Demon King, placed it aside, and waved her hand in front of him. Are you alright? This anchor seemed to help stabilize the beings around her. Compared to those demon kings immersed in extreme madness, the demon king's symptoms at this stage were gradually improving, but the current balance was very fragile. If she wanted to progress further, it would be best to strengthen it. The demon king mumbled, I'm alright. Yuning touched the protagonist's badge and formally said, Skark. The demon king looked over. The loss of control over your power is only temporary, believe in yourself. She glanced at her gradually stabilizing sanity, and continued her persuasive rhetoric. It's much better than before, isn't it? Quickly think of some more lines from this life coach. The village chief flipped through his memories, selecting uplifting words. Don't be afraid of dying, because no one leaves alive. Life isn't just about the present hardships, but also the hardships in the distance. Yuning, I should have read more inspirational stuff. Never mind. She shook off the strange thoughts in her mind, faced the demon king, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, I believe you. Skark, I believe you. The witch's gaze was earnest and focused, her pupils reflecting the image of the person before her, as if she could see through his body and into his depths. She said, I look forward to witnessing your transformation, and I firmly believe it will happen. Belief? The fleeting touch still lingered on his shoulder. The demon king's dejected expression dissipated, his chaotic mind gradually cleared, and an unprecedented sense of peace followed. Being believed in by her. His silver-gray eyes gradually brightened. Being believed in by Yuning. The bright moonlight reappeared in his pupils, and his silver hair swayed gently in the breeze. That's enough. He nodded slightly. I understand. From another perspective, the previously intense red color crossed a certain threshold for the first time, visibly thinning out. The data, which had paused at 44%, continued to climb after a brief pause, eventually reaching a new number. Current sanity, 50%. Yuning, you. Given previous experience, it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't awaken some peculiar fetish. She observed carefully. The demon king picked up the bowl of mushroom soup again, sniffed it gently, and said seriously, it smells a bit off. But don't worry, I have someone relearn it properly. He turned around, a smile in his eyes. Absolutely won't disappoint you. Yuning blinked. This time, it seemed quite normal. Yuning retracted her earlier words. A thick, dark green pool churned forth from a crevice in the ground, within which a grotesque, blood-red shape struggled. Its bony claws frantically scraped against the rocks on either side, leaving a trail of eerie, fluorescent green slime. She expressionlessly took a sip of tea and let out a deep sigh. The thing before her came from a terrifying abyss. The monster roared to the sky, a whoa. Though the sound was low and terrifying, careful listening revealed fear and despair within it. Yuning sighed again. Those violent movements weren't for attacking the town, but for escaping. She looked towards the newly erected kitchen outside. The demon king was enthusiastically wielding a spatula, occasionally checking the simmering soup. Looking down at the ground, she saw a thick tentacle coiled around the abyss monster's ankle, forcefully dragging it back each time it tried to crawl away, securing it firmly in the crevice. After several attempts, the desperate monster finally collapsed from exhaustion, trembling and cowering on the edge, warily observing the terrifying creatures of the ground. Abyss monster. QAQ mom, there's a monster here. The demon king, busy cooking, occasionally paused to sincerely ask the abyss monster, his tone humble. Excuse me, what should the batter ratio be for the fried fish fillets? The abyss monster murmured fearfully twice. Yuning, who can understand that? The demon king smiled with relief. Oh, it's 4:6, thank you. Yuning, he really can't understand. For a moment, she didn't know whether it was absurd that they could converse freely, or that this terrifying creature could cook. Wait, is cooking really necessary in the abyss? Yuning rubbed her temples, feeling the veins on her forehead throbbing. It seems the mental anchor isn't all-encompassing. It can't completely block out such an abstract scene. Good day, Your Grace. A greeting sounded beside her. She turned her head, and the first thing she saw was a pair of enormous, pure white wings. After this period of recuperation, the physically strong angel had recovered from his injuries, and even his most severely damaged wings had healed, drooping quietly behind him. He walked over. What are you doing? The angel, who had just finished his task of illuminating the greenhouse, hesitated slightly. He raised and lowered his sword, unsure whether to drive away this abyssal creature that shouldn't be here. It seems they are cooking? His bright golden eyes flashed. He glanced around at the expressions of those around him, controlling himself to relax. It must be a custom of the mortal realm. He shouldn't be so impulsive. Spending his days with the mages, the angel learned invaluable lessons about life and conduct. Recalling the human saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he decided to maintain this good habit in his daily life. He thought for a moment, then said, looks good. Keep it up. Yuning. Don't just chime in on everything. Lamel. She called to the departing angel. There's something I need your help with. Yuning pulled out a golden card. There's a travel plan, and I wonder if you'd like to come along. A travel plan? The angel's golden eyes trembled slightly. The familiar divine runes on the card made his heart vibrate rapidly. It said, Heaven. Looks like he's willing. Yuning put away the card. Then, before we officially set off, could you do me a favor? She looked in the direction of the Demon King. Let's clean up the mess after the meal. The absurd cooking session quickly came to an end. The angels took over, confiscating all of the Demon King's cooking utensils. Yuning crossed her arms and looked at the anxious Demon King, a slight breath escaping her nostrils. The Demon King pleaded softly. Yuning! Yuning! Even if he called her name so pitifully, it wasn't a reason for her to bow down to wicked cuisine. She tapped the ground, and the tentacles quickly and wisely released their hold. The abyss monster, freed from its restraints, was overjoyed and scurried into the crack like a raging fire. The crack that the Demon King had forcibly torn open then closed, and the ground returned to its clean, smooth surface. Yuning, my clean home is finally back. The Demon King lowered his head. Did I do something wrong? I just wanted to make Yuning happy. He sniffed, speaking softly, don't hate me, okay? You're all I have. Yuning, The taste of this tea ceremony felt slightly familiar. She sighed for what seemed like the umpteenth time today. Alright, I'm not saying you can't cook. The Demon King looked up, his eyes lighting up. So, does Yuning prefer stir-fried ice crystal ants with chili peppers? Or crushed fire mineral bread? He thought for a moment, then suggested, I think crushed fire mineral bread has a chewier texture, so let's make that. Yuning, this guy didn't remember a single thing from what just happened. She glanced at the hard, red glowing mineral. How could it not be chewy? It almost broke my teeth. You have to use the right methods for the right people. We won't eat these simple dishes today. She waved the card. Would you like to try learning how to cook heavenly cuisine? Lamel said it's delicious, but the preparation process is quite complicated and requires a lot of culinary talent. Delicious, complicated talent? The angel beside her was encountering this situation for the first time. Although life in heaven doesn't require physical food, at this moment, the angel, sensing the ways of the world, tentatively nodded and echoed, that's right, delicious. The Demon King's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided, I want to learn. No problem. Yuning hovered the card in midair. We go to the local area to investigate and learn. You are using an unknown card. Your expedition team has been formed. Leader, Ashwich Yuning. Members, Divine Servant Angel Lamel, Crimson Lord Skark. On their way to the next stop, Heaven. Gradually adapting to the feeling of jumping through space, her entire body felt like it was passing through a thin film of water. The moment she completely crossed it, the wind that had gently brushed her face disappeared completely, replaced by a warm light. Yuning opened her eyes. Beside her were wispy, shimmering clouds. Sunlight streamed through the transparent pillars, illuminating the temple adorned with crystal and glass. A sweet floral fragrance wafted in the breeze, mingled with the distant, melodious sound of wind chimes. A translucent bird, bathed in light, fluttered its wings and landed in Yuning's hand before swiftly flying away again. Just as beautiful as the poems of wandering poets had described, this heavenly realm before her fulfilled almost every imaginable fantasy. But it was too quiet. Apart from the sound of their footsteps as they arrived, there was absolutely no sign of any other living being. The angel said, although I haven't fully recovered my memories, I vaguely remember that everything was in chaos when I left. Whether it was the guardian angels, the invading forces, or the revered gods, everything was in disarray. Collapsed walls, crimson blood, and the jarring sounds of collisions mingled together. Even now, recalling it, the angel's heart skips a beat. This is heaven. If this place collapses and disappears, the entire world will cease to exist. No matter how much effort the remaining beings make, it will only prolong the final deadline. The peaceful scene before him led him to a hunch. Perhaps a great being can accomplish this. The sound of wind chimes grew clearer, and the transparent bird that had just flown away returned, seemingly urging them on. Let's go, Yuning said. It seems someone is looking for us. Walking along the empty corridor, Yuning saw a towering altar. The 6 thrones surrounding the central conference table were all empty, seemingly destined to remain for millennia, with only the occasional wisp of cloud providing any semblance of movement. Chirp! A bird chirped a clear note, then gradually dispersed after completing its task, returning to its celestial state as a ray of light. Yuning pushed open the tightly closed door. A towering dome hovered in midair, luminous celestial bodies rotating clockwise, startled as they entered, retreating behind pillars, and peeking out cautiously. These children are a bit timid, but they get used to you after a while. A gentle voice reached her ears. Yuning looked up and saw an elegant and dignified woman seated on the upper altar, her white dress draped at her feet, swaying slightly. She gently waved her hand, and the hidden celestial bodies resumed their rotation. The angel bowed. Praise be to you, exalted goddess of time. It's Lamel, the goddess of time smiled. It's a pleasure to see you again. I thought I was the only one left here. It's also a pleasure to see you, she said, looking at the unfamiliar human Yuning. When the angel addressed this deity by her divine title, Yuning wasn't surprised that she recognized her. Yuning sincerely said, Praise be to you, exalted goddess of time. I have seen your future and past. It is a beautiful and wonderful story, though I long to see it for myself, she said gently, but sadly my time has come. As her voice fell, the high dome began to crack with terrifying sounds, and then large pieces of debris fell, revealing the dark and empty outside world. Yuning looked up. It's time reversal. This place had already collapsed. The reason it maintained a normal scene was because the goddess of time had turned back time in heaven. It seems you already discovered it, the goddess of time sighed. The final moment has arrived. She slowly handed over the fragment she had kept hidden in her bosom. When I finally retraced its course, my divine power was exhausted, and I could only preserve this much. Now, I hope you can safeguard it for me. The glowing fragment slowly descended, hovering in Yuning's palm. Congratulations, you have obtained damaged fragment X1. A mysterious item from the gods, but it is on the verge of breaking and needs to be repaired as soon as possible. The goddess of time has exhausted her divine power and cannot repair it. It seems there is no other being in this world capable of mending the fragment. Yuning looked up and said, I don't know how to use time yet. The goddess of time's body gradually dissipated, her voice growing softer, like a distant melody floating in her ear. She smiled gently. You will believe in yourself? My river of time is dried up, but your river still flows surging and long. The last trace of her voice also dissipated in the wind, a gentle breeze carrying a faint floral fragrance, lightly brushing against Yuning's hair, like a soft, encouraging embrace. Bless you, brave human. Congratulations, you have received the blessing of the goddess of time, Clovia. The most sincere wishes from the gods, carrying hope and beauty, activating the fleeting moments of time and space. Congratulations, you have unlocked the authority of time. As the goddess of time passed, the seventh star floated high in the sky, joining the clockwise rotation. Yuning waved her hand, and a strange yet exhilarating power surged around her. The star in the sky gradually shrank, becoming a tiny speck of light, no bigger than a grain of rice, and came to her side. You are repairing the fragment. The points of light began to swirl around the fragment in your hand, until the last crack was completely healed by time, transforming into a transparent crystal. Crystal clear, a soft halo diffused within, slightly illuminating the surroundings. Congratulations, you have obtained Heavenly Core X1. A core that condenses special power. Like a seed left behind before a plant dies, it will regrow when time provides enough rain. When the wind chimes that told the legend ceased their song, the ancient epic seemed to have reached its final end. Yuning carefully put away the core, taking one last look at the scenery of Heavenly Kingdom. It's beautiful. One day, this beauty will return. She turned back and said, we should leave. Returning along the corridor, Yuning glanced sideways. The once clean and tidy meeting hall was now crumbling, and the seemingly eternal throne atop the platform was being destroyed by an irreversible force. Yuning observed. The fragments seemed to be peeling away at an accelerated pace. Leave quickly. Upon reaching the exit, when she used the card again, the next stop, Crimson Cliff on it suddenly changed from gold to gray. A system notification popped up. Your unknown card has been locked. The village chief leading the group? Yuning. The Demon King, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. He stared intently at the void revealed by the shattered dome, as if he could glimpse something unobservable through those cracks. He slowly said, I found the recipe. Yuning looked up. Something was rapidly approaching from the void. He dismantled the dome piece by piece, as easily as taking apart building blocks, starting with the highest dome, then the columns, and then the ground. Ding dong. You have encountered a tentacle of an indescribable being. The being hidden in the void awakens from its hunger, eager to devour life. An invisible force instantly shattered the smooth ground. The entire floor sank at the point of impact, forming a massive spiderweb-like pattern. The sudden attack inevitably accelerated the collapse of heaven. Yuning used magic to fly into the sky, quickly checking herself. Mental anchor stable, Demon King normal, magic power abundant, equipment complete, helpers in place. Based on the extent of the damage to the building, she quickly determined the location of the tentacle, then gripped the silver badge on her collar. You are using the protagonist's badge. She quickly reviewed the theories of complacency in her mind. From appearance to taste, from ability to luck, from life to work, everything was included. After summarizing, her eyes shone brightly. Yuning, I always say watching more shows with strong attack power is the right thing to do. Chapter 47. He was watching. The fragile body, seemingly capable of shattering with a mere twist, was then corrupted, parasitized, assimilated, and strengthened within the crimson light, becoming his most loyal servant. The being hidden in the void looked down upon the insignificant human. Let it begin here. Fragments of the dome crashed down from above, kicking up swirling dust. In the oppressive stillness, a flash of cold silver light streaked across the sky. Yuning breathed softly. The boundless crimson gradually spread, the broken pillars were lifted by an invisible force and slammed down, followed by a cold, sticky dampness, like being instantly plunged into a frigid deep sea. Ignoring all obstacles, he stretched out his massive body and charged straight at his prey from concealment, a sharp wind sweeping over him in an instant. In a flash, the motionless human before him suddenly opened his mouth. She said, effort doesn't guarantee results, but not trying will definitely be comfortable. The tentacle, ? What nonsense. It actually makes a strange sense. The ferocious tentacle paused. For the first time ever, the ethereal being began to ponder these words, its hunting movements gradually slowing. It curled its tentacle. Ah, how true. Suddenly, it felt sore and weak all over, wanting only to lie down and do nothing. So tired, just want to lie flat. Wait. The tentacle stopped in place. Why did it stop to listen to this weak and insignificant creature? The tentacle quickly regained its senses, aggressively aiming at its prey, preparing to strike again. Before it even got close, it felt a strange perspective, as if it was constantly zooming out. Get lost. The words fell, and a violent whooshing sound rang out. The tentacle flew backward 200 meters, embedding itself in a collapsed pillar. A strong, acrid smell followed, and a severed tentacle fell from the air, its form transformed from invisible to a burnt charcoal. I said, get out. The massive white wings gradually retracted, and the angel's eyes, always gleaming with light, now revealed a sharp edge, his pale golden eyes radiating an undeniable intimidation. Besides being a messenger of heaven, he was also a guardian willing to fight to the death. The angel flicked his sword, shaking off the filth, and stepped on the fallen charred tentacle, crushing it completely into powder. The longsword held across his chest burned with an intensely bright flame, its gaze fixed on the billowing smoke ahead. Moments later, a cloud of blood mist surged forth, and the enraged tentacle turned its target, thrusting directly at the angel. Lamel called out, Your Grace, which? Yuning responded quickly. The silver metal radiated a bright, constant light, diligently amplifying every word spoken by the wearer. Their greatest skill is utter despair. Their greatest ability is lying still. The soft female voice spoke slowly. As long as they haven't escaped work, they be completely devoid of energy. The tentacle, suddenly seized and controlled. What kind of method is this? The body suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Even the simple act of raising a wrist or leg became incredibly difficult. Exhausted, the entire body wanted to slump to the ground. So tired. Why work so hard? 30 years of hard work, and the boss lives in a small villa. What's the point of eating people, growing a body, expanding territory? Success becomes nourishment for the main body. Failure is born by this little tentacle that was separated from it. What employee works this hard? Ah. I want to go back to sleep. It curled its tentacles and slowly explored outwards. I've been guarding for so long, it's time to go home. Its weary gaze fell upon the gap in the dome, where a void of chaos surged. To the tentacles, it was like a large, soft bed where they could fall asleep on the spot. It wriggled, its tentacles reaching for the sharp edge of the dome, trying to crawl back and lie down. The moment it moved, a tremendous pull came from its tail. Who's pulling it? Who's trying to stop it from going home? Is there no humanity, no morality? The angry tentacles looked down and saw a strange figure. Black, curved horns spiraled backwards, silver hair swayed in the blood mist. It looked up, but its eyes reflected no color. It was like nothingness. When did this person appear here? Why didn't it notice? The tentacles examined it carefully. This person is so strange. It's clearly an ordinary being, yet its body contains a familiar, subtle aura of its kind. No, it's more complex. That familiarity seems to originate from its main body. It shuddered violently. You're not allowed to leave. The Demon King looked up at the invisible entity, his hand gripping the icy, bone-chilling tentacle tightly, pulling it back inch by inch, no matter how desperately the tentacles pried upwards. He said, word by word, don't leave, ingredients. What the hell? The tentacles instantly stiffened. He just said ingredients, right? The strong set of its kind on this thing, besides the main body of the boss being here, leaves only one other possibility. This thing has assimilated the tentacles, and in considerable numbers. Recalling the faint, terrifying smell, it was possible even the boss had been gnawed on by him. Help! Looking around, this wasn't a buffet, it was clearly a kitchen, with 3 chefs and a single fish on a cutting board. Tentacle, I've been tricked. Help! Help me! It desperately tried to crawl away, its tentacles clinging desperately to the edge of the dome, but the chef's merciless iron hands yanked it back, tearing off a brick in the process. The Demon King remarked, such vibrant ingredients. He turned, his eyes sparkling. Yuning, would you like it steamed, braised, or even raw sliced? Although I don't know how to cook, I learned diligently, and make sure you're satisfied. The village chief glanced at the ingredient, swirling and twisting amidst the blood mist and nothingness, its form completely indistinguishable, and shamefully took a step back. Yuning, this is beyond ordinary evil cuisine. If he keeps improving, it'd be commonplace for him to easily kill several diners. Wait, how did things suddenly veer towards cooking? Haven't decided yet? The Demon King said very understandingly, it's alright, Yuning, keep thinking. I taste the ingredients first to see how they taste. The Demon King picked up an unidentified object, even having time to reassure her, it's okay, it's just a bite, there won't be any problems. Yuning, is it a matter of 1 or 2? Just as he was about to shove the writhing ancient god's tentacles into his mouth, Yuning quickly stopped him. Wait! She grabbed the Demon King's arm, and said seriously, cooking is definitely better left to more experienced beings. You thought it through very well. The Demon King mused, it's better to let the locals cook the local dishes. Yuning, something feels off. She looked at the approaching angel and coughed lightly. Then, how about letting the locals say a few words? The angel, He exchanged a glance with the village chief, and the angel, still learning about human relationships, quickly grasped the subtle intention. I, as a local, am indeed better at handling ingredients. He looked at the billowing blood mist, as if he could see through the veil to the distorted phantoms within. The knife, burning with blazing white flames, rose high and swung down. Until the sharp, piercing sound completely faded from his ears, he lowered his gaze, and crushed the remnants of the tentacles. The glorious kingdom would not remain at this moment. The angel turned back, his eyes filled with brilliant gold. We should leave. It will take root and sprout in the future. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, the end of heaven. Even the glorious land of the gods will one day come to an end, but fortunately, the flames of courage and resistance have never been extinguished. The gods temporarily repel the vile invaders with their lives. What remains is precious time for future generations. Reward points, 2,000. You have successfully killed the remnant Beard X1, a guardian left behind by the indescribable ancient gods after their retreat. It possesses a keen sense of perception no less than its own, but sometimes, this keenness doesn't bring any benefit. Reward points, 1,000. Current points, 3,000. Yuning opened the window, letting the refreshing breeze in. The branches of the Tree of Life could already reach the second-floor windowsill. Newly grown green vines climbed up the wall, and beautiful little white flowers bloomed all over the wall. A few pieces were blown in by the wind and landed beside her hand. Yuning opened her palm. 7 faintly glowing celestial bodies floated in the air, rotating clockwise. When she retraced her steps to the core of heaven, the goddess of time had helped her. If she relied solely on herself, she turned the celestial bodies clockwise, and the clock on the table advanced almost imperceptibly by 1 second. Looks like she still needs to practice more. She shook her head, picked up a filled chocolate from the table, and took a bite, finally feeling the overwhelming hunger subside somewhat. Her superpowers had significant side effects. Moving for just 1 second drained a third of her magic power, and created unprecedentedly rapid hunger. Yuning put away the celestial bodies, and prepared to go downstairs for her second breakfast. She remembered there was some ham and shredded meat porridge left, If that wasn't enough, she'd cook a packet of instant noodles and add 2 eggs. She'd been craving it for a while. Hunger drives progress. Steam soon rose from the restaurant's kitchen, filling the air with a rich, complex aroma of spices, drawing glances from the diners in the main hall. Yuning looked at the golden brown poached egg on top with satisfaction, then sprinkled on some chopped scallions, completing the final dish. It smelled delicious even normally, but it smelled even better when she was hungry. Just as she was about to put the noodles in her mouth, she heard a light, melodious wind chime. The source was outside the restaurant. Yuning paused, her chopstick still. Ding dong. Yurin has a guest. I knew this paper's direction was wrong. Now I can only make do in this dilapidated ruin for another night. Sage above, I hope no more skeletons or banshees appear. The emaciated, pale-faced monk pushed open the door, froze, and stared at the room full of residents. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "They're all hallucinating from hunger." Then he went back out, closed the door, and opened it again. Nothing had changed. The monk, who wore a monocle, took it off, wiped it vigorously with his sleeve, put it back on, looked around the restaurant, and then turned his back to look at the outside scenery. Lush green grass, a winding stream, a breathtaking sight. He looked at the owl on his shoulder and said seriously, "Hey, dear buddy, we've been tricked. This illusion is incredibly powerful. I can even smell the food." "That proves the caster's abilities far surpass mine," he said. "Listen, buddy, if I die, don't grieve for me. Just eat me, and use me to help you escape from here." Then complained to the first sage, telling him that this damned subject killed my lovely student, he lamented. Besides, there's the third sage, who never takes responsibility, has no sense of duty, and only tells empty boasts. Coo? The owl, no bigger than a fist, broke free from its master, flew into the kitchen following the smell, pecked at a piece of fresh meat, and began to devour it. Ah! The mage let out a wail. Even you've been tricked. How am I going to spread the third sage's evil deeds? Yuning, The mage tower really is a gathering place for a bunch of strange oddballs. Chapter 48. Days of food and water deprivation had left the student, York, somewhat dazed. He finished a large bowl of shredded meat porridge, clutching his warm stomach, and asked hesitantly, was it really not an illusion? This level of teleportation was something even the legendary old guys couldn't achieve without any disruption. York recalled the scene just now. Pushing open the door, stepping down, looking up, teleportation complete. Even the first sage couldn't have done this. He stared at the spoon in his hand. Where was the incantation? Where was the medium? Where was the magic? He attended classes without fail, rain or shine, actively participated in outdoor activities, and even practiced drawing runes on his hands and knees. Did he even love drawing? This isn't magic. Yuning didn't care how many thoughts were swirling in the mind of this student from the mage tower. She lifted the lid of the table and asked, "Would you like some fruit for dessert?" The dejected York immediately snapped back to reality and shouted, "Yes." Yuning, Nothing beats food, huh? Once the food finally provided his body with sufficient energy, the pale, thin mage's previously low-powered intelligence returned to its peak. He coughed a few times, regaining the composure befitting a spellcaster. "Good day. Thank you for your help, Your Excellency the Witch." The owl shook its wings, already used to its master's affected mannerisms, and was currently busy eating. With the last piece of meat in its beak, it hurriedly gulped it down, finally letting out 2 hasty caws as a greeting. Yuning, these two are both incredibly clear-headed. She pushed a glass of warm water over. "Now, can we talk about your experiences?" The witch's dark eyes looked over, deep as a still pool, seemingly able to see through everything. Mr. Talk and the lovely owl. Experiences? Recalling those unfortunate events, Talk suddenly lost his composure, scratching his head in frustration. Where should I begin? "It's like this," the sallow-faced, thin mage said with a long face. Because the topic of this session was the influence of the activity of mechanisms and the concentration of air magic in sealed ruins on the preservation of ruins, I spent 2 years finding a ruin that no one had ever set foot in, and another year breaking through the ruin's teleportation array, successfully entering it. Everything went smoothly. He sported a head of long, disheveled hair, looking quite weathered, and said, "In the end, I was successfully trapped for 6 months. Yuning, that's really unlucky." "Your Grace," Witch Talk picked up the wine jug, poured himself a cup with familiarity, and after drinking the hot wine, his face immediately flushed. "Guess how old I am?" Yuning looked at him. The age of a spellcaster is hard to guess. Magic reflects in the body, the older one gets, the younger and more energetic one becomes. The face doesn't tell the whole story. but guessing someone's age shouldn't be based on guessing too old. The village chief glanced at the guest's weathered figure. She tentatively offered a conservative guess, 30? Or even older. It's said that the first sage and his group are all hundreds of years old, while the third sage, despite his advanced age, still likes to wander around with a youthful face. It seems the Mage Tower has a tradition of feigning youth. The person before her gave a bitter laugh, looking even more dejected, his eyes glistening with tears. I'm only 16. He cried out in anguish, I'm only 16. It's all because of the endless research at the Mage Tower that people age so fast. Yuning, he really does look quite mature. The village chief coughed, sorry. His stubble really ages him. So this guy started working on research projects with the Mage Tower professors before he was even 13. Yuning, TSK, those guys at the Mage Tower are definitely extraordinary. Right. Minors are not allowed to drink alcohol. She took the barley wine from the table and replaced it with freshly squeezed juice. Under the mage's longing gaze, she didn't hesitate to lock the wine in the cabinet and added a small plate of meat for the owl. The owl cooed twice, stretched its head over, and rubbed against her palm. Its feathers felt like soft little brushes, very pleasant to the touch. Yuning reached out to tease the owl, and it immediately stretched its neck to let her touch its chin. How can an owl not be considered a cat? Talk withdrew his longing gaze, took a small sip of his juice, his eyes suddenly brightening. He quickly gulped it down, reluctantly setting the cup down. Something had been on his mind, and his gaze suddenly hardened. He said, while wandering the ruins, I ate magical bread every day for 6 months, on and off. I never want to see bread again. The starving mage sniffed the various aromas filling the air, having made up his mind. Your Grace, may I stay? I do anything. I even go back to the Mage Tower to steal the gems from the third sage's staff, or perhaps you prefer the forbidden magic books treasured in his library. However, I still recommend the gems. The third sage is often away from home, and his staffs are piled high in the room. The chances of getting them are higher, Talk pondered. I can take dozens more for you to choose from. Yuning, truly, filial piety breathes strength. No need, she chuckled, if you really feel bad, just teach me how to make magic bread. I never tried before. Just those hard, rock-hard magic breads. Talk was immediately moved to tears. Your Grace, which... Yuning waved her hand. It's all right. There are many rooms in the residential area. You can choose one yourself when you have time. Yuning glanced at the unfortunate mage, who was so thin you could see his bones, and continued, the restaurant provides 3 meals a day on time. Just come over then. He cried out even louder, moved, Your Grace, which... Talk sniffed. If only the third sage were half as attentive and responsible as you. That wretched old man? I don't know where he's gone. He doesn't care about his students, doesn't revise their papers, doesn't reply to their communications. I'm going to write to the first sage to complain when I get back. Yuning, The teacher-student relationship is quite tense. Although living here is wonderful, I still have to rush to finish this crucial thesis. Thinking of this, Talk couldn't help but sigh. If only the other teachers from the Mage Tower were here, I could ask questions and correct things on the spot. It would be much faster. The other teachers weren't around. Yuning, but I have a dedicated tutor. She glanced around, casually revealing, speaking of which, the third sage lives in our residential area. The third sage hummed a little tune as he strolled along the pond, occasionally tossing in some fish food, watching the plump fish rise to the surface and scramble for it. He thoroughly enjoyed it. This is the good life. Teaching students, grading assignments, doing tasks. It's all a headache. Even a dog wouldn't do it. Under the pretext of investigating the spreading pollution in the northern border of the Rhine Kingdom, he strolled around while investigating and happened to discover traces of interference from this small town. The 1,000-mile-long glaciers in the north were the work of that witch. He crumbled the fish food and tossed it into the pond. The reviving Crimson Cliff, the bewildered Demon King, and the Ash Witch with her hidden secrets and extremely high spatial talent. What an interesting combination. It seemed this matter no longer needed his intervention. The third sage stared at the ripples spreading across the pond. Naturally, the first and second sages didn't need to know. He hummed a melodious tune again, strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back. Paid leave, no students yet. Ah, this comfortable environment, this wonderful life. I wish it could last forever. Good morning, teacher. A sudden voice appeared, and the third sage, who was strolling, stopped in his tracks, turning around to see the familiar Mage Tower uniform before him. A disheveled student handed him his paper, staring intently at him. Please help me correct and revise it. The third sage, He rubbed his eyes. The student took a step back, gathered his strength, and then charged forward like a cannonball, shouting, "Teacher, I have a second version, a third version. The final version, the ultimate final version of the paper, the truly, truly ultimate final version. I hope you will revise and correct it." The third sage, Help! 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 He took off running, his space rapidly expanding and traversing, only to be blocked halfway. After several flashes, he finally escaped the crazed student. "His name is Talk, I think." The third sage, pale-faced, wiped his sweat. "This is terrifying. How could he have encountered a student from the Mage Tower here? And this student was haunting him like a ghost. Luckily, this student couldn't catch his spatial magic, he could just use his perception to avoid him later." Just as the third sage breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw another somewhat familiar face. "I'm Ella," the newly caught student said, handing over a thick stack of papers. "Teacher thesis." The third sage, The inn had been busy lately, teleporting several students here. Some were conducting experiments with potion bottles, some were struggling with their ideas, and some were engrossed in writing their thesis. Without exception, they were all nominally the third sage's students. "Yuning, it seems that guy has offended quite a few people. But this has nothing to do with the kind-hearted town owner who took him in. I sincerely hope that the teacher-student relationship will improve during this time. It's cooking time now." Yuning opened the cabinet door, intending to retrieve the pepper powder, but instead of neatly arranged spices, she found a scruffy, unshaven face. The third sage, his eyes red and on the verge of tears, said, "I can't take it anymore." Yuning, Luckily, she didn't have a heart condition, otherwise she would have sprawled out and extorted a beating from this guy. He quickly said, I surrender, I surrender. The students are just too terrifying." The third sage, like a frightened bird, curled up into a ball and buried himself in it, muttering, "Especially the students from the Mage Tower, they're particularly terrifying." He stated his terms. "I tell you my original purpose, and you send them all back." Yuning looked at him quietly. Seeing no reaction, the third sage gritted his teeth. "Or you want to know the first sage's attitude, such as how he treated Crimson Cliff, how he dealt with those strange contaminants, and how he dealt with Skark." The witch before him finally moved. She crossed her arms and said slowly, "Please speak." Chapter 49. "Good day, Lady Yuning." A student with an unfamiliar face approached, carrying a thick stack of papers. He looked around the dining room carefully, muttering, "Am I seeing things wrong? I think I was here just now." Yuning stopped what she was doing. "What are you looking for?" The student said, "Have you seen the teacher? I have some questions about my alchemy experiments that I'd like to ask him. The senior's notes say that since we're so close to the teacher, we must seize this opportunity by any means necessary." Yuning paused. "The senior's notes? They even have something like that." The student said, "Yes, lady." She smiled shyly. Luckily, Senior York is selfless and shared his experience without expecting anything in return. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find the teacher. "Yuning, are you sure it's selfless and not just settling a personal score?" The student mysteriously pulled out a sheet of parchment paper, exclaiming, "Posting big character posters remotely via shared scrolls. You're practically a god." Yuning glanced at the paper. "Mage Tower Secrets Bulletin. If you can't write your thesis, conduct your experiments, or complete your magic, please go into a desolate ruin on a pitch-black night, keep company with wandering spirits, fight against the terrifying darkness, and then return to your room exhausted. At this moment, with the most sincere desire, solemnly open your door. If you're lucky, you find yourself in a mysterious inn. From then on, whether it's your thesis or your supervisor, all problems can be solved on the spot. This method has a 60% success rate. Please use with caution, taught the learning lover." Yuning, are you sure it's about solving the supervisor's problems, and not the supervisor himself? However, it's already become an urban legend. Yuning, I guess they really are from the Mage Tower. The student tidied up her manuscripts, placing them on the dining table. The thick stack was almost obstructing the view. Her voice came from behind the papers. "Sir, if you see the teacher, please be sure to give these to him, please." Yuning called out, "And you?" "Don't worry, sir." The clever student pulled out another, even taller stack of manuscripts from some unknown spatial device. "I have many more versions, enough to torment the teacher with questions." Yuning, She must have heard the word torture. As she spoke, the student's leg-speeding magic runes activated, and with a whoosh, she pounced like a hungry tiger, yelling at the top of her lungs, "Old Ding, come out and grade papers." Yuning, She seemed to understand why the third sage had dodged so quickly. However, neither side was quite normal. This situation was a clash of titans, a two-way race. Yuning tapped the table. Alright, come out. Inside the city hall. It's terrifying. A few more glances, and my brain will be devoured by these horrific words. The third sage, looking utterly miserable, put down a thick stack of manuscripts, and quickly grabbed a large gulp of honey water from the table, using the sweet taste to soothe his troubled heart. Yuning glanced at him, then pushed a cup of strong, bitter coffee towards him. Can we talk about serious matters now? The dark coffee liquid, billowing with thick steam, made his stomach churn just from the smell. He looked up. The witch wore a faint smile, but her eyes remained unchanged. She said, "It refresh you, drink it while it's hot." The third sage suddenly felt a chill down his spine. They probably won't attack directly. He coughed lightly, quietly pushing the coffee away a little, and said seriously, "Some irreversible and bizarre phenomenon caused the cold wave outside the Northern Territory. Unfathomable, unseen, unstoppable. In this respect, Crimson Cliff should know far more than we do." Yuning lowered her eyes. So, the cold wave is inextricably linked to the ancient god's tentacles. If left unchecked, the entire continent will be frozen. The third sage said, therefore, the higher-ups of the Mage Tower have reached a consensus to investigate and find the true cause, and to gather all available forces to eradicate it. Given certain lingering reasons, the primary suspect is Crimson Cliff. So you came here? Yuning sipped her red tea, to monitor. Faced with the suddenly resurgent and unstable Crimson Cliff, every faction wanted to get involved. "Hey, don't look at me like that," he muttered. "I was supposed to be on a mission, but now I'm on vacation." The third sage denied it, saying, "It's not surveillance, it's contact, targeted and strategic normal contact. We're different from those people in the temple." To use the second brother's words, their destinies have long since diverged from this world's course. The Mage Tower and the temple have been out of contact for a long time. He whispered, "You know, the strange divine favor they possess." It seemed the Mage Tower had also noticed the temple's anomaly. Yuning didn't refute, changing the subject. "Tell me about Skark." "Him?" The third sage stroked his chin. "From what I observed, he's fairly stable, but sometimes he seems a bit unpredictable. Heaven knows the shock he felt when he passed by and saw the ore porridge stew." He snapped back to reality. Because of what happened 300 years ago, the first sage doesn't have a good impression of him. If they met, his attitude would probably be quite unfriendly. Yuning nodded. The first sage seemed rather difficult to deal with. 300 years ago was the time of the Crimson Cliff incident. But that guy's just an old fogey. The third sage waved his hand. "We young people are quicker to accept these new things." Yuning, She glanced at that youthful, delicate face. "Not just young people, even the thick-skinned ones accept it quickly." Yuning put down her teacup. "So your attitude is, no interference, no reporting, no involvement? I'm on vacation." He looked directly at the witch, his icy, crystal-clear eyes seeming to see right through her. "Things will be resolved soon. I can already see the ending." "Did that mean foresight?" Yuning continued to look at him. "Don't worry, no one else will get involved." Those icy eyes blinked rapidly. "I promise." The young third sage finished speaking ambiguously, quickly fading his serious expression, and continued reading the manuscript with a bitter, resentful air, occasionally letting out a long sigh and a wail. "What can save you, my jet-black hair?" Yuning, It was hard not to suspect he was making up a story for his vacation. The people teleported from the inn were mainly students from the Mage Tower, sometimes mixed with a few terrified passers-by. The return route was clear. As long as you remained within the town's boundaries and clearly wanted to go back, you would be sent back to your starting point at midnight the next day. If you didn't want to return, you simply needed to leave the town and decide where to go. Yuning squeezed butter into the baked bread dough, then briefly baked it again. The rich milky aroma permeated the bread, and the crispy crust crumbled easily with a gentle break, carrying a subtle caramelized scent. It smelled perfect. The students outside were chattering excitedly. "Good day, sir." A student suddenly ran in. "This is a floating rune I just carved, a gift for you." Yuning accepted the gift. "Thank you." The student who successfully delivered the gift jumped up and down happily, then ran back out. A moment later, another student ran in. "Sir, this is an alchemical golem I just took out of the furnace, a gift for you." Yuning readily accepted it. "Thank you." She took out a box of freshly made cream-filled bread. "This is for you." "Thank you, Lady Yuning." The student's eyes lit up, and he ran off with the bread. Yuning picked up a small metal owl, no bigger than her palm, opened a cabinet, inside which was already a row of alchemical items. She placed the one she was holding in the last empty space, and now the entire row was filled. After obtaining her permission, the student selected a building in the town and continued to refine the construction, building a simple mage tower, and continuously producing magical items, or rather, the result of experiments and training. She looked at the similar owls that several students had given her. Yuning, looks like the textbook only taught about owls. These owls are all the same shape, with slight color variations. Once infused with magic, they start swaying from side to side. If placed together, they form a circle and emit sonic attacks. Yuning watched the chirping owls. Not very aggressive, that's all. She looked at the other gifts. Besides the owls, there were toothbrushes that could automatically cast cleaning magic, and a cabbage that could punch. Wait, a cabbage that can punch? Yuning shifted her gaze back. Cabbage asks? Uppercuts and lower cuts. This fist-sized cabbage was incredibly fierce, able to throw 2 meters when its leaves extended, quite powerful. She picked up the cabbage's pot, transplanted it to a vacant spot near the pea shooter, covered it with soil, watered it, and just as she straightened up and clapped her hands, she saw the cabbage straighten its back and angrily swing its fist towards the corner. A cry of ouch came from the other side, and the third sage, who had been covering his eyes, peeked out, letting out 2 painful howls. Yuning, the zombies are here too. By the time the fiercely fighting zombies and plants were completely separated, darkness had fallen. The streetlights in the town came on, and the fluorescent flowers along the roadside stood quietly, making the night less dark and difficult to navigate. Yuning returned safely to the town hall. She lay on the sofa soaking her feet, just about to put away the water bucket and rest, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Who would be looking for her at this hour? Upon opening the door, a familiar, tall figure stood with his head bowed, eyes red and swollen, a lingering sob in his throat. The Demon King's voice was hoarse. Yuning. Skark? She opened the interface and looked at it. Current sanity, 50%. No change. What happened? Come in and sit down. Yuning opened the door and asked, what's wrong? The Demon King was holding a bag of nuts in one hand, and a square piece of bread in the other. He looked at the bread sadly. I failed again. Yuning glanced at it and comforted him. It looks alright. As for the taste, just try a few more times. Her voice trailed off. The Demon King, his eyes red, took a walnut from the nut bag and placed it on the ground. Then he lifted the bread and smashed it hard, shattering the nut into powder. Yuning, was it really bread, and not some kind of hidden weapon? I'm sorry, the Demon King said sadly. I might have to disappoint you. Yunying's eyelids twitched instantly. Before her sanity started to spike, she shouted, it's okay. The Demon King stared at her blankly. Yuning said, I just checked the time. It's still early before bedtime. Let's go to the restaurant kitchen and try again. This time I teach you myself. The Demon King's tears fell in a steady stream, but his fluctuating sanity stabilized, and he nodded enthusiastically. Okay. Perfect. Yuning took the cloak the Demon King handed her and gripped the doorknob. Just follow my steps. Don't try to come up with your own ideas. The Demon King, okay. She smiled and turned the doorknob. Then follow me together. You are currently undertaking a town outsourcing project. This is a mobile window opened by Crimson Cliff. This function will randomly refresh the task target and cannot be reversed after cancellation. Yuning. The Demon King's smile froze on his face. The door opened, revealing occasional falling snowflakes and fluorescent flowers swaying in the wind, casting a hazy glow over the town at night. But there was no one there. Chapter 50. In an instant, her body was lifted into the air, her senses reversed, and she plummeted rapidly, a sense of loss of control washing over her. Yuning instinctively reached forward, grabbing onto the uneven rock wall. Her fingers, bearing the weight of her entire body, stung her palms instantly as they rubbed together. She took a shallow breath. The system's echoing words still lingered in her mind. Outsource mission location, wind-eroded cave. A hidden hiding place concealed in the darkness, providing a final refuge for the creatures hiding within. This map has a unique structure. Please explore patiently. Looking up, the portal that had just opened in midair snapped shut, vanishing instantly, leaving only the repeated please explore patiently in her ears. The teleportation channel will open after exploration. Yuning, Yuning, working overtime in the middle of the night, believe it or not, I complain. The system, fading death, remained silent, only playing a quiet apologetic tune. You and I, heart to heart, will build a great village together. Yuning, Shameless. She turned off the music and looked around. Besides confirming that she was clinging to a rock, everything was pitch black, completely dark, not a ray of light could penetrate. She couldn't tell if it was flat ground above, or how deep the cliff below was. The wind howled, and a chill more biting than usual slowly seeped in. Even with the cloak's protection, the wisps of cold felt like needles pricking her bones. So cold. Although she didn't know where she was, the cold snap here was clearly much more severe than in the northern border of the Rhine Kingdom. Snap. Her body suddenly slid down a short distance, her fingers creaking precariously, as she clung precariously to the edge of the cliff. Although magic power replenishes the body, and powerful mages possess physical abilities slightly stronger than ordinary people, it's only slightly stronger, enough to do 200 pull-ups on the spot or climb mountains with bare hands. The still fragile village chief sighed. She circulated her magic power, tentatively activating a spatial teleportation spell, but the usually smooth flow of magic became abnormally clogged and blocked. The enclosed space, barely unfolded, burst like a punctured bubble. Failure. She lowered her eyes, then casually summoned elemental magic. A gust of wind rose, billowing her cloak. Just as it seemed to rise, it subsided again in less than half a second. Yuning, The surrounding elements were pitifully scarce. Even with her highly proficient wind magic, she could only barely whistle a couple of times on the spot. Don't panic. She retrieved a magic broom from her spatial ring, quickly infused it with magic, and the dormant core instantly revived. The broom shook itself, immediately took flight, and landed steadily beside her. Thankfully, the alchemical item worked. Yuning breathed a sigh of relief. She opened the system page. The map showed her current location was far north, no longer within the Rhine Kingdom. The entire unexplored area on the map, except for the Rhine Kingdom itself, was completely black. This was probably one of the countries affected by the cold wave. Yuning continued looking down. On the system page, the words Wind-Eroded Cave were highlighted in large red letters. The approximate area was circled on the map, but the exact location wasn't marked. Since it's called a cave, it should be located in a larger part of the mountain, or perhaps even underground. Exploring downward seemed to offer a better chance of finding it compared to the increasingly narrow mountainside above. Let's go down. Yuning slowly descended, manipulating her magic broom. Instead of lighting a torch, she cautiously lowered her breathing. In completely unfamiliar darkness, extinguishing the torch and hiding in the shadows was far wiser than venturing into the light. After descending to a certain height, the broom suddenly jammed. No matter how much she increased her magic power, it was useless, it froze in midair. Your magic broom has been affected by an unknown corrosion. Durability decreased, 5%. Yuning frowned slightly. The pollution in the northern kingdoms had reached such a severe level that even magical items were affected. Durability was decreasing rapidly. 4%, 3%, 1% the number stopped at the last step. After a brief pause, the broom, which had been running smoothly, began to tremble irregularly, shaking like someone with Parkinson's disease, as if it would fall apart completely at any moment. 10-second countdown to shutdown. 10, 9, 1. Yuning, Is this how you count? Complaining aside, the countdown ended, the broom lost its power, and she and her belongings plummeted downwards. The unknown darkness opened its massive maw, wanting to swallow this stranger whole. Yuning manipulated the wind to slow her descent, gripping her magic broom tightly, preparing to seize the opportunity to plunge it into a crevice in the rock wall to cling to herself. The biting wind whipped her mage robes, the piercing chill making her knuckles slightly numb. She quickly pinpointed her point of leverage and thrust forward with a sudden, sharp movement. Her body stopped abruptly. The vibration from the impact sent a jolt up her arm, slightly numb, but within acceptable limits. Snap! An unexpected sound rang out. Yuning, Good news, it's stuck. Bad news, it's broken. Her entire body plummeted downwards, the wind whistling in her ears. A moment later, a steady force came from above. Someone had tightly gripped her arm. Hot, soft, and firm, it clashed with the cold cliff face. Who was it? The village chief, who was about to use all his stored magic to summon a storm, stopped. Yuning narrowed her eyes, trying to make out the person in the darkness. Yuning. A familiar voice unexpectedly rang out from above, as if squeezed from the lungs, mixed with a beast-like hoarseness. He stubbornly gripped her wrist, seemingly exhausted, and breathed softly, I found you. It was Skark. Yunying's eyes widened slightly. How did he get here? Yuning quickly opened her sanity interface. Seeing that her sanity was still unchanged, she slowly relaxed her held breath. Still at 50%, no change. Thinking of something, she paused for a moment, then opened the system log, her heart pounding again. What greeted her eyes was a long string of records showing her sanity value surging from 50% to 20%, then rising and falling rapidly again within seconds. The chaotic data was hidden beneath an eerie calm. The Demon King, as if surviving a catastrophe, even his palms trembled. Yuning, I'm a little scared. Yuning, this is the first time I've seen sanity value surging like this, I'm a little scared too. The Demon King's fingers dug deep into the cracks in the rock, firmly clinging to the rock face. His other hand gripped her arm tightly. Broken stones clattered and tumbled down the sloping slope, crashing to the bottom. Yun Ying's expression shifted slightly. The sound returning from the rubble seemed unusual. The Demon King said, "Let's go home." She immediately said, "Wait." The Demon King paused, his grip on her arm tightening slightly. "Is there something down there?" "Don't be afraid. I pull you up right away." Yuning interrupted him. "Let go first." "No," he repeated, his voice heavy and hoarse, his body trembling slightly, filled with unbearable fear. "No." The dark red light began to spread again, and the numbers that had just stabilized started flashing again. Yuning sighed. She patted the Demon King's hand. "I said let go, and I can stand on the ground." The Demon King, Yuning pulled him down, and the Demon King, who had been frozen on the rock wall, followed her down, landing firmly on the ground. She explained, the sound of the falling rocks was very brief, probably only 3 or 4 meters away. At that height, with her current physical abilities, she could easily adjust her posture and land, let alone the Demon King, whose physical strength is far superior. Yuning dusted off her hands. "What, did you think I was going to jump off a cliff? It's not like we're filming a melodrama, pouring out our hearts to each other on the edge of a cliff, a scene of life and death. Should we add a scene of surviving a near-death experience, the two of them hugging and comforting each other? TSK, that would be quite an atmosphere." Yuning flexed her wrists. However, if she absorbed all the magic crystals stored in her spatial ring without regard to cost, a gust of wind here would be more than enough to keep her from falling to her death. The Demon King blushed and lowered his head, barely visible in the darkness, but his tone carried a hint of shyness. "I was worried about you." "Don't worry now," she said curiously. "How did you find this place?" The system's spatial teleportation had shut down. She had received the mission suddenly, and hadn't had time to tell the Demon King. To find her so quickly after his sudden disappearance was, in a sense, a testament to his enhanced abilities. The bright red ring on his finger suddenly radiated warmth, the red gemstone gleaming with an unusual light. Yuning looked down. From certain angles, it resembled a rhythmically beating heart. The Demon King turned his head away, his voice barely audible. "It told me." His consciousness gradually returned, and certain memories slowly became clearer. When he came to his senses, he realized that the heart carved into the ring had been sent away by him in his moment of turmoil. It was protection, but also a gaze. "If Yuning doesn't like it, I can extinguish this heart." He secretly glanced at her, a mixture of anticipation and fear in his eyes. His long eyelashes fluttered as he obediently said, "I haven't misused it. I'm just sometimes a little scared. Afraid of losing it, wanting to grasp at the fleeting wind, no matter the cost." "No need." Seeing the Demon King's eyes suddenly dim, Yuning added, "I'm used to wearing it, so there's no need to take it away." The Demon King paused, his silver-gray pupils suddenly lighting up with a dazzling light, his entire being coming alive. Yuning glanced at the healing bloodstain on the Demon King's arm, carrying a familiar dimensional aura. Was it from when you tore through space? The tall figure before her nodded obediently. "Really?" Yuning sighed, a smile appearing on her face. "Thank you." The Demon King's eyes sparkled. "You're welcome. Since you're here, let's go together," she said. "Our current goal is to find the wind-eroded cave, which should be nearby. Focus on finding underground burial sites and the like, understand?" The Demon King nodded emphatically. "Understood." Another loud voice rang out not far away. "Understood." Yuning, who is this now? She sensed the figure easily leaping down from the height, then approaching without any warning, revealing a bespectacled, very familiar face. Yun Ying's brow twitched suddenly. The metal book placed in her spatial ring gradually emitted a scorching heat, just as unexpectedly as when they first met. "You are using 12 Days Notebook. Dawn Chapter 02, a precious artifact wielding the power of time. Recreating past traces doesn't seem impossible. This time slice belongs to number 02. The somewhat refined number 02 adjusted the temple of her glasses. "Need a workbook, me from another world?" Number 02 paused for a second or two, turning to look behind her. Her glasses reflected a subtle luster. She composed herself, facing the boundless darkness, and slowly spoke. Need a workbook, me from another world. A 100 cubic meter volume, an irregular geometric shape, an ugly monster unsuitable for any biological genetics. She opened the workbook. Wangong, 53, must-do problems, choose one. A foul-smelling, blood-red monster slowly approached. Not choosing? Number 02 put away the workbook, adjusted her glasses, and a dangerous gaze pierced through the lenses. The gleaming silver sword was drawn, instantly illuminating the entire world. She tilted her head and sighed. Ah, well, there's nothing I can do about it.